218. By appearance which is never interrupted. And finally, a further invitation to this comes from the side of immanence without an exploding crack, which surrounds all art, not just the art of classical antiquity or that imitating classical antiquity. Precisely the art of the Middle Ages provides many examples of a rounded-off satisfaction of an aesthetic kind, despite its religious transcendental conscience. Gothic art contains this conscience, but there was equally a curious harmony in it which derived from classical Greek balance. The early Luckics observed quite acutely, if somewhat exaggeratedly, so a new polis arose from the Church. The ladder of the earthly and heavenly hierarchies from the crack. And in Giotto and Dante, in Wolfram * and Pisano, in Thomas Aquinas and Saint Francis the world became round again, surveyable, the abyss lost the danger of its actual depth, but without losing any of its blackly shining strength, all its darkness became pure surface and thus fitted smoothly into a closed unity of colors. The cry for redemption became dissonance in the perfect rhythmical system of the world and made a new balance possible, but no less colorful and perfect than that of the Greeks. That of inadequate, heterogeneous intensities, Die Theorie des Romans, 1920, p. 20f. German secessions of Gothic art like that of Grunewald are of course unaffected by this kind of perfection. However, this hypostasis of the aesthetic confronts us in an even more closed fashion, though by no means in classical strength, from the Middle Ages, which remained determined by the Mediterranean. And there is within it an equilibrium and a finished coherence which is not only idealistic, but ultimately derives from, great Pan, this primal image of all rounding. Pan is the one and all of the world which had also been revered as that whole which lacks nothing. Hence the ultimate seduction to nothing but rounding, but hence also Greek balance as secularized form of the totally pagan, i.e. crackless world picture, the astral myth. In this myth the cosmos really was decoration, i.e. evenly beautiful, it was something ceaselessly circling within itself and henkai pan a circle itself and not an open parabola, a sphere, and not a process fragment. Thus it is not without reason that art is very often pantheistically disposed in this all too rounding form, and not without reason that, conversely, a system formulated in a finished way appears pleasantly beautiful even in extra-artistic occurrence. The pleasure in sensory appearance, in the living mantle of divinity, certainly contributes to this pantheistic trait, but the seductive pull towards it is. Wolfram von Eschenbach, Fluid c. 1220, wrote Partival, the greatest German romance of the Middle Ages. 219. Even stronger from the harmoniously undisturbed coherence, the cosmos even without universe. All these are therefore the various reasons why a veritable artfulness, an autarky of apparent enclosedness can also exist in a work of art, which, because it is excessive and immanent, at first masks the pre-appearance. But equally, and this is precisely the crucial difference and the crucial truth, all great art shows the pleasant and homogeneous aspects of its work-based coherence broken up, leafed open by its own iconoclasm, wherever immanence is not driven to closedness of form and content, wherever it still poses as fragment-like. Here, completely incomparable with the mere contingency of the fragmentary in the avoidable sense, another hollow space of a factual, highly factual kind opens up, with unrounded immanence. And it is precisely in this space that the aesthetic utopian meanings of the beautiful, even the sublime make their presence felt. Only what is broken into pieces in the all too stilled work of art, mixed with the atmosphere of the gallery, one which has become a mere objet d'art or, to put it a much better way, the itself already shaped openness in great artistic creations gives the material and the form for a cipher of the authentic. Never closed, thus precisely the all too beautiful breaks into life when the varnish cracks. When the surface pales or darkens, as in the evening when the light falls obliquely and the mountains emerge. The shattering of the surface and furthermore of the merely cultural ideological context in which the works have stood exposes depth wherever it exists. What is meant here is not the sentimental ruin nor that kind of torso which, as so often with Greek statues, holds the figure together more tightly and produces greater block unity and plastic rigor. This sort of thing can of course be improvement of form, but not necessarily the intensification of the cipher, which is what matters here. This only occurs through the fissures of disintegration, in the quite specific sense which disintegration possesses concerning the objet d'art and as transformation of the objet d'art. In this way, instead of ruin or torso, a belated fragment arises, one which can do better justice to the depth contents of art than the completedness which the work sought to manifest there and then. Every great art, even one as inherently so completely closed as that of Egypt, thus becomes a belated fragment, by disintegrating into essentiation, because the utopian ground opens up in which the work of art had been registered. Although the acquisition of the cultural heritage always has to be critical, this acquisition contains, as a particularly important factor, the self-dispersal of what has been made into the museum-bound objet d'art, but also of the false enclosedness which the work of art sought to have there and then and which further intensifies. 220. In museum-bound contemplation, the insular quality cracks, a series of figures full of open, experimental symbolic formations opens up. All the more so when the phenomenon of the belated fragment combines with that created in the work of art itself, not in fact in the usual, flat sense of the fragmentary as that which could not be done or that which remained by chance unfinished, but in the concrete sense of that which, at the highest level of mastery, is unclosed, of that which is transformed through utopian pressure. This is the case in great Gothic art, sometimes also in the Baroque, which despite all the power of the work, indeed because of it, had a hollow space and behind it a fertile darkness. Thus precisely fully executed Gothic, despite Pan's presence here too, executes a fragment composed of central unfinishability. Peculiar, if then fragments arise even in the usual sense of brokenness, and yet in the unusual, though solely legitimate sense of an appearing ultimum only hinted at. This is so in the work of Michelangelo, who left more fragments behind than any other great master, and in fact remarkably in his most characteristic concern, in his sculpture and not in his painting. Since in the latter he finished everything he began, whereas with statues and also in architecture he set a disproportionately large amount of half-completed work on one side, never turned to it again and left it behind. Vasari gave art history the signal to wonder at the meager amount of totally finished material in Michelangelo's work, and to wonder all the more since the enormity in the intended goal nevertheless corresponded so completely to the power and nature of this genius. But what offered resistance to artistic rounding, artistic completion here was precisely the corresponding element to enormity in Michelangelo himself, was the agreement between an overpowerful nature and the overpowering character of a task in such a way that no work executed could satisfy this adequation, so that in fact completion itself, driven so deeply into the absolute, becomes a fragment. This kind of fragment is then nothing less than an ingredient of the untemple-like, of the unharmonized cathedralic, is the conscience, Gothic even post festum. The depth of aesthetic completion brings the very dimension of the uncompleted into play, to this extent even the non-fragmentary, in the usual sense, in Michelangelo, the figures on the Medici tomb as much as the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, stretches into that excessive measure which is the measure of the ultimum in art. Hence finally the legitimately, namely materially fragmentary quality, in all works of this ultimative kind, in the Westostlicher Divan * in Beethoven's last quartets. In Faust, in short, wherever unfinishability lends greatness in finishing. And if we look for the reason, which in ideological terms most definitely continues to operate, for such internal iconoclasm in greatly completed art and precisely in this, then it lies in the pathos of path and process, in the eschatological conscience that came into the world through the Bible. Totality in the religion of the Exodus and the kingdom is solely of a totally transforming and exploding kind, is utopian, and, confronted with this totality, not only our knowledge, but also the whole of what has previously become, to which our conscience refers, then appears as unfinished work. As unfinished work or objective fragment precisely also in the most productive sense, not only in that of creatural limitation, let alone resignation. The behold, I make all things new, in the sense of apocalyptic explosion, is written above this and influences all great art with the spirit after which Dürer named his Gothic creation Apocalypsis cum figuris. Man is still not solid, the course of the world is still undecided, unclosed, and so also is the depth in all aesthetic information. This utopian factor is the paradox in aesthetic immanence, the most fundamentally immanent paradox in this immanence itself. Without such potency for the fragment, aesthetic imagination would of course have sufficient perception in the world, more than any other human apperception, but it would ultimately have no correlate. For the world itself, just as it is in a mess, is also in a state of unfinishedness and in experimental process out of that mess. The shapes which this process throws up, the ciphers, allegories and symbols in which it is so rich, are all themselves still fragments, real fragments, through which process streams unclosed and advances dialectically to further fragmentary forms. The fragmentary holds good for the symbol too, although the symbol does not refer to process, but to the unum necessarium within it, but precisely because of this reference and because of the fact that it is only a reference and not an arrival, the symbol also contains fragment. The real symbol itself is in fact only one because, instead of being disguised merely to the observer and inherently clear, it is precisely not yet inherently manifest. This therefore constitutes the meaning of the fragment, seen from the perspective of art, and not only from that of art. The fragment lies in the subject matter itself, it still belongs, rebus sic imperfectus et fluentibus, to the subject matter of the world. Concrete utopia as object determination presupposes concrete fragment as object determination and involves it, even though certainly as an ultimately revocable fragment. And therefore every artistic, and especially every religious pre-appearance is only concrete on the basis and to the extent that the fragmentary in 222. The world ultimately presents the layer and the material for it to constitute itself as pre-appearance. It is a question of realism, everything real has a horizon to stick to things, to sail over them, both are wrong. Both remain external, superficial, abstract, and being immediate, cannot get away from the surface. Sticking keeps to it anyway, sailing over has it in its own unruly inner dimension as well as in the other, merely evaporated dimension of immediacy to which it escapes. Nevertheless, of course, sailing over belongs to a higher human type than taking things as they are. And above all, sticking to these things remains flat even when it is considered, that is, empiricist, whereas enthusiasm, when it is considered, can most definitely stop being bottomless. The flat empiricist and the effusive enthusiast are constantly surprised by the flow of the real, which neither of them grasp, but the former, as a fetishist of so-called facts, remains obstinate, whereas the fantast is possibly teachable. In the world only reification, which keeps a firm hold on individual moments of process and anchors them as facts, suits the empiricist, and he stands and falls by it. Whereas sailing over is itself at least in motion, i.e. in an attitude which need not fundamentally remain unmediable with real motion. In creation, sailing over has art on its side, albeit with much appearance, much dubious escape to a downright intentionally untrue dream appearance. But the concrete correction of sailing over opens up in art, and not only in art, images, insights, tendencies which occur simultaneously in man and in the object assigned to him. Precisely this concrete dimension does not rise from the perspective of groveling empiricism and the naturalism that corresponds to it in aesthetic terms, which never advances from the establishment of what is factual to the exploration of what is essentially happening. Whereas imagination, as soon as it appears concretely, knows how to visualize not only sensory abundance, but also the mediation relations in and behind the immediacy of real experience. Instead of the isolated fact and the superficial context of abstract immediacy which is likewise isolated from the whole, the relation of appearances to the whole of their epoch and to the utopian totem located in process now emerges. Art becomes knowledge with the help of imagination of this kind, namely through telling individual images and overall pictures of a characteristically typical kind. it pursues the significant aspect of appearances and executes it. Science, with the help of imagination of 223. This kind, grasps the significant aspect of appearances through concepts, which never remain abstract, never allow the phenomenon to fade, let alone be lost. And the significant aspect is in art and science the particular aspect of the general, the respective instance for the dialectically open context, the respective characteristically typical figure of the totem. And the actual totern, this dimension in which even the epically grasped whole of all epical moments is itself again a moment, shows itself precisely in broadly mediated great works only on the horizon, not in an already thoroughly formed reality. Everything living, says Goethe, has an atmosphere around it, everything real in general, because it is life, process, and can be a correlate of objective imagination, has a horizon. An inner horizon, extending vertically as it were, in the self-dark, an external one of great breadth, in the world light, and the regions behind both horizons are filled with the same utopia, are consequently identical in the ultimum. Where the perspective horizon is omitted, reality only appears as become, as dead, and it is the dead, namely naturalists and empiricists, who are burying their dead here. Where the perspective horizon is continuously included in the reckoning, the real appears as what it is in Co and Siri 2, as the path network of dialectical processes which occur in an unfinished world, in a world which would not be in the least changeable without the enormous future, real possibility in that world. Together with that totern which does not represent the isolated whole of a respective section of process, but the whole of the subject matter pending in process overall, hence still tendential and latent. This alone is realism. It is of course inaccessible to that schematism which knows everything in advance, which considers its uniform, in fact even formalistic, stencil to be reality. Reality without real possibility is not complete, the world without future latent properties does not deserve a glance, an art, a science any more than that of the bourgeois conformist. Concrete utopia stands on the horizon of every reality, real possibility surrounds the open dialectical tendencies and latencies to the very last. By these the unconcluded motion of unconcluded matter, and motion is, in that profound phrase of Aristotle, uncompleted entelechiae, is arch-realistically pervaded. 18. The layers of the category possibility. How often something presents itself in such a way that it can be, or even in such a way that it can be different than it was before, which is 224. Why something can be done about it? But this itself would not be possible without possible within and in front of it. There is a wide field here and it must be investigated more than ever before. Already the fact that a can be said and thought is by no means self-evident. There is still something open here, it can be meant differently than it was before, can be rearranged, connected differently, changed in moderation. Where nothing more can be done or is possible, life stands still. Now everything must change. How else would this decidedly youthful exclamation itself be possible? Certainly, there is much that is vague in the merely possible, much that is slippery too, not only what is fluid or that which keeps things fluid. But just as man is mainly a creature who enters into the possible and has it in front of him, he also knows that this does not coincide with vagueness, that precisely his open character is definitely nothing arbitrary. Can be also has laws, even in the mere play of words and especially in the seriousness that soon enters. And the available substance which has so much airiness in it is at the same time one of the heaviest and demands to be treated strictly. Otherwise above all the different layers of the can be do not become visible. The formally possible. First, of course, much too much can just be said without thinking. Everything can be spoken in theory, words can be senselessly strung together. Constructions are possible such as, something round or, a person and is. Apart from the fact that they are sayable, there is nothing possible in them at all, they are meaningless nonsense. The case is different however with statements which are not nonsensical, but run counter to sense, where the listener at least shakes his head in disbelief. namely when the statement directly contradicts itself, as in the concept round square or in the judgment, he is boarding a ship that had sailed. A meaning like this which directly contradicts itself in its characteristics or its predicate is absurd, but definitely not nonsense, rather in fact countersense. The latter is, in contrast to merely sayable nonsense, definitely something conceptually possible, a formal can be, because everything is conceptually possible which can in any way be conceived as standing in relation. In fact even. *cf. Ulands Frühlingsglauben, 1812. The gentle breezes have woken, now everything must change. 225. Relations whose parts are related not only absurdly, but totally disparately to one another still represent, even though they are disparate, a formally describable relation, namely in fact a disparate one, and belong to what is conceptually possible. Such as the statements irascible triangle or well-read chain bridge or the horse that is thunder and other incompatible things besides. Such exaggeration shows at the same time how boundless the merely conceptually possible can be. For even the relation in the statement that there is no relation whatsoever between things had an unfruitful place in what is conceptually possible. Just as there can be fullness in thinking due to imprecision, bad fullness in other words, there is also bad openness in what is conceptually possible. And this alongside the good kind, which reveals itself above all in the formal can be of the self-contradicting. The factually objectively possible asterisk. Much too much can therefore still not only be said, but also thought. That is why the can be, which can be encountered not only in thinking but also in cognition, looks much more definite. This possible is not boundless, but a respectively nameable one and one that can be indicated by degrees in proportion to the known conditions. But since such namings and degrees initially only express degrees of knowing and cognition, not degrees of the inner conditional maturity of the fact-based object asterisk itself, the possible is still not a strictly fact-based one here, but a factual one, i.e. a cognitive, fact-suited one. Thus it presents itself as statement of caution, then as one of grounded opinion, of grounded assumption of its capability of being, in short as factually objectively grounded possibility. It is the grounding which stands here for the condition or the real ground, in such a way however that the grounding, that is, the condition existing according to cognition for an affirmative, factually valid statement itself does not exist in a complete form. Everything is conceptually possible where anything at all can be conceived as standing in relation, but over and above this it is true of all further kinds of the can be, the possible is partially conditioned material, and it is possible only as such. We must keep to the thus given definition from here on, as it contains the criterion for the possible in all its variations. In other words, every possible beyond the merely conceptually possible signifies an openness in consequence of a not yet completely sufficient, and hence more or less insufficiently existing conditional ground. Because only a few but not all conditional grounds exist, the real cannot yet be indicated from the thus possible, so the old scholastic principle holds, a posse ad esse non vale consequentia asterisk. But now back to the factually possible itself which is in question here. It is likewise partial conditionality, but, in more precise terms, solely factually partial knowledge cognition of conditionality. This conditionality is partial and must be so because a total mustering of the conditions would make the occurrence of an event no longer merely supposable, more or less probable, i.e. factually possible, but unconditionally certain. Thus it is unfair, in full knowledge of the fully available conditions, still to bet on the occurrence of an event. Thus with such knowledge in one's pocket it is cowardly or stupid still to play Fabius Cunctator the factually objective possible, and incidentally also the fact-based object-based possible and the really possible, of which more later, is stated in a hypothetical judgment or, in cases of even less certainty, in a problematic judgment. The hypothetical judgment is distinguished in this relation from the problematic one in that it presupposes not yet confirmed initial propositions, whereas the problematic judgment, which in its form conceals the initial propositions, it could rain today, look hippus did perhaps exist, cosmic rays possibly emanate from a star cluster in the Milky Way, presupposes other unknown initial propositions apart from the not yet confirmed ones. The problematic judgment is therefore the authentically developed judgment of possibility as a factually modal determination. P is assigned to S in the mode of the can be. A special case that is relevant here is further represented by the inauthentic, in fact false judgments of possibility. They are those of knowledge which is insufficient not in terms of research but only of reception. Previously, this false factual can be has hardly been separated from the genuine kind, and yet the difference, which is so important for the status of the possible, leaps to the eye. A false modal judgment is this: for example, water can be broken down by electric current. In reality, however, water is always broken down by electric current, as long as no new, possibly disturbing conditions exist. Likewise, the knowledge of this process is completely grounded, all conditions for it exist. Consequently, the above-mentioned content of the judgment is unquestionable. The only thing that is not so unquestionable is the state of knowledge of the consciousness which receives the proposition, and only in this psychological pedagogical respect, external to logic, is the cited judgment modally formed, modally disguised. Factually, it is a categorical or assertive judgment through and through, not a hypothetical or problematic one. Which is why therefore only non-pedagogical statements, only research statements in which a non-locket of the knowledge conditions for the categorical or assertive form exists are genuine factually modal statements. Factually objective possibility thus always designates the degree of scientific objective groundedness according to the incomplete scientific knownness of the factually existing conditions. Thus the judgment is left in the balance here, is only more or less distanced from the question. Or rather, the affirmation and denial of the judgment remains in the balance, i.e. the bare judging or the qualitative judgment of a judgment. And only in this judgment of a judgment does the factually possible exist, and most decidedly in this, of course, it begins to exist in it before it goes on to become depictive. Factual possibility is thus already in the assumption or the suppositions which lead to the formulation of questions concerning scientific or socio-historical given facts. The supposition anticipates in a problematic judgment the principal condition or a group context of conditions on the basis of which the object of examination can be clarified in its real ground and accordingly understood in the course it takes. This methodological supposition guides the formulation of questions and the variations of the conditions of scientific experiments, but it also provides the peculiar estimate, i.e. what has been called the temporary, the working hypothetical image of a particular matter. The expression working hypothesis of course contains a dubious element within it, in that it was flogged to death by the late bourgeois relativists, so let us use the older and more solid expression, heuristic principle. Such a principle is at work, for example, in hypothetical simplification or in a hypothetical analogy to what is already better known, with which the exploration of confused or complicated phenomena of a socio-historical 228 kind may first be approached. The formulation of the question of this factually possible in methodological use is confirmed or not confirmed by inductions which are made in the direction of the supposed conditional context. Though, of course, however comprehensive it is, an induction can never express its result other than in a judgment of factually objective possibility once again. For even the most complete induction cannot be a total one, i.e. a knowledge of all conditional elements as the same in all regions of space, or even remaining the same in time. Thus in inductive confirmation of a methodological supposition there is also still that trace of a factually possible, of a not totally certain, which, in graduated stages up to astronomic certainty, is called comparative probability. And what of deduction, the supposedly always settled large form of an exhaustively sufficient, essential general conditional ground? It is true that it not only reveals the particulars of inductive empirical knowledge as moments of a total context, from this generality of the particular, it also seeks, in a traditionally extreme claim, to derive the cognition of these particulars with necessity, consequently not with partial but total conditionality. This quite clearly in the first mode of the first conclusion figure, Caius is necessarily mortal by virtue of his being a man. The middle term of being a man produces here the completely sufficient essential ground of being mortal, thus there arises what Aristotle calls a perfect conclusion, that is in fact, a conclusion of necessity. Perfect I call a conclusion which, in order for its necessity to be clear, needs no further definition beyond the premises. Aristotle, Prior Analytics, Chapter 1. Factual capability of being thus gives way to factual inevitability of being. However, the thus asserted impossibility of the capability of being other, let alone of the capability of being opposite, is only to be found in areas of the highest abstraction which have been made artificially pure, and even there only when limited to what can be derived from axioms or to that which is dominantly contained in theorems. The axioms, mathematical, logical, in copied form even the earlier ones of natural right, are of course not posited arbitrarily, and hence mere game rules, as, with incurable randomness, much airily idealistic, supposedly fact-free pure research into mathematics asserts. Instead, the axioms definitely contain a depiction of factual relations external to thought, although in the most abstractly abbreviated and general form. However, they are limited to particular areas of their purely constructive dominance, and these limits are above all fluid. We only need to think of the mere limited case of our Euclidean space and its axioms, or of the changes in the proposition of contradiction in 229. Elementary, as it were Euclidean logic, and then in dialectically developed logic. But then, all these axioms still far from coincide with the essential ground designated by Aristotle, the active totem of the matter, the Entelechiae. They are kept much too abstract for that. And the essential ground itself, for example the cited fact of Caius being a man as the middle term in the first mode of the first conclusion figure, even the middle term of this being a man, in which Aristotle wanted to perceive both the perfect logical cognitive ground and also the inevitable real ground of being mortal, produces no necessity settled once and for all, in the sense of strict deductive proof. Since even being human, like every other essential ground, stands in process, and cannot therefore, in the strict sense, lend logical necessity even to such an exceptionless phenomenon as mortality. Consequently, even in deduction, factually necessary only proves to be factually possible, even though this is possibly of the smallest degree. In general, the conditional initial propositions of concluding cognition, without falling into a closed schematism estranged from the world, cannot be more complete than the unenclosed fact-based itself, which the factual has to depict after its fashion, in concept, judgment, conclusion. Even in the factually objective the area of the possible is, sui generis, very large. It can belong here, opposed to bed of ease and fixed derivation, to the life of research. The fact-based object suited possible. So much for what remains open, that is so because it is not or not rigidly settled. This kind of can be thus reflects factual caution in judgments, mostly in the manner of a question still resonating along with it, of a factual reservation. Differently constituted, however, to this factually possible is the fact-based possible which now emerges, namely in so far as it does not concern our knowledge of something, but this something itself, as something that could become this or that. The fact-based possible does not live on the insufficiently known, but on the insufficiently emerged conditional grounds. It therefore does not designate a more or less sufficient knowledge of conditions, but it designates what is more or less sufficiently conditioning in objects themselves and in their factual relations. Factual relation, that is the relating of matters of fact as objects of cognition. To the factual relation belong first the kinds of having of objective qualities and relationships, then of standing in objective relationships. Modal factual relations, as the objects of cognition, therefore never coincide with modal statements. 230. As the mere procedures of cognition, of the kind represented by assumptions, suppositions, the anticipating estimate, and inductively probable or even deductive conclusions. But in fact, a still openly possible arises even when there is otherwise sufficiently enclosed knowledge of the existing conditions, Consequently, the possible appears here as objective structural, thus relating itself. Here we enter upon the depictive layer of fact-basedness, of object-suitedness, as distinct from mere factuality, objectivity. This also makes a distinction necessary in the discipline in which the fact-based possible is to be treated. Whereas factuality only concerns cognition and therefore the concern of its objectivity is an epistemological one, fact-basedness concerns the object of cognition, which is not, according to the Neo-Kantians, cognition itself. The real concern of this object-suitedness is consequently a categorically object-theoretical one. The concept of object theory first appeared clearly in Meinong, but it was here purely related a priori to the supposedly existence-free quality of an essence which was supposed to ghost around independently of the existence or non-existence of objects. Mathematics was regarded as a model of this existence-free knowledge here, and especially in the later phenomenology of Husserl, even if it was of course, a mathematics artificially removed from all its depictive real reference, and incurably reified in its abstractness. And logic was well and truly reified here, in the sense of a purely a priori description of its acts, a purely a priori semantic analysis of its categories, with bracketed existence. Whereas object theory that applies to reality is one in which the a priori represents even less of a temptation than in epistemology. For although the objects and their factual relations must still be distinguished not only from the factual aspect of the process of cognition, but also from the actual objects and their real relations, they function precisely as the most faithful possible forms of realistic depiction. And the precedence noted here of an object theory over object theory thus contains no idealism, because the researching materialistic depiction itself belongs to the object theory, is at work only in the face of the object-based real and not in it, and does not coincide with it. Further, the depiction of the structural factual relations no longer belongs to the methodological cognition process, because it is a result of cognition, and it is such a result in that and in so far as it is related, being object-suited, precisely to the real object. The form of the result of cognition is the real definition, as the statement not merely of linguistic features, conceptual characteristics, but of objective constitutive properties, and precisely this real definition, being characteristically concise and not spread out. 231. Represents the object considered from its structural object side. To give an example, the socialist real definition of the nation depicts, without all the far-fetched foreign nationalistic mustaches or even cosmopolitan great Chicagos, hotel sauces, levellings of today, precisely the concise object side of the real. This means in fact, it makes the constitutive real structure in the object clear. The theory of objects is thus the side of categories as the most general and then characteristically typical modes and forms of existence. If it were not this specific side and on it, the theory of categories would coincide with the whole philosophy of the real and the latter likewise with the theory of categories. So now, within the thus constituted layer of fact-basedness, of structural object-suitedness, the possibility in this layer must also be distinguished separately and as separately determined. Important for this is the above-mentioned distinction between object and real object. The purely structural possibility of the propensity to something is not yet the same as this real propensity itself, as the disposition in all the richly interwoven, even richly disturbed, inhibited, and again victorious metamorphoses of reality. The fact-based object-suited possible, grasped and defined in terms of object theory, therefore definitely constitutes a separate differentiation in the category of possibility and is not, for instance, a superfluous doubling of the object-based real possible. The fact-based possible is the fact-based partially conditional according to the structural genus, type, social context, and legislative context of the matter. Partially conditional appears here therefore as an openness strictly founded in the object and thus only communicated to hypothetical or problematic cognition, an openness of a more or less structurally determined kind. Two kinds of conditions appear here in all cases, internal and external ones. They interweave in interaction, in such a way however that the individual character of both is thoroughly preserved. But the fact-based merely possible remains even if one of the two conditions, the internal or the external, should almost be fulfilled. Thus a blossom can of course let the fruit ripen within it with complete internal conditionality, but if the complete external condition of good weather is missing, then the fruit is still merely possible. Conversely, an even more reductive effect than the missing external condition is produced by the weakness of internal conditions when there is a simultaneous abundance of external ones. Of course, humanity always sets itself tasks it can solve, but if the great moment for solution is met by a faint-hearted generation asterisk. The great moment is met by a faint-hearted generation, from Goethe and Schiller's Zini N. Epigrams written mainly in 1796. 232. Then more than ever the solution is merely possible, i.e. only remains weakly possible. The lack of revolutionary consequences that followed from the November 9, 1918 in Germany provides an example of this, or, in another sphere, the unripened fruit of great German painting after Dürer, even though the external conditions still existed for it, however much the circle of ideology and patronage was that of a small state *, the partial conditionality must not therefore sink below a certain fraction in either of the two kinds of condition, otherwise overcompensation by the other kind of condition is itself impossible. But the interweaving remains of course, as becomes especially clear when the structure of the internal as well as the external condition is more firmly grasped, i.e. with the removal of that equivocation which has persisted for ages precisely in the object category of possibility. Possibility here in fact means both internal, active capability and external, passive capability of being done, therefore, capability of being other falls into capability of doing other and capability of becoming other. As soon as these two meanings have been concretely distinguished, the internal partial condition emerges as active possibility, i.e. as capacity, potency, and the external partial condition as possibility in the passive sense, as potentiality. Both are in fact interwoven. There is no working capability of capacity and its active propensity without potentiality in a time, environment, society, without the usable ripeness of these external conditions. The political form of active possibility is the ability of the subjective factor, and the latter least of all can act without interweaving, without interaction with the objective factors of possibility, i.e. with the potentialities of that which can really happen or can at least be arranged, according to the ripeness of the external conditions. But not as if the external conditions themselves here fell out of possibility in its most significant sense, namely out of openness here in a fatalizing way. On the contrary, if possibility as capacity is the capability of doing other, that which does not cancel but rather redetermines in all determinations, then possibility as objective potentiality is the capability of becoming other, that which cannot be cancelled, but rather can be directed and redetermined in all determinations. And the latter always with such interweaving that, without potentiality of the capability of becoming other, neither the capability of doing other of potency would have space, nor, without the capability of doing other of potency, would the capability of becoming other of the world have a sense which could be mediated with human beings. Consequently even the object category of possibility predominantly reveals itself as that which it is not by virtue of itself, but rather by virtue of the supporting intervention of human beings in what is still changeable, as a possible concept of salvation. It also revealed itself partly, of course, as a possible concept of disaster * precisely on account of the capability of doing other, but also on account of the capability of becoming other within it, that no less provides room for a change for the worse, commensurate with the precarious material which can lie precisely in the changeability, and here therefore uncertainty of a situation. This precarious material, as negative stock of fact-based possibility, extends from the accident that can happen to us to the eruption of fascist hell, a possibility that was and still is concealed in the final stage of capitalism. The disaster character of the possible thus militates against the above-mentioned salvation character, hope character of the possible, which lies no less powerfully in the changeability of a situation, here however not in its uncertainty, but in its redeemability, positive revocability. This non-precarious, but beneficial element, as the so highly positive other stock of fact-based possibility, extends from the stroke of luck which can happen to people to the realm of freedom which develops as socialist possibility in history and finally begins to become real. Everything which is thus capable of change, fortuna verde, admittedly always contains an element of chance, but again in a different way. There is the merely singular and immediate aspect of an accident or a stroke of luck. But there is also a capability of being other which does not occur on the surface in this way. Along these lines, Hegel distinguished with great vividness external contingency from dialectically mediated change of process. He did this by limiting external contingency to merely external necessity, in fact by declaring that they are identical. Consequently, contingency is seen by Hegel solely in the immediately concrete and not in the mediatedly concrete, or in fact only on the edge of process. The immediately concrete is namely a host of properties which are outside each other and more or less indifferent towards each other, and towards which for this very reason simple subjectivity that exists for itself, the incipient centering aspect of process, is equally indifferent and leaves them to external and therefore contingent. Determination, Encyclopédie, 250. This is contingency in the not at all. 234. Trustworthy sense, that which externally disperses and disturbs normal and typical development more in previous history than in nature. But dialectically mediated unenclosedness, as the possibility structure of lasting process, has nothing at all in common with poorly mediated randomness. Though once again not as if that which is circulating in the capability of being other of the process is now the strict opposite of every kind of chance and contingency. The enormous experiment of mediated capability of being other in process does not yet possess this opposite and still has neither the calm nor even a legal title to possess it. Instead, there is at work in this capability of being other of possibility once again precisely that which we may call contingency at its highest level, with the character of permanent, but in fact partial mediation. This kind of contingency, in the finally trustworthy sense of the matter, means creative wealth of variability which is open to formations and creations. This is a variability which is not external but mediated in a law-governed and fact-based way, yet precisely one of unthwarted change of direction, above all of unexhausted new formation. Here even a so-called contingency no longer coincides with merely external necessity, but it forms, as a contingency which is dialectically mediated with the material of law-based necessity, precisely the blooming, characteristic aspect, the ordered fullness of development of the open world. Contingency of this kind is of course equally still situation-based, but not in the sense of the precarious. It fulfills rather the mundus situalis of the process which is giving birth to the new. The strict opposite of every contingency would only be enclosed necessity no longer capable of variability, but not in need of it either. Only this structurally enclosed necessity would be the fully conditional per esse, in which the internal and above all the external conditions are not merely completely ripe, but coincide. Though as yet no objectivity has got to the bottom of the matter in this necessity to such an extent that the objectivity itself coincides with its total foundation, so that it would in fact be structurally necessary. This coincidence was considered by Spinoza in his definition of God-nature as the causa sui and, with much greater hypostasis of logical identity, by Anselm of Canterbury in the Self-Foundation, the Ascetas, Asese, of God. According to which the most perfect being necessarily exists because it exists out of its own intrinsicality, and consequently its essence also necessarily includes its existence, as its existence does its essence. It is not necessary to affirm that such object-based notions do not exist beyond their definition, unless in mere, more or less concretely anticipatable value ideals of the perfect coincidence of reason and manifestation. The framework 235 of such a value ideal is, even outside and opposed to all theology, the one thing which is necessary, and therefore that which has traditionally been designated as the highest good. However, since rebus sic imperfectus even what is designated thus is still by no means real, but at best in process, even this type of structural necessity exists once again only in structural possibility. Though the latter now proves, with the horizon of the kausasui or achieved identity of existence and essence, to be the most decisive category of salvation. Since the ideal point where essential being and appearance coincide is always simultaneously the absolute target point for the structural line of the humanely positively possible, the objectively real possible. The can be would mean almost nothing if it remained without consequences. The possible only has consequences, however, in that it does not occur merely as formally permissible or even as objectively supposable or even as open in an object-suited way, but in that it is a future latent definiteness in the real itself. There is thus real partial conditionality of the object which represents in the latter itself its real possibility. Thus man is the real possibility of everything which has become of him in his history and, above all, which can still become of him if his progress is not blocked. He is a possibility therefore which is not merely exhausted like an acorn in the enclosed realization of the oak tree, but which has not yet ripened the whole of its internal and external conditions, condition determinants. And in the unexhausted whole of the world itself, matter is the real possibility for all the forms which are latent in its womb and are delivered of it through process. In this most comprehensive concept of real possibility, the dynameion, being in possibility, is located, which Aristotle himself defined as matter. For just as Heraclitus was the first to see the contradiction in things themselves, Aristotle was the first to recognize possibility in real terms, in the world stock itself. From this point real possible becomes conceivable as substratum, everything that becomes in nature and art has matter, since everything that is becoming is capable, dynaton, of being and not being, but this, what can and cannot be, is in every case matter, Aristotle, Metaphysics 7:7. And it is instructive that that which reveals itself actively in this potentiality, the self-realizing form, ent leche, which is still dualistically separated from matter in Aristotle, recedes and itself becomes matter to the same extent that the 236 concept of active potency accedes to that of passive potentiality. The ex contrario proof of this is the struggle of strict Arab theists, the so-called Mutakalim, that is, teachers of the word, of revealed faith, against the equation, real possibility equals matter. To keep the omnipotence of the highest form, of the divine actus purus, absolute, instead of the dynameion, they had to spread the holy null void into a primum before the world. God created the world out of the void, did not evoke it from matter, from real possibility. Conversely, in pantheistic materialistic philosophers of the Middle Ages, for example in Avicenna, Averroes, Amalrich of Bena and David of Dinant, real possibility becomes matter for the whole ground of the world, and the divine creative will is always a moment of matter. In fact, God and matter become identical. Development in Averroes is eductio formarum ex materia, with the data formarum in the universe itself. Thus creation appears, with the omission of all dualism, solely as self-movement, self-fertilization of the matter of God. This matter contains the potentiality and simultaneously that potency immanent in it which makes an extra-worldly mover superfluous. And this semi-materialism of real possibility increases in line with the Renaissance in Giordano Bruno. In his work The World becomes totally the realization of the possibilities which are contained in uniform matter, and as this Natura naturans and Natura naturata now coincide above and below in permanent, eternal, generating, maternal matter. The substratum real possibility thus becomes, in bold extrapolation from Aristotle, at the same time the source, not only the vessel of forms, hence matter, which always remains fertile, must have the significant prerogative of being recognized as the sole substantial principle and as that which is and remains. That is also why some of them, because they had perhaps considered the relationship of forms in nature, as far as it could be discerned from Aristotle and others of a similar school of thought, finally concluded that the forms were only accidents and determinations in matter, and that therefore the prerogative of being considered as actus and ent leche must also belong to matter, Bruno, cause, principle and unity. These are therefore the first consequences when real possibility is taken as being so real that it simultaneously embraces the womb and generation, life, and spirit, united in matter. And the womb also continues to remain fertile. The tendency latency of that which can become in real terms is not enclosed in the material substratum. This definition of the dynamion is of course one which perished in merely mechanistic materialism. Matter as fullness first rightly had to shrink here, because quantitative science showed no 237 trace of it, and because total mechanics was the best crowbar against otherworldliness. But this shrinking was no less possible because Christian scholasticism had itself removed the Aristotelian concept of matter and even the variously pre-Socratic one, to which Bruno likewise refers, from the fecund region of the Natura naturans. Which is also why the words of the English naturalist John Tyndall may also apply to the mechanical equals all too mechanical concept of matter, above all to its deadening after effect in the previous century. If matter comes into the world as a beggar, it is because the Jacobs of theology have robbed it of its birthright. In any case, matter which is only understood mechanically subsequently became a clod estranged from history, for which all of its real possibility has already become static reality, in the sense of a beginning frozen to death from birth as it were. However, Aristotle's definition, which continues to have an effect, that of the dynamion, a definition which has become capable of mutation, enters, itself mutatis mutandis, into historical dialectical materialism. Subjective factor, ripeness of conditions, shift of quantity into quality, even changeability, all these dialectically materialist moments of development are without substratum in a clod matter. The dialectical element falls away from it, as a quantum which is of course moved mechanically but also immediately mechanized, or remains an epithetone ornans attached to it. Transition from the realm of necessity into that of freedom only finds land in unenclosed process matter. Precisely the extremes which have previously been held as far apart as possible, future and nature, anticipation and matter, chime together in the overdue groundedness of historical dialectical materialism. Without matter no basis of real anticipation, without real anticipation no horizon of matter is ascertainable. Real possibility thus does not reside in any ready-made ontology of the being of that which is up to now, but in the ontology, which must constantly be grounded anew, of the being of that which is not yet, which discovers future even in the past and in the whole of nature. Its new space thus emphasizes itself in the old space in the most momentous manner. Real possibility is the categorical in front of itself of material movement considered as a process. It is the specific regional character of reality itself, on the front of its occurrence. How else could we explain the future latent properties of matter? There is no true realism without the true dimension of this openness. The real possible begins with the seed in which what is coming is inherent. What is prefigured in it drives on to unfold itself, but not of course as if it already existed beforehand, boxed into the narrowest space. The seed itself still awaits many leaps. The inherent propensity unfolds itself in the unfolding itself to ever new and more precise beginnings of its potentia possibilitas. The real possible in seed and inherent propensity is consequently never an encapsulated finished entity which, first existing in miniature, simply has to grow out. Instead it proves its openness as really developing unfolding, not as mere spilling out or folding out. Potentia possibilitas repeatedly makes the initial root and origo of processively continuing appearance original on a new level, with newly latent content. Thus the worker, this root of becoming human, is transformed throughout the whole of his further history and develops more and more precisely within it. In fact we can say that even man walking upright, this alpha of ours in which lies the propensity towards being completely unbowed and hence towards the realm of freedom, itself moves repeatedly transformed and more precisely qualified throughout the history of ever more concrete revolutions. Right up to classless man, who in general represents the ultimately intended propensity possibility of history up to now. Hence the real possible not only keeps the latter driving onwards, as propensity towards its real, but also, as the ever further developing ultimate totem of this propensity, has an essential relation to the reality which has already become. Thus the previously real is both pervaded by the constant plus ultra of essential possibility and illuminated by it at its leading edge. This illumination, a pre-appearing light on the horizon, which has also been reflected in almost all social utopias in a more or less abstract way, presents itself psychologically as wishful image forwards, morally as human ideal, and aesthetically as natural object-based symbol. The wishful images forwards have as their content the more or less grasp possible of a better life in general, they are therefore cheerful and prelusive. In the main, the ideals have as their content the more or less realized possible of an attempted perfect humanity, of perfect social conditions, they are therefore, in their guiding images and guiding panels, galvanizing and exemplary. The undistort and unreified, beautiful human type and the classless relationship in which there is room for him belong here. Finally, the symbols have as their content, most definitely in the main matter, the possible, which is always only realized in passing, of an unalienated identicality of existence with essence in nature as a whole, hence symbols are engaged and profound. They are, in contrast to ideals, cloaked, i.e. they mean their own with particularly strong pathos of meaning, and do so because they do not. 239. Have as their content a more or less realized possible like ideals, but in fact have as their content a possible which is only realized in themselves in passing. And furthermore, above all, this content therefore stands so much in the meaning, or as we may say more specifically of symbols, in the cipher, because it is more central and consequently for the time being less manifestable than the content of ideals. The respective carriers, existences of a symbolic meaning are of course far more numerous, indeed almost more random than those of the ideal, yet they are in return always related far more extensively in the whole of nature to what is essential. And they are centrally related to it, which on the other hand constitutes the difference of the symbol from the allegory, the simile of a thing with any number of other things without the region of sheer diversity ever being left. The reference of the symbol, however, is directed, as we have seen, precisely towards a uniformity of meaning, which is also why, in contrast to the diverse reference of allegories, which is always ambiguous, genuine symbols ultimately converge in their meaning, namely in the central aspect of their meaning. The socially conditioned respective direction line towards the central aspect has varied in the history of the symbol, which led for long stretches through religion, but what has not varied is the respectively and repeatedly intended basic relation of the symbol simile to an unum verum bonum of essence. However, because this very essence only lies in the possible which is realized in passing and cannot lie anywhere else, the symbolic, and this is now of crucial importance, is still cloaked not only in its expression but, in all genuine symbols, also in its content itself. Since the genuine symbolic content itself is still at a distance from its full appearance, and it is therefore also in objectively real terms a cipher. It is precisely in the light of the real possible that there thus occurs the overdue notation of a real core in the concept of the symbolic, and therefore of a concept which had previously been understood almost exclusively in subjective idealistic terms, apart from one or two objective idealistic versions in Hegel's Aesthetics. In subjective idealistic terms, because in fact all symbol content was portrayed only as content that was cloaked for limited human reason, while the content was considered to be completely settled, without any distance from itself, radiant in transcendentally existing statics. On the contrary, however, the truth is this: the symbolic communicates itself to its expression solely from the perspective of its object content, differentiates the individual symbols from the perspective of the objectively real material, whose variously situated content of cloakedness, content of factual identity they respectively depict as this cloaked end. 240. Factually identical aspect. And it is solely this depictiveness of a real cipher, of a real symbol, which finally lends symbols their genuineness. The genuineness of a convergence of meaning which combines with the reality of this meaning in particular objects in the outside world containing an especially high degree of latency. To this category belong symbols like the tower, the spring, the evening breezes in Mozart's Figaro, as well as the snowstorm in Tolstoy's Death of Ivan Ilyich, the starry sky above the fatally wounded Andrei Bolkonsky in Tolstoy's War and Peace, the high mountains at the end of Faust, and all symbols of sublimity in general. Literature has understood the symbolic region of the real possible more clearly than previous philosophy owing to its figurative nature, but philosophy incorporates this region with strictness of concept and seriousness of connections. But both realistic literature and philosophy reveal that the world itself is full of real ciphers and real symbols, full of signatura rerum in the sense of things which contain a central meaning. In this meaningfulness they point in quite real terms towards their tendency and latency of a sense which might one day possibly completely receive man and his concerns. The partial conditionality, and hence possibility of the ripening of this propensity goes through all examples which test humane sense in which the world is so rich. But in fact with greater or lesser distance from the example, with greater or lesser not yet of the full appearance, i.e. with that distance which so variously presents only wishful images, ideals, and symbols rather than successful achievement. And which shows the essential totem of the world in the heavy process of its being raised, never as a result. If the distance is played down, then abstract infamous optimism arises, but if the distance is understood as the mediated perfectibility which it is, with all the components of danger, then the opposite of infamy arises, militant optimism. So much here for the real possible and the essence within it in the propensity state of that perfectible element which receives man, with a premonition of his future freedom. According to the most concrete of all Marx's anticipations, the essence of the perfectible is the naturalization of man, the humanization of nature. That is the abolition of alienation in man and nature, between man and nature, or the harmony of the unreified object with the manifested subject, of the unreified subject with the manifested object. Such a perspective of absolute truth, that means here, of complete real being in the real itself, and its breadth and depth is unavoidable, on penalty of relativism without outflow, opens up once again only real essential possibility, not yet the real essential necessity which is only inherent in that possibility itself. 241. For this would be a necessity with totally sufficient, i.e. inescapable conditions for the existence of essence, for the essence of existence. On this side of this extreme non-contingency or situationlessness, real essential necessity is also only possibility, in fact a possibility with conditions which in reality hardly even partially exist. Lasting process, active hope, image of a better world, mediated with tendency, galvanizing ideal, profound symbol, these remain the real perspectives, themselves anticipatory, of real possibility, the epitome of the front dimensions. Memory. Logical static struggle against the possible. Easy to see how still many a new leaf can be turned over. A not yet exists everywhere, so much is not yet conscious in man, so much in the world has not yet become. But both kinds of not yet would not exist if it could not move in the possible and turn towards its openness. Even so, the can be has still been astonishingly little thought through and come to grips with. The category of the possible, although so well known and used every hour, has been a logical problem. This category has so far remained perhaps the most uncertain of the concepts which have been worked out philosophically in the course of the centuries and honed to sharpness. Certainly, it is the one which has been least followed through in ontological terms, hence it conventionally occurs almost exclusively in formal logic. Even when the theory of categories deals with the possible, it is predominantly designated only as cognitive definition, not as object definition. Of course, logicians like J. V. Kreis, lesser and greater epigones of the usual like Verweyen, and ultimately N. Hartmann, who even calls himself an ontologist, have written diverse separate books on possibility. But since in these latter epigones the possible is only recognized as conceptual relationship, they have written as good as nothing, that is, nothing real about it. In every case here, but no less in original philosophers too, whom we will consider shortly, The conspicuous emptying of the possible occurs primarily through the failure to distinguish between still partial knowledge of the conditions and partially existing conditions themselves. Thus the problematically wavering judgment of an objectively decisive factual relation is repeatedly equated with the assertively decisive judgment of an objectively wavering factual relation, i.e. of the objectively existing possibility. The problematic judgment, "it is possible that Louise is at home," thus covers the assertive judgment, "it is clear that in the foreseeable future." 242. It will be possible for a rocket to travel to the moon. The difference between the first and the second judgment clearly indicates, however, the not only logically, even psychologically immanent character, but in fact the external worldly character of a large part of modality. If the category of possibility is exclusively reduced to the mere knowledge level of a supposition, then objective possibility must of course evaporate subjectively and idealistically in the external world. The possible is then demonstrated away, as if no man had ever exposed himself to the modal element of danger, as if he had never really escaped, avoided, or fallen prey to it. The possible is then made into mere anthropomorphous introjection, as if not all organisms, with their reflex and reaction apparatus, were geared to an objectively real world of possibility, from the sea anemone to the scenting deer, to the circumspection of Homo sapiens. The possible is derealized to the status of fiction, as if the concept objective possibility did not fulfill the civil as much as the criminal law, liability, impossibilium nulla obligatio, conditional clause, negligence, and so on. Nevertheless, even Sigwart, although he correctly defines mere possibility as something befitting the individual, in so far as it contains the partial ground of that which will be, Logic I, 1904, p. 274, sees in the possible only an expression of subjective indecision or even the resignation of our limited knowledge. Excess of problematic judgment modality, underestimation of object and object modality consequently provide the first motive for the idealistic denial of real possibility. But this is joined by a second motive for the denial of real possibility, and it is also to be found in great thinkers, moreover in those who are at no point subjective and idealistic. The block here is the same as the one which has also left the sister category of the possible, the new as yet not thought through. The block is the coastal trip, conditioned according to class, around a given, indeed the past, is the aversion of static thinking to the world concept of active openness and blue. This aversion is even to be found in such processive philosophers as Aristotle and Hegel, in spite of the enormous conception of a real dynamion in the former and of the real dialectic in the latter. The positing of a finished one and all, of a universe in which all possible is real, Nicholas of CUSA calls God possiest, perfected could be, and even Giordano Bruno leaves no unrealized possible in the totality of the world. This static positing has above all obstructed the space of the open possible. Thus the categorical concept of possibility as a whole lies in almost pure virgin land, it is the Benjamin among the great concepts. It always appears to be what is fresh, what is coming, that is not supposed. 243. To be considered here. Even the sophists, in whom everything firm began intellectually to totter, drew nothing but derision from the possible. So that everything and nothing is equally possible, since, as Gorgias says, there is nothing at all, neither that which is nothing nor that which is nor even anything in between, that can pass away or become, i.e. that could relate as possible to one or the other. No more radical, but more central was the denial of the possible in the Megarian school, where it clearly also combined with the Eleatic theory of immobile being. The Megarian philosopher Diodorus Cronus, characteristically extending Zeno's demonstration of the non-existence of motion, invented his supposed proof of the non-existence of the possible. This supposed proof remained famous, under the name of Kyrie Euon, 4 centuries afterwards, both as supposed dialectical masterpiece, and above all in fact on account of the interest which static thinking took in it. C.F. Zeller, Sitzungsbericht der Berliner Akademie, 1882, p. 151 ff. Diodorus formed a syllogism: nothing impossible can proceed from the possible, but since a possible that did not become real would allow impossible to proceed from it, namely another is than the is that is, this possible is itself impossible and the real proven as the only possible. Weak though the syllogism is, even the Roman Stoics took it over. In Epictetus and in Marcus Aurelius it plays a significant role in the satisfaction with the world order free from possibility and full of necessity, and was transmitted to the later Amor Fati by Cicero, De Fato 6, 7. Denial of the possible, Neo-Stoicism and Amor Fati join hands in great affinity in Spinoza, to see subspecie aeternitatis, Ethic 2, Proposition 44, Addition 2, means by definition to see everything possible already as necessarily real. Since from the point of view of Spinozistic eternity, because it coincides with the unconditional reason-consequence relationship, as the mathematical fatum of the world, there is nothing partially conditional, that is, nothing possible anymore. Which excludes for Spinoza's God the choice between the infinitely numerous logical possibilities, which Leibniz of course still left spread out before his God, as realizer. Even inside the existing world, as one which is realized by its creator out of infinitely many possible ones, Leibniz still recognizes possibility as propensity, even though as one which cannot develop anything that is in reality new either, i.e. anything not contained in the whole of the previous world. And even if Leibniz, the only great philosopher of the possible since Aristotle, also gives space to an infinite number of other possible world contexts, these primi possibilitates once again only live in the reason of the Creator and not as possibilities still capable of realization projecting into this world. 244. Now realized for once. Spinoza, however, even decides, with all the fundamental force of Amor Fati, against the possibilities in God. Things could not be created in any other way or in any other order by God than they are created. Ethic I, Proposition 33. This is therefore, with regard to the possible, Diodorus Cronus on a grand scale in metaphysics. And once again it was not as if the distaste for the possible ended here. This distaste also inhabited philosophies which could quite openly pay homage to the possible, as in Kant, or more concretely in Hegel. Kant flaunted the ideal, Hegel progress in the consciousness of freedom. Nevertheless, the critique of pure reason stresses the possible just as little as, mutatis mutandis, Hegel's Logic and Encyclopedia. Thus Kant brings possibility, both that a priori to things through concepts and that which can only be taken from reality in experience, over onto the side of pure forms of thought. Of course, all pure forms of thought or categories, hence even the modal ones, constitute experience here, as the system of appearances which has been established through the categories, but as for the categories of modality, possibility, reality, necessity, Kant urges decided caution precisely with regard to experience. Hence the statement, the categories of modality have the special property that they do not in the least enlarge, as determination of the object, the concept to which they are ascribed as predicate, but only express the relationship to the cognitive capacity. Werke, Hartenstein, 3, p. 193. Consequently, Kant does not recognize objectively real possible at all. Objectively real is also only added to the modally real through intuition and not in the least through connection with an assertive judgment, and hence with a reality judgment of modality. Nevertheless, even if at the cost of dualism, Kant must make room for possibility, namely in the peculiar area of thinking above recognizable experience, which belongs to moral reason and not to cognitive understanding, which is therefore inhabited by the postulate and by the ideal. The postulate that was later so powerfully mobilized by Fichte, you can since you ought to means possibility as capacity, as potency. The ideal which in Kant is consistently dominant, and abstractly even given precedence to politics, extension of the domination of moral freedom, means, on the other hand, possibility as potentiality of an, unfortunately endless, approach to this ideal in history. But possibility understood in this way is not object-based real possibility. There are no paths to it in the world of experience of transcendental idealism. and in fact it is by no means separately distinguished even as possibility of obligation, of postulate, of ideal, in the ahistorical field of vision of a consciousness. 245. In general there was of course inclination, but no constitutive place for the future, for the hope of the future, as Kant said in the Dreams of a Spirit Seer, Werke 2, p. 357. Thus not only understanding of the categories of experience, but also reason as the mother of ideas restricted space for the possible. And what is the ultimate status of possibility in Hegel, the pronounced philosopher of concrete reason rather than abstract understanding? Hegel, who is otherwise so objectively idealistic, surprisingly quotes with approval the passage from Kant given above which keeps modality apart from the real object, an approval of Kant which is in fact rare in Hegel. Concerning the Kant quotation he adds, in fact possibility is the empty abstraction of the reflection in itself, that which was previously called the inner, except that now it is defined as the resolved, merely posited external inner, and thus in fact also posited as a mere modality, as insufficient abstraction, in more concrete terms belonging only to subjective thinking. In particular, philosophy must not be concerned with showing that something is possible, or that something else is also possible, or that something, however one expresses it, is conceivable. Encyclopédie, 143. And even when Hegel understands possibility not only as empty abstraction of the reflection in itself, but also as an in itself moment of reality, that which he calls real possibility here is wholly surrounded by the circle of reality that has already become, hence that which is really possible can no longer be any different. Under these conditions and circumstances nothing different can follow. Logic, Werke 4, p. 211. Hegel is evidently also speaking here as an enemy of empty speculation, of the idle rearrangement of history in accordance with what could have happened, of the abstract ideal of the way a girl should be, of the way the state should be and so on. But he is also speaking as non-philosopher of the future, as psychodialectician of the past or, which amounts to the same thing, of that which is eternally occurring, eternally returning in cycles. In short, that reactionary element in Hegel is speaking here for which in any case philosophy always comes too late to change. For which the thought, according to the preface to the Philosophy of Right, in any case only appears in the time after reality has completed its formation process and has finished itself. There is also an element of Diodorus Cronus in this statement, on a scale that has become grand, this time as celebration of the past which supposedly encompasses the whole world. Precisely this pathos of statics, so astonishing in the powerful dialectician, thus caused Hegel to neglect possibility or to transpose it into that which is subordinately over and done with. The following proposition of Hegel's, closing up. 246. Process, is also relevant here, that which is internal is also externally available and vice versa. Appearance shows nothing that is not in essential being, and there is nothing in essential being which is not manifested. Encyclopédie, 139. Against this we could admittedly set the earlier statement from the preface to the Phenomenology. It is not difficult to see that our time is a time of birth and transition to a new period. The mind has broken with the previous world of its existence and imagination and is on the point of sinking it into the past, and is about the work of reshaping it. Werke 2, p. 10. Thus the conclusion from this statement, which Hegel simply did not draw, would then of course be this: where there is a time of birth, there is also the womb of a real possible from which it springs, and where there is work of reshaping, the potency of the reshaping and the potentiality of what can be reshaped must be more than merely empty abstraction of the reflection in itself. Likewise, the logic and ontology of the wide realm of the possible has been stifled by the static delusion that everything possible in the real has already been thoroughly formed. That consequently it is as unimportant as the ear from which the corn has emerged, or as chess pieces after the game is finished. The truth is, however, the Marxist one, contrasting with all previous philosophy, that the point is to change the world as a correctly interpreted world, that is, precisely as a dialectically materialistically processive world, as an unenclosed world. Changing the changeable world is the theory practice of the realizably real possible on the front of the world process. And at this end the real possible, which is homeless in every contemplative static philosophy, is the real problem of the world itself, as the still unidentical character of appearance and real essential being, ultimately of existence and essence within it. Realizing possibility. Man is that which still has much before it. He is repeatedly transformed in his work and by it. He repeatedly stands ahead on frontiers which are no longer such because he perceives them, he ventures beyond them. The authentic in man and in the world is outstanding, waiting, lives in fear of being frustrated, lives in hope of succeeding. Because what is possible can equally well turn into nothing as into being, the possible, as that which is not fully conditional, is that which is not settled. Hence, from the outset, if man does not intervene, both fear and hope are equally 247. Appropriate when confronted with this real suspension, fear in hope, hope in fear. This is why the Stoics, wise or all too passively wise men, advised that man should not settle in the vicinity of circumstances over which he has no power. But since in man active capacity particularly belongs to possibility, the display of this activity and bravery, as soon as and in so far as it takes place, tips the balance in favor of hope. Bravery in this sense is the counter-move to the negative possibility of the wrong path into nothingness. But it is only a counter-move in that, unlike the rash, abstract heroic deed, it secures for itself the most precise mediation with the given conditions. That is, mediates itself with the ripeness of these conditions and with their content which is on the social agenda. Only this is practice according to the respectively possible in the field of the general possibility being of unenclosed history and world. Only practice of this kind can lead the matter pending in the historical process, the naturalization of man, the humanization of nature, out of real possibility into reality. A future land, like every totem of the possible, but it is full of historically tendential mediation which can be pursued precisely. Just as time, according to Marx, is the space of history, so too the future mode of time is the space of the real possibilities of history, and it invariably lies on the horizon of the respective tendency of world occurrence. That is, theoretically and practically, on the front of the world process, where the decisions are made, new horizons open up. And the process into this future is solely that of matter which is concentrated and formed through to the end in man, its most highly developed blossom. What is ours and also what is not yet ours has this path ahead of it, it is rough and open. Men and things are united in this track, in this way man and world are connected best. And, not more than a few thousand years ago, the decisive blow was delivered by men, by means of which what we call, in presumptuous, but only temporarily exaggerated fashion, world history was opened up. Man and his work has thus become a decisive factor in the historical world process, with work as a means of becoming human itself, with revolutions as the midwives of the future society with which the current one is pregnant, with the thing for us, the world as mediated homeland, towards which nature is in possibility which has hardly even been entered upon, let alone exploded open. The subjective factor is the unenclosed potency to turn things here, the objective factor is the unenclosed potentiality of the turnability, changeability of the world within the framework of its laws which are however also legally variable under new conditions. Both factors are always interwoven with 248. One another in dialectical interaction and only the isolating overemphasis of the one, causing the subject to become the ultimate fetish, or of the other, causing the object, in apparent self-motivation, to become the ultimate fatum, tears subject and object apart. Subjective potency coincides not only with what is turning, but also with what is realizing in history, and it coincides with this all the more men become conscious producers of their history. Objective potentiality coincides not only with what is changeable, but also with what is realizable in history, and it coincides with this all the more the more the external world independent of man is also one which is increasingly mediated with him. There is certainly also a realizing element, with wild efficacity and seed * even great breadth, in the pre-human and extra-human world. It is here, although with no or with weak consciousness, from the same intensive root from which the humanly subjective potency then also sprang. But man as a realizing element, above all in so far as and after it is no longer endowed with false consciousness, concentrates even more certainly the central potency in the potentiality of processive matter. This central potency thus stands increasingly in the possibility of itself increasingly meeting up with the driving core interest of all occurrence, this origin and content of final real possibility, of identifying it, and indeed of making itself manifestly identical with it. However transfinite all alignments of this kind may be, they nevertheless lie along the rigorous and consistent line of extension of what has been designated as the conscious production of history, contrary to unfathomed fate. So that in fact the realization itself of what is realizing, i.e. the adequate manifestation of what is forming history, stimulating process, as the core of real possibility, constitutes the both remotest and yet positively deepest real possibility, with hardly even partially existing conditions. Nevertheless, the whole of the conscious production of history is visible here, grasped, achieved, extended causa sui in society and nature. Whereby the realization of what is realizing, this final real possibility, is the same as the final real problem, to lift society and nature onto their hinges. And precisely the world of this final real possibility, the world of causa sui, which can at least be anticipated in terms of definition, presents itself in exemplary form as harmony of the unreified object with the manifested subject, of the unreified subject with the manifested object. These are, turned towards a near and distant future, the basic proportions of human development. However, the hinge in human history is its producer, working man, who is finally no longer dispossessed, alienated, reified, subjugated for the profit of his exploiters. Marx is the realized teacher of this resolution of the proletariat, of this possible mediation, which is becoming real, of men with themselves and their normal happiness. However, the hinge in the history of nature, which, in contrast to his own history, man of course influences but does not make, is that agent of extra-human occurrence, still hardly mediated with us, indeed still hypothetical, which is abstractly called natural force and was once called in untenably pantheistic terms natura naturans, which can however be made concretely accessible the moment the working man, this most powerful, highly conscious part of the universal material agent, by no means separated from the rest of nature, begins to emerge from the semi-incognito of his previous alienation. Marx is the essential teacher of this approaching mediation with the production center of world occurrence in general, of the, as Engels puts it, transformation of the supposed thing in itself into the thing for us to the extent of a possible humanization of nature. Free people on free ground, grasped thus in a total way, this is the final symbol of the realization of what is realizing and hence of the most radical frontier content in the objectively real possible as a whole. 19. Changing the world or Marx's 11 Theses on Feuerbach thinking ahead has long since been announced and there to be heard. Only cowards talk their way out of everything, and liars remain general. Only they conceal themselves in baggy or crazy garments, always try to be somewhere other than where we can catch them out. But what is true can never be defined enough, even when, and especially when the matter is still dawning on our vision. Through this early feel for what is essential, even the 19-year-old Marx was perfectly successful in formulating sharp central propositions in the surviving letter to his father. This type wants to get to the heart of the matter from the outset, never plays itself out into what is futile, discards it as soon as it recognizes it as such. Thus, with all broadly perceived, carefully considered material that ensues, it is capable of being on the ball again at any time, hitting home and scoring. 250 points. The grasped element that knows how to grasp itself in this fashion thus shows the points along the way. With and through these the pull forwards now sharpens itself so that even possible side tracks may still serve it. Of course this directing quality is subsequently not always as easy to survey as it is to quote, in its brevity. For significant brevity is coherent, that is why it is the least quick to put itself into words. Time of drafting. Thus the understanding must repeatedly prove itself anew in such propositions. This nowhere more freshly than in the terse collection of the most terse directions which are known as the 11 Theses on Feuerbach. Marx wrote them down in April 1845 in Brussels, most probably in the burst of preparatory work for the German ideology. The theses were not published until 1888 by Engels, as an appendix to his Ludwig Feuerbach and the Outcome of Classical German Philosophy. Here Engels slightly edited Marx's occasionally sketchy text for style, naturally without the slightest change of content. Concerning the theses, Engels writes in the foreword to his Ludwig Feuerbach, they are notes for later elaboration, jotted down quickly, definitely not intended for publication, but invaluable as the first document in which the seed of genius of the new view of the world is set down. Feuerbach had recalled us from pure thought to sensory perception, from mind to man, together with nature as his basis. As we know, this both humanistic and naturalistic rejection of Hegel, with man as the main idea, nature rather than mind as primary, had a strong influence on the young Marx. Feuerbach's The Essence of Christianity, 1841, his Provisional Theses for a Reform of Philosophy, 1842, and even his Principles of the Philosophy of the Future, 1843, seemed all the more liberating since even the left-wing school of Hegelians could not detach itself from Hegel, in fact did not go beyond a merely internal Hegelian critique of the master of idealism. The enthusiasm, says Engels in Ludwig Feuerbach, looking back at it around 50 years later, was general. We were all momentarily Feuerbachians. How enthusiastically Marx greeted the new interpretation, and how greatly, despite all critical reservations, he was influenced by it, we can read in The Holy Family, Ludwig Feuerbach, Dietz, 1946, p. 14. The German youth of that time believed it could at last see land instead of heaven, human, of this world. Meanwhile Marx very soon detached himself from this all too vague. 251. Humanist of this world. His activity on the Reinigungszeitung had brought him into far closer contact with political and economic questions than the left-wing Hegelians, or even the Feuerbachians enjoyed. This very contact increasingly led Marx from the critique of religion, to which Feuerbach restricted himself, to the critique of the state, indeed already of the social organization which, as the critique of Hegel's philosophy of state, 1841-3, recognizes, determines the form of the state. In Hegel's distinction between bourgeois society and state, emphasized by Marx, more economic consciousness was in fact already concealed than in his epigones, even in the Feuerbachians. The separation from Feuerbach occurred with respect and in the first place as a correction or even as a mere amendment, but the totally different, social viewpoint is clear from the beginning. On March 13, 1843 Marx thus writes to Ruge, "For me Feuerbach's aphorisms are only incorrect on one point, he refers too much to nature and too little to politics. This is however the only alliance through which current philosophy can become truth." Megi, 1/2, p. 308. The Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, 1844, contain another significant celebration of Feuerbach, admittedly as a contrast to the wool-gathering of Bruno Bauer. They praise above all among Feuerbach's achievements the foundation of true materialism and of real science, in that Feuerbach likewise makes the relationship between man and man into the fundamental principle of his theory. Megi, 3, p. 152. But the economic and philosophic manuscripts are already a lot further beyond Feuerbach than they declare. The relationship between man and man in them does not remain an abstract anthropological one at all, as it does in Feuerbach. Instead the critique of human self-alienation, transferred from religion to the state, already penetrates to the economic heart of the alienation process. This not least in the splendid passages on Hegelian phenomenology, in which the historically formative role of work is identified, and Hegel's work interpreted in the light of it. At the same time, however, the economic and philosophic manuscripts criticize this work because it interprets human work activity only as mental, not as material. The breakthrough to political economy, i.e. away from Feuerbach's general idea of man, is accomplished in the first work undertaken in collaboration with Engels, in The Holy Family, likewise in 1844. The economic and philosophic manuscripts already contain the sentence, "Workers themselves are capital, a commodity," 1.c. p. 103, whereby nothing more of Feuerbachian humanist remains here than its negation in capitalism. The Holy Family noted capitalism itself as the source of this strongest and final alienation. 252. Instead of Feuerbachian generic man, with his abstract naturalness which always remains the same, a historically changing ensemble of social relationships now clearly appeared, and above all, one that is antagonistic in class terms. Alienation, of course, embraced both, the exploiting class as well as that of the exploited, above all in capitalism, the strongest form of this relinquishing of self, false objectification of self. But, states the Holy Family, the first class feels happy and confirmed in this self-alienation, knows that the alienation is its own power and possesses in it the appearance of a human existence. The second class feels itself destroyed in alienation, perceives in it its own powerlessness and the reality of an inhuman existence. Megi, 3, p. 206. Which in fact showed the respective class-based methods of production and exchange based on the division of labor, particularly the capitalist ones, to be the finally discovered source of alienation. Marx was a materialist at the latest from 1843 onwards. The Holy Family gave birth to the materialist interpretation of history in 1844, and with its scientific socialism. And the 11 Theses, produced between the Holy Family of 1844-45 and the German ideology of 1845-46, thus represent the formulated departure from Feuerbach, together with a highly original entry into a new original inheritance. Politically empirical experience from the Rhineland period plus Feuerbach made Marx immune to the mind and nothing but mind of the left-wing school of Hegelians. The adopted standpoint of the proletariat allowed Marx to become causally and concretely, that is, truly, fundamentally, humanistic. As is self-evident, the departure here is not a complete break. References to Feuerbach run through large parts of Marx's work, even after the departure of the 11 Theses. Closest to the abandoned land, if only for chronological reasons, stands the German ideology which directly followed the Theses. Many critical approaches of the Theses return in it, although of course the critique of Feuerbach and the murderous demolition of second-rate Hegelian epigones are vastly different here. Feuerbach still belonged to bourgeois ideology, so the analysis of its pseudo-radical manifestations of decay, such as Bruno Bauer and Stirner * also had to implicate him in the German ideology. But in such a way that in places the philosopher himself supplied the handle of the logical weapon with which Marx also intervened against him, but above all against the left-wing Hegelians. Consequently, the German ideology fundamentally begins with the name of Feuerbach and criticizes, starting out from his critique of religion, the simply inner idealistic conquering of idealism. It has not occurred to any of these philosophers to inquire about the connections of German philosophy with German reality, about the connections of their critique with their own material surroundings. Megi, 5, p. 10. However, Marx stresses on the other hand that Feuerbach is to be greatly preferred to the pure materialists in that he realizes that man is also a sensory object. In fact, the recognition cited above indicates the importance of Feuerbach for the early development of Marxism just as much as the critique of his abstract, ahistorical notion of the human being indicates the and indeed anti-Feuerbachian character of fully developed Marxism itself. The recognition states, without man equally being a sensory object, it would have been much more difficult to have worked out human activity materialistically as the root of all social things. Feuerbach's anthropological materialism thus marks the facilitated possible transition from mere mechanical to historical materialism. The critique states, without the concretization of what is human into really existing, and above all socially active men, with real relationships to one another and to nature, materialism and history would have in fact continually fallen apart, despite all anthropology. In this connection, however, Feuerbach always remains important for Marx, both as a transit point and as the only contemporary philosopher of whom an analysis is at all possible, clarifying and fruitful. The basic thoughts to which Marx critically reacts in this way, and via which he makes productive progress, are essentially contained in Feuerbach's central work The Essence of Christianity of 1841. Feuerbach's provisional theses for a reform of philosophy of 1842 and the principles of the philosophy of the future of 1843 also come into consideration. The earlier writings of the philosopher can hardly have been of any importance for Marx, since Feuerbach, at least until 1839, was too unoriginal, and lay too much under the influence of Hegel. Only from that time on did Feuerbach apply the Hegelian concept of self-alienation to religion. Only from that time on did the earlier Hegelian say his first thought had been God, his second reason, and his third and last was man. This means, just as the Hegelian philosophy of reason had overcome church belief, so philosophy now put man, with the inclusion of nature as his basis, in place of Hegel. Despite all this, however, Feuerbach could not find the path to reality, precisely the most important aspect of Hegel, the historical dialectical method, he rejected. It was only the 11 theses that became signposts out of mere anti-Hegelianism into reality which can be changed, out of the materialism of the base behind the lines into that of the front. 254. Question of grouping. How the theses should be ordered is both an old and a new question. For the way they stand, for private reference, not intended for publication, they repeatedly overlap. They also present the same content in another place, do not always make the reason for their division and sequence evident. The requirements of teaching have thus occasioned various attempts to rearrange the theses as they belong together and hence to divide them into groups. In doing this, the attempt is sometimes made to let the sequence of numbers stand, just as if the 11 theses could be subsumed one after the other, in a direct row. For example, such a grouping which sticks to the numbers looks as follows: Theses 1, 2, 3 are under the heading, Unity of Theory and Practice in Thought, Theses 4 and 5 under, Understanding of Reality in Contradictions, Theses 6, 7, 8, 9 under, Reality Itself in Contradictions, Theses 10, 11 under, Location and Task of Dialectical Materialism in Society. This is the arrangement according to figures. Since there are several other such arrangements quite different in terms of content, it shows how little instructive the mere place value of the numbers is here. Each of these arrangements treats the order in too exalted a fashion on the one hand, in that they allow it to remain eternally entrenched, as in the 12-table law * or in the 10 Commandments, while on the other hand they treat it in too lowly and formalistic a fashion, as if it was a series of stamps. But numbering is not systematics, and Marx needs the substitute least of all. Hence the theses must be grouped philosophically, not arithmetically, that is, the order of the theses is solely that of their themes and contents. There is, as far as can be seen, still no commentary on the 11 theses, only when there is one, arising out of the common cause itself, does the continuously productive coherence of their brevity and depth also open up. Then there appears, firstly, the epistemological group dealing with perception and activity, Theses 5, 1, 3, secondly, the anthropological historical group dealing with self-alienation, its real cause and true materialism, Theses 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, thirdly, the uniting or theory practice group, dealing with proof and probation, Theses 2, 8. Finally there follows the most important thesis, the password that not only marks a final parting of the minds, but with whose use they cease to be nothing but minds. Thesis 11. Strictly speaking, the epistemological group is opened by Thesis 5, the anthropological historical group by Thesis 4, since these theses describe the two basic theories of Feuerbach which Marx relatively accepts, and which he goes on beyond in the remaining theses of the respective groups. The basic theory adopted is the rejection of abstract thinking in Thesis 5, the rejection of human self-alienation in Thesis 4. And corresponding to the first basic feature of materialist dialectics, the depiction of which announces itself here, between the individual theses within each respective group there is free, complementary movement of voices, just as, between the groups themselves, continual correlation is taking place, forming a coherent unified whole. Epistemological group. Perception and activity. Theses 5, 1, 3. It is recognized here that even when thinking we can only proceed from the sensory perception, not the concept which is merely taken from it, is and remains the beginning where all materialist cognition identifies itself. Feuerbach reminded us of this at a time when every academic street corner still resounded with mind, concept, and nothing but concept. Thesis 5 stresses this contribution. Feuerbach is not content with cerebrality, he wants his feet on the perceived ground. But Thesis 5, and then above all Thesis 1, both make clear that with contemplative sensoriness, the only kind Feuerbach understands, his feet cannot yet move and the ground itself remains unnegotiable. The person who perceives in this way does not even try to move, he remains standing in a state of comfortable enjoyment. Hence Thesis 5 teaches, mere perceiving does not understand sensoriness as practical, as human sensory activity. And Thesis 1 reproaches the whole of previous materialism for only understanding perception under the form of the object, not however as human, sensory activity, practice, not subjectively. Hence it happened that the active side, in contrast to materialism, was developed from idealism, but only abstractly, since idealism obviously does not know real sensory activity as such. The inactive perception in which all previous materialism persists, including that of Feuerbach, is thus replaced by the human activity factor. And this happens even within the context of the sensory, i.e. immediate, fundamentally beginning knowledge, sensoriness as real basis of cognition. 256. Is thus by no means the same as contemplative perception. The concept of activity which is thus stressed by Marx in Thesis 1 in fact derives from idealistic epistemology, and not from idealistic epistemology as such, but only from that developed in the new bourgeois age. For this concept presupposes as a base a society where the ruling class sees or wishes to see itself in activity, i.e. work. However, this is only the case in capitalist society insofar as work, or rather, the appearance of work around the ruling class, in contrast to all pre-bourgeois societies is here no longer a dishonor, but is respected. This results out of the necessity of making profit, out of the forces of production being unleashed in this profit society. Work, which had been held in contempt in the ancient slave-owning societies, even in feudal society with its system of serfdom, in Athens even sculptors were counted as Philistines, is obviously not reflected in the thoughts of the ruling class either, in total contrast to the ideology of the entrepreneur, the bourgeois, the so-called homo faber, whose profit dynamic, becoming free in the new age, forming the new bourgeois age, still by a long chalk progressive, also certainly makes itself evident in the superstructure and activates the base itself. Both morally, in the shape of a so-called work ethic, and epistemologically, in the shape of a concept of activity, a work logos in cognition. The work ethic, preached particularly by the Calvinists for the purpose of creating capital, this capitalist vita activa contrasted with aristocratic idleness, and also with the vita contemplativa of a quiet, monkish, scholarly existence. In parallel fashion, the work logos in cognition, This concept of producing, particularly exaggerated in bourgeois rationalism, differed from the ancient and also scholastic cognitive concept of mere receiving, vision, visio, passive depiction. As it survives contained in the concept of theoria itself, consistent with the original vision sense of the word. Even Plato is, cum grano salis, ultimately a receiving sensualist in this manner, for however ideally and purely related to ideas his vision pretends to be, it is in fact still essentially receptive vision, and the thought process is consistently understood in keeping with sensory perception. But then even Democritus, the first great materialist, who in fact sets the tone until Marx, is likewise trapped in this work-shy ideology which does not reflect the work process. Even Democritus only understands cognition in passive terms, thinking, through which for him the truly real is known. The real dimension of the atoms together with their mechanism, is explained here solely by the impression of corresponding little pictures, idola, which detach themselves from the surface of things and flow into the person who is perceiving and knowing. On 257. The question of epistemological non-activity. There is therefore no difference at all between Plato and Democritus. Both epistemologies are united by the slave-owning society, which means here, the absence of despised work activity in the philosophical superstructure. And now, the paradox appears that rationalism, the idealism of the New Age, which often distanced itself far from Plato, reflected the work process much more powerfully in epistemological terms than the materialism of the New Age, which never distanced itself very far from its ancient progenitor Democritus. The calmly depicting mirror, this omission of the concept of work, is thus, up to and including Feuerbach, materialistically more common than the pathos of production, and especially of the dialectical reciprocal depiction of subject-object, object-subject onto each other. Among the more recent materialists only Hobbes teaches rational production, with the principle which is valid until Kant, only such objects are knowable which can be constructed mathematically. But greatly though Hobbes, with the help of this principle, was able to define philosophy as theory of the mathematical mechanical motion of bodies, and therefore as materialism, for his part he just as little succeeded in getting beyond the form of the object criticized by Marx, namely beyond merely contemplative materialism. Something different occurred within idealism when production passed from geometric construction into the real work form of historical genesis. This was first decisively achieved in Hegel. The Phenomenology of Mind was the first work to discuss seriously the dynamics of the epistemological concept of work, at least in historical idealistic terms. This was also far superior to the merely mathematical idealistic production pathos, which, in the case of the great rationalists of the manufacturing period, Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, had influenced their semi or total idealism. There is no better witness to the significance of Hegel's phenomenology, which was not in the least understood by Feuerbach, than Marx in the economic and philosophic manuscripts. Marx sees the greatness of the phenomenology precisely in the fact that it understands the essence of work and comprehends objective man, true because real man, as a result of his own work. Mega 1, 3, p. 156. This statement thus best explains the deficiency mentioned above of merely perceiving materialism, up to and including Feuerbach. Previous materialism lacks the constantly oscillating subject-object relation called work. Hence in fact it understands the object, reality, sensoriness only under the form of the object, omitting human sensory activity. Whereas Hegel's phenomenology occupied, as Marx says, the standpoint of modern political economy. 1c. p. 157. Feuerbach. 258. However, still occupied in epistemological terms the standpoint of slave-owning society or even of serfdom, on account of the non-active, still contemplatory element in his materialism. At the same time Marx of course makes it clear that bourgeois activity is still not the complete, right kind. It cannot be so precisely because it is only appearance of work, because the production of value never emanates from the entrepreneur, but from peasants, manual workers, ultimately wage earners. And because the abstract, reified, confused circulation of goods on the free market allowed nothing more than an ultimately passive, external, abstract relationship to it. For this reason thesis I stresses, even the epistemological reflection of activity could only be an abstract one, since idealism of course does not know real, sensory activity as such. However, even the bourgeois materialist Feuerbach, who wishes to get away from abstract thinking, who seeks real objects rather than reified thoughts, omits human activity from this real being, he understands it not even as objective activity. This is strikingly elaborated in the introduction to the German ideology. Feuerbach is speaking specifically of the perception of natural science. He mentions secrets which only became apparent to the eye of the physicist and chemist, but where would natural science be without industry and trade? Even this pure natural science of course receives its purpose and material only through trade and industry, through sensory activity of men. The activity, this continuing sensory working and creating, this production is so much the basis of the whole of the sensory world that, even if it were interrupted for only a year, Feuerbach would not only find an enormous change in the natural world, but very soon also miss the whole human world and his own ability to perceive, indeed his own existence. Of course the priority of external nature remains at the same time, and of course all this is not applicable to original men, produced through gene ratio equivoca, but this distinction only makes sense insofar as man is regarded as being different from nature. This nature which precedes human society is not incidentally the nature in which Feuerbach lives, not the nature which no longer exists anywhere today except perhaps on one or two Australian coral islands of more recent origin, i.e. does not exist for Feuerbach either. Mega 1, 5, p33f. How crucially human work, which precisely as an object is completely homeless in Feuerbach, is emphasized in these lines as an important, if not the most important object in the world which surrounds men. Accordingly, therefore, the being that conditions everything now itself contains active men. This has quite astonishing consequences, they make. 259. Thesis 3 above all especially important, challenging not only Feuerbach, but also vulgar Marxists. Two further concepts of the sensory world, a bad one and one that is often misunderstood, are therefore worth noting in this truly objective connection. They are most intimately related to it. They concern, after all, the empiricist favorite children or even trump cards of that supposedly activity-shy perception which sees the circumstances merely as that which is standing around men. One is so-called givenness, a particularly object-based, i.e. apparently materialistically related concept. However, apart from the fact that it is, semantically, a changeable concept that would not be valid if there were no subject to which alone something is given or can be given, there is in the world which constitutes the human environment hardly anything given which is not equally something worked on. Hence Marx speaks of the material which natural science only receives through trade and industry. In reality, only surface contemplation shows the given. After a little probing, however, every object of our normal environment reveals itself to be by no means sheer datum. It proves itself instead to be the end result of previous work processes, and even the raw material, apart from the fact that it is totally changed, was fetched from the forest by work or hewn out of the rocks or extracted from the depths of the earth. So much for the first passive trump card, which is obviously not one at all, but only counts and wins the trick from the surface standpoint. The second trump card of supposedly activity-shy perception, however, does employ a perfectly legitimate, in fact decidedly materialistic concept to begin with, namely the primacy of being over consciousness. In epistemological terms, this primacy expresses itself as the external world which exists independently of human consciousness, in historical terms as priority of the material base over the mind. But once again Feuerbach hardened this truth one-sidedly. He exaggerated it mechanistically, in that he omitted activity here too. Within the province of normal human environment, independence of being from consciousness is by no means the same as independence of being from human work. The independence of this external world from consciousness, its objectivity, is instead so far from being cancelled by the mediation of work with the external world that it is in fact ultimately formulated by it. For just as human activity is itself objective activity, i.e. does not fall out of the external world, so the subject-object mediation, in that it occurs, is likewise a piece of external world. This external world also exists independently of consciousness in that it does not itself appear under the form of the subject, but admittedly not only under the form of the object either. 260. But in fact it represents the interacting mediation of subject and object, in such a way that being does indeed determine consciousness everywhere, but once again historically decisive, namely economic being contains an inordinate amount of objective consciousness. All being is for Feuerbach, however, autarchical primacy, as purely pre-human base, natural base, with man as blossom, but in fact simply as blossom, not as separate natural force. But the human method of production, the metabolism with nature which occurs and is regulated in the work process, even the relations of production as base, all this, illuminatingly, itself has consciousness in it. Likewise the material base in every society is again activated by the superstructure of consciousness. Thesis 3 is especially informative concerning the interaction in this being-consciousness relationship, despite the priority of economic being. But it is information which gives no pleasure to vulgar materialism. It does however give human consciousness the most real place in the circumstances, that is, precisely inside the external world which it helps to form. Mechanistic environmentalism asserts that men are products of circumstances and of education, changed men therefore products of other circumstances and a different education. Above this one-sided, often even very naturalistic theory of depiction, milieu like soil, climate, Thesis 3 now posits the truth which is so superior to the previous standard materialism, that circumstances are in fact changed by men, and that the educator must himself be educated. This does not of course mean that this change of circumstances could now happen without reference to that objective lawfulness which also binds the subject and activity factor. Rather, Marx is waging a war on two fronts at this point. He is struggling both against mechanistic environmentalism, which ends in fatalism of being, and against the idealistic subject theory, which ends in putschism, or at least in exaggerated activity optimism. One passage in the German ideology thus thoroughly complements Thesis 3, namely because it deals with the most salutary reciprocal movement of men and circumstances, of subject-object mediation of a constantly interacting, constantly dialectical kind. So that in history on every level a material result, a sum of productive forces, a historically created relationship to nature and of individuals to one another is to be found, which is passed on to each generation by its predecessor, a class of productive forces, capital, and circumstances which is indeed on the one hand modified by the new generation, but which on the other hand also prescribes to it its own conditions of life and gives it a particular development, a special character, so that circumstances make men just as much as men make circumstances. 261. Mega 1, 5, p27f. As stated above, the interaction between subject and object is particularly emphasized in this passage, even with the audible precedence of the circumstance-man relationship over the reverse, in such a way, however, that man and his activity always remain the specific part of the material historical base, indeed represent its root, as it were, and also its capability for radical change. Even the idea, in theory, becomes a material power, according to Marx, if it seizes the masses. How unequivocally the technological political changing of circumstances is such a power, and how clearly even the subject factor understood in these terms remains inside the material world. Das Kapital provides a final elaboration of Thesis 3, now committing man quite decisively to the external world, in fact to nature. He sets in motion the natural forces pertaining to his physical nature, arms and legs, head and hands, in order to acquire natural material in a form useful for his own life. Because he acts on and changes nature outside himself through this movement, he simultaneously changes his own nature. The earth is itself a working material, but presupposes a whole series of other working materials before it can serve as working material in agriculture, and an already relatively high development of working capacity. Das Kapital I, Dietz, 1947, p. 185, 187. Thus human activity with its consciousness is itself explained as a piece of nature, moreover as the most important piece, in fact as radical practice precisely at the base of material being, which again primarily conditions the consciousness that follows. Feuerbach, who felt no revolutionary mission whatsoever and who also never got beyond man as a nature-based generic being, had no appreciation whatsoever of this increased primacy of nature, increased by human activity. This is ultimately the reason why history does not appear in his purely perceiving materialism and why he does not manage to get beyond the contemplative attitude. Thus his relationship to the object remains ancient aristocratic, in illogical contrast to the pathos of man which he put, again only in purely theoretical terms and as mere blossom of existing nature, at the center of his critique of religion, and no other. He thus looks down on practice from on high, which he only knows as a demeaning business. Practical perception is a dirty perception stained with egotism. Feuerbach, Das Wesen des Christentums, 1841, p. 264. It is this passage to which Marx is ultimately referring in Thesis 1 when he says that in Feuerbach practice is only understood and fixed in its dirty Jewish manifestation. And how much arrogance of this kind there was later when the perception increasingly stained with egotism was added ideologically to so-called pure perception, then with the so-called truth. 262. For its own sake. How much equestrian science then arose, high on its horse, audacious de la mêlée, apart from the dirt in itself, how much aristocracy of knowledge, without aristoi, knowingly in league with dirty practice, restraining from the correct kind. With great presentiment Marx already posited the pathos of revolutionary, practical critical activity against such pure lack of understanding as Feuerbach's. Thus Marx emphasizes, precisely as a materialist, precisely inside being itself, the subjective factor of production activity which is, exactly like the objective factor, an objective one. And this has powerful, and in fact also anti-vulgar materialistic consequences. They make this part of the Feuerbach theses particularly valuable. Without the comprehended work factor itself, the primacy of being, which is in no way a factum brutum or given fact, cannot be comprehended in human history. It most certainly cannot be mediated with the best aspect of active perception with which Thesis 1 closes, with the revolutionary, practical critical activity. Working man, this subject-object relation living in all circumstances, belongs in Marx decisively with the material base. Even the subject in the world is world. Anthropological historical group. Self-alienation and true materialism. Theses 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. It is recognized here that as human beings we always proceed from alienation. Thesis 4 states the theme. Feuerbach revealed self-alienation in its religious form. His work therefore consisted in dissolving the religious world into its worldly basis. But, Marx continues, he overlooks the fact that, after the completion of this work, the main task still remains to be done. Feuerbach, as Thesis 6 determines more precisely, had put religious existence onto a worldly basis insofar as he dissolved it into human existence. This was an important undertaking in itself, especially since it cast a sharp glance at the contribution of human wishes. Feuerbach's anthropological critique of religion derived the whole of the transcendental sphere from wishful imagination. The gods are the heartfelt wishes transformed into real beings. At the same time there arises through this wish hypostasis a doubling of the world into an imaginary and a real one, when man shifts his best being from this world into a celestial other world. It is therefore necessary to remove this self-alienation, that is, to fetch. 263. Back heaven to men again through critical anthropology and by identifying its origins. Here, however, the logical Marxist argument comes into force, which did not stop at the abstract genus of man, which is quite unstructured in class and historical terms. Feuerbach, who had reproached Hegel so strongly on account of his concept treifications, does indeed localize his abstract genus of man empirically, but only in such a way as to allow it to be inherent in the single individual, free of society, without social history. Thesis 6 therefore stresses, but human existence is not an abstract inherent in the single individual. In its reality, it is the ensemble of social conditions. Indeed, with his hollow arc between single individual and abstract humanum, while omitting society, Feuerbach is little other than an epigone of the Stoics and of their after-effects in natural right, in the ideas of tolerance of the new bourgeois age. Even Stoic morality had fallen back upon the private individual after the decline of the Greek public polis. This was, Marx says in his doctoral dissertation, the good fortune of its time. Thus the moth, when the common sun has gone down, seeks the private lamplight, Megai, 1/1, p. 133. On the other hand, however, the abstract genus of man, skipping all national social conditions, was supposed to assert itself in the Stoics as a sole universal over single individuals, as the place of the communis opinio, of the rectoratio for all times, among all peoples, i.e. as the general human house, incorporated into the equally general good world house. Only this human house was not the vanished polis, but it was half, with assiduous ideology, the Pax Romana, the cosmopolitan empire of Rome, and half, with abstract utopia, a fraternal human league of enlightened individuals. Not without reason, therefore, did the concept of humanitas arise as both a generic and value concept at the court of Scipio the Younger, and the Stoic Panaetios was its author. With his abstract genus of man, Feuerbach then above all absorbed the Neo-Stoicism which, again with hollow arc between individual and generality, had emerged in the new bourgeois age. This ultimately in the abstract sublime concept of the citoyen and in the Kantian pathos of humanity in general, which reflected the citoyen in a German and moral way. The individuals of the new age are of course capitalists, not Stoic private pillars, and their universal was not the ancient ecumene which was supposed to eliminate nations, but, with idealization precisely of the ancient polis, the generality of bourgeois human rights with the abstract citizen above it, this moral humanitarian generic ideal. Nevertheless, there are important economically conditioned correspondences here, otherwise there would have been no Neo-Stoicism in the 17th and 18th. 264. Centuries here as their society is atomized into individuals, here as there an abstract genus rises above it, an abstract ideal of humanity, humanus. Marx, however, criticizes precisely this abstract above mere individuals, in fact defines human existence as ensemble of social conditions. That is why Thesis 6 is directed both against Feuerbach's ahistorical view of humanus per se and, connected with this, against the purely anthropological generic concept of this humanity, as a generality which unites the many individuals in a merely natural way. Marx still definitely retains the value concept of humanity, of course, he does so clearly in Thesis 10. The expression real humanism with which the preface to the Holy Family begins is of course abandoned by the German ideology, in connection with the rejection of any trace of bourgeois democracy, with the gaining of the proletarian revolutionary standpoint, with the creation of dialectical historical materialism. But Thesis 10 nevertheless states with all the value accent of a humanistic opposition, of a real humanism therefore, which however is only valid and accepted to be valid as a socialist humanism. The standpoint of the old materialism is bourgeois society, the standpoint of the new materialism, human society or socialized humanity. The humanum therefore does not always lie in every society as inner, silent generality which unites the many individuals in a merely natural way, it does not lie in any kind of existing generality at all. It is to be found instead in difficult process and gains itself only together with communism, as communism. For this very reason, the new, proletarian standpoint, far from removing the value concept of humanism, in practice allows it to come home for the very first time, and the more scientific the socialism, the more concretely it has precisely the care for man at its center, the real removal of his self-alienation as its goal. Certainly not, however, after Feuerbach's fashion, as an abstract genus equipped with all too sublime humane sacraments per esse. Marx therefore incorporates the very motif of the epistemological thesis group into Thesis 9, this time against Feuerbach's anthropology, the highest to which perceiving materialism can attain, i.e. the materialism which does not comprehend sensoriness as practical activity, is the perception of single individuals in bourgeois society. A class barrier is thus finally noted, the same barrier which blocked revolutionary activity in Feuerbach's epistemology, and now blocks history and society in his anthropology. Marx's continuation of Feuerbachian anthropology, as a critique of religious self-alienation, is therefore not only logically consistent, but also a renewed demystification, namely of Feuerbach himself or of final, anthropological fetishization. Thus, 265. Marx leads us from general ideal man, via mere individuals, to the ground of real humanity and possible humanness. In order to do this, the glance at the processes which really underlie alienation was necessary. Men double their world not only because they have an inwardly torn, wishing consciousness. Rather, this consciousness arises together with its religious reflection from a much closer split, namely a social one. The social conditions themselves are inwardly torn and divided, show an above and a below, struggles between these two classes and hazy ideologies of the above, of which the religious is only one among many. To find this closer aspect of the worldly basis was for Marx precisely the work whose main task still remained to be done, itself a this world compared with the abstract anthropological this world of Feuerbach. Feuerbach, an undialectical stranger to history, had no eye for this, but Thesis 4 acquires it. The very fact that the worldly basis sets itself off from itself and fixes itself as an independent realm in the clouds can only be explained by the self-conflict and the self-contradiction of this worldly basis. The latter itself must therefore first be understood in its contradiction and then be revolutionized by eliminating the contradiction in practice. Hence, for example, after the earthly family is discovered to be the secret of the Holy Family, the former must now itself be criticized and radically changed in practice. In order to be truly radical, i.e. according to Marx's definition, in order to grasp things by the radix, by the root, the critique of religion thus requires the critique of the conditions which underlie heaven, of their wretchedness, of their contradictions and their false, imaginary resolution of these contradictions. Marx had already formulated this so forcibly and unmistakably in the introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right of 1844, the critique of religion ends with the categorical imperative of overthrowing all conditions in which man is a debased, an enslaved, a forlorn, a contemptible being, Megai, 1/1, p. 614f. Only after this progressive critique, which is also progressive in practical revolutionary terms, do we arrive at a situation which no longer requires any illusions, either as deception or even as compensation. The critique has picked to pieces the imaginary flowers on the chain, not so that man has to wear the dreary chain devoid of imagination, but so that he can throw off the chain and pick the living flower. 1.c. p. 608. In order to do this, the earthly family must first be discovered as the secret of the heavenly one, right down to that matured economic materialistic secret science which then causes Marx to say in Das Kapital, besides, little familiarity is required with the history of the Roman Republic. 4. 266. Example, to know that the history of property forms its secret history, Das Kapital I, Dietz, 1947, p. 88. Consequently, the analysis of religious self-alienation, in order for it to be a truly radical one, fundamentally goes beyond ideologies to the closer role of the state, to the very closest political economy, and achieves here for the first time real anthropology. Achieves it as social scientific basic insight into the relation of men to men and to nature. Since, as Thesis 7 stresses, the religious disposition is itself a social product, the act of producing can and must not be forgotten over the product, as it is by the unhistorical, undialectical Feuerbach. The following passage in Das Kapital once more refers to this ultimate half-measure, that is, untenability of Feuerbach's dissolution. It is in fact much easier to find the earthly core of the nebulous shapes of religion through analysis than conversely to develop deified forms from the respective conditions of real life. The latter is the only materialistic and therefore scientific method. The defects of abstractly natural scientific materialism, which excludes the historical process, can already be seen from the abstract and ideological ideas of its spokesmen, as soon as they venture out beyond their specialized field. Das Kapital I, Dietz, 1947, p. 389. Furthermore, the German ideology states, in Feuerbach materialism and history completely fall apart, thus establishing the basic difference between dialectical historical materialism and the old mechanical kind. Whenever Feuerbach is a materialist, history does not appear in his work, and whenever he takes history into account, he is no materialist. Megi, 5, p. 34. Feuerbach himself had claimed that he was a materialist looking backwards, i.e. regarding the basis of nature, but an idealist looking forwards, i.e. regarding ethics and even the philosophy of religion. Precisely the omission of society, history, and its dialectic in Feuerbach's materialism, precisely the feeling occasioned by this that life is missing in the old mechanical materialism, which was the only kind Feuerbach knew, inevitably causes an idealism of an embarrassed kind in this philosopher at the end of his philosophy. It revealed itself clearly in his ethics of life. It shows itself in the hints of a certain Sunday brotherhood sentimentality. Once again, the governing influence here is merely, as Thesis 9 says, the perception of single individuals in bourgeois society, but once again even religion, which had ostensibly been disposed of, makes itself apparent in Feuerbach, a religion which was merely derived anthropologically by him, not socially criticized. This is evident in the way that Feuerbach does not actually criticize the contents of religion, but essentially only their displacement into an other world and thus the weakening of man. And 267. Is this world? In so far as he consequently sought to remind human nature of its squandered wealth again, there are of course undoubtedly problems involved in this reduction. Who would wish to underestimate precisely the depth of humanity, the humanity of the depth in religion-charged art, in Giotto, in Grunewald, in Bach, and ultimately even perhaps in Bruckner? But Feuerbach, with unparalleled heart, soul brotherhood, and melting soul, makes out of all this almost a kind of non-denominational pectoral theology. Moreover, he allows almost all the attributes of the Father God to remain, in the unavoidable emptiness of his idealism forwards, as virtues in themselves, so to speak, and only the heavenly God is struck from the list. Instead of, God is merciful, is love, is omnipotent, works miracles, hears our prayers, all that can be said now is, mercifulness, love, omnipotence, working miracles, hearing prayers are divine. Accordingly, therefore, the whole apparatus of theology remains intact. It has just moved from its heavenly location to a certain abstract region, with reified virtues of the natural basis. In this way, however, the problem, humane legacy of religion, which Feuerbach probably had in mind, did not arise, but religion came at a reduced price, to suit a poorly demystified habitual embourgeoisement, which Engels correctly identifies in Feuerbach's stale dregs of religion. Marxism, conversely, is no idealism forwards even with regard to religion, but materialism forwards, wealth of materialism without a poorly demystified heaven which must be brought down to earth. The truly total explanation of the world from within itself, which is called dialectical historical materialism, also posits the transformation of the world from within itself into an other world beyond hardship, which has not the least in common either with the other world of mythology, or with its master or father contents. Theory-Practice Group. Proof and Probation. Theses 2, 8. It is not recognized here that thought is pale and feeble. Thesis 2 sets it above sensory perception, with and in which it merely commences. Feuerbach had denigrated thought, because it leads away from the individual into the general. This was evaluated nominalistically. In Marx, however, thought definitely does not aim into the poorly general, abstract, but just the opposite. It opens up precisely the mediated essential context of the 268 appearance, one which is still sealed to the mere sensoriness in the appearance. Thus thought, which Feuerbach only allows to be abstract, is concrete precisely when it is mediated, whereas conversely, thoughtless sensory material is abstract. Thought must of course lead once again to perception, in order to prove itself, as pervasive, in the latter, but even at this end this perception is by no means the passive, immediate Feuerbachian kind. The proof can instead only lie in the mediatedness of the perception, that is, solely in that sensoriness which has been theoretically processed and has thus become thing for us. This is however ultimately the sensoriness of theoretically mediated, theoretically acquired practice. So the function of thought is, even more than sensory perception, an activity, a critical, insistent, revealing activity, and the best proof is thus the practical testing of this deciphering. Just as every truth is a truth for a certain purpose, and there is no truth for its own sake, except as self-deception or whimsy, so too there is no complete proof of a truth from within itself as a truth which merely remains theoretical. In other words, there is no theoretically imminently possible complete proof. Only a partial proof can be achieved purely theoretically, mostly still in mathematics, but even here it proves to be only a partial proof of a specific kind, since in fact it never gets beyond mere inner agreement, logically consistent correctness. Correctness is not yet truth, however, that is, depiction of reality and also the power of intervening in reality according to the measure of its known agencies and laws. In other words, truth is not a theory relationship alone, but a definite theory-practice relationship. Thus Thesis 2 states, the question of whether objective truth is appropriate to human thinking is not a question of theory, but a practical question. In practice man must prove the truth, i.e. the reality and power, the this-worldliness of his thinking. The argument about the reality or non-reality of a thinking which isolates itself from practice is a purely scholastic question. That is, a school-bound question in the sense of a dosed thought immanence, including mechanical materialistic thoughts. This contemplative boarding school was the space of all previous concepts of truth. With its theory-practice relationship, Thesis 2 is therefore wholly creative and new. In comparison, previous philosophy really does appear scholastic. Since, as observed above, either ancient and medieval epistemology did not reflect activity, or on the other hand activity as bourgeois abstract activity was not truly mediated with its object. In both cases, in the ages of the ancient and feudal contempt for work and in the age of the bourgeois work ethic, without concreteness of work, practice, both technological and political, was regarded at best. 269. As the application of theory. Not as attestation that the theory is a concrete one, as in Marx, not as the functional change of the key into the lever, of true depiction into intervention with power over being. Thus the right thought and doing what is right finally become one and the same. Activity and partisan attitude are contained within it from the beginning, and therefore emerge again as true conclusion at the end. The color of the resolution is its own in this conclusion, not an additional color brought in from elsewhere. Every confrontation in the history of philosophy confirms in this case the novum of the theory-practice relationship as opposed to mere application of theory. Even when a part of the theory was already aimed at practice, as in Socrates, as in Plato when he tried to realize his utopian state in Sicily, as in the Stoics with logic as mere wall, physics as mere tree, but with ethics as the fruit. As in Augustine, the founder of the site of the medieval papal church, as at the end of the Middle Ages in William of Ockham, the nominalist destroyer of the papal church in favor of rising national states. There was undoubtedly a social and practical mission behind all these, but the theory nevertheless led its own abstract, practically unmediated separate existence. It only condescended to application to practice, like a prince to his people, at best like an idea to its utilization. And even Bacon, in the sharp bourgeois practical utilitarianism of the New Age, he did indeed teach that knowledge is power. He wanted to re-establish the whole of science and to give it a new aim, as ars inveniendi, but, despite all opposition to purely theoretical knowledge and contemplative cognition, science remains autarchical, and only its method is to be changed. Changed in the sense of the inductive method, the methodically directed experiment. The proof, however, does not lie in practice. This is rather regarded even here only as the fruit and reward of truth, not as its final criterion and as demonstration. The various philosophies of action, which derived from Fichte and from Hegel, and then again, going back to Fichte, arose in the left-wing school of Hegelians, have even less similarity with Marx's practice criterion. Fichte's active deeds may itself have shown power and line on important national political points, but ultimately it always proved ethereal. In the end, it simply served not so much to better the world of the not I by processing it as to remove it completely. All that was proved, so to speak, by this basically world-hostile practice was the in any case settled subjective starting point of Fichtean ego-idealism, not however an objective truth which first develops with and through the world. Hegel comes closest to a premonition of a practice criterion, and in fact characteristically on account of the 270 relationship to work in his phenomenology. In addition, a transition occurs in Hegel's psychology from theoretical mind, perception, imagination, thinking, to the antithesis practical mind, feeling, driving will, bliss, out of which then, synthetically, free mind was to result. Thus this synthesis proclaimed itself as the self-knowing will, as will which thinks and knows itself, which ultimately, in the rational state, wants what it knows and knows what it wants. Likewise the practical idea is already classed above the idea of contemplated cognition in Hegelian logic, insofar as not only the dignity of what is general, but also of what is simply real is appropriate to the practical good, Werke v. p. 320f. All this, notes Lenin, in the chapter The Idea of Cognition, undoubtedly means that in Hegel practice is a link in the chain in the analysis of the process of cognition. Consequently Marx is establishing a direct link with Hegel when he introduces the criterion of practice into epistemology, see the Theses on Feuerbach, Aus dem philosophischen Nachlass, Dietz 1949, p. 133. However, at the end of his logic, just as at the end of his phenomenology and of his fully developed system, Hegel leads the world, the object, the substance, almost as far back into the subject as Fichte does, so that in the end, it is not practice which crowns truth, but reminding, science of appearing knowledge and nothing more. And also, according to Hegel's famous statement at the end of the preface to his Philosophy of Right, philosophy always comes too late anyway. It only appears as the thought of the world in the time after which reality has completed its formation process and finished itself. The closed-circuit thinker Hegel, the antiquarian of what is unalterably already existing, thus ultimately prevailed over the dialectical process thinker Hegel with his crypto-practice. There is still, in order to measure the distance of Marx's doctrine of practice even in the immediate environment of his youth, the practice, soon also sharp practice of the left-wing Hegelians and all that goes along with it. This was the weapon of criticism, the so-called philosophy of action, when Marx was young. But what was at work here in fact was essentially only a return from the objective idealism of Hegel to the subjective idealism of Fichte. Feuerbach himself identified this in Bruno Bauer. This series of so-called philosophies of action began with the otherwise not uninteresting work by Tsiolkovsky, Prolegomena to Historiosophy, 1838, a work which expressly presents it as necessary to use philosophy to change the world. Thus in these Prolegomena there are even appeals for rational research into the tendencies of history, so that the correct course of action can be taken, so that not instinctive, but 271 Conscious actions form world history, so that the will is brought to the same peak to which reason had been brought by Hegel, so that in this way a not only pre but also post-theoretical practice can gain space. This all sounds significant, and yet it remained only declaratory, resulted in absolutely nothing even in Tsiolkovsky's other writings. In fact, the interests of the future became more and more irrational and obscure in his work. Tsiolkovsky's rejection of speculation became a rejection of reason, activity became an activity of active intuition, and the whole will towards the future ultimately ended in a theosophy of Amen in the Orthodox Church, published at the time of the Communist Manifesto. In Marx's own circle there was still Bruno Bauer's work, of course, likewise a philosophy of action, even one of the Last Judgment, but in fact the most subjective of all. When reactionary thinking under Friedrich Wilhelm IV put this weapon of criticism to the test, in Bruno Bauer it immediately retreated into individualism, in fact into an egocentricity contemptuous of the masses. Bauer's critical critique was simply a battle in and between thoughts, a kind of l'art pour l'art practice of the arrogant mind with itself, and eventually Stirner's The Lone Individual and His Property developed from it. Marx himself has said the decisive thing about this in The Holy Family, on his own account, as is evident, in the cause of genuine practice and its unmistakableness. In the cause of revolutionary practice, beginning with the proletariat, equipped with the fruitful aspect of the Hegelian dialectic and not with abstractions from the wilted and widowed philosophy of Hegel, Megai, 3, p. 189, let alone of Fichtean subjectivism. Fichte, the virtuous man of wrath, did at least still have energetic directives in view. From the closed commercial state to the speeches to the German nation, he philosophized the French out of Germany. The critical critique, however, merely paraded in the tattersalls of self-importance. And, closer to Marx, even in the work of the thoroughly honest socialist Moses Hess, action had a tendency to detach itself from social activity, to reduce itself to reform of moral consciousness, a philosophy of action without developed economic theory behind it, without a timetable of dialectically comprehended tendency within it. The concepts of practice until Marx are therefore completely different from his theory-practice conception, from the doctrine of unity between theory and practice. And rather than merely being glued onto theory, in such a way that thought remains purely scientific and does not in the least require application, in such a way that theory continues to pursue its own life and its immanent self-sufficiency even in its proofs, according to Marx and Lenin, theory and practice continually. 272. Oscillate. Since both alternately and reciprocally swing into one another, practice presupposes theory, just as it itself further releases and needs new theory in order to continue a new practice. Concrete thought had never been valued more highly than it was here, where it became the light for action, and never had action been valued more highly than here, where it became the crowning of truth. And warmth also definitely seeks to be inherent in thinking here, since it is helpful thinking. The warmth of wanting to help itself, of love for the victims, of hatred of the exploiters. Indeed, these feelings bring partiality into play, without which no true knowledge combined with good action is at all possible in socialist terms. But a feeling of love which is not itself illuminated by cognition blocks the very helping action on which it would like to embark. It is sated all too easily by its own excellence, becomes the haze of a new pseudo-active self-confidence. In this case not a l'art pour l'art critical self-confidence, as in Bruno Bauer, but a sentimentally uncritical one which is stifling and vague. As in Feuerbach himself, he always set his equivocation sensation in place of practice. He diffuses love into the general emotional relation between I and you. He reveals the lack of any social cognition even here by retreating to mere individuals and their eternally languishing relationships. He effeminates humanity thus. The new philosophy is in relation to its base, itself nothing more than the nature of sensation raised into consciousness. It affirms only in and with reason what every person, the real person, admits in his heart. Werke 2, 1846, p. 324. This statement is from the Principles of the Philosophy of the Future, in fact it is the action substitute from the past, from a bourgeois conformist, sanctimonious, indeed, very often, tartuffishly sabotaging past. From a past which, precisely because of its abstractly declamatory love of mankind, does not in the least seek to change the world today for the good, but to perpetuate it in the bad. Feuerbach's caricature of the Sermon on the Mount excludes all harshness in prosecuting injustice, while including total laxness in the class struggle. For this very reason general socialism of love recommends itself to all the crocodile tears of a capitalistically interested philanthropy. Hence Marx and Engels, the kingdom of love was preached precisely as opposed to bad reality, to hatred. But when experience teaches that this love has not become effective in 1800 years, that it has not been able to transform social conditions, nor to establish its kingdom, then it quite obviously follows from this that this love which has not been able to conquer hatred does not supply the active energy necessary for social reforms. This love gets lost. 273. In sentimental phrases through which no real, factual conditions can be removed, it makes man lethargic with the enormous emotional pap on which it feeds him. Therefore deprivation gives man strength, those who must help themselves, do help themselves. And that is why the real conditions of this world, the sharp contrast in society today between capital and work, between bourgeoisie and proletariat, as they appear in their most developed form in industrial trade, are the other, more powerfully bubbling source of the socialist worldview, of the desire for social reforms. This iron necessity creates a wide audience and active adherence for socialist endeavor, and it will pave the way for the socialist reforms through transformation of present conditions of trade sooner than all the love which glows in all the hearts brimming with feeling in the world. Circular against H. Kriege, a supporter of Feuerbach, May 11, 1846. Since then, what Thomas Munzer would not only have called contrived belief but also contrived love, has spread in quite a different way than in Feuerbach's relatively harmless time among renegades and pseudo-socialists. Their hypocritical love of mankind is however only the weapon of war of a much more total hatred, namely of communism, and the newly contrived love is only there for the sake of the war. Together with the mysticism which is not lacking even in Feuerbach, which here still at least wished to be forward idealism, i.e. progressive, and which, in the formless roaring of the fulfillment of its heart, of its God the fatherliness made anthropological, had no worse shortcoming than the poorly demystified, non-denominational Philistinism mentioned above. But the mysteries of today's profound babbling which is no longer even idealistic, almost as different from Feuerbach's mysticism as this was from the mysticism of Meister Eckhart, hide their heart up their sleeves, and instead of the empty rosy mist there is today a nothingness exploited by the bourgeoisie. Thesis 8 says, all mysteries which lead theory into mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the rational solution of this practice. Here of course a distinction is being made between two types of mysteries, namely those which present what is unclarified, aporias, forest of uncomprehended contradictions as still uncomprehended in reality, and those, called actual mysticisms, which are idolatry of darkness for its own sake. But even things that are simply unfathomed, and especially the misty line in them, can lead into mysticism. For this very reason only rational practice is the human solution here, and the rational solution only human practice, which keeps to humanity, rather than the forest. And even the word mysticism is not used without reason by Marx on the subject of 274. Feuerbach, in fact it is used against the non-sort of abstract love which leaves the Gordian knot alone. To repeat, Feuerbach's mysteries, the love mysteries without clarity, certainly have nothing in common with that which later emerged as rottenness and nidoratio. Feuerbach lies instead on that German salvation line which leads from Hegel to Marx, just as the German disaster line leads from Schopenhauer to Nietzsche and the consequences. And love of mankind, in so far as it clearly understands itself as being directed towards the exploited, in so far as it proceeds towards real knowledge, is undoubtedly an imperative agent in socialism. But if the salt can lose his savor, how much more so the sugar its sweetness asterisk, and if Christians of feeling remain locked in defeatism, how much more so socialists of feeling in pharisaical betrayal. Hence Marx also attacks in Feuerbach a dangerous inflatedness, one which enjoys itself as it is, on the bottom line a pectoral practice which achieves the opposite of what the altruism it preaches to and its ineffably universal love intend. Without factions in love, with an equally concrete pole of hatred, there is no genuine love. Without partiality of the revolutionary class standpoint, there only remains backward idealism instead of forward practice. Without the primacy of the head to the very end, there are only mysteries of resolution rather than the resolution of mysteries. At the ethical conclusion of Feuerbach's philosophy of the future, both philosophy and future are missing. Marx's theory for the sake of practice started both functioning, and ethics at last becomes flesh. The password and its meaning. Thesis 11. It is recognized here that the future aspect is the nearest and most important. But not in fact after Feuerbach's fashion, which never sets sail. Which contents itself from beginning to end with contemplation, which leaves things as they are. Or even worse, which believes it cannot help but rearrange things, but only in the book, while the world itself notices nothing of it. One reason why it notices nothing of it is because the world can so easily be rearranged in false representations that nothing real appears in the book at all. Every step outwards would be damaging here to the salt is good, but if the salt have lost his savor, wherewith shall it be seasoned? Luke 14:34. 275. Neatly figured out book living in its own nature reserve and would disturb the private life of invented thoughts. But even the most authentic books and doctrines often show the typically contemplative desire to be satisfied with themselves in their framed context, one successfully achieved at last in terms of a work. Consequently, they even fear a change in the portrayed world which might possibly arise out of themselves, because the work, even if, like Feuerbach's, it sets up principles of the future, could then no longer hover through the ages in such an autarchical manner. Especially if, as was again the case in Feuerbach, this was supplemented by an intended or naive political indifference, the public was wholly confined to the equally contemplative reader, his arms, his actions were not addressed. The standpoint may have been a new one, but it remained a mere vantage point. Conceptual invention thus gave no instructions for real intervention. Hence, briefly and antithetically, Marx states the celebrated Thesis 11, philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, but the point is to change it. A significant difference to every previous impetus to thought is thus strikingly designated. Short propositions, as we noted at the beginning, sometimes seem as if they can be assessed more quickly than they in fact can. And with celebrated propositions there is sometimes the problem that, very much against their will, they no longer stimulate reflection, or that we swallow them too raw. Then from time to time they cause us difficulty, in this case difficulty which is hostile to intelligence, at least alien to intelligence, and which could not be further from the sense of the proposition. What exactly is intended by Thesis 11 then? How must it be understood in Marx's invariably precise philosophical sense? It must not be understood, or rather, misused by mixing it in any way with pragmatism. The latter stems from a region which is utterly alien to Marxism, from a region which is hostile to it, intellectually inferior, ultimately downright disreputable. Nevertheless, busybodies as they say in America, i.e. bustlers, repeatedly subscribe to Marx's proposition, just as if it was American cultural barbarity. Underlying American pragmatism is the view that truth is nothing more than the commercial usefulness of ideas. Consequently, there is a so-called aha experience of truth, as soon and in so far as this is aimed at practical success and actually shows itself to be suitable for bringing it about. In William James, Pragmatism, 1907, the businessman, as American way of life, to a certain extent still appears to be generally human, is so to speak garnished in a humanitarian way, even in an almost life-promoting and optimistic way. Both on account of the pink packaging of American capitalism still possible at that time, and above all on account of the tendency of every class society to present its special interest as that of the whole of humanity. This is why pragmatism initially also professed to be the patron of those various, interchangeable, logical instruments with which the higher order of businessman achieves almost humanitarian success. But there is no more such a thing, even less such a thing as a humanitarian businessman than there is such a thing as a Marxist playboy. Thus, after James, pragmatism in America and in the whole of the world bourgeoisie quickly showed itself for what it is, the final agnosticism of a society stripped of any will towards the truth. Two imperialist wars, the first generally imperialist war from 1914 to 1918, the second partially imperialist war of the Nazi aggressors, made pragmatism ripe even for horse trader ideology. Now it is no longer a question of truth at all, not even as if it were at least an instrument to be maintained, and the pink package of humanitarian success completely went to the devil who was in it from the beginning. Now ideas wavered and changed like share prices, according to the war situation, the business situation, until finally the utterly disgraceful pragmatism of the Nazis appeared. What served the German nation, i.e. what served German capital finance, was right, what furthered the interests of life, i.e. maximum profit, and what appeared to be useful for its purposes, was truth. These were therefore, in the fullness of time, the consequences of pragmatism, and yet how harmlessly, indeed how deceptively it may have also looked like theory practice. How speciously a truth for its own sake was spurned here too, without saying that this was done on account of a lie for the sake of business. How speciously concrete too was the demand here for the probation of truth in practice, even in changing the world. How great the falsifiability of Thesis 11 is then in the heads of scorners of intelligence and practicists. Certainly, as far as practicists in the socialist movement are concerned, in moral terms, as is self-evident, they do not have the least in common with the pragmatists. Their will is pure, their intention revolutionary, their goal humanitarian. But by omitting the head here, and consequently nothing less than the whole wealth of Marxist theory together with the critical appropriation of the cultural legacy within it, there arises on the side of the trial and error method, of tinkering, of practicism, that cruel falsification of Thesis 11 which is reminiscent of pragmatism in 277. Methodological terms. Practicism which borders on pragmatism is a consequence of this falsification, one which is as always uncomprehended, but ignorance of a consequence is no protection against stultification. The practicists, with at best short-term credit for theory, especially complicated theory, create in the middle of the Marxist system of light the darkness of their own private ignorance and of the resentment which so easily goes with ignorance. Sometimes in fact not even practicism, i.e. still at least an activity, is necessary to explain such alienation from theory, since the schematism of unthinkingness also lives from its own, from inactive anti-philosophy. But it can thus refer even less to the most valuable thesis on Feuerbach. Misunderstanding then becomes blasphemy. It must therefore be repeatedly emphasized, in Marx a thought is not true because it is useful, but it is useful because it is true. Lenin formulates the same idea in the pithy dictum, Marx's doctrine is all-powerful because it is true. And he continues, it is the rightful heiress of the best that humanity produced in the 19th century in the shape of German philosophy, English political economy and French socialism. And he states a few lines previously, the whole genius of Marx consists in the fact that he gave answers to the questions which the progressive thinking of humanity had already posed. Lenin, 3 sources and 3 components of Marxism. In other words, real practice cannot take a single stride without having consulted theory economically and philosophically, a theory advancing with great strides. Thus, just as there has been a lack of socialist theoreticians, the danger has always existed that contact with reality would suffer, a reality which is never to be interpreted schematically and simplistically, where practice was otherwise supposed to succeed in socialist terms. Even if these are open doors which the anti-pragmatism of the greatest practice thinkers, greatest in that they were the most reliable truth witnesses, holds open, they can still be closed again and again by an interested misinterpretation of Thesis 11. By one which ironically enough believes it can detect in the highest triumph of philosophy, which takes place in Thesis 11, an abdication of philosophy, in fact a kind of non-bourgeois pragmatism. Precisely that future aspect is poorly served here which no longer comes towards us uncomprehended, but to which conversely our active knowledge comes. Ratio keeps watch on this stretch of practice. Just as it keeps watch on every stretch of humanitarian road home, against the irrational which ultimately also shows itself in any practice devoid of concept. For if the destruction of reason sinks back into the barbaric irrational, then the 278. Ignorance of reason sinks back into the stupid irrational, though the latter does not of course shed blood, but ruins Marxism. Even banality is thus counter-revolution against Marxism itself, since Marxism is the consummation, not the Americanization, of the most progressive thoughts of humanity. So much for false understanding, right at the end, where it surfaces. The false equally requires elucidation precisely because Thesis 11 is the most important, corruptio optimi pessima. At the same time this thesis is the most succinctly expressed one, so a commentary here must go into the literal meaning much more than with the others. So what is the significance of the wording in Thesis 11, what is its apparent contrast between knowing and changing? There is no contrast, even the not contrary, but rather broadening particle but is missing in Marx's original, cf. Megi, 5, p. 535, there is just as little sign of an either-or. And previous philosophers are reproached for the fact, or rather, it is identified as a class barrier in them, that they have only interpreted the world in various ways, not however that they have philosophized. But interpretation is related to contemplation and follows from it. Non-contemplative knowledge is thus now distinguished as a new flag which truly carries us to victory. But as a flag of knowledge, as the same flag which Marx, though with action, not with contemplative quiet, raised above his major work of learned research. This major work is a clear directive for action, but it is called Das Kapital, not Guide to Success or even active propaganda. It is not a sort of recipe for a quick heroic deed anti-ram, but stands in the middle of the res, in painstaking examination, philosophizing contextual exploration of the most difficult reality. With the course set towards comprehended necessity, towards knowledge of the dialectical laws of development in nature and society as a whole. The identification of the first part of the proposition thus pushes off from the philosophers who have only interpreted the world in various ways, and from nothing else. It does set sail, but only on an extremely well thought out voyage, as the second part of the proposition reveals, on that of a new, of an active philosophy, one which, in order to achieve change, is as inevitable as it is suitable. Undoubtedly Marx did direct harsh words against philosophy, but not against contemplative philosophy per se, whenever it was important philosophy from a great age. But precisely against a particular kind of contemplative philosophy, namely that of the Hegel epigones of his time, which was in fact a non-philosophy. Hence, characteristically, the German ideology, which was aimed at these epigones, contains the strongest polemical attack. We must set aside philosophy, we must jump out of 279 it and, as ordinary people, apply ourselves to the study of reality, for which there is enormous material even in literature, of which philosophers are of course unaware, and if we then come across people like Coleman or Stirner again, we find that we have had them behind us and below us for a long time. Philosophy is about as similar to study of the real world as masturbation is to love-making, Megi, 5, p. 216. The names Coleman, a pietistic theologian of the time, and especially Stirner show only too dearly to which address or kind of philosophy this mighty invective was directed. It was directed at philosophical windbaggery. It was not directed at Hegelian philosophy and other great philosophies of the past. No matter how contemplative these were considered to be, Marx would have been the last person to have missed a study of the real world in the concrete philosopher Hegel, the most knowledgeable encyclopedist since Aristotle. This kind of objection was raised to Hegel by minds fundamentally different to Marx and Engels, the minds of the Prussian reaction, subsequently of revisionism and similar political realists, as we know full well. Of real previous philosophy, on the other hand, Marx speaks quite differently even in the German ideology, namely in the sense of a creative real entry into an inheritance. Previously, the introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right of 1844 had already clearly established that philosophy could not be abolished without realizing it, could not be realized without abolishing it. The former, with the accent on realization, is said for the men of practice, hence, quite rightly, the practical political faction in Germany demands the negation of philosophy. Where it is quite wrong is not in the demand but in stopping at the demand which in all seriousness it neither implements nor can achieve. It believes it can achieve that negation by turning its back on philosophy and murmuring a few irritated and banal phrases about it with its head turned away. The limitation of its field of vision does not rank philosophy as well in the precincts of German reality or imagine it even under the rubric of German practice and the theories that serve it. You demand that we should start from real living seeds, but you forget that the real living seed of the German nation has until now only proliferated beneath its skull. In a word, you cannot abolish philosophy without realizing it. The second, with the accent on abolition, is said for the theoreticians. The same wrong, only with reverse factors, was committed by the theoretical political faction which dates from philosophy. It saw in the present struggle only the critical struggle of philosophy with the German world. It did not consider that subsequent philosophy itself belongs to this world and is its, albeit ideal, completion. 280. Critical of its adversary, it behaved uncritically towards itself, in that it began with the assumptions of philosophy and either stuck at its given results or issued demands and results of philosophy imported from elsewhere, although these, assuming they are justified, are conversely only to be obtained through the negation of subsequent philosophy, of philosophy as philosophy. We will reserve a closer portrayal of this faction for the moment. It occurred in the Holy Family and in the German ideology, with the severest critique of degenerate contemplation, of the critical repose of knowing. Its basic defect can be reduced to this: it believed it could realize philosophy without abolishing it. Megai, 1/1, p. 613. Marx thus gives both factions of the time an antidote for their behavior, in each case a reverse medicina mentis. He imposes greater realization of philosophy on the practical men of that time, and greater abolition of philosophy on the theoreticians. However, even the negation of philosophy, itself a very highly philosophically charged concept deriving from Hegel, refers in a most explicit way here to subsequent philosophy, not to every possible and future philosophy in general. The negation refers to philosophy with truth for its own sake, i.e. to autarchical contemplative philosophy, to one which simply interprets the world in an antiquarian way. It does not refer to one which changes the world in a revolutionary way. Indeed, even inside the subsequent philosophy, which is of course so fundamentally different from the Hegel epigones, there is, despite all the contemplation, so much study of the real world that even German classical philosophy does not figure in a totally impractical way among the three sources and three components of Marxism. The absolutely new aspect in Marxist philosophy consists in the radical changing of its basis, in its proletarian revolutionary mission, but the absolutely new aspect does not consist in the idea that the only philosophy which is capable of changing and destined to change the world concretely is not philosophy at all anymore. Because it is so like never before, hence precisely the triumph of knowledge in the second part of the proposition of Thesis 11, concerning the changing of the world. Marxism would not be a change at all in the true sense if it were no theoretical practical primacy of true philosophy before and in it. Not least philosophy which, with staying power, with full cultural inheritance, is well versed in ultraviolet, that is, in the future latent properties of reality. Changing in the untrue sense is easy of course in many ways, even without a concept. The Huns also changed things. Change can also be brought about through megalomania, through anarchism, even through the ravings of mental illness which Hegel calls a perfect. 281. Depiction of chaos. But sound change, especially that into the realm of freedom, comes about solely through sound knowledge, with ever more precisely mastered necessity. Out-and-out philosophers have subsequently changed the world in this way: Marx, Engels, Lenin. Practicists from the hollow of the hand, schematists with a horde of quotations, have not changed it, and neither have those empiricists whom Engels called induction asses. Philosophical change is change with unstinting knowledge of its context, for if philosophy does not represent a separate science above all other sciences, it certainly is the separate knowledge and conscience of this totem in all sciences. It is the progressive consciousness of the progressive totem, since the totem does not itself stand as a factum, but solely circulates with the still unbecome in the gigantic context of becoming. Philosophical change is thus a change according to the stipulations of the analyzed situation, of dialectical tendency, of objective laws, of real possibility. That is why therefore in the end philosophical change takes place essentially in the horizon of the future, which is generally incapable of contemplation, incapable of interpretation, but is discernible in a Marxist sense. And seen from this point of view, Marx also rose above the changing accents, cited above, which are only placed antithetically, concerning realization or abolition of philosophy, realization accentuated against the men of practice, abolition accentuated against the theoreticians. The dialectical unity of correctly understood accents reads, at the end of the already quoted introduction, Megai, 1/1, p. 621, as is well known, philosophy cannot realize itself without the abolition of the proletariat cannot abolish itself without the realization of philosophy. And the abolition of the proletariat, as soon as it is not only grasped as a class, but equally, as Marx teaches, as the sharpest symptom of human self-alienation, is undoubtedly a long act. A total abolition of this kind coincides with the final act of communism. In the sense in which Marx expresses it in the economic and philosophic manuscripts, with a perspective which is at home precisely in the philosophically most extreme Eschaton, only here for him, for man, has his natural existence become his human existence and nature for him become man. Thus society is the perfect essential unity of man with nature, the true resurrection of nature, the accomplished naturalism of man and the accomplished humanism of nature. Megai, 3, p. 116. The final perspective of changing the world which Marx attempted to formulate shines here. Its thought, the knowledge conscience of all practice, in which the still distant totem is mirrored, undoubtedly demands just as much newness of philosophy, as it creates resurrection of nature. 282. The Archimedean point. Knowledge related not only to what is past, but essentially to what is coming up to begin with the mind became so powerful, ultimately it becomes expert at being so. And precisely because it has relinquished its earlier, often falsely sublime character. Because it has become a truly political song, finally managed to get beyond contemplated and past material to the present. To a present, furthermore, in those days, which did not countenance the mind as ether, but rather used it as material power. To understand this, the point in time is once again important when, with the other early writings, the 11 Theses emerged into this powerful light. Marx wrote about it in the Communist Manifesto, 1848, that is, a short time later, the Communists are directing their main attention on Germany, because Germany is on the eve of a bourgeois revolution and because it is achieving this radical change under more progressive conditions of European civilization in general and with a much further developed proletariat than England in the 17th and France in the 18th century, and the German Revolution can therefore only be the immediate prelude to a proletarian revolution. Hence the particular impetus, one not experienced by Feuerbach, which immediately brought the new philosophy, in statu nascendi, onto the barricades. Already in Thesis 4, the Archimedean point had been discovered from which the old world could thus be lifted off its hinges and the new one onto its hinges, The Archimedean point in the worldly basis of today, the latter itself must therefore first be understood in its contradiction and then be revolutionized by eliminating the contradiction in practice. And so, what is it finally that discovered the starting point of the 11 Theses, i.e. the beginning philosophy of revolution? It is surely not the new, proletarian mandate alone, however decisively it tore itself free from contemplation, did not take, let alone perpetuate things as they are. Neither is it only the critically and creatively claimed inheritance of German philosophy, of English political economy, of French socialism, necessary though these three enzymes, primarily Hegel's dialectic and Feuerbach's renewed materialism, were for the formation of Marxism. But rather what finally led to the Archimedean point, and with this to theory practice, did not appear in any previous philosophy whatsoever, in fact has hardly been fully considered by and in Marx himself. In bourgeois society, says the Communist Manifesto, the past rules over the present. 283. In communist society the present rules over the past. And the present rules together with the horizon within it, which is the horizon of the future, and which gives to the flow of the present specific space, the space of new, feasibly better present. Thus the beginning philosophy of revolution, i.e. of changeability for the better, was ultimately revealed on and in the horizon of the future, with the science of the new and power to guide it. All knowledge was however previously related essentially to what is past, since only this can be contemplated. The new thus remained beyond its grasp, the present, in which the becoming of the new has its front, remained an embarrassment. Thinking in commoditiform has particularly intensified this old traditional impotence, since the way capitalism turns all men and things into a commodity not only lends them alienation, but it also makes evident, the thought form commodity is itself the intensified thought form becomeness, factum. On account of this factum the fieri is particularly easily forgotten, and consequently the producing element on account of the reified product, and on account of the apparent fixum at the back of men, the openness in front of them. But the false reciprocal relationship between knowledge and past is very much older, in fact it has its origin precisely where the work process was not at all considered in cognition, so that knowledge not only had to be, as shown above, simply vision, but the object of knowledge had to be simply material that has been thoroughly formed, and beingness simply been-ness. This is the proper place for Plato's anamnesis, for truly, says Socrates in the Meno Dialogue, 81b, 82a, and points to vision precisely in the primal past of the soul, searching and learning are purely and simply, memory. It is the spell of this contemplative antiquarium which, despite all social changes in the concept of knowledge, has kept philosophy until Marx not only in contemplation, but also in fact in the mere relation to becomeness inscribed in every contemplation. Even for the thinker of development, Aristotle, essence is the what was being, in the sense of enclosed definability, statuary distinctness. Even for Hegel, the great dialectical process thinker, occurrence is totally bent under its finished history, and essence is the reality that has become, in which it is one with its appearance. Not least in Feuerbach, Marx himself notes the same block. Feuerbach's whole deduction regarding the relationship of people to one another only goes to prove that people need and have always needed each other. He seeks to establish consciousness via this fact, he therefore seeks, like the other theoreticians, merely to produce a correct consciousness via an existing factum, whereas for real communists it is a question of 284. Overthrowing what exists, Deutsche Ideologie, Megi, 5, p. 31. The effect of all this was simply for the spirit of anamnesis to seek its power of cognition precisely where present, and especially future is least to be decided. Whereas, therefore, the mere relation, knowledge past stands in an almost exclusively tub-thumping relationship to questions of the present, and especially to crucial problems of the future, or in a relationship of the most short-sighted bourgeois class standpoint, it only feels at home as it were, though without the perpetuated class standpoint coming to an end, in the seclusion of the Pret right. And indeed all the more at home, the more distant the objects lay back in the past, the more adequate therefore their isolation appears to the repose of contemplation. Hence, in the relation, knowledge past, the Crusades permit more scientificality so to speak than both the last two world wars, and Egypt, which is even more distant, more than the Middle Ages. In fact the apparent total over of physical nature stands or stood there as a kind of super-Egypt or potential of Egypt, a very long way back in the past, with the granite becomeness of a matter which was pronounced dead, not without methodological jubilation. But how different all this is in Marxism, how greatly its power has passed to the present. How convincingly its new, its general science of occurrence and change proves itself precisely on the front of occurrence, in the actuality of each decision, in tendency control towards the future. In Marxism, the past is not graded in an increasingly antiquarian manner either, since history, as both a primitive communist history and as a history of class struggles, does not even make the epoch which lies furthest back in the past into a museum, even less does it make the one which lies closer to it into a science-free moratorium, as happens in bourgeois contemplation, whereby such large sections of bourgeois erudition, without any concrete knowledge relationship to the present, either confronted this latter epoch helplessly when it demanded decision, or, in recent times, sold themselves to anti-Bolshevism, over and above all class interests, with scandalous ignorance and lack of wisdom. Even the incomparably superior scientific pioneers of bourgeois society, the great and pure ideologists of the 17th and 18th centuries, who certainly were kept in relation to the present and the future, always confronted what was coming up in their own revolutionary class with illusions or unconcretely overshooting ideals, not only on account of their respective class barriers, but also on account of the barrier against the future, which until Marx was consistently erected with the class barrier. This all unites, the longer it persists, the more so, precisely with the anamnesis or the contemplative static knowledge block against. 285. What is really advancing and coming up? And likewise, now quite decisively, where the knowledge-past relationship sees only embarrassment in the present and chaff, wind, formlessness in the future, the knowledge-tendency relationship grasps the what-for of its knowledge as a whole, as the mediated new construction of the world. The dialectical historical tendency science of Marxism is thus the mediated future science of reality plus the objectively real possibility within it, all this for the purpose of action. The difference from the anamnesis of the become, together with all its variations, could not be more illuminating. This is true both of the enlightening Marxist method and of the enlightened, unenclosed matter within it. Only the horizon of the future, which Marxism occupies, with that of the past as the anteroom, gives reality its real dimension. Neither must we forget here the new location of the Archimedean point itself, from which the world is lifted onto its hinges. It likewise does not lie a long way back, in what is past, what is finished and done with, to which earlier, merely contemplative materialism had reduced the world by analysis. This subsequently produced an unchecked retrograde effect, precisely when the demystifying role of this materialism was long since over. It dissolved historical appearances into biological ones, and the latter into chemical and physical ones, right down to the atomic basis of each and everything. So that, even of historically highly charged appearances, say of the Battle of Marathon for example, only the muscle movements remained, i.e. the Greeks and the Persians together with the social content of this battle disappeared into entirely sub-historical muscle movements. These then dissolved again out of physiology into organic chemical processes, and organic chemistry in turn, which is common to all living things in any case, finally landed up in the dance of the atoms, precisely as the most general basis of each and everything. Thus, of course, not only had the Battle of Marathon completely disappeared, for which after all an explanation was supposed to be given, but the whole constructed world was apparently submerged in the generality of a total mechanism, with the loss of all its appearances and differences. In this reduction to atomics and nothing but atomics, mechanical materialism saw the heart of the matter. In fact all there was in reality here was that night of which Hegel once spoke, the night in which all cows are gray. What was missing was what Democritus, the first great materialist, termed, the rescuing of appearances, and which he called for in methodology. Here, of course, Feuerbach did the young Marx a great service with his not physical but anthropological materialism, a service 286, which is recognized in the whole tenor of the 11 Theses. Atoms and then the whole of biology do indeed underlie every further construction in evolutionary terms, but the starting point, as Engels later called it in the Dialectic of Nature, then the Archimedean point, for history, is for Marxism working man. His social modes of satisfying needs, the ensemble of social conditions, which came to replace the Feuerbachian human abstractum, the social exchange process with nature itself, all this was now recognized as the only relevant and real basis as far as the realm of history and culture is concerned. This was also a material basis, in fact a much more distinctively material basis than that of the invisible atomic processes, but precisely because it was a more distinctive basis, a historically characteristic basis, it did not make historical appearances and characters into night. Instead it brought light for the first time, a genuine light, in which simultaneously the Archimedean point lay, which means, relation of people to people and to nature. And precisely because historical materialism, in contrast to one-sided natural scientific materialism, was not a contemplative materialism, it discovered at the specific location of its Archimedean point not only the key of theory, but also the lever of practice. Marxism thus least destroys this lever or, correspondingly, the higher, the new organization of living matter to which the lever raises us. Thus once again Thesis 10 states, the standpoint of the old materialism is bourgeois society, the standpoint of the new materialism is human society or socialized humanity. And correspondingly, world changing of this kind occurs solely in a world of qualitative reversibility, changeability itself, not in that of the mechanical time and time again, of pure quantity, of the historical in vain. There is likewise no changeable world without the grasped horizon of the objectively real possibility within it, otherwise even its dialectic would be one of marking time. In fact, a great deal more power of creation has become visible in the world-embracing dialectic of Marxism and comes to science. The hope which Herder sought to invoke hymnically in the genius of the future. For what is knowledge of life? An you/gift of the gods, face of the prophets. Enchanting voice/ that sings in premonition, precisely the hope of the knowledge of life became a real event in Marx, so that it might really be such knowledge. The event is not closed, since it is itself a single forwards in the changeable world, a world which implies happiness. Thus the totality of the 11 Theses testifies, socialized humanity, allied with a nature that is mediated with it, is the reconstruction of the world into homeland. 287. 20. Summary anticipatory composition and its poles, dark moment, open adequacy but who drives on within us? Someone who does not occupy himself, does not yet emerge. There is no more to be said now, this inner dimension sleeps. The blood runs, the heart beats without us being able to sense what has set the pulse in motion. In fact, if there is no disturbance, then nothing under our skin can be felt at all. That within us which makes us capable of being stimulated does not stimulate itself. Healthy life sleeps, weaving within itself. It is completely immersed in the juice in which it is stewing. Pulse and live darkness. For this very reason we cannot feel that we are alive. Precisely this immediate pulse beats alone. Acts like the fulfillment of desire, imagination, and so on do not step outside the immediate darkness of their occurrence. But the now itself ultimately remains the most dark in which we each find ourselves as experiencing beings. The now is the place where the immediate hearth of experience in general stands in question, thus what has just been lived itself is the most immediately, that is, the least previously experienceable. Only when a now has just passed or when and for as long as it is expected, is it not only lived, but also experienced. As immediately being there, it lies in the darkness of the moment. Only what is just coming up or what has just passed has the distance which the beam of growing consciousness needs to illuminate it. The that and now, the moment we are in, burrows in itself and cannot feel itself. Correspondingly, therefore, the respective content of what has just been lived is not perceived. Room for possible advance. But what is driving in the now at the same time continually surges forwards. It therefore never remains weaving within itself, since the that of life is greedy. However unexpressed its inner dimension may be, it expresses itself in the fact that it does not have what belongs to it, but 288. Rather searches for it and intends it outside, i.e. that it is hungry. And the outside into which the subjective reaches must lie at least within its reach. If there were nothing but narrow, suffocating, firmly established walls around the urging after what the subjective lacks, then there would not even be any urging there. But as it is, something is still open to it, its urging, wishing, doing has room. What is not can still become, what is realized presupposes possible in its material. There is this open dimension in people, and dreams, plans live within it. The open dimension is also in things, on their leading edge, where becoming is still possible. And urging not only has its outlet or its free space there, where it can still go, still choose, still depart, still take a new path, lay a new path, but apart from the path there is in the objectively possible something which possibly corresponds to us, whereby the urging does not continue endlessly unsatisfied. This corresponding something is not itself settled and guaranteed as such, it is not receptive, let alone a solution, but it is prepared for its possible and is thus at least receptive as something prepared. There is a driving in things in which our affairs can still be conducted, a front in which our future, precisely this, can be decided. Such changeable material is by no means self-evident, there could in fact also be nothing new under the sun *, but as it is, there is in the flow of things, i.e. of events, definitely still a still and a not yet, which is the same as genuine future, i.e. future composed of what has never been like this. Ages in which nothing happens have almost lost the feeling for the novum, they live in habit and what is coming is no such thing, but rather as circumscribed as what happened yesterday. But ages like the modern one, in which history, perhaps for centuries, stands in the balance, have the feeling for the novum in the extreme, they sense what future is, with bated breath, by working to promote what is approaching, the approaching possible. Such ages are the place to experience the correlate of the possible particularly intensely, beyond shattered becomeness. The now of the driving only has room among unclosed things to realize, to make its contents increasingly manifest. Source and outflow. Astonishment as absolute question. If something is properly realized, life comes to the place where it has never been, that is, it comes home. In this possible realization of something still possible, however, two moments ultimately constitute source and outflow. The source is characterized by the darkness of the now, in which realization rises, the outflow by the openness of the object-based background, towards which hope goes. It has already been seen, in the process of realization there is something itself unripe and not yet realized, hence it weakens, CFP 192, this unripeness makes itself evident in the darkness of the lived moment. It has further been seen, in the object-based background or correlate there is openness, still decidable real possible, there is utopia as front determination of objects themselves, CFP 204F, this material capable of ripening makes itself evident as still continuing tendency, still dawning latency. Dark moment on the one hand, adequate openness on the other, consequently characterize source and outflow of the process of coming up, they are the poles of anticipatory consciousness as well as that which corresponds to it in object-based terms. Outflow, however, characterizes a moment of the final state which signifies more than adequate openness, on the contrary, in which the latter presents itself as open adequacy. Invariance of something constantly intended or of a utopian end which is in the direction, This solely valid invariance has also already been distinguished, cfp 221, it is unum necessarium in the direction, is an always identically disposed element of the utopian final state. And now, open adequacy does not make itself evident in experiences of the continuing world process, with experimented outflow, but in short, strange experience of an anticipated keeping still. The briefest symbol intentions of an absolute have always been experienced in this keeping still, subjective at first, in fact appearing to be lyrical and yet arch-philosophically founded in the matter itself, namely in a flash of utopian final state. Such experiences of a utopian final state certainly do not fix it, otherwise they would not be experiences of mere symbol intention and not utopian, let alone central utopian ones. But they actually do touch upon the core of latency, and in fact as final question, echoing within themselves. This question cannot be construed towards any readily available answer, or be referred to any material already settled anywhere in the available world. Examples of this are given in the book Traces, where questioning, bottomless astonishment is explained with reference to a passage from Homson, Ernst Bloch, Spuren, 1930, p. 274 ff. Particularly, however, in The Spirit of Utopia, in which such an ultimate symbol intention was first characterized as shape of the unconstruable question, this means in fact, as shape of questions which cannot be bent or construed towards any readily available solutions, a drop falls, and it is here, a hut, the child cries, an old woman in the hut, wind outside, heath, autumn evening, and it is here again, exactly as it was, the same, or we read that Dmitry Karamazov wonders in his 290. Dream why the peasant always says baby, and we sense it can be found here, let the rat rustle as long as it likes. If only it could find a crumb, and we feel with this little, miserable, peculiar verse from Goethe's wedding song, here in this direction the ineffable lies, that which the little boy left behind when he came out of the mountain again, don't forget the best thing. The old man had said to him, but nobody could ever discover and put into words this inconspicuous, deeply hidden, enormous thing, Ernst Bloch, Geist der Utopie, 1918, p. 364. We can see from this that it is quite figurative occasions and contents to which the subject thus possibly inclines, but in these, the occasions and contents which are different for every person, but always identical in their significance, the substance of deepest astonishment announces itself, between subject and object, identifying both in intense consternation towards one moment. Thus, once again, the unconstruable, the absolute question certainly also runs towards the moment, into its darkness. Not as a clearing, but as an unmistakable allusion to the immediate darkness of the now, in so far as its central latency in terms of content nevertheless depicts itself in such astonished questioning, such questioning astonishment. If the content of what is driving in the now, what is touched in the here, were extracted positively, stay a while, you are so fair, then conceived hope, hoped for world would have reached their goal. Once more. Darkness of the lived moment. Carpe diem asterisk. That within us which makes us capable of being stimulated, we have said, does not stimulate itself. It sleeps warm and at the same time in darkness, wakes itself up least of all with feeling. Even the feeling of internal and external stimuli, at the point where these plunge into the now, participates in the latter's darkness. Just as little as the eye can see at its blind spot, where the nerve enters the retina, is what has just been experienced perceived by any sense. This blind spot in the mind, this darkness of the lived moment, must nevertheless be thoroughly distinguished from the darkness of forgotten or past events. When past material is increasingly covered by night, this night can be lifted, memory helps out, sources and finds can be excavated. In fact, historically past material, even if only patchily, is especially objectifiable precisely for contemplative consciousness. The darkness of the just lived moment, on the other hand, stays in its bedchamber. Topical consciousness only exists precisely in relation to an experience which has just past or for an expected advancing experience and its content. Together with its content, the lived moment itself remains essentially invisible, and in fact all the more securely, the more energetically attention is directed towards it. At this root, in the lived in itself, in punctual immediacy, all world is still dark. In punctual immediacy, does all experience in fact occur punctually and atomistically, consequently in moments and as these? This is denied by vitalist psychologists. They let mental material flow without a pulse. Thus James, regardless of the fact that he allows transitive parts of the consciousness, sees psychological life as a stream. Division is regarded by vitalists in general, especially by Bergson, as artificial, as scientific ideal abstraction, supposedly manufactured according to mathematical models. Even the moment would not be an immediate self-locatedness here, both gliding and discrete, but a manufactured fiction. However, all this vitalistic denial of the moment remains quite irrelevant in the present case, since the punctual pulse is in fact part of life, it is not an abstraction from it. Whereas the stream of the consciousness vitalists themselves is abstract, since what it lacks is precisely the beating pulse, this element of the stream of life as opposed to a waveless, uninterrupted pushing and shoving. The image of the stream of consciousness shows its own abstractness in the fact that it contains almost nothing of a real stream anymore, but is instead stationary in itself. The stream of consciousness of the vitalists is also so little a real stream that it manifests neither source nor outflow, and above all it has nothing in common with the only concrete concept of the stream, with that of process, which does decidedly consist of interruptions, namely of dialectical moments of the dialectical context. As certainly as process is not composed of these, following an interpretation which is itself reified and mechanistic, it does nevertheless owe its discontinuous character to them, precisely the pulse of liveliness, as Hegel says. James, even Bergson not only fell back behind Hegel on this point, but even behind Hume, who is so much closer to them, namely because he is undialectical. His theory of the indivisible moments of time and consciousness is significantly more concrete than the mere superficial conception, stream of consciousness, with the pulseless abstractness into which it has been reified. The correct version could even be learned from Husserl here, at least as far as the temporal aspect in the supposed act continuum is concerned, as a movement is being perceived, moment by moment, and as now comprehension is taking place in which the topical phase of the movement itself is constituted. And further, the flowing is not only flowing in general, but each phase is of one and the same form. The form consists in a now constituting 292 itself through an impression, and a tail of retentions affiliating itself to this and a horizon of protensions, zur Phänomenologie der Inhärenzeit Bewusstseins, 1928, p. 391, 476. No flow can be thought of at all, let alone dialectically understood, without that now amidst in its time, which is not even itself time, but the peculiar something, in Plato's words, out of which the time, not only the conception of time, of the real stream of movement arises, and in which movement is united with restless rest itself. Plato, who has a better understanding than James and Bergson of the discontinuous continuum, for this very reason decisively distinguishes the moment, the sudden. It figures here as momentum of transition between movement and rest, rest and movement, for nothing crosses over out of rest as long as it is still at rest, nor out of movement while it is still moving, into rest, but the moment, this peculiar something, lies between movement and rest, belonging to no time, and within it, out of it, what is moved crosses over into rest and what is resting into movement. Parmenides, 156 DE. And finally, as regards the flow as one towards outflow, rest, both the tenor of the Faust plan and the related tenor of mysticism has the moment as no abstraction within it. Stay a while, you are so fair, supposedly this can be said to the moment as a highest moment, even to that perfectly fulfilled and so steadfast and steadily lasting moment which is stressed in Eckhart's mysticism as the Tries, Nunc stans, of perfection. Thus all these statements, so different from each other, are united in their recognition of a real now, in contrast to the stream of abstraction of the vitalists. And ultimately the pulse remains, which also provides the model for the intermitting momentary character of consciousness, or rather, occurs analogously in the body. Derived from the pulse beat, the mental moment is experienced in the throbbing of its now, in the forward surging, also transitive character of all moments. But no more is yet revealed in this immediacy, and becoming aware only stretches to the point where the lived moment can in fact be experienced and characterized as dark. And here the crucial factor is added, which has in any case driven the problem beyond mere psychology in all that has come before. The darkness of the lived moment is depictive for the darkness of the objective moment. That is, for the not having itself of that intensive time element which has itself not yet unfolded in time and process as manifested in terms of content. Not the most distant therefore, but the nearest is still completely dark, and precisely because it is the nearest and most imminent, the knot of the riddle of existence is to be found in this nearest. The life of the now, the most genuinely intensive life, is not yet 293. Brought before itself, brought to itself as seen, as opened up, thus it is least of all being here, let alone being evident. The now of the exister, which drives everything and in which everything drives, is the most inexperienced thing that there is. It still drives continually under the world. It constitutes the realizing aspect which has least realized itself, an active moment darkness of itself. From which the strange idea emerges that no person is really here yet, is really alive. Because, after all, life means being present, does not mean only before or after, foretaste or aftertaste. It means plucking the day, in the simplest and most basic sense, means acting concretely towards the now. But precisely because our nearest, most genuine, continuous being present is not one, no person is yet really living, precisely from this perspective. Carpe diem in quick, thoughtless enjoyment, it seems so simple, widespread even, but is so rare that it never appears as real plucking. Nothing is more fleeting from the present than that usual carpe diem that appears to be completely absorbed in the enjoyment of the now, nothing with less power over being, nothing more banality ante-ram. Thus the plucking of the day cannot be achieved so quickly, unless the stay a while spoken to the moment is in reality confused with a bed of ease. However much credit is due to elementally forceful contentment, it is only apparently at home in Auerbach's cellar * or even in Philistine pleasure in possessions. Already above, CFP 181 FF, Lena and Kierkegaard were recalled as non-masters of the carpe diem, not unobjectionable ones, but very worthy objects of consideration. They were both condemned to see the image of the loved one jostling with the loved one herself. This may often be weakness of life, but the powerful subject of the Egyptian Helen indicates that with weakness, even with romantic exuberance, even with a kind of utopian neurosis, the case is not closed. The usual carpe diem does not get beyond the mere impressible, beyond the surface of the moment of pleasure and pain. In fact it is, contrary to the version of it in Horace, that which is dispersed, that which does not stay a while, that which is without present itself. In short, curiosity is just as little utopian as the usual carpe diem, which in fact jumps from one moment to the next, wasting the day in the day, has power over being. There is only a more genuine contact with the moment in strong experiences and in sharp turning points of existence, either of our own existence or of the time, in so far as they are noticed by the eye that has presence of mind. Extraordinary men of action seem to offer genuine carpe diem, as decision at the required moment, as power not to miss its opportunity. Mommsen gives Caesar as an example of this power, calls it the sobriety of genius, and continues significantly, to this he owed the ability to live energetically in the moment, undistracted by memory and expectation, to this the capability of acting at any moment with gathered strength. But did Caesar, did most men of action of the class society, which means here, of unfathomed history, equally grasp the moment when they acted in terms of its historical content? This case is so rare that Goethe offers almost the only example, a man furthermore who was not a man of action, but rather a man with incomparable concrete vision. Thus Goethe's statement on the day of the bombardment of Valmy * is relevant here. From here on and today a new epoch of world history commences, and you can say that you were present at its inception. There are, however, not many examples of this kind of presence of mind. Not many such observations of an otherwise unobserved moment, of a transitory moment with the most fertile motif, of a meeting place of highly ramified mediations between past and future, in the midst of the unsighted now. A sudden, not historically horizontal, but vertically striking light then falls on immediacy so that it almost appears to be mediated, though without ceasing to be immediate or over close nearness. The situation analyses of Marx and Engels give the most splendid example of fathomed presence of mind, headed by the 18th Brumaire. And Lenin grasped the present with historical insight all his life, right up to that thoroughly thought-out carpe diem which is called the Great Socialist October Revolution. All this of course already presupposed a totally uncontemplative stance, namely comprehending of the topical driving forces of occurrence itself. This cannot be achieved by the class society which necessarily overlooked the truly producing element in face of the product, but the correct path to active topicality likewise only began with situation analysis. Its goal remains the illumination of that which both drives and remains hidden to itself in the final that ground of occurrence. Certainly too, all societies are pervaded by in no way merely lyrical, but rather arch-philosophical experiences of the unconstruable question, of absolute astonishment, an incipient carpe diem in the unusual. Genuine sense, but, on the other hand, how much timidity, how much mere symbol intention there is in this inconspicuous everyday mysticism, the only kind which has remained, which is worthy of remaining. Everywhere else, not there is the condition of the now, and even the here of this not there forms a zone of silence in the very place where the music is being played. Consequently, not only the existing, but also above all the subject of existing stands in the incognito, precisely therefore what is driving and ultimately what is contained in what exists itself. For this the full carpe diem would first be crucial, so that the existing topical material and the environment that borders on it temporally spatially would not in any way be made gloomy and difficult by the nearness which has the still immediate difficulty in experiencing things. But the moments still beat unheard, unseen, their present is at best in the forecourt of its presence which is not yet conscious, which has not yet become. Darkness of the lived moment, continuation. Foreground, dead space, melancholy of fulfillment, self-mediation. The lived darkness is so strong that it is not even confined to its most immediate nearness. Instead it also has an influence in its environment, in the time adjoining the just now, and then in the space adjoining the just here. This influence prevents experientially real nearness, particularly as an occurring one, from achieving proper and reassuring distance, that is, from being contemplated in the usual fashion. Consequently, the peculiar twilight of the respectively topical foreground arises which cannot be easily contemplated, but also not easily grasped and known. Several proverbs have more idea of this than most previous philosophers, as for example, no weaver knows what he weaves, or, there is no light at the foot of the lighthouse. And was not Oedipus, because he was himself standing in the light, the last to realize that he had married his own mother? He had competently solved the riddle of the Sphinx which could be contemplated from outside, but he reacted helplessly towards his own case, because it was immediately near him. And so on in the obscure text of the now time, of the here space, wherever mere contemplation, from a distance, from the usual perspective, ventures forward towards it. This sort of thing appears most treacherously, as we have often noticed, cfp 283f, as soon as reified contemplation, that of something petrified, become, arrives in. 296. The present and attempts to say its piece to the something which is near, happening, becoming. Then the habituation to the kind of contexts to which the distancing aspect had given rise way back in the past is torn apart. Even the relative nearness of the 19th century makes bourgeois historians characteristically embarrassed when they arrive at this century in the course of their account. Opinions intrude in place of the previous contextual judgments. And the completely baffling unscientific approach of these historians is to be remembered when history went to World War. The academic became the tub-thumping or even jingoistic senior primary school master. This not only because of the class-conditioned unconcrete attitude of the bourgeois to the annexes of the now, but this particular weakness of vision together with the ideological interest in falsification is centrally encouraged by the general collapse of objective contemplation, so to speak, which nearness causes, and the false judgments of bourgeois partiality step with particular engagement into the breach of topical immediacy which can never be overcome by mere contemplation. All this may be elucidated by considering a problem from landscape painting, in that and in so far as it concerns the difficulty of the topical together with the adjoining now foreground, here foreground. The problem of the topical for painting is, where does the portrayed landscape begin in a picture? The painter does not include himself in the painting, although he is also immediately located in the landscape, as the innermost ring of the immediate. However, the second ring of immediacy, the authentic foreground of the picture, can also only be objectified with difficulty. It still has too much nearness to the standpoint of the painter. And precisely the confusion created by nearness causes the relative lack of developed form of the spatial foreground too, the fact that it does not really belong to the authentic landscape. The portrayed landscape therefore does not only begin, as is obvious, outside the painter who is painting it, but also beyond the still diffuse objects of his nearer environment. A concept taken from the physics of the air pump will make this clear. The foreground is for the portrayal dead space, that is, a space from which the atmosphere has not yet wholly escaped. In this case the atmosphere of immediacy, the persisting darkness and the persisting disorder of the here and now, of nearness. Hence to the question, where does the landscape begin? Where does coherent objectification start? We can only answer, beyond detrimental space, at a distance from it, precisely at the point where the darkness of immediacy together with its outskirts begins to stop. And since this curious gap always lies between subject and object of contemplation, precisely as 297. Dead space sui generis, from which the atmosphere of unmediated immediacy has not yet been sufficiently removed, the difficult problem of the foreground of the landscape painting sharply corresponds methodologically to the above-mentioned difficulty of occurring topicality, occurring in time. Within this, however, the influence of the lived darkness is still incomparably more significant than the subject matter is itself in the spatial attention relief, and is not only an example of it, as in the composition of painting. This is already demonstrated by the fact that the here space as spatial foreground can ultimately cross over into landscape, can as it were conclude within it, and by the fact that an unfinished trace of nearness does not announce itself in the repose of this conclusion. Whereas the now time, as foreground of time, does not automatically run over into what can be comprehended, formed, and known, and in fact, a new difficulty, not automatically into knowability either, which is not passive contemplation, but active tendency lore. For otherwise this knowability would have to get in its objective grasp what subsequently surrounds the now time, i.e. the future as completely as, mutatis mutandis, the landscape picture, the landscape behind the here space. Which, as regards the future, except for the next step to be taken, and the next after that, and the grand perspective, quite obviously cannot be the case, not even in the basic science of mastered occurrence, in the finally concrete tendency science, Marxism. And it cannot be so because the future dimension, in contrast to spatial distance, itself contains unmastered now, i.e. darkness, just as the now itself still contains unopened future, i.e. newness, and surges forward to meet it. Past, this dimension which is only ostensibly closed, in fact only for contemplation, and thus can ostensibly be compared with the objectifiable space landscape, appears only later in time consciousness and in time phase, only after the surging into future, and for this reason cannot after all be compared with the objectified landscape, which directly adjoins space topicality and stands behind it as finished. On the contrary, what contains the future in the now topicality remorselessly continues on its way, above and beyond all other past forms, even in its foreground topicality and in all its horizon environments. But since the future thus belongs to topicality, the former with all its foreground and horizon objectivities also participates in the darkness of the lived moment. And it participates in it in a way which constitutes the most essential characteristic of the future, being sealed off from contemplation, but also still relatively unknown to tendency lore. This connection between moment and future darkness was formulated for the first time in the spirit of utopia thus, the darkness is intensified. 298. As soon as not only we ourselves but also the other, turned side remains undecided, hence as soon as we turn to the future dimension, which itself, in so far as it is above all logically new, means nothing other than our expanded darkness, than our darkness in the bearing of its womb, in the expansion of its further history, and it is likewise intensified with regard to God as the problem of the radically new, who must not only become visible for us in order to be, so that the whole world process is reduced elastically to a movement relationship between two separated realities, but who contains himself only as hope, as not being for itself, like us in the shadowy dimension of what has not occurred, of what is still unreal. Geist der Utopie, 1918, p. 372. In line with this uncanny formulation, the darkness of the lived moment therefore coincides in its total depth with the essential, but not here existing mode of existence of the goal content itself, which was once intended by the mythological term God, and which, according to the passage quoted above, is in fact the goal content, that does not yet exist here, has not yet been brought out, of existing itself. However, the carpe diem or present of the absolute goal content stands in the same ground in which the subject of existing stands, and from the same ground as the latter the goal content as a realized asterisk goal content is still outstanding, from the ground of that unclarified hearth of existence which is unmythologically termed agent and core of developing matter. So widely, so deeply therefore the root darkness of the lived moment extends, so precisely is it assigned to the novum in both, to the ultimum of the content. And it is likewise the same future, what is contained in the womb of the ages, which is called upon to reveal what is contained in the moment. Solely the capability of being, which has been encouraged to develop the power of guidance and has been opened up, brings the immediate being of the driving concealed moment to itself and up. Solely this opened transcendere into the novum opens up immanent existing in terms of content. The nearer the presence is here to the existential creator of occurrence, hence, historically, to man, and the more radical the self-apprehension of the history-forming subject, the more blind topicality frees itself, the more effectively it can be recognized as the transit point of widely ramified dialectical mediations. The authentic, metaphysical darkness of the lived moment is not yet or only initially illuminated by means of such historical subject comprehension, but the foreground problem, with the crack of here and now in the depictions of the world context, is finally grasped. It is assimilated into the problem of the mediated transit point and therein of topical concrete decision on the front of world occurrence. Not that this crack in life, even in non-contemplative life, consequently disappears. For ultimately the influence of the lived darkness is not confined to the various foregrounds mentioned above either. But the blind spot, this not seeing of the immediately entering here and now, also in fact appears in every realization. Indeed, seeing is only dimmed by all too near distance, whereas the kind of realizing which has been available so far does not darken in a foreground of any kind, but in the realized material itself. Even genuine carpe diem is not exempted from this melancholy, namely when it is not merely presence of mind, but plucks the fruits of a fulfilled hope. And the experiences of central astonishment, in the unconstruable question, are only spared this melancholy because they in fact contain merely lightning signs of a here existing now, a here and there, and this in representative, often ludicrous objects, but not yet in the realized subject matter in and for itself. Everywhere else there is a crack, even an abyss in the realizing itself, in the actuated topical entrance of what has been so beautifully foreseen, dreamed out, and this abyss is that of the ungrasped exister itself. So the darkness of nearness also gives the final reason for the melancholy of fulfillment. No earthly paradise remains on entry without the shadow which the entry still casts over it. It is not just that a fiasco threatens when too far-fetched dreams are supposed to be realized, or when all too sublime dreams jeopardize their fulfillment. A trace in realizing itself is even still felt and is present where appropriate goals have been realized, or where monumental dream images appear to have entered reality with skin and hair, with body and soul. There is a realizing which disregards the deed of the realizers themselves and does not contain it. There are ideals which pretend to be elevated, remote from tendency, abstractly fixed, and thus also suppress the unfinished, unrealized aspect of their realizers. Precisely in the melancholy of fulfillment, this most profoundly not yet fulfilled aspect in the subject announces itself in exactly the same way as the insufficient aspect in the fixed material of the ideal criticizes itself within it. It is therefore also necessary increasingly to set free the element of realizing simultaneously with the element of the future society. A similar process has in fact already been seen in the problem of realization, Egyptian hell and the wish or ideal content, precisely when it reaches its realization goal, arrives at a point of darker reality than it possessed. 300. In the hovering, utopian, merely existing real character. And to repeat, realization, however much it cancels contemplative distance, never acts entirely as realization, because there is something in the subject factor of realization itself which has never realized itself. The subject factor of lending existence is itself not yet here, it is not predicated, not objectified, not realized. Ultimately this is what is announced in the darkness of the lived moment. And this incognito still remains the basic impediment which accompanies every realization, when it is a full one. To remove it, to educate the educator himself, to create the creator himself, to realize the realizer himself, all humanistic wishful dreams are directed towards this. They are the most radical and the most practical. Growing self-mediation of the producer of history is thus not merely the help to realize concrete tendency anticipations concretely, it is also the help to introduce realization without its peculiarly bitter trace. Without that remaining minus which characterizes the immediate aspect of existing itself that has remained dark, and which ultimately constitutes the element of non-arrival in arrival. A being human which in its sphere of existence is no longer encumbered with anything that is alien to it, a realizing element that is itself realized, this is the border concept of realization as fulfillment. More on astonishment as absolute question, in the shape of anxiety and of happiness, the directly utopian archetype, highest good. We said that what is driving in the now also surges forward in the future into something open. This openness has a double location in mental activity behind it, from which its fruits are expected and also driven. The one location remains anxiety, of a kind which is all the greater the more uncertainly it can expect its causes from all sides. Neither the neurotic anxiety which may stem from unusable libido, nor the normal real anxiety in dangerous situations is relevant here any longer, but rather an anxiety which is both unconditional and related to something final. Even anxiety dreams, as already noted, even children's horror of the dark, even fear of ghosts only border atavistically on this anxiety, but they do indicate the direction. For the believer, hell was populated with nothing but phobias of this kind, even when external anxiety, that towards unknown nature, no longer needed to be anything like as great. Hell has disappeared thanks to the Enlightenment, but the correlate problem of utterly pervasive horror, of metaphysical horror, has remained. Its abode is always the now, a bloody. 301. Gash in the darkness of the now and of what is to be found within it. It is beyond doubt that such an immediate horror exists, that it is of a different kind from the terrible real anxiety towards the really become. Its element is the unbearable moment, and often, though not always pathological figment, an almost crippling terror in itself. Epilepsy, in the aura before the attack, seems to have a particularly close connection with this unbearable state. Paranoia supplies the images of it closest to the anxiety dream in broad daylight. Buchner's fragment about the poet Lenz going mad gives us an unforgettable account of this. "Can't you hear anything?" asks the mad poet. "Can't you hear the terrible voice which is screaming around the whole horizon and which we usually call silence?" And in Buchner's Wozzeck, anxiety is aroused everywhere by a roaring nothingness, by the wind, by the evening sky, by the expectation of an uncertain negative something below, above all things, threatening the poor devil from every direction. Anxiety appears in all these testimonies which are still so very distant from one another as an expectation on the uncertain darkest side, on the side of the strangulating, staring nothingness in the real possible. This unpicturable thing is also noted pictorially, in Dürer's Melancholia, in fact both this side and the other side of the astrological references contained within it. Even on the other side of the Saturn shining out of the eyes of the woman figure, whose emblems fill the engraving, only interrupted by the friendlier square of Jupiter, on the wall behind the figure. Saturn, however, the star of brooding and yet also of collection, does not explain, although he is also the star of misfortune, the ground into which Melancholia is gazing. Collection is only in the eye of the figure, perhaps in the sphere in the foreground, perhaps even in the dog curled up asleep, but not in the ensemble of objects, nor in the object at which the figure is gazing. This object itself is not in the picture, but precisely its completely uncollected nature is indicated by the ensemble. De Hio strikingly drew attention to the dissolute aspect of this interior. The compasses rest idly in her hand, scattered, mournful light lies on scattered objects. The order which otherwise characterizes scholars' studies of the 16th century is completely missing. There could be no greater contrast than between this ensemble and the tidied one in the engraving St. Jerome in his cell. This in fact means, Dürer's engraving Melancholia pictures, with astrological aids, anxiety as the contact with a possible abyss which does not even have a bottom on which the fall is dashed. The engraving pictures stupor into which a desperation opened up in enduring now stares. Dürer's Melancholia is thus the invaluable 302 document of negative astonishment, precisely without spooks or hell, even without the determination of Saturn. Even in the negative there are therefore forms of the unconstruable, the absolute question. There are unbearable moments of astonishment. They are correspondingly more blurred than the latter's positive qualities, since they are only precise in that they signify radically indeterminate horror, in the location of the abyss. Of course, the abyss is not present alone in this location. Even in the Melancholia the Gorgonian is not alone in the world, but beside the stupor of astonishment there is in fact a Jerome repose of astonishment, and this indicates intentionally the other location of what is still open. Because the changing face, the countersense of primal words, which was already to be seen in all radical emotional states, particularly in the expectant emotions, is lacking least of all in radical astonishment. Hence often the same cause which produces negative astonishment is capable of producing happiness as the positivum of astonishment. And here too the location is always the now, yet not as a bloody gash in the darkness of the now and what is to be found within it, but hope begins to blossom, with positive symbol intention breaking into this darkness, hope mysteriously confirmed in the inconspicuous. The element of this positive astonishment is the reposeful moment, the moment where an otherwise quite insignificant perception or an image felicitously shatters and catches the existing intensive. Tolstoy speaks in The Death of Ivan Ilyich of shrubs in the snowstorm, storm and cold ruled hostile to life. The landscape itself lay in the most extreme desolation. Despite or because of this, in an ineffable incidental detail, suddenly homecoming and answer appear in this landscape, more centrally than in any apotheosis. Tolstoy even associates the little, almost ridiculous central incidental detail of the shrubs in the snowstorm very definitely with the rare great moments in which, mostly at the moment of death, one and all suddenly becomes clear for men, appears to become clear. There is a parallel here with the experience of the fatally wounded Andrei Bolkonsky on the battlefield of Austerlitz, who glimpses the starry sky as never before, and also with the experience of unity of Karenin and Vrinsky at Anna's deathbed, but also of course, this unio mystica with meaning, eternity, totality is again much too big and too determined, much too contrived in its theological object to cope with the modesty of the peripheral, never formulated material. The house stands already real in all conventional religious experiences, as if it lay only in man's blindness not to see it, only in the weakness of his flesh not to enter. Nevertheless, the connection with the inconspicuous symbol intentions is unavoidable. 303. They are contained in all these experiences of consternation like seeds of a summum bonum, of an absolutely human adequate there. The there which announces itself in this way, however, stands in mere real possibility, and all the positive symbol intentions only evoke its sign in man. This without doubt, they call the comprehensible incomprehensible name of good existence, in anticipated silence. And they also call it in central peripheralness, close beside anxiety consternation, with equally abrupt, equally undecided concentration. Utopia of the end touches man in such objective, at the same time object-based astonishment, though a content of horror can most definitely be interwoven with that of the wonderful. As a sign of the paradoxical nature of the wonderful, or in fact of the not yet determinedness, not yet decidedness, which befits the final character of the authentic and of tendency in general. At all stages here, this adequacy, the naturalization of man, the humanization of nature, is still open, not only with regard to its future entrance, but also with regard to its still unfixable content, which lies one jump ahead of everything that has so far been gained. This kind of thing only takes place in the separate now, because it takes place at the source of everything. And an outflow is inherent in the source, whether it is reached is another question. But the outflow itself takes precedence over everything as a living question, as that into the absolute, as that of the not yet existing absolute itself. Unconstruable question and its astonishment were defined above as the flash of the at last real possible breaking in upon itself. Concerning the core of latency, by breaking in upon itself in this way, the real possible gives itself a hand to make a stop, ceases to be endless. And this stop occurs precisely in the driver of the real possible itself. The overbright consternation of the astonishment at flashing moments and signatures of adequation thus has the most precise connection with that of existing in the bedchamber of the lived moment. Therefore, just as the darkness of the lived moment represents one pole of anticipatory consciousness, of anticipating world composition itself, so real astonishment with open adequacy as content represents the other, and they attract each other intensely. The symbol intention of the absolute and omega points to the darkness of the alpha or nearest nearness. It is the source or beginning of the world, still driving and still hidden in the darkness of the lived moment, which grasps and dissolves itself for the first time in the signatures of its outflow. Grasps and dissolves only in an anticipatory way, in quite weak, quite small signs, the world not, which is concealed nowhere else but in the immediate that of existing. 304. Is also only disentangled through the most intensive nearness to this most imminent that intensity, through evidences in nearness. Precisely the so very nearest inconspicuous aspect, the fine signature of these evidences, is the only thing which has remained of the earlier putative closeness to the gods, in fact which has always formed the core in it, in so far as it seemed to contain an ens perfectissimum. The great pre-appearances of genuine mysticism remain as such in experimenting force, since what had also appeared in them as final symbols, as real symbols, had contact with fine signature and incorporated it. Here lies the pre-appearance of the andante, even the idol as finale, with that Tao of the world which Lao Tzu claims has no taste, and which therefore has the sharpest taste. Repose, depth has always been founded in this inconspicuous element and has remained designable, but not as if the secret drawer in every object still had to contain great unfurlings and documents as in earlier times, when enormous wrappings still accompanied all depth, and these wrappings, gods, heaven, great powers, glories, thrones, were considered essential. But instead, sleeping, silently, Odysseus came to Ithaca. Precisely to Ithaca he came sleeping, that Odysseus called nobody, and into that Ithaca which can in fact be the way that this pipe is lying there, or however else something wholly inconspicuous suddenly presents itself, and what has steadily been intended finally appears to perceive itself. So firmly, so very immediately evident that a leap into the not yet conscious, into the more deeply identical, into the truth and the word that solves things is made, which is irrevocable, that simultaneously with the sudden last meaning intention of the viewer in the object, the face of something still nameless, the element of the final state, embedded everywhere, emerges in the world and no longer leaves it. Ernst Bloch, Geist der Utopie, 1923, p. 248. The thunder which believes it is the ultimate, and the apparent expression of this ultimate has become decadent, since what is final is silent and simple. However, the fact that the final state, even in the most inconspicuous astonishment, in front of and behind each pre-appearance, is not yet established was demonstrated in the equally negative and positive utopia which opens up at this end and has not yet become reality precisely in its ultimate aspect, either as negative reality of the pessimum and its nothing, or as positive reality of the optimum and its all. Between both there still exists, even in unconditional astonishment, the dangerous merging of an ultimately undecided alternative, and it exists in object-based fashion in the outflow problem of the world. But equally, of course, and this is also the major plus of hope, consternation in terms of its prospect, equally the optimum. 305. Of the goal content has in its favor the openness of the historical process, which is continuing and has by no means been defeated up to now. It is not yet the evening to end all days, every night still has a morning. Even the defeat of the wished for good includes its future possible victory, as long as not all possibilities of becoming different, becoming better are exhausted in history and world, as long as the real possible with its dialectically utopian process has in fact not yet been finally fixed. As long as wish, will, plan, pre-appearance, symbol intention, cipher of the one thing intended still have space in process, in fact form virtual paradises in process. And the last symbol intention remains in fact the homeland-based one of the unconstruable question of the stay a while, you are so fair in its optimum. The invariant of this direction leads in the end, as we are now in a position to say, to the only archetype which has nothing archaic about it. That is, to the purely utopian archetype, which lives in the evidence of nearness, to that of the still unknown, all-surpassing summum bonum. The archetype, highest good, is the invariance content of the most felicitous astonishment. Its possession would be that which transforms in the moment, and in fact as this moment, into its completely resolved that. The archetype of the highest good is therefore not archaic, not even historical, because there has never been a single appearance which could have even begun to fulfill its image. Even less does it return, with Plato's anamnesis, to the immemorial dimension of a perfection in order to fill its optimum with it. The place to which this archetype of unconstruable happiness returns is solely the itself still completely unappeared origin at which it stops off, and which, through its omega, it brings to its alpha, to the appearing genesis of alpha and omega at the same time. All the forms of the unconstruable absolute question, in their bright part, hence circle or surround the optimum of this breaking into the successful achievement of the omega, in which the riddle alpha of the that or world impulse emerges as solved. Summum bonum would be perfectly successful appearance of the successful, hence it has also withdrawn from appearance, hence it is itself inconspicuous, a utopian summum of those inconspicuous symbol intentions through which every appearance passes over into the matter itself. The content of the most basic desirability which the highest good designates is of course still just as much in the fermenting incognito as that which wishes this content in people. But its intended all always designated the peak of the dreams of the better life. Its utopian totem continuously governs the outflow tendencies in well-managed process. 306. The not in origin, the not yet in history, the nothing, or conversely the all at the end, that which in itself and immediately proceeds as now, is thus still empty. The that in the now is hollow, is only undefined to begin with, a fermenting not. The not with which everything starts up and begins, around which every something is still built. The not is not there, but because it is thus the not of a there, it is not simply not, but at the same time the not there. As such the not cannot bear the presence of itself, is instead related in a driving way to the there of a something. The not is lack of something and also escape from this lack, thus it is a driving towards what is missing. Thus the driving in living things is depicted with not, as drive, need, striving and primarily as hunger. In the latter, however, the not of a there announces itself as a not having, and in fact definitely as a not as a nothing. Because the not is the beginning of every movement towards something, it is precisely for this reason by no means a nothing. Instead, not and nothing must first be kept as far apart as possible, the whole adventure of definition lies between them. The not lies in origin as the still empty, undefined, undecided, as the start of the beginning, whereas the nothing is something definite. It presupposes exertions, long erupted process which is finally thwarted, and the act of nothing is not, like that of the not, a driving, but an annihilation. The darkness of the lived moment refers to the not, only negative astonishment to the nothing, just as positive astonishment refers to the all. The not is of course emptiness, but at the same time the drive to break out of it, in hunger, in privation the emptiness mediates itself precisely as horror vacui, precisely therefore as abhorrence of the not at the nothing. And even at this point, particularly at this point, it is clear that categorical basic concepts, fundamentals, are made accessible solely by a thorough knowledge of the theory of the emotions. Since only the emotions, not the emotionless thoughts, or rather the thoughts which have been made emotionless, reach so deeply into the ontic roots that concepts which appear to be so inherently abstract like not, nothing, all, together with their distinctions, become synonymous with hunger, desperation, annihilation, confidence, rescue. These concepts thus illuminate the basic emotions, as the basic emotions do the ontological basic concepts, in that they make the intensive substance evident to them from which they spring, through which they burn, and which they 307. Illuminate. Ontological basic concepts, here then the not yet, the nothing or conversely the all are distinguished as those which make evident in the most abbreviated terminology the intensively moving world substance in its three principal moments. Consequently, these sharply compressed basic concepts designate real categories, namely area categories of reality in general, since their concise ontology most nearly approaches a depiction of the objective emotion substance, i.e. intensity substance in the three principal moments of the process matter. In such a way, however, that the not, unable to bear the presence of itself, characterizes the intensive, ultimately interest-based origin, the that-based realizing element, of everything. The not yet characterizes the tendency in material process, of the origin which is processing itself out, tending towards the manifestation of its content. The nothing or conversely the all characterizes the latency in this tendency, negative or positive towards us, chiefly on the foremost front field of material process. Even this latency, however, refers again only to the content of the intensive origin, i.e. to the filling of what is intended in its hunger, to the satisfaction of this interest which is breaking in. Furthermore, as noted, in hunger, in privation, emptiness, the zero of the immediate that of existing, mediates itself precisely as horror vacui. This horror vacui is the original that factor and positing factor, the intensive realization factor which sets the world going and keeps it going as experiment of the spilling of its that content. The start of the beginning of all being here lies here always in the darkness which is still unmediated with itself, namely in the darkness of the now or of the just lived moment. The fiat of all world movements occurs most immediately in this darkness. And the darkness is in fact not a far removed, not an immemorial darkness at the beginning of time, a long since past beginning masked by continuation or cosmos. But on the contrary, the darkness of the origin remains, as immediate darkness, unchanged in nearest nearness or in the continuing that of all existing itself. This that is still unresolved in every moment. The mysterious question of why anything is at all is posed by the immediate existing itself as its own question. Its expression is creation renewed in and by every moment. The world as process is the experiment towards the resolution of the always and everywhere driving question of origin. Above, we described this unresolved element as the world not, which is concealed in the unresolved that of existing. Thus the world creates every moment anew in its immediate being here, and this continued creation appears also as preservation of the world, namely of the world process. The start of the beginning and the starting point. 308. Called origin and world ground is to be found in precisely that now and here which has not yet emerged from itself, i.e. which has not yet moved from its place at all. This origin in the strict sense has itself not yet arisen out of itself. Its not is therefore in fact precisely the one which is ultimately driving history and tailoring historical processes to its requirements, but which has itself not yet become historical. The origin remains the incognito of the core which moves throughout all times, but which has not yet moved out of itself. Every lived moment would therefore, if it had eyes, be a witness of the beginning of the world which begins in it time and time again. Every moment, when it has not emerged, is in the year zero of the beginning of the world. The beginning occurs in it time and time again for as long as it takes until the undefined not of that ground is decided, through the experimental definitions of the world process and its forms, either as definite nothing or definite all, according to its content. Every moment therefore likewise potentially contains the date of the completion of the world and the data of its content. Because the not gets involved in its what or content objectifications, in so far as it becomes mediated it changes, ceaselessly in fact, since it now itself stands in the temporal spatial process which it posits and in which it experimentally spills its content. So the creation which it constantly posits anew is not preservation in the sense of becomeness, but rather preservation in the sense of becoming, that is, of experimenting with the content of that core. And the constantly new positing mediates itself in historical terms towards particularly distinguished points, towards the breakthrough of a historically new. Precisely because the most basic content of existing, as not yet manifest, must be driven out continually in historical terms, the formation process repeatedly develops front appearances of this material which has not come, i.e. the never yet been so or novum on the horizon, in that into which it is streaming, into which it finally tends to flow out with single purpose. The whole manifold fullness in this search of the core for its fruit is of course, together with the repeatedly possible novum, equally a persistent lack, namely of one thing that has not yet been found, which is why the temporal spatial sphere of influence is no less covered with innumerable fragments and husks, with wild saurian-like monstrosities, as progressive preparations appear for the one thing, for what is good, for what will bring a solution. Similarly, however, at the same time the not also inevitably appears, taken here in its continuation, as not yet, in terms of occurrence and of history, it opens up as this. The not as not yet passes straight through becomeness and beyond it, hunger becomes. 309. The force of production on the repeatedly bursting front of an unfinished world. The not as processive not yet thus turns utopia into the real condition of unfinishedness, of only fragmentary essential being in all objects. Hence the world as process is itself the enormous testing of its satisfied solution, that is, of the realm of its satisfaction. The not expresses itself, as noted, as hunger and what actively joins onto it. As meaning and intending, as longing, wish, will, waking dream, with all visualizations of the something that is missing. But the not expresses itself also as dissatisfaction with what has become for it, hence it is both that which is driving beneath all becoming, and what is driving on ahead in history. The not appears in every previous definition to the something as the unappeased denial which says, but this predicate is not the ultimately adequate definition of its subject. Thus in fact the not makes itself evident as active utopian not yet in process, as negation which drives on ahead in a utopian and dialectical fashion. As a denial which is growing up in the positive positing itself, and in fact ultimately from the perspective of the adequate final state of the all, the only place where the not would come to rest, namely to the positive rendition of what is intended in it. Thus the not yet is of course also destructive or the dissolving contradiction in all becomeness, in accordance with the materialist dialectic. And it is this contradiction precisely because every stage of the definition must also become a barrier again for what is defined and reared by it, in other words, because no becomeness in the tendency towards the all already represents a successful achievement. The contradiction to becomeness expresses itself both in the subject and the object of the process, as the two sides of the same moved reality. In the conscious or human subject the subjective contradiction arises to becomeness which is insufficient or which has become inhibiting, in the object the objective contradiction corresponds to this which appears in the become itself, as the ripened tendency towards the form of existence which is due next and which is more mediated with the forces of production. The not yet here becomes all the more defined, its tendency to what is fulfilling all the stronger, the more the tasks which it sets itself have become objectively soluble. Now, however, we must further keep the crucial point in mind, the not as mere not yet alone could both subjectively and objectively only in fact unsettle inadequate becomeness, it could not imminently explode it in the way we have described. Explosion is annihilation, and the act of annihilating by definition and by nature is only obtainable from the circulating nothing. The not seeking its all thus also enters, in the die. 310. And become asterisk, into a connection with the nothing, as well as having one with the all. Even fading, not to mention annihilation, is only constituted by the fact that in the change involved in process and as this change the nothing is circulating or the constantly threatening frustration. Similarly, however, in fading and, as always still insufficient, all is circulating, that which makes relative successfulness possible, above all in masterpieces, otherwise there would only be forgetting of the past and not also the partially rescued and rescuable element which is called history and after ripening. The connection of the not and the not yet with the all is one of the goal, it was cited as that which says and reveals, this predicate is surely not the ultimately adequate definition of a subject, or concretely, human beings and the whole world still find themselves rebus sic stantibus in prehistory, in exile. The connection of the not and the not yet with the nothing is however not one of the goal, but rather it is one of the use to which dialectical negation puts the nihil of annihilation, namely in the sense of the annihilation of inadequate becomeness by imminent explosion. This dialectical use of the nothing in no way conceals the already noted basic difference between not and nothing, between the start and horror vacui on the one hand, the possible definitum of annihilation and mors aeterna on the other. Nor does the dialectical usefulness of the nothing conceal the completely anti-historical pre-appearance which the nothing has as downright destruction, as a den of murderers repeatedly opening up in history, since in this den there is certainly very much a piece of history, a piece of light annihilated as it opens up. There is no dialectic of the determined mightiness, determined pre-appearance of this kind of nothing, i.e. no progressive negation of the negation. Annihilations like the Peloponnesian Wars, the 30 Years' War, are merely misfortunes, not dialectical change. The mortification of Nero, Hitler, all these apparently satanic outbursts belong to the dragon of the final abyss, not to the furthering of history. However, a quite different impression is in fact created by the connection of the use which occurs in not so determined appearances of the nothing, especially in negations imminent in the matter, therefore in those in which history continues. Then the nothing must definitely serve for the best, and the act. And until you have possessed this truth, die and become. You are just a gloomy guest in the earth's dark medium. 311. Of annihilation becomes productive as negation, above all as negation of the negation. Thus dialectic through nothing consists in the fact that all that which still unsuccessfully exists carries the seed of its fading within it, so that in fact at the same time war is declared on persistence in the temporary material of each attained becomeness. This war must combine with the constant demandingness of the not yet and be at its service. The inadequate is cleared away from the path to the all, passes from the becomeness into the no longerness of the arcus. Indeed, the dialectic through nothing even refers to the monstrous complex of becomeness which raises itself not as the all, but as mere cosmos asterisk or universe out of process, and even substitutes itself for the all in all purely cosmic perspectives of philosophy, from Parmenides to Spinoza. The cosmos is the first astral mythical, then pantheistic, then mechanistic substitute for the all and stands in its place as the embodiment of the given world and of satisfaction in it. It thus appears as the whole of movement which does not move, as harmony of becomeness, in which the differences of becoming and the deficit of particulars, as according to the law of the large numbers, balance each other out, and elapsed, a positive stability. But the dialectic through nothing has even included world annihilation within itself, has certified temporariness for the universe, by using the nothing. The arcus, which is described in physical terms as freezing death, in mythological terms conversely as world conflagration, physically contains the birth of another cosmos or universe, utopianly even the birth of a totally fulfilling all. New heaven, new earth. The logic of the apocalypse presuppose the dialectical functional change of the fire of annihilation, which is otherwise considered to be satanic. Every advent contains nihilism as something utilized and defeated, death as something devoured in the victory. Frustration and annihilation is of course the constant danger for every process experiment, the coffin that constantly waits beside each hope, but it is also the means to break inadequate statics. And this dialectic through nothing intermixes not least with all significant positive aspects, not as their danger here, but as their important foil, as obstruction of their evidence. Blackness is at home in this obstruction, the included element of roughness, of eeriness which prevents pure rosy red even in higher regions. Blackness prevents leveling out, in so far as it is produced by cheap gloss, by rotten apotheosis, in their place. Precisely through non-smoothness, through roughness, the deep and the sublime are encountered. If shuddering is the best part of mankind then it is precisely the nothing to all smoothness, to all contrived solution which is conceived in and devoured along with the shudder of sublimity. Thus the nihil into which Durer's Melancholia gazes is also a useful and formative element of positive astonishment or of the perception of the all in the confident sense. Indeed, only when enormously raised consciousness of the nothing in the world, especially in the conspicuously false supernatural world, is taken seriously, does the central inconspicuousness of a landing, of an all emerge, which had previously been masked by cosmic jubilation or even by thrones, powers, glories. Consequently, the advanced state of nothing, breaking out with greater and greater strength in history, and not in fact increasingly obscured by it, has given constitutive power to the dialectic towards the all itself. Utopia presses forward, in the will of the subject and in the latency of the process world, behind the cracked ontology of a supposedly attained, even finished there. Thus the path of conscious reality process is in fact increasingly one of the loss of fixed, even hypostatized static being, a path of increasingly perceived nothing, though consequently also of utopia. The latter now completely encompasses the not yet and the dialecticization of the nothing in the world, but it just as little suppresses in the real possible the open alternative between absolute nothing and absolute all. Utopia, in its concrete form, is the tested will towards the being of the all. The pathos of being is therefore now at work in it which was previously devoted to a supposedly already completely founded, successfully existing world order, even supernatural world order. But this pathos acts as one of not yet being and of hope for the summum bonum within it, and, despite all use of that nothing in which history still continues, it does not in fact ignore the danger of annihilation, even the still hypothetically possible definitivum of a nothing. Here it depends on the work of militant optimism, just as without it proletariat and bourgeoisie could perish in the same barbarism, so without it in the broader and deeper perspective, sea without shore, midnight without easterly point could still threaten as definitivum. This kind of definitivum would then designate the absolute in vain of the historical process, and it is, as something that has not yet happened, as little out of the question as is, in the positive sense, the definitivum of an all-fulfilling all. What ultimately remains therefore is the changeable alternative between absolute nothing and absolute all, the *cf. Goethe's Faust, Part 2, 6272. 313. Absolute nothing is the sealed frustration of utopia, the absolute all, in the pre-appearance of the realm of freedom, is the sealed fulfillment of utopia or being as utopia. The ultimate triumph of the nothing has been conceived mythologically as hell, ultimate triumph of the all as heaven. In reality the all is itself nothing but identity of man who has come to himself with his world successfully achieved for him. The that proposition, in the beginning was the deed * the all proposition, the insufficient, here it is done. Both unidealistic propositions define the tendency arc of matter which is qualifying itself. Our intention invariant within it remains, naturalization of man, humanization of nature, of the world totally mediated with man. Utopia no lasting state. Therefore after all, carpe diem, but a genuine one in genuine present. The now as something merely fleeting is nevertheless not correct, should not be like this. But just as little should there be an endlessly drifting dreaming in which present enjoyment is impeded, even shunned. After all, the substance of utopia is ultimately nothing if it does not refer to the now and seek its spilled present. Genuine present, no longer one piece together out of now, what is just past and the simultaneity of the surrounding space. Of course, the mere immediate fleeting now is too little, it fades and makes way for the next, because nothing in it has yet been properly achieved. Hence Jean-Paul's sentiments are true when he says, if there was nothing except the moment for the heart, then you might say, around me and inside me everything is empty. But he says the wrong thing about this emptiness when he reifies past, even future instead, when, in a romantic and idealistic way, he will not let them move into the present at all. When, with genuinely felt darkness of the lived moment, yet equally with stay made absolute in memory, even hope, he disparages not only a still insufficient, poorly external carpe diem, but every present in the following manner, since you can never experience beautiful days as beautifully as they later shine in memory or previously shine in hope, you would rather. Reads, the insufficient here becomes an event. The indescribable here it is done. 314. Ask for the day without either, and since one only hears the gentle music of the spheres at both poles of the elliptical vault of time and nothing at all in the middle of the present, you would rather remain in the middle and listen, but past and future, both of which no man can experience, because they are only two different poetic genres of our heart, an Iliad and an Odyssey, a lost and regained Miltonic paradise, you do not want to hear at all or let them come near, so that you can just nest deaf and blind in an animal present. Even where a complete present and reality is conceded to the future by the idealism of Jean-Paul, a disparagement of this tangibility, consequently reification of striving, eternalizing of utopia, manifests itself, if in this world, I say, poetry became life and our pastoral world a sheep farm and every dream a day, this would only heighten our wishes, not fulfill them. The higher reality would only give birth to a higher poetic art and higher memories and hopes. In Arcadia we would pine for utopias, and at every sunrise we would see a deep starry sky departing, and we would sigh as we do here. Titan, 45th cycle, conclusion. This kind of thing is of course only spoken in a melancholy spirit and not with approval. Even in the prophesied endlessness of longing a warning is issued against that utopianism which considers an Arcadia as intensified summer holiday or even as resigned sheep farm to be the final wish content. But where from the outset, as in the case of Arcadia, only the wish for escape and the tired wish for contrast are driving us on, the escape of course easily runs on further, in fact longing itself, sighing itself out of Arcadia again. Though of course Jean-Paul himself, with Goethe and Gottfried Keller the greatest master of graphic description in the German language and of the golden superabundance of the world, ultimately refuses the eternalized utopian. It is also the political aspect of the Democrat in him which, for the sake of dawnings for Germany * finally breaks free from being besotted with the not now in a mere romantic dream. Jean-Paul himself thus gives the last word to a will towards the present, towards utopian present. The present is chained to the past as prisoners used to be to corpses, and the future is tugging at the other end, but one day it will be free. Thus nothing is more repugnant to utopian conscience itself than utopia with unlimited travel. Endless striving is vertigo, hell. Just as there should be a hold instead of the repeatedly fleeting moments or merely tasted points in time, so too there should be present instead of utopia, and within utopia at least present in SPE or utopian present tense. If utopia is no longer necessary, there should at long last be being as utopia. The essential content of hope is not hope, but since it does not allow precisely the latter to be wrecked, it is distanceless being here, present tense. Utopia works only for the sake of the present which is to be attained, and so in the end present, as the finally intended distancelessness, is sprinkled into all utopian distances. Precisely because utopian conscience will not be fobbed off with what is poorly existing, precisely because the furthest reaching telescope is necessary to see the real star of the earth, and the telescope is called concrete utopia, precisely for this reason utopia does not intend an eternal distance from the object, with which it wishes to coincide instead, an object that is no longer estranged from the subject. The that, for which reason and for the illumination of which the world odyssey is underway and not yet odyssey of quiescence, does not throw itself forever into designing and process, for the intensivum of this that basically just wants a concise result instead of endless process. Even if a stationary halt in the on the way is as bad as or even worse than on the way itself made absolute, every halt is still correct in which the utopian present moment of the final state itself is not forgotten, on the contrary, in which it is retained by the agreement of the will with the anticipated final purpose, summum bonum. There are such moments in all concrete revolutionary work, in the realization of the proletariat as abolition of philosophy, in the abolition of the proletariat as realization of philosophy. They are in every articulation of unknown self-being through artistic pre-appearance and in the hearth of all articulations of the central question. They are even in the stupor of negative astonishment, and all the more so in the shiver of positive astonishment, as a landing announced by bells. There is definitely utopian present in this, precisely in the sense of begun abolition of the distance of subject and object, therefore also of self-abolishing utopian distance itself. The magnetic needle of intention then begins to sink, because the pole is near, the distance between subject and object diminishes, as the point of unity dawns preconsciously, where the two poles of utopian consciousness, dark moment, open adequacy, for the that intention, reach the point, coincide. Accordingly utopia cannot go any further here, it goes instead into the content of this presence, i.e. into the presence of the that content, together with its no longer alienated, no longer alien world. As is unfortunately only too evident, what is intendable as such presence, as such manifested identity does not yet lie anywhere in a becomeness, but it lies irrefutably in the intention towards it, in the intention which is never demolished, and lies unmistakably in the historical and world process. 316. Itself. The latter most certainly has not been damaged by a decisive in vain and nothing. That is why the identity of man who has come to himself with his world successfully achieved for him does admittedly present itself as mere border concept of utopia, in fact as the utopissimum in utopia and precisely in concrete utopia, but this most hoped for thing of all in hope, called highest good, also represents the region of final purpose in which every solid positing of a purpose in man's struggle for liberation participates. The all in the identifying sense is the absolute of that which people basically want. Thus this identity lies in the dark ground of all waking dreams, hopes, utopias themselves and is also the gold ground onto which the concrete utopias are applied. Every solid daydream intends this double ground as homeland, it is the still unfound, the experienced not yet experience in every experience that has previously become. 21. Daydream in delightful form. Pamina or the picture as erotic promise. It then inflames my soul, there it becomes bigger and bigger and I spread it out further and further, more and more brightly, and the thing really becomes almost ready in my head, even if it is long, so that subsequently I can survey it at a glance in my mind, just as if it were a beautiful picture or a pretty person, and I do not hear it at all consecutively in my imagination in the way it must subsequently come, but as if all together at once. Mozart. The tender morning. We dream all the more, the less we have already experienced. Love, above all, always paints its own earlier than it has it. It imagines the one girl, the one boy vaguely, before the consequently lovable creature has appeared in person. A glance, an outline, a way of walking, are dreamed. The chosen one must look like this in order to be chosen. The beloved features hover ahead like a picture, and the external stimulus must be commensurate with them, otherwise it cannot excite us as one to be loved. The external stimulus is thus not only accepted here, so that it excites us, for instance as the 317 first which has appeared, but it is chosen as an exciting stimulus by inner inclination, preparation. What is then intended? The coming features of the figure are of course not seen clearly, but clearly and selectively sought after. A fulfilling appearance hovers and strides ahead of those who are awaited, themselves await. With this eye, this outline, something to be loved rises in the morning, something distant stands outside the door. Many girls and many boys have made their infatuated choice very early in this way. It often has a lasting effect. Sometimes the choice occurred at home, in individual features of father and mother, sometimes in the street, sometimes in a face in a picture. Much remains inward here, a dream of what we do not know or what cannot yet be attained. The dream with the picture in it is loved for a long time, and alone. Effect through the portrait. It expresses itself more clearly when it sees itself in a picture. Thus long ago girls believed they would see their future husband on St. Andrew's night. Or the girls went to a witch who, after an anxious curiosity had intoxicated them, showed them their bridegroom in the so-called mirror of the earth. Kothchen von Heilbronn and Graf Wetter vom Strahl * appear to one another across time and space on somnambulant New Year's Eve. Elsa von Brabant sees her knight in similar rapture. Once again a mirror of the earth is set up in the magic mirror of the witch's kitchen, with the most beautiful image of a woman. Even Helen first appears in the emperor's palace as a similar spectre. Then, however, with secularized magic which can be much more easily experienced, the actual portrait appears, erotically compelling the will, possibly even non-will through enchantment. The enchantment extends from the silhouette and the photograph to the surrogate painting of the woman not yet known. The original can moreover be surrounded by danger or can itself be a danger, which increases its aura. The special medium of love that is created in this way is, as is only right and proper, best described by a fairytale, by Grimm's fairytale of Faithful John. After my death, said the old king to Faithful John, you must show my son the whole castle, but you must not show him the last chamber down the long gallery in which the picture of the princess of the golden dwelling stands hidden. If he sees the picture, he will be overwhelmed by love for her and will fall down in a swoon and will get into great danger on her account. The young king nevertheless sees the forbidden painting and shirks no danger until he has won his beloved and brought her home. Thus enchantment is created by the portrait, and not in fact, as in sympathetic magic, enchantment which is supposed to strike the person represented, but one which conversely strikes the viewer, fantasizing erotically from the painted object. Through the burning lens of the painting, the spell of a distant sun strikes the person standing in front of it, excites utopian unrest in him. This kind of love potion effect, conveyed by painted anticipation, is presented in more detail than in Grimm in the story of Prince Caliph and Princess Durandot in the Arabian Nights. Prince Caliph tries to contemplate without being aroused the picture of the dangerous Durandot, her triumphant and murderous features, even hopes to discover defects in it, but he immediately falls for the fire which inflames him from the pre-appearance. The Chinese motif spread from the Orient into European chivalry and into its dream figure, Amadis of Gaul. Amadis of Gaul then, the original European dream knight, saw the picture of Oriana, an English princess, not a Chinese one. Nevertheless, portrait magic makes complete Orient out of love here. Drives him into adventures, obstacles, countless dangers, into the whole of the known world at that time, including the Sultan of ancient Babylon, and into the ghostly depths of hell, until the union is consummated and Oriana sinks into the arms of the prize of chivalry. What Durandot promised as a picture, Amadis' lady kept during the whole course of her winning and did not lose after he had won her. Schiller merely reworked the theme of Durandot, but a full ray of Amadis and his courtly love, of woman as image and like the image in a picture, still fell on Maria Stuart. Mortimer's first appearance before the Queen definitely falls into this category. One day, while I was looking round the bishop's palace, my gaze was drawn towards a woman's portrait of stirring wondrous charm, and violently a feeling seized me deeply in my soul, it overwhelmed me so, I stood transfixed. But then the bishop said to me, "Well, May. 319. You linger by this picture with emotion. The loveliest of all the women living, she most deserves our pity of them all, enduring for the sake of our belief her suffering in your own fatherland." Thus Mortimer saw Mary's portrait in France, the supersensory splendor of Catholicism radiated from it and sparked off a rush of images which drove the knight in the same breath to the Scottish Queen and to the heavenly Mary. The motif however remains the portrait utopia of the Gothic and also of the Baroque romance of chivalry. Passion is combined with devout worship of the image, with such a vividly exchanged and secularized adoration of Mary that it makes the knight into Perseus who frees Andromeda, into the crusader bent on rescuing the damsel in distress. The distant quests of the knights have long since been forgotten, but the Baroque, which took up the motif of being sent far afield, echoes in wonderfully pure fashion in Mozart, in a miniature which understandably the painting has now become. In Tamino's song, this portrait is enchantingly beautiful. Pamina presents the sweetest figure of all dream beloved and with the music of her pre-appearance the epitome of them. The fine miniature of Pamina lies in Tamino's hand and is enclosed by it, the most delicate of frames. Pamina is regarding the boy even in the unearthly beauties of his song itself, she drifts in front of Tamino as a magical image and as the musical form of his love. With heavy coarsening, though also magnetization of the miniature from the magic flute, the Durandot motif recurs again in Wagner, in The Flying Dutchman. His picture keeps Senta under its spell and in hope, optically in the disturbing likeness over the door, musically in the demonic ballad. Wagner's neo-Baroque in general particularly likes to modify this spell, not painted in Elsa's Lohengrin vision, long before she saw him, painted in Eva's, though only indirect, preparation in the Meistersinger, concerning Stalzing. What made me feel such sudden anguish was the fact that I had seen him long ago in the picture of David as Master Dürer painted him for us. Characteristically, the still Baroque building of the opera has the Durandot picture hanging on its walls more often than the play. There are many such examples, they all tempt us to the dream and promise. It is not even necessary for the picture itself which stimulates the dream to be a particularly good one. In fact, in experience, far from fairytale and opera, even the photograph lends itself to utopian tenderness. 320. Dostoevsky, in The Idiot, lets Mishkin hear about Nastasia Filipovna through Rogozin. He sees her picture, he sees the suffering, yet arrogant expression, he quickly brings the girl's photograph to his lips and kisses it. In this Dostoevsky world the portrait is the collective contradiction of a person, the portent of beauty in suffering. It does not only arouse the desire to find this woman, but to free her from her face through love, to fulfill her longing for childhood and innocence which the picture promises besides her beauty. Reason enough for the sick saint or holy fool to be dedicated to this woman through her portrait. The enchanted have after all, besides the danger which surrounds their beloved, almost invariably also seen the sorrow caused her by the fact that she is herself far removed from her beloved, in a strange place, far removed from love. This creates the deepest seduction alongside beauty. Even behind the painting of the unfortunate, aloof Princess Durandot the archetype of Andromeda is still at work, who finds herself in the power of a dragon. Ultimately this is so even when the idol does not stop at any picture, not even the most exquisite, when the picture is completely painted over by love, if not basically itself painted by it? This was ultimately the case in all instances of portrait magic we have considered, and only culminates in the purest dream woman there is, and her most faithful dreamer, in Dulcinea and Don Quixote. Hence none other than Don Quixote's Dulcinea is and remains the concentration of all these picture beloved, both the cautionary and the most completely utopian one. Taken to the point of comedy, a ridiculous picture of happiness in ridiculous unhappiness, condensed to the basic phenomenon of all mere erotic dream beings, to Dulcinea as the femme introuvable. Nevertheless, the picture of the beloved creates the first strong waking dream even in happy situations in life. Imago substitutes as well as sending us out into the unknown. Nimbus around encounter, betrothal. This is different again when the woman has already been seen in the flesh, but only fleetingly. Then an image also closes in around the event, one that is won from the first or the last impression. No matter how brief the first impression may have been, it remains as such, outlines and colors itself. The glance at the passing, vanishing woman stops still, agonizing, not lived out, but pictorially decided. Or instead, it comes to a very hasty farewell with unanswered, frozen, suffocated love, to a farewell in which 321. The briefly experienced sinks away again, but of course also composes itself. Then not the first, but the last impression remains, is decorated with the few features of a happiness mist. The impression is preserved in both cases as remembered image, which nevertheless possesses nothing that has been lived to the end, but is still confronted by the fullness which was possible. Again, there can be unhealthy imago in this nimbus, and yet again it can also indicate a most human kind of love. Heine's poem. I stood in darkening dreams and stared upon her likeness. Enters completely into this fruitless melancholy. Merich's Peregrina * songs capture the same interrupted feeling not in a sentimental, but in a shocking way. Oh, yesterday into the lighted nursery by flickering of dainty candles arrayed where I forgot myself in noise and play you stepped, oh picture of pity sweet agony, it was your ghost who came to dine with me, we sat as strangers keeping grief at bay until my sobbing burst out in the end and hand in hand we left the house as friends. In this unfulfilled, though once corporeal wishful image there is the agony of a love which does not live and does not fade, which wanders in its morning twilight, returns eternally and departs eternally. The same image motif of Ahasueric beginnings repeats itself, in a much weaker form, but moving precisely in what is left unsaid. In Merich's Mozart novella, the poet of Peregrina relates the encounter of a young bride, the happy bride of another, with Mozart and the afterglow of this encounter, a few moments later, as she crossed the big room upstairs which had just been cleared and set straight again, the drawn green damask curtains of which admitted only a soft twilight, she stopped and stood wistfully by the piano. It was just like a dream to think who had been sitting at it a few hours before. She looked thoughtfully at the keyboard for a long time which he had last touched, then she quietly closed the lid and pulled out the key, jealous to ensure that no other hand might open it again so soon. Here a fleeting, though extraordinarily significant reality has framed itself, as it were, at least its mental picture, which points ahead in utopian fashion, was one from unfulfillable love. Thus the imago of the passing woman never found again is also radically added to the wishful images composed of fragmentary or incomplete reality. Hebel wrote a sad song to the unknown woman in a similar vein. But now my eyes will never know you again, not even if you pass me by one day, and should strange lips your destiny explain I would not recognize the name they say. Yet you will live in me forevermore, as music lingers in a silent room, and though I cannot shape the form you wore, no form can drag you with it to the tomb. In fact, an image of this imminent, non-imminent presence is sprinkled even at the beginning of successful love, curiously, spellbound in fine fetishes, the rising morning then stands still. Tolstoy, in the Kreutzer Sonata, makes the red belt of a girl glow, love is ignited by it, even the later ascetic memory has not forgotten the belt. With what a felicitous flash even the space around Werther's Lottie * stands still, she herself appears, sharp and abiding down to the pale red bows on her arms and breasts and the black bread in her hand, with the children round about her, absorbed in the tender gesture of sharing out the bread to them, so perfectly feminine, a whole spectacle of goodness shining forth. In the midst of this beautiful beginning the image leaps out in this way, even remains afterwards as the shape of the secret betrothal, preserves this in its untouched landscape. No miniature drifts ahead here, like that of Pamina, but it forms itself in love at first sight and creates with a tune which is so purely emotionalized in this frame dream of the highest graces, heavenly morning glow, as the quintet in the Meistersinger sings. Too much image, rescue from it, nimbus around marriage. If the intended woman is one, then of course the fantasy around her ebbs away. But it does not necessarily disappear, in fact too much initial image is reluctant to become flesh. Above all, when the dream image nourished itself more from the lover who had it than from the loved one it referred to. Very romantic spirits who fell deeply in love with the fairytale time of young love and who are weak in reality have thus generally been notable for their fear of fulfillment, especially for their hatred of marriage. Here we may once more recall Lena, impelled to remain forever in the company of the image of the loved one only out on the wild sea. And the imaginary, though equally tangible figure of E.T.A. Hoffmann's conductor Chrysler can be recalled as another example, who saw only heavenly images in love, only smashed soup dishes in marriage, and did not want to swap the images for the dishes. Darkness of the lived moment and reification of the Trojan Helen are romantically travestied in all this kind of thing, as we have seen, but also, when pathologically sharpened, are brought into focus and made clear. Even a naturalistic late or half-romantic like Ibsen celebrated and exaggerated in a particularly instructive way the sheer morning value of love, love as sheer morning value. In a very radical bohemian way in Love's Comedy, where Falk and Schwanhild leave each other voluntarily, precisely out of the deepest affection, so that their spring love does not disappear in marriage, as it would in reality, where the leaves fall. This is overblown of course, but no more overblown than the shock Menelaus experiences when confronted with his Egyptian Helen, which returns here, includes all this, is again relevant for it all. And no more overblown than another reactionary character of Ibsen's, one who was by no means vilified for being romantic in her time, but so to speak for being ultramodern, the woman from the sea, with the same initial value complex. This woman, Elida Wangel, also reifies a hardly realized beginning and consequently ruins her marriage. Though the undomestic, cerulated element is also in Elida Wangel herself when she is constantly gazing out at the ocean and at the strange man of her first love, at the silhouette which he forms far out in the ocean. But the limitless image of abduction remains essential, opposed in a decidedly unrealistic way to a world which invariably appears to it as the narrowness of the fjords. And the abstractly utopian trade in eroticis goes on. Finally, Spitaler also portrayed it in the dream-obsessed hero of his novel Imago and in the beautiful Theoda, spurned out of 324. Loyalty to her image. Being married to another, the governor, makes her into a slice of bread, but her visionary poet will not acknowledge reality, and the situation, deranged out of the world, is not improved again until he changes from the sensory-supersensory suitor into the supersensory one once more. Theoda Imago must not become real, the poet's muse herself will not stand for it, as Spitaler indicates, after so much fantasy, reality would not stand for it either. Imago is bizarrely excessive, but what remains true about it is, all too heavenly love never becomes earthly love, the one disturbs the other. Thus precisely also in love marriage the so much more general problem of realization is discernible, the decrescendo endo through darkness of the lived moment and through its repercussions. The pitiful hungering for the pure dream image anti-rem thus almost gets into the state where it appears to itself indiscriminately, in fact particularly when discriminated in the world light, as the higher thing itself. After all, the various conductor Chryslers do seem to have their case confirmed even by the anti-romantic enemy of all wishful dreams, by the advocate of reality. However long a man has been knocking around the world, has been pushed around by it, usually he still ultimately gets his girl and some sort of a position, marries and becomes a Philistine just like all the others, his wife holds the purse strings, children come along, the woman he worshipped, who was at first the only one, an angel, starts to look more or less just like all the others, his job brings him work and aggravation, marriage a shrewish wife, and so the whole miserable business of all the rest has arrived. Hegel, Werke X2, p216f. Much of this may also have remained true outside the Spiedermeier *embourgeoisement, precisely as the melancholy of fulfillment which at this level accompanies anything invested with too much image. It is this melancholy which drives back so dubiously into the love dream before the real matter or even at the beginning of the real matter, causes it to encapsulate itself and refy itself as distant love per se. And in fact precisely because its fantasy, as one which essentially only contains distant love, ebbs away once the reality is perceived, abstract utopia is then even more certain to be remembered. Here is a source for genuinely utopistic neurosis, namely for lingering in the waking dream, for the image getting stuck in the first signs, in the mere initials of reality. The case is immediately different, however, where the fantasy does not block itself off from what is coming. Where the image in it not only seeks to be preserved, but proved in flesh and blood. And that becomes the course of the matter itself, as soon as the pre-appearance, instead of merely proliferating subjectively in itself, has also been sufficiently stimulated by the object itself. Because the imago of an already perceived loved person can definitely manifest traits which may not be completely unfounded in the object. After all, not every love object has the power of reaching into the imagination through its imago, of moving the latter towards it, even when there is such receptive disposition or mere analogy of the original with its image. In particularly acute instances of the living image effect, an attraction must have been contained in the object itself, namely a founded wishful image within it itself, so that it can at least appear in this way, and the power to act as this wishful image. Pamina when encountered in reality is perhaps not the same as she appeared to Tamino in the picture, but the utopian imago she created is still in fact her own. Thus what is true of every imago drawn from a person is especially true of the erotic image. Those who know how to create it are poetic natures, that is, those with a high degree of objective imagination in them. With real possibility of becoming in a good climate that which reaches into the imagination, which they seem to be not without reason and radiate as pre-appearance. Love, which does not exhaust itself post festum in the enjoyment or in the disappointment of its images, thus keeps faith with the love object in what may also have been a wishful image of itself in the object, therefore, possibly, a propensity towards the self-transcendence beyond what is innate and what has become in it. The probation of the imago thus occurs in terms of the object and by means of the object, in this way it finds accommodation. If, however, this power of exposure through an image is missing, or if the lover alone was the poetic nature, in such unrestrained overflowing unreality that Helen truly does appear to him in every woman *, then the catastrophe of the image is completely unavoidable. Not only the youth of love then runs away from Hegel's unveiled shrewish wife, unhappy marriage knows no other remedy than at most to become banal, a shadow in the numbness of limbo. What was loved will never again become in this marriage what it was before, in contrast to the happy marriage, where space remains for a dream image which was constitutive to prove itself, that is, to develop what has been exposed in it. And here simultaneously, a freshness proves itself which can be in a position to dispel the whole usual, all too usual alternative between initial dream and apathy in this field. For precisely what is utopian is by no means, in line with romantic psychology, confined to the alpha, in such a way that the following alphabet of things is merely problematic stretching of something already known. Rather, marriage also contains its own specific utopia and a nimbus which does not coincide with the morning of love, hence by no means fades with it. This utopia arises in fact from the probation of the love imago, and its poetry is always one of prose, though of a prose with the richest of backgrounds, of the house. The house is itself a symbol, and indeed an open one despite all its closedness. It has as its background the goal hope of the homeland symbol, which persists throughout most wishful dreams and stands at the end of all. This hope is so original that it does not give way to the morning images of love. On the contrary, it has already communicated itself to the lofty image, to both the landscape of secret betrothal and the spectacle of goodness shining forth. Though the wishful image here is not one of passion, which is never a constituent of marriage, by feeling affection, a person already detaches himself from passion. The wishful image is most definitely not one of being provided for sexually and socially, of rationalized sexuality which made marriage into the most bourgeois institution in the bourgeoisie. Marriage is just as little visualized as an objet d'art, with a limited life right from the outset, as an inner bourgeois revolt against anticipated Philistinism. Rather, imago of marriage posits the developing space of house exactly around two people, with its many careers beyond Philistinism. This above all in socialist society, because it no longer needs to posit the family as a refuge from the struggle of life, but keeps it going as the nearest manifestation of solidarity. With the partner as constant guest in the house, with the alliance of unique intimacy based on special differentness. This phenomenon is full of tension and yet it is not dramatic, but thoroughly epic. Thus Chesterton says very tightly here in a felicitously conservative way, all the things that make monogamy a success are in their nature undramatic things, the silent growth of an instinctive confidence, the common wounds and victories, the accumulation of customs, the rich maturing of old jokes. Sane marriage is an untheatrical thing, and yet marriage is so far from being a mere moral appendage to love that it represents, precisely in comparison with it, something strangely new, the adventure of erotic wisdom. So that it represents the successful or unsuccessful experiment of a communion which finds no equal either in sexual love or in any social community which has previously appeared. Thus marriage appears as the utopia of one of the most friendly and most strict expressions of the substance of human life, thus its probation is not only, in fact ultimately no longer at all that of the painted Pamina picture, the virginal one of encounter. Rather, the music of the ordeals by fire and water is added to the utopia of the Pamina picture in Tamino's hand. This music now no longer designates and signifies the bride, but marriage, no longer passion, but the friendship of love, which is in fact called marriage. Pamina herself guides the music of fidelity or the probation of the imago far beyond the first mere enchantment by this imago. Marriage initiates and survives the fire ordeal of truth in the life of the partners, of the steadfast befriending of gender in everyday life. Guest in the house, peaceful unity in fine, burning otherness, this therefore becomes the imago of marriage and the nimbus it undertakes to win. Often making the wrong choice, as is well known, with resignation as the rule, with happiness as the exception, almost even as mere chance. And seldom does marriage become the outbidding truth of what was initially hoped for, therefore deeper, not merely more real than all the songs of the bride. Nevertheless it has its utopian nimbus with justification, only in this form does the by no means simple, the cryptic wishful symbol of the housework, is there any prospect at all of good surprise and ripeness. Just as the pain of love is 1,000 times better than unhappy marriage, in which there only remains pain, fruitless pain, so too the landlocked adventures of love are diffuse compared with the great sea voyage which marriage can be, and which does not end with old age, not even with the death of one partner. Hyper, Corpus Christi, or previous cosmic and Christ-like utopia of marriage, the ship which takes us on board in this way was painted in a doubly luminous way. In earthly and celestial colors, they present two mythical utopias of marriage. The first can be described as that of the Hyper, it is aristocratic pagan, the other classifies marriage as Corpus Christi. Little attention has been previously paid to the category of Hyper, even though it emerged immediately after the matrilinear society. Significantly, Bachofen conspicuously avoided it, always placed only woman or man alone on the respective matrilinear or patrilinear peak. And yet the high couple developed. 328. The most peculiar wishful image of marriage, even in the eyes of its viewers, not only of the partners. Woman and man are each imagined here concentrically within themselves as a picture, the one graceful and providing good, the other powerful and dominating good. However, only their connection brings blessing per se. It appears as unity of tenderness and sternness, of grace and power, in fact of whore and prophet, all this here with the old astral mythic background of moon and sun, and also earth and sun. The woman has in her favor the glittering moon goddess or the primally wise earth goddess, the man the radiant light system, both can or should be at work and dispense in the high pair together in the human heaven. The high pair nimbus lies around Pericles and Aspasia, around Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, around the Helios Anthony and the Isis Cleopatra, around Simon Magus and Helen. The last two, Simon, the Gnostic of Jesus' time, Helen, a Hittite from Tyre, were particularly venerated by their followers, as Dynamis and Sophia in unity. The world appeared redeemed to them through the rediscovery of this primally male, primally female element. After all, an echo of this Simon-Helen cult at the time of Christ lived on throughout the whole of the Middle Ages and was preserved, by changing its characters, in the Faust-Homeric-Helen relationship. Whereas late antiquity also provided especially adventurous examples for the category of high pair, thus the emperor Eliagabal, as priest of the Syrian sun god Baal, married the priestess of the Carthaginian moon goddess Tiamat, day and night, Baal and Tiamat in one. A further astral myth streamed in heavily here, the Babylonian myth of a sacred wedding in God himself. It lived in Gnosis when this divided up its powers of imagery shining down from above into male and female, primal ground and silence, light and life, concept and Sophia. It was preserved in the Kabbalah. Christianity, with its womanless God the Father, allowed no or only indistinct high pairs on this earth, but Gnostic Kabbalistic Judaism most definitely did. Thus around 1650 the pseudo-messiah Sabbatizui had his wife Sarah, a Hittite like Helen of Tyre, as second person in divinity beside him. Indeed, the Tamino-Pamina image deriving from Hellenistic sources, the Faust-Helen image under the continuing influence of Simon Magus and Helen of Tyre, these continue poetically to consummate the ancient nuptials. In two people, in the erotically fixed couple, the category of the high pair thus sought to cause to appear what did not combine in the cults, in the external firmament, moon and sun simultaneously, with equal intensity in the sky, in heaven. Whether the Mizracan Tribunes plebs itself ever came to see this. 329. Dream image is debatable, it probably contented itself with the sight of its demigods. Nevertheless, the image of such a union still runs through the nimbus of every young marriage, when it occurs between well-favored people. The image has been expressly preserved in kitsch as well as in dynastic pairs, robber and robber's bride, heir to the throne and his high-born consort, and gave a powerful highlight on marriage even where the aristocratic background and the astral myth had disappeared. The compatible partner for the most beautiful woman has long engaged the imagination of erotic fulfillment, as perfect pair image of grace and power. And though Christianity no longer justified the high pairs theologically, this pair myth, acting like a guiding image, does in fact live on in the Faust-Helen legend, in the Pamina-Tamino union, further dealt with by Goethe in the Magic Flute Part 2. Indeed, it is ranked very highly as image of our bliss in the Sulika book in the Westostlicher Divan, expressly related to the simultaneity of crescent moon and sunrise and to what it means to unite the former's refinement with the latter's power. The Sultan managed this, connected the highest world pair in the land. To designate they were elected the bravest of the loyal band. In all this the double unity of sexuality seems so peculiarly large and did not rest until it believed it had found a hold in the firmament itself. A unity of people who are man and woman in a fuller sense than Adam and Eve, a sacrament of sun and moon. Christianity, however, no longer has a place for it not only on account of its womanless God the Father, but above all in fact as non-astral mythic religion. No place in a world in which moon and sun now equally sink, as externalities with which the cosmic utopia of marriage likewise sinks. Instead, however, its second face rises, an inner one which promises and binds in a different way. Devotion and strength, maidenliness and leadership are not to be combined in a worldly, but in an extra-worldly way and thus completed. Marriage becomes community in nous, that is, the Corpus Christi imitated by wife and husband. In this too there is an image which first begins with marriage and has its erotic promise in marriage, as the house, with sensory supersensory brilliance. Millions still believe in it, as in the sacrament of marriage, for them marriage is made in heaven and remains there until death, despite possible earthly wretchedness. 330. Or catastrophe. The marriage partners themselves consummate the sacrament through marriage, they themselves already enter into relation with God, as the creator of children's souls. Every marriage, Pius IX impressed on us, is in itself a sacrament, even if only an empty one, not so that marriage becomes sacred, but because marriage is sacred, is the collaboration of the priest necessary, in the only sacrament which the Church itself does not dispense, which it only makes into a full one through its ratification. Then of course, in the sacramentum plenum, a vast gold ground should emerge in marriage to the believer, wife and husband stand in imago beyond compare. According to the teachings of the Church, they come together as consecrated limbs of Christ's body, in order to devote themselves to the extension of this body, to the spreading of the kingdom of God in the rational human creature. The bond of Christ with his community remains the image and model image of marriage, for we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the Church. F5, 30-32. Sulamith's love for Solomon in the Song of Songs, with breasts sweeter than wine, with the beloved who has gone down into his garden, to the beds of spices, to feed in the gardens, and to gather lilies. This glowing wedding song is clerically transformed and presented allegorically as the love talk of Christ with his community, as devotion of the head to the body, as purification of the body through the head. Despite the fall, our bodies are the limbs of Christ, temples of the Holy Spirit. 1 Cor 6, 16-19, always in such a way that marriage is rooted in the marriage of Christ with the community and with its extension and continuing effect, its organ and depiction in the rational human creature. Sexual communion and fidelity to it are completely connected in this image of marriage with religious and with social communion, though only in the form of the Christian community related to the other world. In St. Paul, marriage becomes the connection of disciple and female disciple out of kinship and convention, in order to blend themselves in the image of the new God, in order to belong to him in the new house. Comradeship between the sexes ideally becomes comradeship of the cult. Though the human creature added a great deal of water and misfortune to the wine of this miracle, especially the absolutely unchristlike society in which, in fact, as late Roman, feudal, capitalist society respectively, the Corpus Christi did not exactly reveal itself in perfect form in the social context. But the utopia of the grapevine and the vines was nevertheless at work in the refuge as which the family wanted to preserve itself non-antagonistically within class society. Despite all strongly patrilinear, patriarchal features, and despite the extra-worldly vanishing and reference point, there was no utopia of love which could have considered marriage to be as deeply important and made its image as deeply binding as the former. The essential patriarchal feature, with the man as head, was nevertheless included in a community of love of a more extensive order in which there was to be no more domination, nor any loneliness ado. Unus Christianus nullus Christianus, this principle of a cryptic collective was reflected here as the faith, love, hope of marriage. After image of love. Even if a dream becomes real, it will not always remain so. Even if it is not carried to the grave, the body is which it found. Death does not cut love off, but what was visible and alive for it. The magic wand of the first impression was followed, the gold was pure, its time is past. Then, however, a waking dream is restored again in images, it remains an after-image of love, fulfilled and yet, then again, not fulfilled. This after-image is as distant as possible from the peregrina vision composed of unfulfilled love, the vision of the never-achieved farewell, and yet related in one point. Since even the woman happily loved can become peregrina through death, in so far as death is alien to her, in so far as it only interrupts externally. Undoubtedly, there is widespread self-deception here, right down to the kitsch which forms in the memory around the so-called late blessed husband or wife. This caricature is never the subject of discussion, not even transfiguring memory of a less insipid kind. Rather, no after-image of love is unequivocal, unless already able to develop in the lifetime of its object, then of course, in its brilliance, it is unerring. As in the Peregrina vision, hope also repeatedly rises out of memory in such cases, and a promise. Out of the after-image, Theodore Storm's novella Viola Tricolor circles around this problem twice. Since unsatisfied remembering wishfulness is at work here both in the child who garlands the picture of his dead mother with roses and because of his stepmother least of all forgets his own mother, and also in the man entering his second marriage, and he too takes a long retrospective glance. He takes it on lonely paths, in his lonely study with the picture of his late wife over his writing desk, by the window which opens out onto the garden, down to the little hut which he has not entered for so long. The retrospective glance goes there, the after-image goes and lives there. The sky was full of clouds, the light of the moon could not reach down. Down there in the little garden the overgrown shrubbery lay like a dark mass, only where the steep path led down between black pyramid-shaped conifers to the bamboo hut did white gravel glimmer between them. And out of the imagination of the man who was looking down into this loneliness, a lovely figure stepped who no longer belonged to the living. He saw her down there wandering on the path, and it seemed to him as if he were walking at her side. Storm's hero is thus prone to seduction by the dead. A peculiar and extremely complex infidelity appears. He breaks his marriage to his second wife by committing adultery with a shadow. Curiously, this very disturbing kind of after-image seldom appears in great literature, just as if for the Avenger, Hamlet, only the marriage tables of funeral baked meats were a problem, because of a crime. Shakespeare's Winter's Tale, however, is full of the power of the erotic after-image. It is at work in the culpable longing of the king in front of the statue of Hermione. Only here, in Shakespeare's mysteriously light game, a deep jest causes a desire to go back again, causes a powerful pull towards the past and makes it present again. Only here the statue of a unpast life is brought to life again. This is a fairy-tale solution. Everywhere else in life awkward complications surround the erotic after-image, as one which is uneasy about being merely an image of what has been. A differently beautiful love is easily offered witches brews here which do not rejuvenate, but only draw it into an intermediate state between ghostly spring and after ripening. But the distinction must be made. The falsely celebrated after-image closes off new life and closes in old life in an authentic now, with all the disadvantages of what may also be called repeated mirroring in spiritual optics. Whereas the correctly secured after-image, which has not the least in common either with return through aftertaste or with death cult, may be the most fruitful, since it shines in that sphere in which even in the past something unbecome still awaits and approaches. The dead loved one has moved out of mere memory. The imago does not make us long fruitlessly for the past but has the same effect as a star shining from the future. Epimetheus, in Goethe's Pandora, sees the after-image even in tangible aspects of the existing world, albeit transparently. The vanished Pandora shines through. In thousands of patterns her shape is concealed, she floats on the waters, she strides in the field, in sacred proportions she flashes and sounds, their content ennobled within formal bounds, which lent the highest of powers. To me she appeared where young womanhood flowers. In Dante's Beatrice this kind of erotic promise found its most silent power, one of continuing encounter with perfection, as sacred perfection. In Death Sancta illuminates the beyond, itself still approaches us out of this future, awaits, receives, completes. Wherever such inconceivable consolation arises, the beloved the after-image represents proves to be descended from Beatrice's line. However little the image ends as promise, the founded fidelity to it just as surely plants hope, not only at the grave, but also in visualization. 22. Daydream in symbolic form. Pandora's box. The good thing that remains. Every dream remains one by virtue of the fact that too little has yet succeeded, become finished for it. That is why it cannot forget what is missing, why it holds the door open in all things. The door that is at least half open, when it appears to open onto pleasant objects, is marked hope. Though, as we have seen, there is no hope without anxiety and no anxiety without hope, they keep each other hovering in the balance, no matter how far hope outweighs for the brave man, through the brave man. However, hope too, which can deceive with will-o'-the-wisp, must 334 be of a knowing kind, one that is in itself thought out in advance. The consistently curious Pandora legend has hope brought to men by a woman, but in a demonic way. Pandora is tender as Pamina, dazzling as Helen, but evil or sent with evil intention, and so after all like the usual snake in the myth of the fall. She comes from Zeus, who seeks through her to take his revenge on Prometheus for stealing fire, an enticing picture of beauty itself, but with a sealed collection of dangerous gifts. Prometheus refuses her, but Epimetheus, the deliberator after the event, allows himself to be seduced, and so Pandora opens the box she has brought with her. Now this contained, according to Hesiod's portrayal of the legend, the whole army of evils which has subsequently descended on men: disease, trouble, hunger, deformity, all flew out. Only at the end Zeus closed the lid, supposedly in sympathy, before hope came out too. This is, however, a very contradictory legend or version of the legend, since hope, with which after all Zeus also wanted to help the men created by Prometheus to get over their weakness, lies here amidst the explicit evils. In Hesiod's version it is distinguished from the other evils only by the fact that it remains untapped, i.e. has not in fact been distributed among men. But this provides no real understanding in Hesiod's account unless in fact hope as evil refers to its deceptive aspect, even to the powerless aspect which it still represents for itself alone. The ancients had depicted Elpis in this way, tender, covered in veils and fleeing. This is how the Stoics wanted to leave the images of hope behind them, just like those of anxiety and fear. The same effect is created by the unforgettable spes which Andrea Pisano depicted on the door of the Baptistery in Florence. She sits waiting, although she is winged, and despite her wings, like Tantalus, she raises her arms towards an unattainable fruit. Thus hope, so much less endowed with possessions than memory, may appear as an evil on the side of uncertainty, and the deceptive, the unfounded kind certainly is one. But of course, even unfounded hope cannot be ordered among the usual evils of the world as if it were the same as illness or worry. And founded hope especially, that is, hope mediated with the real possible, is so far removed from evil, even from jack-o'-lantern, that it in fact represents the at least half-open door appearing to open onto pleasant objects, in a world which has not become a prison, which is not a prison. The longer time went on, the less the ancients sought to relinquish hope. Hence a later, Hellenistic version, even Goethe's Pandora adopted it, portrays Pandora's dowry not as container of misfortune but, on the contrary, of good things, ultimately as a box of mysteries. Pandora's box. 335. Is Pandora herself in this version, i.e. the all-talented woman, full of charms, gifts, felicitous talents? These two, according to the Hellenistic version of the myth, came out of the box, but in contrast to the vices they completely escaped and were not distributed among men. Thus, accordingly, hope nevertheless remained in the box, as the only good thing left. It keeps up courage for the good things that are missing, steadfastness and non-resignation in the face of those which fail to appear, and where it vanishes, the process pending in the world gets lost. Thus in the long run the second version of the Pandora myth is surely the only true one. Hope is the good thing that remains for men, which has in no way already ripened but which has also in no way been destroyed. In fact, the half-opened door with Adventistic dawning in advance, through which subjectively and objectively hope is indicated, is the Pandora box of the unfinished world itself, together with the hollow space with sparks, ciphers, positive symbol intentions, which its latency represents. With a historical symbol, the friendliest there is, the box opens as the deep warm study, the cabin on land in which the promising light of home burns. With a landscape symbol, the strongest there is, the box opens as the open sea, with heavy evening clouds in the storm, with the golden red morning clouds over the horizon, when the sun is no longer far away and the day begins, which may also be praised before the evening comes. Both aspects are equally the perspective of philosophy, which finally replies to hope materialistically and openly and is sworn to the new earth of the totem. This totem or all still stands in process, and its tendency, it is approaching, with utopian elements of the final state, the front of process, in latency. Illusions and their good things, which have in any case never been existent, have flown out of Pandora's box, but really founded hope, in which man can become man for man and the world homeland for man, has remained. Thus, for the same reason, concrete anticipation is as familiar with enlightenment, destruction of illusions, as it is with genuine mystery, that fiddle, utopian totem. As much with a maximum of freedom from illusion as with a maximum, pregnant with decision, of optimism. And that is why no moment of comprehended hope is missing from the theory practice of Marxism, which is kept total and not kept up artificially. Mechanical materialism, of course, is true as materialism, that is, as explanation of the world in terms of itself, but it is untrue when, as merely mechanical materialism, it teaches an as it were stupid world. Certainly a half and narrow world, moved without goal, with the old cycle of becoming and fading, locked to the chain of unchanging necessity. But this is not the world in which the contradictions occur that drive us ahead, in which better life, becoming human, thing for us are really possible, have space in forward development and capability of development. The real open world is that of dialectical materialism, which is not carrying any mechanistic eggshells. It is as powerfully removed as mechanical materialism from the idealisms of reason as creator, of spirit as demiurge, from Bible bashing and hypostasis of the other world, but also from the statics in the particular, above all in the whole of the world, which mechanical materialism still venerates, as does idealism. We cannot think well enough and greatly enough about matter. Its days, which are equally ours, have neither unchanging number and proportion nor anywhere near their full weight. Not only movement and such an apparently anthropomorphic aspect as contradiction, with movement itself as first contradiction, are its modes of existence, but also such an apparently so much greater anthropomorphic aspect as anticipation. This is felt out and opened up by hope, depicted by its objectively positive tendency and latency concept. And such an auroral aspect not only breaks forth repeatedly in human historical terms, it even qualifies and embraces the landscape of the physical world, which is in no way merely quantitative and cyclical. There is also within it, precisely within it, ciphers of the development of a homeland, in mediation with the human historical one, on the basis of the as yet so little reflected morning land, objective real possibility. The substance formations of the world, right down to the unleashing of the most intensive force of production, of the true atomic nucleus, exister, qualitas, are full of the tendency of the not yet towards the all, of the alienated towards identity, of the surrounding world towards mediated homeland. Even after and precisely after the building of a classless society, these substance problems, tasks, of salvage, humanization continue to work. The hope of the goal, however, is necessarily at odds with false satisfaction, necessarily at one with revolutionary thoroughness. Crooked seeks to be straight, half to be full. 337. Part 3. Transition. Wishful images in the mirror. Display, fairytale, travel, film, theater. 339. 23. Making ourselves more beautiful than we are. Not everyone looks a bit special. But most want to make a good impression and strive to do so. The most external way of doing this is the easiest here. The drab person colors himself as if he were glowing. Thus many shine in front of others, show off. Grooming is soon learnt and fleeting. The woman, the applicant show themselves, as they say, from their best side. Which means from that side which is most readily marketable. The ego changes itself into a commodity, into a saleable, even sparkling commodity. It sees how others behave, what others wear, what is on display in the shop window, and places itself into it. Of course, people cannot make of themselves what has not already previously begun within them. Equally, in terms of pretty wrappings, gestures, and things, they are attracted outside only by what has already existed for a long time in their own wishes, even if only vaguely, and what is therefore quite willingly seduced. Lipstick, makeup, borrowed plumes help the dream of themselves, as it were, out of the cave. Then they go and pose, pep up the little bit that is really there or falsify it. But not as if it were possible for someone to make themselves completely false, at least their wishing is genuine. This shows itself, in fact betrays itself in the pose they strike. Wishing, however, only moves upwards in a conventional way. The assiduous young man of this type is dissatisfied with the state in which he finds himself, but not with the state of rich and poor in general. So he smiles at this in a really friendly way, so he blossoms out in accordance with the image which he sees as his own, or rather the one which he is made to see as his own. To appear more than he is, that is consequently all that is allowed to him in the petit bourgeois urge to be considered top dog. To be more than he appears, however, this reversed formula is not imitated by any grooming, which is why there is never so much kitsch as in the class which tolerates itself not being genuine. What is ours and non-fading, it is still not often worn apart from the tie. 24. What the mirror tells us today. I was privileged to serve. Saying. Being slim. Not to give oneself a second glance, that is really something. But for the little employee it usually just means to be finished. If he is not yet that, and if he does not want to end up like that, then the applicant must be conscious of himself as spruce and dressed accordingly. A mirror is part of getting dressed. The threatened man looks at himself with the eyes of his master. With eyes which tell him how the boss wishes him to be, when he wants to rely on his employees. Of course the mirrored man believes he sees himself as he wishes to see himself, wishes himself to be. In fact, even the man who has no choice but to be mirrored believes it, shortly before his appearance in public, at the office. The face now composes itself as smoothly as possible. The employee wants to be as slim, as creaseless as his suit and holds himself accordingly. He puts himself at an advantage in this way, but at that advantage which the real masters gain from the little man. Therefore the glass does not even reflect the way he wishes himself to be but simply the way he is wished to be. This kind of thing is standardized like the gloves in the shop, like the shop smile of the salesman that has become a general and prescribed smile. To keep smiling through anxiety and in tedium, this is now the American mark of the gentlemen who are no such thing. The intention here is that they should resemble each other as one egg does another, and nothing but creeping chickens hatch out. Good at cringing. Those who offer themselves for sale have to please the girl the way she should be, the young man the way he should carry himself. They are therefore also put on show outside, as the ruling class requires, on pain of destruction. The feminine aspect of the employee consists of pink, the masculine of wax, but must be smart. To keep them both up to scratch there is therefore a mirror hanging in the street too, in every public place. 341. There are lots of them hanging wherever they go. The window display mirrors and by doing so increases what is supposed to be happening in the buyer, what he would like to be in petit bourgeois terms, so that he buys. The usual reading and film matter of the West supplies many such images of desirable good conduct, of fruitless appearance. Deceitful signposts are erected here, to the dancing work animal, to the traveling man in chains, to the perfect marriage of the castrated husband. All in the manner of a lie which must be sweet though impossible enough to intoxicate us and yet still keep us in harness. Sport seems to be a real escape from the tedium. Genuine wishes are felt here at the start. Competition, almost extinct for small people, provides a refuge. But the field is narrow, Getting ahead is just a game, seriousness is left standing, the swimmer improves on records only in the water, but the boss does so in terms of profit. Of course, quite different peak performances would emerge if there were medals for being first in suffering in silence, for being number one cringer, champion at swallowing your pride, at grinning and bearing it. These are the unhailed victors of that life which is really still offered to people on the capitalist road through life, without a lie. The boxer stands in the ring, dishes it out, but the one who can take it best stands outside the ropes, as a spectator. Is the true master when it comes to taking the right hook to the jaw, to coming out when the bell goes. Thus above all he pleases those who keep the duped punch ball pinned down. 25 new clothes, the illuminated display. A velvet collar polishes. Saying. Nobody can shed their skin of course. But it is easy to slip into a new one, hence all grooming is in fact getting dressed. In any case, the clean shirt lies spread out in the morning like the new day, a new coat covers the whole past of the man just released from prison. Clothes which can be chosen distinguish men from animals, and jewelry is even older than these clothes, it sets them off even today by standing out. With garments women in particular put on a new part of themselves. She is a new woman in new clothes, in the fine lather of feminine finery. However, the wish to try oneself out in various ways also begins for most other people with 342. The both spotless and variable illusion which a tailor can lend. Hence old or sedentary people feel most comfortable always being dressed in the same way. Others immediately feel they have no creases if their trousers do not show any. Well laid out. After this, out onto the busy street, itself idle, watching. Light comes through the trees from the bright houses, from the square at the end, and calls. But what is calling here is the commodity dazzlingly illuminated behind glass, looking for customers. Thus in addition to the sewing pattern there is the window display, to stimulate elegant wishful life. The window display first came into being with the open capitalist market, and it still possesses, characteristically in the West above all, the capacity to stimulate needs, primarily those with the personal touch. For the purpose of fulfilling the wish closest to the heart of the businessman himself, making profit. A good window display must therefore be suggestive, always presents parts to represent the whole and the parts themselves again as merely intimating ones, and thus it makes us uneasy about lingering before shop windows. Here is the delicatessen with dishes we cannot help but call appetizing. Coffee, tea, schnapps are best presented against Delft tiles, on red varnish, Dutch Indian air lulls the purchaser in. Here is a china shop, in the middle the laid table, blossom white, crystal, candle lit, waiting for guests who are as refined as it is itself. Here is a ladies' fashion shop of higher distinction, outfits gathered into an unbelievable slimness at the height of fashion like little else in the world and yet a kind of other world, no earthly women walk like that. Here is a tailor's for general managers and for those who would like to be like them, the ulster has been thrown over the Chippendale chair in an inimitable way, a soft hat waits beside it, pigskin gloves, shoes that look as if they were made out of the cover of an old Florentine book. The wanderer, however, and all those others who, like most of us, cannot afford to buy, is not made rebellious, however great the uneasiness of his desire for possession, precisely by what is all too high. Anyone who is after more cozy happiness, however, will find it behind the windows of the furniture store. Dining room, bedroom, studio, drawing room, everything is ready like a made bed, and the young civil servant who no longer feels the need to go chasing infatuated round the park, only needs to fling his bride into it. He sees behind the windows, in down feather. 343. And salmon pink, the most legitimate bourgeois wishful dream, but also that fulfillable for the fewest of all, the dream house for two from inside. The dream of the beautiful house fills itself with the furniture on display which is itself living beyond its means, with factory goods which are always got up in fancy dress, the broad odalisque style armchair *, the Californian bar top, the Faustian studio. At every corner the shop window thus forms wishful dreams, to make the rich people who have no money draw it out of their pockets. And no one knows better when it comes to this sort of dream than the dresser who arranges its displays. He does not only set out commodities, but also the enticing image which arises between men and commodities, he builds with happiness and glass. And the passerby continues to build on this capitalist enticing image in a purely human way, even though it exists close by slums or cheerless streets of bourgeois conformity, presupposes these and is supposed to make us forget them. Uneasy, certainly, but not made rebellious, for the magic behind the glass of course shows no enviably visible owner. The petit bourgeois affirms precisely in front of the displays which are beyond his means the elegant and praiseworthy aspect into which the bosses shape their lives. The woman must exist for these flowers, for this perfume, there must be the abundance of life, but where is it to be found? Around Christmas, when we do not give presents to ourselves, but to others, the shopping streets of the cosmopolitan cities become almost pious. With double, treble intensity the neon adverts, the wishes glow up and down, go blue, yellow, red, green, pour drinks, billow as tobacco smoke, make out of the commodity everywhere a so-called Christ child as much a cute picture as the overfilled shop windows are a deceitful one. The coffee which is poured into the sea does not need to be put on display first. Light of advertising. But the commodity always still needs a label which praises it, which makes it especially appealing in competition and does not only make it shine in the shop window. The designed and spoken display, the big drum for this is called advertising. It especially transforms man into the most sacred thing there is next to property, into the customer. Even earlier ages, countries that were not capitalist had a kind of advertising, but it was more contented self-importance than a weapon in the acquisitive struggle. It skipped over, it even ironized the commodity, just as even today a coal merchant's might commend itself, almost mockingly, as Arcus. Even in old Peking there were the following business signs: over a basket maker's the 10 virtues, over an opium shop the threefold uprightness, over a wine shop neighborhood of the highest beauty, over a charcoal shop fountain of all beauty, over a hard coal shop heavenly embroidery, over a butcher's mutton shop of the morning twilight. But these are poems, not big draws, even if, as enticement and exaggeration, so to speak, they do long precede capitalist advertising. Even more beautifully than the window dresser, the man in advertising plays on the piano of wishful dreams, making them irresistible in the stimulated person, until a customer ripens out of him. Atlantic hits like the following now emerge: spring hats are no longer a luxury these days, call for Philip Morris, purity and a big bottle, that's Pepsi-Cola, modern design is modern design, Buick, the car for the successful businessman. Buying ladies' stockings causes a literal rebirth, guarantees the New York Times, Van Raalte covers you with leg glory from sunrise till dark. Thriftiness, wish for the latest thing and morning red have a rendezvous even for gentlemen and at a cheap price, Howard Clothes, styled with an eye for the world of tomorrow. Advertising makes magic out of the commodity, even out of the most incidental commodity, a magic in which each and everything will be solved if only we buy it. The lady in the illustration who is dabbing eau de cologne on her temples, who is accepting Swiss chocolate from gentlemen, becomes the picture of happiness precisely by doing so. Shop windows and advertising are in their capitalist form exclusively lime twigs for the attracted dream birds. The so gleaming and acclaimed commodities become, as Marx says, the bait with which people try to entice the essence of the others, their money, to themselves, and to transform every real and possible need into a weakness. All this is made possible by painted, highly recommended commodities, a parade of Christmas and Easter values throughout the whole year. Thus the employees are charged up without them exploding, and the many lights of the several faces of Berlin West, all of them rotten, only serve to increase the darkness. 345. 26 Beautiful Mask, Ku Klux Klan, the glossy magazines. Your daddy's rich, but your mama's good looking. Jazz song **. the obsession with transforming ourselves lures us even more strongly. A person does not then only put on new clothes, but becomes unrecognizable in them. The means of doing this is not dress, but dressing up in disguise. The wish emerges for a mask which is most definitely not an everyday one. The mask is superficial to begin with, as such it hides, indeed denies the previous ego, the ego portrayed in previous life. The housewife, the salesman disappear, a colorful image of themselves takes their place. This is now carried over onto the body, the wearer caters for himself with it. That dressing up in disguise takes place, which in many cases is not dressing up at all, but a small fulfillment. The mask enables the bourgeois not only to look as he wishes to be and to be taken for at parties, it also allows him to act in a really boisterous way. In fact, often when he is dressed up as a criminal, hangman or pasha, it suits his style better than his everyday coat, which is, so to speak, forced upon him. With this disguise he throws a dream over himself, the dream of the colorful or great animal. And we see which role the disguised man would like to play in life, even could play if he was not prevented. He is by no means only masked as hangman, sex murderer, prince. Those who have dressed up in a good disguise have undressed, that is how they look on the inside. The crooked paths. It more seldom turns out that someone is a colorful animal on the outside as well. It is surprising that more crimes are not committed simply for richly striking effect. All criminals, even if they come from the scum of the earth, are petits bourgeois. The good life is only possible in affluence, that is what they want. Crime, so it seems, makes rich overnight, if you know how to use the night as well as the man of property knows how to use his day. Doubtless, for poor, that is, would-be exploiters, there is a persistent urge to go into the underworld, into what is for them a cross between a killing feast * and a beggar's banquet. The lure of the revolver is succumbed to relatively seldom in the petite bourgeoisie, and it remains at the planning stage, only because the consequences require very good nerves, and also have many Black Fridays. It's an honest man who only dreams of the crimes which the others commit, so says an old saying. Even outside the masked ball, however, the confidence trickster is what he wishes to be, a prince. In fact, the beggar's banquet is often retained as working clothes even by more capital criminals. The crooked road is supposed to be and remain at the same time the colorful eerie road. Crime itself loves and preserves the anarchic romanticism in which the petit bourgeois cloaks it. Thus wayward youth is seduced by the image of the gangster, the image of the wish for bloodshed, but there are also really droll robbers and murderers, above all sex murderers, who to all intents and purposes ply their trade in a kind of dream game, mostly with wishes for revenge, and thus exaggerate it in a theatrical way. They dupe the police in letters which lead to their discovery. The pleasure taken in the role which is ultimately not only one they play, is too great. What is longed for and intended as such a role is verified by their testimonies. They are furthermore poetic in a terrible way. For example, a letter to the police, around 1930, from the Dusseldorf sex murderer Curtin, who murdered 19 times, dripping with bloodthirstiness and grinning suffering, yet suffering draped in moral sentiments, and in a smarmy, but very self-relishing criminal style. The sex murderer is skilled at being doubly chilling and writes, "I expect you are interested in my activities. Since my beginning lies in another region, the following may be deserving of your special attention. In Langenfeld, north of Cologne, was the beginning and, if my luck holds, will also be the end of my affliction. A creature lives there, which in its moral life and in its thoughts is hardly comparable with any other soul. That she cannot belong to me has driven me to all my terrible actions. She must still die, even if it costs me my life. I wanted to poison her, but her totally pure body overcame the poison. Now things are going better for me. My girl has to walk home in the evening from Hilden. I enclose a sketch of her route. She is my next victim." And a later letter closes with verses which read like something written on the toilet walls of Cochin, but their contents were true. At the foot of Papendel. At the spot my cross foretells, where no weeds have grown, and which is marked with a stone, lies a corpse 1.5 meters deep. The letters were put in black-bordered condolence envelopes. The self-satisfaction in the committed, yet still draped murder is great. Something of the Nazi announced itself in all this. He later sucked in many droll robbers and murderers, moral sex murderers. The crooked paths are thus filled with cruel wishful images in a particularly precise way, including those of the gallows at the end, with the inconceivable cruelty of which the Christian bourgeoisie has for centuries sweetened the misfortune of not being allowed to break people on the wheel, to hang, draw and quarter them, and to burn them at the stake, in person. Success through terror. More and more people of this kind clamored to be disguised in life too. Grotesque masks and hoods are not only desired by Mr. Would-be at balls, but also during the day. The mask did not only move beyond the fancy dress party among old-fashioned private criminals, it became fascist seriousness. Public seriousness made political. Then came the night of the long knives and its day. Wolf's fangs and scary monsters, joke articles which traveling salesmen put on to amuse fellow passengers in railway compartments, became party insignia. Papa had recently gone to a fancy dress party at the Glee Club as Judge Lynch, and it was unanimously declared the best mask of the evening. Now he was the same in the street, but for real and faultless, and the Jews with cut-off trousers and with witty placards around their necks, the Jewish sweethearts with shorn heads in the train triggered salvos of laughter, before they triggered different salvos. Regression broke out. Apaches, Death's heads, Knights of the fiery nightshirt enlivened the streets. Police made them doubly insecure. All wishes came true which the petit bourgeois had acted out at carnival time, every scream of blue murder, and in particular the wishes of those who as lynchers, Ku Kluxers, hooded avengers and the like drove false revolt into genuine barbarity. The fascist charlatan reached for the werewolf mask. He conjured with half-crazy names, with scenes from horror stories, where these descend to the level of kitsch, but also to the level of the well-oiled. 348. Serviceably built schizophrenia of the bourgeois conformist. That is, of the cockon of emergency. This too comes from the Golden West. The American Ku Klux Klan still sets the tone for this, the reactionary underground movement of the southern states of America after the Civil War, then again after the First World War. The gang wore domino robes with a hood. The material was dark with white insignia sewn on which were supposed to look ghostly in torchlight. There were insignia in the shape of a bowie knife. There were also bullets, half-moons, crosses, snakes, stars, frogs, wheels, hearts, scissors, birds, cattle. The Klan called itself the Invisible Empire. The realm has an imperial wizard at its head, followed by the Great Dragon, the Great Titan, the Great Cyclops. There are Clan Wolves and Clan Eagles. The names of the ordinary members are the same as the motifs on their domino robes, but a fiery cross burns on the hills where they meet. This mummery is intended to appear extremely different, barbarically colorful, so that the bloodthirsty Babbitt can make a taboo out of himself. Following in the footsteps of Red Indian stories and totems, even of the medieval Vemgericht asterisk of the exclusively dark Middle Ages in general, as the American magazines imagine them to be. The masks of the Ku Klux Klan were thus the first fascist uniform, and its proclamations were the first to color with their wishful images the revolution from the right, the Lynch Revolution. The beginning of the movement is instructive here, which will perhaps appear again, the call to the Arkansas Klan in April 1868, which runs as follows. KKK. Special Order No. 2. Spirit Brothers, Shadows of Martyrs, Phantoms from Gory Fields, Followers of Brutus. Rally, rally, rally. When shadows gather, moons grow dim and stars tremble, glide to the council hall and wash your hands in tyrant's blood, and gaze upon the list of condemned traitors. The time has arrived. Blood must flow. The true must be saved. Work in darkness. Bury in waters. Make no sound. Trust not the air. Strike high and sure. Vengeance. 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 Asterisk, a secret court which operated in Westphalia from the late 12th century to the middle of the 16th century. 349. This immediately sounds like the sex murderer curtains criminal language quoted above, but with revolutionary masquerade. In the truly primitive person, the mask wearer intruded through his disguise into the creature that is portrayed by the mask. The wild man in the lion's mask becomes the lion god himself. He imagines he can act like him. Even the dancing dervish, when he is turning on his axis, feels himself to be a heavenly body turning around the sun. In this way, in his imagination, he pulls down the powers of the sun to himself. Civilized barbarity, however, by no means uses the mask, in this case that of the man-eater, merely to participate more than usual in the wishful idol it represents for it, but above all also in order to arouse horror, and to paralyze through terror. And the mask fitted like a glove when big business summoned it, when moons grew dim and stars trembled and the crystal knocked asterisk came out onto the streets. Bestsellers, syrupy stories. But this pleasure in transforming oneself must also be able to wander in friendlier fields. Since behind all its criminal images there in fact lies something spruced up by the petty bourgeoisie, the wild Babbitt runs to it in the end. It is to be found both in prose, in bestsellers, and in the as it were poetically plotted sweetness, in the sweetness with plot, in short, in the magazine story. The bestsellers are those which, with or without the use of elbows, promise the path to contrived happiness. These can just be cosmetic books. They are like the French chef who knew how to make a beefsteak out of a glove. To these we may add the guidance counselors in life's struggle, for the would-be beauty queen, for the prospective lucky devil. Illustrations, teaching good manners, back up the explanation. Finally, the employee is shown his goal in a grand tableau. He is sitting at the dinner table with the boss's family, next to him the half-won daughter. Monogamy, coded with marriage into the business, concludes the bestseller. This genre flourishes most extensively in North America. How to win friends and influence people, precisely this is part of the business. The headings of a popular guide to desirable living run: How to live your life, the secrets of health, love and marriage. 350. How to make money, the way to charm, success with your children, how to sharpen your memory, unmarried, but never too old to love, how to make people like you, how to talk about books, theater, music, arts. In short, this is a veritable pharos in the wishful sea of the petty bourgeoisie, and it guides to the perfect Babbitt, that is, to the wishful goal of the Babbitt with credit. So much for rational success courses and their winner's purse. There are, however, to our least surprise, also irrational ones. They awake the secret powers in man, they establish. The intensive demands of today's hectic business life cause many men to experience a premature decline in the best of their powers. They make people magnetic. They relieve shyness in contact with the opposite sex, create social lions and the man to whom ladies will gladly hand over the tiller of the little boat that is their life. Among bestsellers belong even the various manuals of sexual erudition, in so far as they are not pure substitutes or they're simply for voyeurs. The peak of bourgeois conformity was reached in Van de Velde's Ideal Marriage, the respectable dirty joke book, the pedantic guide on the roundabout route to pleasure. The privately published edition for wine dealers, which the Ars Amandi had already long since become, now becomes mother's milk with whiskey, at the same time creating a substitute for the wise, counseling father confessor of old. But love fades and the insurance company remains. That is why every How to Succeed book is ultimately dedicated to the latter or to the instincts which lead to it. The dream book of accomplished love-making bows before the significantly more American dream book of well-to-do accounts, of nest eggs already home and dry. Right at the end, where otherwise panic at the closing of the gates threatens, there thus appears in the insurance brochure an exclusive house set back from the road, with forest and lake and the friendly postman at the gate, just bringing the insurance annuity to the rose-growing head of the house and his slumbering wife. This is all promised by the guide to life and slips from prose entirely into poetry. namely into the rose pink which no longer exists for any would-be capitalist who has to reach for a bestseller. Even if all pretentious strivers are disappointed, those who read without pretension are not. They are offered the magazine story. In the German version it looms dimly out of the time where boy gets girl, in the American version it downright lies. Here faked lives are surveyed on a rising curve, up to money and splendor, on paper. And the trick by which the rise is achieved is always the same, it is, as Upton Sinclair once said, that of the impossible coincidence. Servant girls marry successful gold diggers or 351. Men with a heart of gold who soon afterwards discover a kerosene dump. Poor shorthand typists who spare every calorie for silk stockings meet an employee, love follows, her lover takes her on a few modest trips which give him the opportunity of discovering the noble character of his beloved, but ultimately he discovers himself to her, namely as the boss in person, and carries his bride home. Sounds like magic, doesn't it? Or a lad who is as poor as he is pretty stops a horse which has bolted and so gets to know the rich heiress who then becomes his wife, a golden bed of free enterprise in the midst of monopoly capitalism. The magazine story, with impossible coincidence, is full of these swift changes in private fortunes, namely upturns onto the peaks of society. It mediates the view from the fence, full of false hope, into the richest circles. It is, especially in America, the rotgut epic of the jackpot, run off in millions. All this time in bourgeois conformist Germany, interspersed with emotion from the plush age of the previous, in no way extinct century. I know a seat where the wild thyme blooms. Or still again a la Marlit asterisk and then it was ding-a-ling, with a merry jingle out into the winter splendor, it echoed like joyful bells in the hearts of youth as if heralding only happy and beautiful things for the whole of life to come. Or romantically solid, how cozy it was in the manor house. In all the downstairs rooms the shaded lamps burned in pretty colors, for dusk had fallen earlier than usual today with the driving snow. And the stout greenwood logs crackled in all the glowing stoves, and even outside in the great hall warmth streamed from a great old-fashioned tiled stove. Or romantically demonic, once again upwards, even if with equally stout prose, towards the aristocratic highlands of bourgeois conformist respect, of transfiguration, these old castles, sombre and taciturn from outside, fairy-like inside, with their magnificent brocade walls, heavy curtains at their doors. What a strange and fantastic spectacle confronts us there. Intrigue lurks at every door, but along the half-lit corridors love ties its delicate bond. The magazine story thus remains the most deeply moved story in its feudal images, the most miracle-believing in its capitalist images. It exudes deep contentment with the upper class, seeks to teach it, disseminate it, preserve it intact. All this, as far as the dream of success is concerned, with the constantly open arms of the happy end, in fact of the capitalist feudal one, there is no other end, can, must, will not be. The parasitical life of the upper class is presented by it as highly acceptable, wealth is grace. The poor devil does not rebel, he flies. Marlit. The pen name of Eugenie John, 1825–87, popular novelist. 352. Of his own accord into the lap of the rich heiress. This complacent, impossible aspect, which does not however upset any of the rules of the game, already alone distinguishes the kitschy happiness of the magazine story from the far less passive colportage asterisk which is consequently detested by noble bourgeois conformists. In general, nothing happens in the mirrors of this scribbled kitsch dream except coincidence, and the blessing which it brings the lucky devil multiplies, in all its Atlantic magic, the cheap Don Quixotes of meaningless hope. 27 better castles in the air in fair and circus, in fairytale and colportage. Duckling, duckling, here are Gretel and Hansel. No bridge, not even a track, take us over on your white back. Hansel and Gretel. Then we went to bed. But I did not sleep, I lay awake. I thought about who could help. I racked my brains for a solution. The book I had been reading bore the title, the robber's cave in the Sierra Morena, or the angel of all the oppressed. When father had come home and fallen asleep, I climbed out of bed, stole out of my bedroom and got dressed. Then I wrote a note: "You shouldn't work your fingers to the bone, I'm going to Spain, I'm going to get help." I put this note on the table, put a piece of dry bread in my pocket together with a few pennies from my Skittles money, crept down the stairs, opened the door, drew another deep sobbing breath, but quietly, so nobody would hear, and then went down into the marketplace with muffled steps and out along the Niedergasse, the Lungwitzerweg which leads via Liechtenstein and Zwickau to Spain, to the land of the noble robbers, the helpers in need. Karl May, Mein Leben und Streben. Bloch is using the term here to mean the genre of popular literature comprising adventure story, picaresque tale and thriller, which he sees as distinct from the magazine story. 353. If sailor tales to sailor tunes. Storm and adventure, heat and cold. If schooners, islands, and maroons. And buccaneers and buried gold. And all the old romance, retold. Exactly in the ancient way. Can please, as once they pleased of old. The wiser youngsters of today. So be it, and fall on. If not, if studious youth no longer crave, his ancient appetites forgot, Kingston, or Ballantyne the brave, or Cooper of the Wood and Wave, so be it, also. And may I and all my pirates share the grave where these and their creations lie. Stevenson, Treasure Island, to the hesitating purchaser. Through the unplanned wanderings, through the unplanned expeditions of the imagination, the quarry is not infrequently raised which carefully planned philosophy can use in its well-ordered household. Lichtenberg. Towards evening is the best time for telling stories. The insignificant world near at hand disappears, distant things which seem better and nearer move up around us. Once upon a time, in fairytale that does not only mean something past, but a more colorful or lighter elsewhere. And those who live happily ever after there, if they are not dead yet, are still alive to this day. Even in the fairytale there is suffering, but it changes, and does so for good. Gentle, badly treated Cinderella goes to the little tree where her mother's grave lies. Little tree, wake yourself and shake yourself. A dress falls down, the most splendid and dazzling Cinderella has ever seen, and the slippers are all golden. The fairytale always turns golden in the end. There is enough happiness to go round. It is always the little heroes and the poor folk here who manage to reach the place where life has come good. Courage of the clever. Not all are content just to wait for this goodness. They go out in search of their happiness, clever versus rough. Courage and cunning are their shield, their spear is reason. Since courage alone little helps the weak against the fat lords, it does not cast their towers to the ground. Cunning of reason is the human part of the weak. Fantastic though the fairytale is, it is still always clever at overcoming difficulties. Courage and cunning also succeed in a very different way in the fairytale than they do in life, and not only that, it is, as Lenin says, always existing revolutionary elements which kick over the given traces here in the imagination. When the peasant was still in bondage, the poor fairytale boy thus won the king's daughter. When educated Christendom trembled in fear of witches and devils, the fairytale soldier deceived witches and devils from beginning to end. Only the fairytale stresses the stupid devil. The golden age is sought and mirrored when you could see right to the back of paradise. But the fairytale cannot be fooled by today's owners of paradise, so it is rebellious, once bitten and with its wits about it. You can climb up a beanstalk to heaven and see how the angels mill money there. In the fairytale Godfather Death * dear God offers himself as a godfather to a poor man, but the poor man answers, I don't want you as a godfather because you give to the rich and leave the poor to starve. Always here, in courage and sobriety and hope, there is a touch of enlightenment. Long before the Enlightenment existed. The valiant little tailor in Grimm's fairytale, a born fly's water, goes out into the world because he thinks the workshop is too small for his valor. He meets a giant, the giant picks up a stone and squeezes it until water drips out, throws another stone up so high that it can hardly be seen any more. But the tailor outdoes the giant by squeezing a cheese to pulp instead of a stone and by throwing a bird so high in the air that it never comes down again. Finally, at the end of the fairytale, the clever fellow overcomes all obstacles, wins the king's daughter and half the kingdom. Thus in the fairytale a tailor can become a king without taboo who has got rid of all the malevolent mischief of the big men. And when the world was still full of devils, another fairytale hero, the boy who went out to learn what fear was, staves off anxiety all along the line. He sets corpses on fire to keep them warm, plays skittles with ghosts in the haunted castle, takes the chief of the evil spirits prisoner and gains a treasure in the process. The devil himself can be deceived in the fairytale. A poor soldier deceives him by selling his soul on condition that he fills the soldier's boot with gold. But the boot has a hole in it, the soldier places it over a deep pit, so the devil has to drag along sacks and sacks of gold until the first cocks crow and then go away empty-handed. Thus in the fairytale even shoes with holes in them must serve those who know all about them to their best advantage. There is no lack of gentle fun poked at mere wishing or the simple fairytale means of reaching the goal, and this fun is also enlightened, but it does not discourage. In olden days, begins the fairytale of the Frog King, when wishing still helped, so the fairytale does not pretend to be a substitute for action. But rather the clever Augustus Asterisk of the fairytale practices the art of not letting himself be impressed. The power of the giants is painted as one with a hole in it, through which the weak man can see his way to victory. Magic table, genie of the lamp. Good things, such as have never been seen before, are on hand here too. Above all wishful gadgets of the handiest kind offer themselves to the weak, magically. The most striking example of this is Grimm's fairytale The Magic Table, the Golden Ass and the Cudgel in the Sack. A hero, a poor outcast boy, becomes a joiner's apprentice, and when his time is up there he receives a little table which looks rather unremarkable but has remarkable properties. If one says table spread yourself, it instantly spreads itself with food which is so good no innkeeper could have procured it, and a big glass of red wine stands by the plate. Together with this comes an ass which can work miracles, he spews out gold pieces on demand, back and front. Finally the cudgel in the sack appears, or the magic weapon without which the poor boy cannot exist in this world, even when he has become rich and happy. The magic table has many brothers in fairytale wishful magic, the flying slippers in Hauf's story of Little Muck and his little walking stick that is really a divining rod, the piece of wood in the fairytale The Fates of Ced, the wood underneath the shipwrecked boy turns into a dolphin which carries Ced to the shore as swift as an arrow. Grimm's fairytale brother Lustish has a satchel into which the brother can conjure anything he wishes, roast geese, 8 devils. Ultimately, by throwing the satchel into heaven, he manages to get himself into heaven with it. Grimm's fairytale The Water Sprite, which is equipped with an enormous cudgel in the sack, has children throwing a brush, then a comb, then a mirror behind them to stop the evil sprite. These become first a great brush mountain with thousands of bristles, then a comb mountain with teeth, then a mountain of mirrors, so smooth that the sprite cannot get across any more and has to give up the chase. Thus in general, game and magic have a free hand in the fairytale, wish becomes command, the effort of doing things drops away, even separating space, separating time. In Andersen a flying suitcase carries us to the land of the Turks, lucky galoshes take a chief justice back to the Copenhagen of the 15th century. In the Arabian Nights the magic horse flies, it carries us up to heaven, and there too waits, with folded arms, the most powerful fulfiller of wishes, the genie of the lamp. Highly typically, precisely this most lavish fairytale Aladdin and his magic lamp is based on pure wish utensils for acquiring what is not available. The smoky lamps are lit, the wicked uncle murmurs mysterious words, and suddenly the cave opens with its hidden treasures which are heaped up in the name of Aladdin. A subterranean garden appears, and jewels grow on the trees instead of fruit. The slave of the ring, the genie of the lamp appear, both hallucinated primal wishes for a power which is not confined to particular goods as in the case of the magic table, rather the lamp brings its master everything, absolutely everything that he desires. The genie of the lamp bestows countless treasures, beauty of the body and instant prowess as a knight, refinement of speech and intellect. He builds a palace overnight, the like of which the earth has never contained, with treasure chambers, royal stables and an armory. The bricks are made of jasper and alabaster, the windows of gems. A gentle command, and in an instant the lamp transposes the palace from China to Tunis, then back to the old place without the carpet in front of the portal even having been disturbed by the wind. We must not overlook the magic board which gives the wicked uncle near omniscience of the events taking place on earth. Then, however, one day among many, he designed a sandboard, and he spread the figures out and explored their sequence exactly, and immediately he established for certain the sequence of the figures, of the mothers as well as of the daughters. It is the same geomantic board with which 357. The magician in Tunis had learnt of the distant treasure in China which Aladdin subsequently dug up. Pure wishful means, pure via regia, to reach by the shortest route, in the fairytale, what nature itself, outside of the fairytale, denies man. In general, technological magical treasure hunting is the fairytale aspect itself in this kind of fairytale, since the discovered treasure symbolizes like little else the miracle of sudden change, of abrupt good fortune. Keen perception and smoky lamps are necessary for this in the Aladdin fairytale. Keen perception alone suffices in the secularized treasure hunter fairytale by Edgar Allan Poe, The Gold Bug, in Stevenson's Treasure Island. But even in these half fairy tales, passing over into adventure story, treasure creates tension and twists. It is itself the mandrake which unbolts life and lets us acquire its brilliance. The technological magical fairytale thus only indirectly aims at possessions, or when it has to, it aims at the transformation of things into utility goods which are available at any time. It paints, in place of the short blanket for which almost every man must stretch *, a bed of sloth in nature. It intends, to use another fairytale to denote the native region of all magic tables and also of the magic lamp, it intends the land of Kokon. The roast pigeons in it ***. This sounds moreover as if we were already listening to a social fairytale, to a fairytale of an ideal state, simpler in its wares, but still more nourishing than all the others. On wings of song, my darling, I will carry you away. The boy who went out to learn what fear was only dreamt weakly at first. Even the valiant little tailor won the princess almost without intending to, just because she was lying across his path. All fairytale heroes find happiness, but not all are clearly moved towards this happiness beforehand in the dream of it. Only the heroes of the later, but not therefore worse literary fairy tales or fairytale legends, with authors as different as Hauff, E.T.A. Hoffmann, Keller, are also fairytale figures in psychological terms, namely of a dreamy, utopian nature. Little Muck in Hauff's story, he went out to seek his fortune. He precisely pursued his dream of happiness. When he saw a piece of glass glittering on the ground in the sunshine, he put it safely in his pocket in the belief that it would change into the most beautiful diamond. If he saw the domes of a mosque glowing like fire in the distance, if he saw a lake flashing like a mirror, then he hurried towards it full of joy, because he thought he had arrived in a magic land. But oh, those illusions vanished when he got close, and all too soon his weariness and his stomach rumbling with hunger reminded him that he was still in the land of ordinary mortals. To another genre, curious in a different way, but likewise born to fairytale, belongs the student Anselmus in E.T.A. Hoffmann's Golden Pot, the self-professed romantic fairytale of the modern age. Anselmus too has his head full of dreams, and the spirit world is not sealed to him. For this very reason he is hopeless at dealing with life. So as was said, the student Anselmus fell into a dreamy brooding which made him oblivious to all outside contact with ordinary life. He felt an unknown something stirring in his innermost being, causing him that exquisite pain which precisely constitutes longing, which promises man another, higher being. He liked it best when he could wander alone through meadows and forests and, as if released from everything that bound him to his wretched existence, was able as it were to find himself again, just by contemplating the multifarious images which rose up from inside him. And yet Anselmus still managed to win resonance serpentina, even if only after a struggle against the run of bad luck which hindered him, against hostile powers which disguised themselves in this very bad luck and worse. In the blue palm tree room of Archivarius Lindhorst, in a brilliant triad of bright crystal bells, Serpentina appears, and he becomes worthy of her. Anselmus reaches Atlantis, where he moves with the daughter of the Prince of Light to a nobleman's estate, after having occupied a small holding there for such a long time, a small holding in dreams, the property of his inner sense. That is Anselmus, student of the Germany that has perished, and alongside him stand, as is only right, all the other wishful natures of the literary fairytale and of the legend descended from Don Quixote's line. Especially if they only belong to Quixote in their vivid imagination, but not in their active power. Sir Zendelwald in Keller's legend The Virgin as a Knight is the most dreamy character of this kind. Thus he lived in complete indecision, knew almost nothing of the things that went on outside him. Though he knew all the better the wishful ideas which he built up about the world and about women in his lonely castle. When his mind and his heart were 359. Seized by something, which always happened completely and in a fiery way, Zendelwald could not bring himself to take the first step towards realizing it, since the matter seemed closed for him as soon as he was inwardly clear about it. Although he liked to converse, he never said a word at the right time which might have brought him good fortune. Not only were his thoughts in advance of his tongue but also of his hand, so that in combat he was often almost defeated by his enemies because he hesitated to deliver the final blow, already seeing his opponent lying at his feet in advance. Then news came to the dreamy knight which, although it arrived out of the hurly-burly of the real world, rather coincided with the object which filled his imagination just then. On one of his scanty journeys Zendelwald had in fact seen the Countess Bertrade, a young, exceedingly beautiful and rich widow. He had been at her castle, had been deeply smitten, but had departed from her in silence. After Zendelwald had spent many months thinking of nothing else except the distant gentlewoman, a message came that the emperor had announced a tournament and that the countess wished to offer her hand to the outright victor, in the firm belief that the divine Virgin would intercede and direct the hand of the right man worthy of her to victory. The knight finally set out on the journey, but soon fell into his old image and thought patterns again, anticipating according to his wishes and working out his dreams. Step by step the adventure now took place in his imagination and turned out for the best. In fact, while he was riding through the summer green landscape for days on end, he was already holding sweet conversations with his beloved in which he was expressing in advance sentiments of most eloquent invention so that her countenance blushed with sweet pleasure. All this took place in his thoughts. Since rumination slows one down, however, the night did not arrive until the tournament was already over, and all would have been in vain for him had the heavenly Virgin not filled the gap between wishful dreams and reality. Because she herself had fought in the tournament in the form of Sir Zendelwald, in fact, when the delayed dreamer to his great astonishment saw his own person as the victor and bridegroom next to the beautiful countess, when, stung with wild jealousy, he broke through the crowd to see his double and rival, at that moment his likeness vanished from Bertrade's side. The countess turned to the real Zendelwald and continued the conversation without having in the least noticed the change of person. Zendelwald alone did not know what was happening to him when Bertrade spoke the familiar words, to which he replied several times without thinking, with words that he had already 360 spoken somewhere before. In fact, after some time he realized that his predecessor must have carried on exactly the same conversation which he had thought up in his imagination during the days of his journey. So the knight and the countess were happy together. This happiness emerged from a peculiar dream and a peculiar fairytale and became real. Real in a fairytale way, the Virgin Mary, herself a dream of belief, helped a dreamer with extremely woolly, almost ruinous wishful thinking into the wonderland. Though, of course, neither Anselmus nor feeble Sir Zendelwald emerged from their inwardness, not even where legend the fairy gave them ground. Let us go to the meadows of the Ganges. There I know the loveliest place, and yet this kind of morning is not only fed from inside. The glittering fragments which little Muck put in his pocket shone for him outside too, in the external field where they lay, most clearly. Long before the inward dimension streams with wishful images, they are stimulated by the fairy-tale features of nature, particularly by clouds. In them the lofty distance appears for the first time, a wonderful tower-topped foreign land, above our heads. Children think of white cumulus clouds as icy mountains, a Switzerland in the sky. There are castles there too, taller than those on the ground, as tall as castles should be. Longing is the surest being for this youth anyway, and the departing evening red where the sun is going away intensifies it. The boy in the fairy tale by Lagerlöf * Little Nils' journey with the wild geese, migrates with the birds along their shining and singing path, the path to the south where the heavenly castle stands on the earth, where the happy islands of Wak Wak are at home in the sea. Since for most people their first image of the sea is also derived from the broad sky and drifts towards it, i.e. the cloud is not only castle or icy mountain for the fairy tale glance, it is also an island in the sea of the sky or a ship, and the blue sky in which the cloud sails mirrors the ocean. After all, the distance over our heads, the sea of air with its clouds, is not even confined to earthly shores or a reflection of them. Thus all fairy tales in which heavenly blue appears plunge it into vast waters above, and the voyage continues unimpeded to the coast which especially reaches into this imagination, to the morning star. In all this, astral mythic traces are still at work, right down to the fairy tale of the stars that became thalers, but they are as little necessary to fairy tales, which migrate even further or higher than the birds, as the Christian heaven is. Even without all these elements, there are wondrous glimpses in them, and if they are wondrous they still bring out the brilliance of a singular soul quite cosmically, and everything in it is redolent of poetry. As in the fairy tale tricks that in Der Grün Heinrich Gottfried Keller has his Frau Margaret play with the rainbow light, just as if it were a messenger boy. Like another little Muck with the glitter of fragments and utopia in an ignorance which does not need to be ashamed if it contains more beautiful things than the disenchanted world, Frau Margaret lives among the flotsam and jetsam of her junk and curiosity shop, lost things crowd round and make themselves heard, the daylight itself is illustrated with pictures from distant lands and pagan books, everything was important to her and alive, when the sun shone in a glass of water and threw it on to a brightly polished table. The 7 colors that played were for her a direct reflection of the splendors which were said to be in heaven itself. She said, "Can't you see the lovely flowers and garlands, the green railings and the red silk scarves? These little golden bells and the silver fountains." And every time the sun shone in the room, she made the experiment so that she could see into heaven a little, so she thought. It is the realist Keller who incorporated this childishness and described it. It nevertheless continues, in an innocent spirit, the urge towards the sun which fulfills everything living, and embroiders on this urge. If distance roars in the shell like the sea, it may also look like a harbor light in the prism, like Frau Margaret's weird wonder light, and the fairy tale has no objection. It is even possible that its dream draws, i.e. that it designs a formal map of its coasts. The external field in which it moves invites it to do this anyway, from which it gathers and absorbs familiarized imaginative images ordered in a fairy tale way. Kipling, in the dream fairy tale The Brushwood Boy, has his boy design precisely such a map. He travels on it. Hong Kong is an island here, in the middle of the ocean of dreams, and on its coast lies Merciful Town, where the poor may lay their wrongs away and the sick may forget to weep. In his dream the Brushwood Boy rides his 30-mile ride with the girl he has imagined since childhood. He rides with his dreamed Brushwood girl through the dunes and steppes, through the evening light of his wishful geography, through the valleys of wonder and unreason. In fact, even when confronted with the reality of the Far East, which the grown-up man later reaches as a colonial officer, the dreamland does not disappear. Hong Kong is a city and yet remains an island. The dream map does not become invalid. Policeman Day wakes him up regularly to a bad reality, but even so the dream map does not fade in the real world. The wishful image of the hero mingles in this fairy tale with mere night dreams, but in such a way that he forces these to dress up his actual daydreams in sensual form, into the wishful land of India and the wishful princess who emerges from it. Neither does the beloved in Kipling's fairytale ultimately only become the girl whom the lonely man imagines to himself, whom he bedecks with dream jewelry and accommodates in mirage. The brushwood girl does also exist, very much so, has met her hero in her own identical wishful dream, so in the end the two dream subjects do discover themselves for real and find in each other, in the real mysticism of love, their India again. A real India of a higher order, one to which the dreamed India was a promise and the cause, the imaginative substance, the unrefuted background. In fact it is, besides clouds, heavenly blue, rainbows, the Orient in general, far away around the banks of the Ganges, an itself fantastic external world, through which the contact of the fairytale is facilitated with what is available in the external field. There the brushwood boy is at home, there the jungle welcomes and opens the view of a foreign land which in the fairytale is just inland and homeland. South Seas, turquoise blue sky, bizarre dome, the mysterious house, all this oriental scenery yields with the greatest affinity to the fairytale wish, incorporates it. The reason for this is not at all simple. Of course, most of the material for fairy tales comes from the Orient, especially from India, and inclines to go back there, but also the nature of fairytale, precisely the cloud and evening castle made of sky, in fact even the German fairytale forest border on the morning land. It is not the already discussed rebelliousness in so many of Grimm's fairy tales that culminates there of course, but rather the wonderful aspect, the adventure and the landscape of the magical, these constitute the archetypal splendor of the Arabian Nights. This may also lie on the island of Hong Kong or in the imago of the brushwood girl herself, the Wonder Woman. The most inward fairy tale contains this element of outward place. In the Indian Ocean of dreams, in the image which puts in from distant lands and itself sends us off on a voyage. 363. South Seas in fair and circus. Distant lands can put in even in a quite sensual way for a boy and be immediate. In colors and shapes, raw as meat, colorful as the little flag the Italian butchers stick into it. The booths at the fair likewise did not grow here, any more than the time and again dusted down, time and again freshly unveiled magic they bring with them. It seems as if it comes from extraordinary foreign parts, is no doubt vulgar and a complete swindle, but nevertheless of more substance than the irritation the bourgeois conformist feels about this time-honored pleasure of youth and folk. Thus these ship booths sail in, born on the South Seas for the simple and innocently complicated spirit, the tent ships tie up for a short time in the dusty towns. Are tattooed with pale green or bloodthirsty red pictures in which votive images for sea rescue clash with harem. The generator drives the orchestrion with a foreign, fat, inhuman, breathless lethargic sound, sometimes it is connected with a girl of wax dancing next to the entrance screwed to the floor. And with crazy contortions, which pass from screwed down wax to dancing wax, she throws her head back from time to stand trembling in just this position, right behind the crier who is himself afraid of nothing. The world, the one sold in this way, has the secrets of the bridal bed and also of the born deformity on one edge, the secrets of the bier on the other. The lady will reveal her splendidly built torso, you will see the secrets of human sculpture, but also, at 9 o'clock this evening, at the very hour at which she died, Professor Mistos will call an Egyptian mummy back to life. Freakish people and their art put themselves on display, in pure side chapels of abnormality. The sword swallower and the fire eater, the man with the unterrible tongue and the iron skull, the snake charmer and the living aquarium. Dusky Turks, pumpkin men, giant women are there. Nature was so lavish with the substance of her body that at the time when she blossomed to her highest perfection she attained the mass of 400 pounds. And the extraordinary foreignness is repeatedly joined by that of the fairytale, even of the Gothic novel, Oriental Maze, Jaws of Hell, Haunted Castle. This is the fair, a colorfully rough fantasy. In Americanized cities it is increasingly infiltrated by loudspeakers, technologized fun establishments, but the wishful land of medieval South Seas, so to speak, has remained. And is preserved, going back much further from the Middle Ages, all the more in the fair of a higher order, in the kind of show presented entirely without. 364. A curtain, the circenses. Since if the various wonders of the booths come under one roof, into a ring, and if the menagerie breaks out in it, then Colosseum develops out of the South Seas, or the circus. The waxwork cabinet aspect is missing, of course, all semblance of death, every mechanical organ, because here in the circus everything is alive. And in contrast to the fair, which works with cloaking, with stage, showcase, curtain, the circus is completely open, the ring brings this with it. In fact, it is the only honest, fundamentally honest performance that art knows. In front of spectators in a complete circle a wall can never be erected. Nevertheless, estrangement does occur. The somersaults are the most extreme acts the human body performs, but it does perform them. Jugglers appear, but there is no sleight of hand. Created as if by pure gypsies in the green caravan, older than the oldest reader can remember, perhaps even prehistoric, circus art is a kind of bourgeois uprightness in art, and the model for it. It is the pub without backrooms, apart from cloakroom and stable, and that can be viewed during the interval. Everything happens under bright lights in the ring, on the trapeze under the big top, and is still magic, a separate wishful world of eccentricity and precise dexterity. The characters have changed little, the stern, comic and gymnastic characters, they are prearranged like the types of animals we get to see, the elephants, lions, horses trotting round and round, the ringmaster with his whip and the equerry between the acts, the tiding mistress, the tightrope walkers and other aerial acrobats, half sylphs, half on the verge of death, the animal tamers and the escapologists. But the clowns who appear in the intermission see to it that the circus is also folk entertainment without intermission. They range from the glittering and powdered ones of the Elizabethan age to the tramp with the bulbous red nose, black and white laughing mouth, to the crown of poverty, stupid Augustus. These are all figures from a Colosseum which has become friendly, and so they are most certainly second-half spectacles or pantomimes. The performance is introduced by the most beautiful music of its kind, by Fusix** March of the Gladiators, concluded with the March per Aspera ad Astra. The circus still represents today the most colorful mass spectacle or the image of the sensation. It is Arabian fantasia in the most brightened Roman arena. What booth and tent mirror is seldom mirrored again? Not really, even surrealistically, although the fun can be fairly creepy, its face perverse. Even though the wax figure plunges us into terror, the glitter clown hangs over into what is unknown. Only Merinck fetched a separate fairytale, a separate colportage out of this world, jokey, affinitive, badly written. 365. Uncanny, all mixed together. Thus describing Mohammad Darashekou's Oriental waxworks, the generator at the entrance beat out its tempo and drove an instrument similar to an organ. A stumbling, breathless music was playing, with tones which, loud and muffled at the same time, had something peculiar about them, muted, as if they sounded underwater. Smell of wax and smoldering oil lamps hung about the tent. The main act, Fatima, the Pearl of the Orient, was over, and the spectators were milling here and there or looking through the peepholes in the walls covered in red cloth into a roughly painted panorama which represented the storming of Delhi. Others stood silently around a glass coffin in which a Turco** lay dying, breathing heavily, his bared breast shot through by a cannonball, the edges of his wound gangrenous and bluish. When the wax dummy opened its lead-colored eyelids, the creaking of the watch spring shook gently through the cabinet. Contrived, but no less intense horror is contrived again here, in impression and towards it, but there is no lack of dream lights consistent with fair and circus either. Merinck's The Golem is fairytale colportage of the fair, as is also his colportage The Green Face, sprinkled with the showmanship of the circus. The Golem deals in its colportage with no more, but also no less than the secret of the booth which you cannot see by paying more. Here is the hum that comes in from the street, the moonshine at the end of the bed, a pale slab which looks like a slice of fat, the room without a door, somewhere in the city of Prague, with the golem as its occupant, the ledge of stone on the window of the golem's room to which the guest clings and looks and falls, because the stone is as smooth as a slice of fat. Even a beautiful Miriam is drifting around, a wax dream of perfection, and her house stands in the morning light, inaccessible as the booth of the secrets of Greece for visitors under 16, as the side real life. The strange mixture of Jacob Boehme and Johannes jars which characterizes precisely this kind of literature, to the point of surrealism, but it is consistent with the ambivalent, two-headed, thoroughly allegorical genre. The pictures of Dali, sometimes even of Max Ernst, move in a similar mixed atmosphere of fun and depth, indeed cosiness and horror. The model for all this is provided by the contemporary humorously animated and medusonly staring wax dummy. Merenc, like the whole fairground magic of varying degrees, is a nonsense about which showman and author leave us in no doubt, but a longing inhabits it all, itself not nonsensical, although garish and deceivable, cheap and disordered. It is the longing for a formation of figures in the world consisting of perversities and oddities, for curiousness as an objective property. Both Dali and Merenc are of course eclipsed, which is self-evident in this case. Indeed they are trounced precisely in their base horror, which is not so self-evident, as soon as a great writer, who is nevertheless also expert at the droll, strange, bad, humorous, and maybe in league with it, takes on the metaphysical affront. The writer is Gottfried Keller, and his dream book of 1848 reports the following on the subject under discussion that can never quite be discussed. I entered a waxworks. The company of the potentate looked very slovenly and neglected, there was a terrible loneliness, and I hurried through the place into a closed room where an anatomical collection was on view. Here almost all parts of the human body were to be found, artificially reproduced in wax, most in diseased, terrible states, a highly remarkable general meeting of human states which seemed to be debating an address to their Creator. A substantial part of the worshipful company consisted of a long row of glass jars which contain the progressive stages of human growth from the smallest embryo to the fully formed foetus. These were not made of wax, but natural tissue, and were suspended in alcohol in very profound postures. This reflectiveness was all the more conspicuous since the boys actually represented hopeful youth in the meeting. But suddenly in the tightrope walker's hut next door, which was only separated by a thin wooden wall, loud music started up with drumming and cymbals. Someone stepped on the tightrope, the wall trembled, and the silent attentiveness of the little people was gone. They began to quiver and to dance to the beat of the wild polka which was pounding through the wall. Anarchy entered, and I do not think that the address was ever delivered. Thus far the young Keller, and again the humor is noticeable, together with that kind of mocking depth which makes use of the wit in a doubly droll way here. Ancient folk pleasure, in no way simple, but also in no way decadent, is preserved in the fair, travels with it. A bit of frontier land is there, at a very reduced price of admission, but with preserved meanings, with curiously utopian meanings, conserved in brutal show, in vulgar enigmaticness. It is a world which has been too little investigated in terms of its specific wishful regions. Precisely curiosities, as these things were ultimately called in the Baroque period, hold themselves above water here, above land. 367. The wild fairytale. As colportage. Even in the fairytale not everything immediately runs smoothly. There are giants and witches, they block off, make us spin all night, lead us astray. And there is, against the all too smooth or hurried sky blue, a kind of fairytale which is seldom regarded as such, a wild, as it were sweeping kind. In general it has been little regarded, not only because it easily descends into trash, but because the ruling class does not like tattooed Hansel and Gretels. The sweeping fairytale is the adventure story, it best lives on today as colportage. On its face there is the expression of an admittedly unrefined creature, and it is often so. But colportage consistently manifests features of fairytale, because its hero does not wait, as in the magazine story, for happiness to fall into his lap. He does not bend down to pick it up either like a bag thrown to him. Rather, its hero remains related to the poor thick-skin asterisk of the folk tale, the bold boy who sets corpses on fire, who takes the devil for a ride. There is a courage about the hero of Cole Portage which, usually like its reader, has nothing to lose. And an approved chunk of bourgeois ne'er-do-well pushes forward, absconded and burned out, but still alive, when he returns, an atmosphere of palms, knives, the teeming cities of Asia clings to him. The dream of Cole Portage is, never again the everyday, and at the end stands, happiness, love, victory. The splendor towards which the adventure story moves is not attained as it is in the magazine story by wealthy marriage and the like, but by actively sailing out into the orient of the dream. If the magazine story has something of an unspeakably dilapidated legend about it, then Cole Portage is the last, but still recognizable gleam from the romance of chivalry, from Amadis of Gaul. Hence the vaingloriousness which is already familiar from the oldest epic poems, such as the Waltherlied where the hero overcomes 10 knights at once, or from the saga of King Rother and Esprian the Strong who flings a lion against the wall so hard that it smashes to pieces. But hence also the pathos against the Philistines, against a life whose epitaph is already written at 20, against corner by the fire and just milieu. A true fairytale aura of a wild kind is created, the aura of the Stevenson world of storm and adventure, heat and cold. Schooners, islands, and maroons, and buccaneers and buried gold. And the whole group, particularly where it gets by without making excuses for itself as it were, i.e. without literary refinement, time and again has a foul stench. It is ambivalent, can point to Ku Kluxers and fascists, even be a special stimulant for them, but the foul stench also in fact points to the cozy bourgeoisie's justified mistrust of too much of the poor devil and his campfire. Every adventure story breaks the moral commandment pray and work, instead of the first cursing prevails, instead of the second the pirate ship appears, the rifleman not in the king's pay. The romanticism of the robber thus shows a different face, one which has appealed to poor folk for centuries, and Cole Portage knows all about it. The brigand was the man who had fallen out with authority, often he had a common enemy with the people and frequently had bases among the peasantry as well. Not without reason therefore, Italian, Serbian, and above all Russian folk traditions tell of robbers with a different slant to that of the police reports. Schiller's robbers play, with the motto, in tyrannos, is only so to speak the classical manifestation in a literature in which the figures of brigand and Brutus could be exchanged. Here there is immature, but honest substitute for revolution, and where else did it express itself but in Cole Portage? Had Schiller, its authentic genius, only remained more loyal to it, this genre would definitely have become a different one to that of the debased romance of chivalry and of treasure hunter stories. Ku Klux Klan and fascism simply turn into life the criminal abbreviation and the wilderness of the Cole Portage. Whereas the uncommon goal in the wilderness, imprisonment and liberation, stunning the dragon, rescuing the damsel, cleverness, breakthrough, revenge, all these pieces belong to freedom and to the brilliant light behind it. Not fascism, but the revolutionary act in its romantic age is this kind of chapbook come to life. Hence, besides Schiller's The Robbers, rescue plays, we could even say, rescue fairy tales appeared immediately before and after 1789, they dug round for prisoners as if they were digging for treasures in a cave. And significantly, the libretto for Fidelio, the trumpet signal itself would not have been nor have been the way they were without the Cole Portage which they represent. The Fidelio plot itself is sharpest, explosive Cole Portage, as we know, and it belongs to liberation. Deep dungeon, pistol, signal, rescue, things which in elevated literature of the modern kind never appear, or never in their original form, create suspense in one of its most powerfully available forms, that of Night to the Light. Consequently the need for re-evaluation of this 369 genre, by virtue of the highly legitimate wishful image in its mirror, is especially evident. At all points here lost meanings are fresh, awaiting meanings which have not been lost, as in the fairytale. A happy outcome is secured, No trace remains of the dragon, except in chains. The treasure hunter finds his dream money, the couple are united. Fairy tales and coal portage are castle in the air par excellence, but one in good air and, as far as it can be true at all of mere wishing work, the castle in the air is right. It comes in the end from the golden age and wants to be in one again, in happiness which penetrates from the night to the light. Ultimately, in such a way that laughter deserts the bourgeois and disbelief in the power of the poor deserts the giant, who today is called the Big Bank. 28 Lure of travel, antiquity, happiness of the Gothic novel. Stuck here in Berlin's close atmosphere. Come July we start to feel quite blank. What I would give to be a courier with the Dresden Bank. Oh, to hear dark pleasures organ rousing. When abroad the heart begins to stray. For with 3 times 100,000, you can go a decent way. Hail the boy released from daily rota. Who conceives this dream spectacular? Like a man who reads his wanted poster. Dining in a distant spot. Sad, I brush away my silent tear. Quash the rotten urge to quit the ranks. Looking at the poor investors here. At the Dresden Bank. Peter Skur. When I now saw the towers from a long way off and the blue smoke of Nuremberg, I almost thought I was looking not at a single city but at a whole world. Johann Butzbach's Little Book of Wandering. 370. The same things every day slowly kill us off. To crave anew, the pleasure of travel helps us to do this. It not merely freshens up expectation before the journey starts, but does this in the midst of the enjoyment of seeing. Wishes which nothing can be done about any more, superannuated wishes which have become spinsterish, drop away. The stagnant element drops away which may characterize not only everyday life that always remains the same, but also wishes carried around for all too long. Wishful dreams can after all have passed out of the time appropriate to them, in such a way that they can never again be fulfilled. Someone who wished for a Kodak in his youth and never got one will never again find the Kodak of his wishes, even if as a man he is in a position to buy the very best. Such things were not accorded to the desire at the time or in the circumstances when they would have given the most extreme pleasure. The hunger for them has gone grey. In fact, almost every goal can become tedious if it is launched towards for too long, too hopelessly or even in too habitual a way. Whereas new wares create new needs, and in particular new impressions. Beautiful foreign lands. Every journey must be voluntary if it is to give pleasure. For this it needs a situation which is gladly, at least not reluctantly left. The first feeling in the car or the train, when it finally departs, is crucial for what is coming. If travel is enforced or on business, i.e. not a happy breaking off from something, then it is not travel. If it is undertaken out of boredom, because nothing else occurs to us, then boredom travels with us. It is the baggage and the fate which is dragged over the rails with us in the steel crate. The train is then deprived of the enjoyable quality which so seldom appears elsewhere, of traveling exactly in the direction in which we want to go. Commercial travelers, sailors, emigrants are not on a journey either, the latter even despite their possible liberation. In all these cases, travel is enforced or on business, spell in the latter, banishment in the former. Is an endlessly moving band, as in the elevator and factory, not a band of blue which the spring causes to flutter through the air again. In any case, the happiness of travel is and remains temporary escape from home without subsequent demand, it is a drastic change without external compulsion to make it. The traveler of the capitalist age must also be able to be a consumer, not a suitor, otherwise he loses the world of attractive strangers. 371. Among whom he has nothing to do, among whom he has no habit. Of course it remains true, nothing is as exotic in a foreign country as the foreigner himself, but the latter as bourgeois enthusiast at first does not see the everyday life of foreign countries at all, least of all does he want to see the misery in it which does not cash the check for him made out in the name of beauty. He sees in foreign countries, often with incurable subjectivism, the personal wishful image of them he has brought with him. And this of course is usually exotic enough either for disappointment to follow, because Italy does not consist of paper lanterns for example, or, if it has not fudged the matter itself but exceeded it, for the old wishful image to remain stationary alongside that of the experience already gained, uneducated but partly also disappointed. Because the wishful image remains uneducated, it does not penetrate properly into what soberly exists. The average traveler, in any case isolated by hotel, guidebook, taxi rides, in fact perceives the poverty even less than at home. On the other hand, however, the same bourgeois is in a position, thanks to his own defamiliarization which he passes on to the objects, not to experience any of the deadening effect of everyday life and possibly to see meanings in the objects which in everyday life only a competent painter would discover. Defamiliarization is here the exact opposite to alienation. Within the bourgeois private world, travel is the may which makes everything new, the only one. And the refreshing defamiliarization is supported by another paradox of travel, by one which now not only befalls the bourgeois enthusiast, but which is also materially connected with the apparently unfurling juxtaposition of space. A kind of subjective temporalization of space, subjective spatialization of time arises out of this, especially when the scenery changes quickly. Travel time is filled in a way in which usually only space is filled, and space becomes the medium of change which usually only time is. So a reversal of the usual orders of perception arises, filled time arises in space which appears mobile, changed. The old adventure stories completely unrolled space in this way, disturbed its mythic rigidity. Every journey still lives, itself mutatis mutandis, from the paradox of this changing dream. This above all in youth, and especially in youth as a couple. If love is itself a journey, into entirely new life, then the value of foreign lands, experienced together, is doubled by it. Just as the loved one already makes the street where she lives enchanting, together with the smallest conspicuous features of her part of town, the windows, lampposts, trees, so this magic passes over all the more into the things which the lover's journey gets to see. Freshly poured love in its first frothing foam carries us away in 372. Any case, an erotic transformation also seeks transformation of the outside world. Our own surprises are combined with those of the unknown land, of the foreign beautiful city, then light falls even in the dullest minds, and the lively ones become full of figure. Wanderer, path, and goal become as one in the journey of love, which is also why, when they are apart, nothing beautiful appears to the boy and girl in love which they do not wish the other could see at the same time, so that it could be seen together. Even the bourgeois honeymoon copies this, even if it has made a part of the dowry out of it. Eroticism makes the world vivid and everywhere into Cythera. For eroticism everything beautiful becomes a flight of wishful dreams, of elopements and revelations. The Indian book of love, the Kama Sutra, thus advises with great refinement that the loved one should be shown beautiful objects after making love, and sublime, especially unusual ones, be they works of art or constellations. For most people their first true journey of love remains the richest in dreams, the memory which is most youthfully, therefore most powerfully surrounded by utopia. The foreign setting seals all earlier wishes for distance. Defamiliarization in beauty is the evening and the night of the city of love, lives during the day. And just as travel is related to eroticism, so too in a different type of combination to the activities of the muse. It may not be accidental that the happily transformed stay commits us to the wish that significant things be achieved in this uncommon place. Nothing has a stronger effect on such plans and hopes than an environment which is removed from the habitual diffusion, a vivid environment which itself seems preformed. At the rough table in the loggia of this country house, the wine in front of us, under sturdy old arches through which the Roman sky peeps, here work seems to succeed. Especially if objects of great nature, of great history gaze into the flow of the sentences, then it appears as if they are reflected in them, as if Vesuvius or Montreal were imparting themselves to them. This is a feigned superstition, and it has achieved unusual things which justify belief. Out of this differently erotic, productive pathos of travel. Shelley wrote his Prometheus Unbound in the bushes on the Palatine Hill. In the preface he stresses that he wants to feel under obligation to a majestic past. He wants to vindicate himself before it. Even contrast can have this effect. Ibsen's Nora, which was written in a Norman watchtower near Amalfi, or especially Goethe's Witch's Kitchen scene composed in the garden of the Villa Borghese, in both the author and the work, from the contrast between the place of composition and the place and tenor of the action flourished seclusion and counter-landscape which had never before appeared in such a complementary way. As one goes further north, witches and soot increase ***, but the witches' smoke which can be formulated in fact increased under pines, in the clarity of the Pincio, even the Walpurgis Nacht was conceived in the south. Nothing homely altered or created blurred edges between the work and the diffuse everyday. The defamiliarization which makes every significant object doubly enhanced, like a mountain peak above clouds, possibly exposes, with or without complementary effect, the greatness of the work itself. These are the effects of traveling defamiliarization on hope, with eros in both forms, that of love and that of creation. And in the end, with such frequent sudden change, as far as defamiliarization is concerned, one of the innovations of the journey may even be that it also defamiliarizes the habitual at home. The emotion thus created is called homesickness. It is correspondingly an emotion of longing which is as aroused by distance as it is changed. After all, homesickness is not only stimulated by the displeasure which the non-availability of habitual objects evokes, but besides the homesickness created by loss of the habitual world of sensory perception, there is the productive kind which makes the abandoned, long since dully experienced environment itself colorful, in fact utopian, and finds new sides to it. Then homesickness is carried by a wishful image just like the foreign lands before the beginning of the journey and in it. And it is carried by the same, often unjustly, but often also justly gilded memory which afterwards completes the course of the journey itself and characterizes the utopian lands in the exotic dimension. With the difference, of course, that the gilding of homesickness disappears upon our return, whereas the image of travel becomes even more exotic post festum, even attains a transformation which connects up with or is capable of connecting up with the good wishful land of art and other elopements. Anyone who travels across the sea, Horace says, only changes the clime, not himself. But at least he changes the clime. In the simple case this is a rearrangement of the scenery. In more significant cases there grows out of the changed content of consciousness a changed situation of consciousness which wishes to be commensurate with the content. Further, the lure of travel certainly relates to a beauty which is for the most part merely subjective, that is to a beauty which is coated with defamiliarization from the perspective of the mere viewer and from the mere wishful image of the highly intensified matter. In a foreign country nobody is exotic but the foreigner himself, but neither is the foreign country in any way defamiliarized from itself in a beautiful way, and the native inhabitant has, apart from his own need which the mere traveling enthusiast does not see, the wish to travel to foreign lands himself. Possibly to those from where the traveling enthusiast himself comes, all this out of the same subject wish existing on both sides for alienation. So we can see how much subjectivity there is in every travel experience as such from the outset, and how difficult this can ultimately make it to advance to that changed situation of consciousness which not only seeks to do justice to the content perceived, but is able to do justice to it. Even Goethe's Italian journey, such a splendidly and objectively directed journey, by virtue of the fact that as much as possible it seeks to perceive only pro-classicism, anti-Baroque, manages to reach from this subjectivity only half of real Italy. But the journey pursues a wishful image of beautiful otherness at least on this distant point, and one which in a foreign country, with its freshly perceived wonders, is nevertheless often embodied in reality. Which is in fact also why post festum the travel image may remain so closely related to art, indeed to another transformation as well, namely the gathering transformation towards a final journey. The often reported procession of memories at the hour of death, or even possibly in old age, therefore not only has people, figures, objects on its concentrated route which were as it were foretold at the hour of our birth or sung in our own house, but especially travel images, even embellished again post festum with utopian festiveness. And this last spice was perhaps already at work in the first sight of uncommon objects, burning and concealing, or conversely intensifying the real taste of the matter. The best thing not only about history but also about geography is thus that it arouses enthusiasm, though of a kind which meets and sets out for all the more intense insight into the objects, which do not only contrast to the habitual, in their proper place. 375. Distance wish and historicizing room in the 19th century. A story from the 10th century? Who rides so late through night and wind? Scheffel, Preface to Eckhart. Since the journey has become comfortable, it does not take us so far anymore. It takes more homely habitual material with it and penetrates into the custom of the land even less than before. The walk, the ride, the never-avoidable adventure were replaced by transport in the 19th century, a railway network, compared with today's airlines, built up with amazing speed. Little has been as canalized as travel. 2 world wars served to disrupt this useful progress. The 19th century had nevertheless managed to get the express train to roar past a place undisturbed where according to old travel guides there had previously been a den of robbers, and the dangerous life at home had not yet really blossomed. Instead, however, precisely beautiful foreign lands were falsified into a petit bourgeois holiday binge. The so-called tour operators emerged, as a means of cheaply carrying out not only the journey but also the previous wishful images turned towards it. So-called sightseeing began, and the sights stood inside a world set up ready for the tour, an arranged Italian, arranged Oriental world. In 1864 the former railway official Louis Stangeon organized the first of his group tours which subsequently became so popular, they revealed to moderate distant yearning not only its Italy, but also its Near East. Sorrento was greeted, the shimmering bloom of the waves, even the blue Adriatic, the island pearl of Corfu, Cairo, the gateway to the east, and the gigantic pyramids. Fully guaranteed, tips inclusive, everything like clockwork, guides thrown in, for a lump sum with no surcharge. But even the tourism which was not spoon-fed had been growing since the middle of the century in a more and more rationalized way with the increased affluence of the middle class. The world was catalogued so that it could be seen in a week, in a fortnight, in 4 to 6 weeks. Only alpinism still provided, in places, space for untroddenness, even for specific distance that is peak wishes. Likewise the reading interest of the public persisted, in fact increased in the last remaining journeys of discovery, in those into darkest Africa and in the North Pole expeditions, Nansen's book. Farthest North, with its highly Arctic photographs and color plates, Northern Lights Corona, Northern Lights Baldachin, still gave a hint of unsold nature to the widest circles. Of course the normal traveler also sought unsold nature where he took his whole homely comfort cell, living room, with him, and where the same Coca-Cola world which encouraged tourism increasingly cancelled out the dreamed otherness, even fairytale distance of places to visit. Above all, however, on the basis of all this organization, tourism acquired, by making sea voyages, washing against the Near East or at least distributing the images on a flight across the world at home, increasing propagandistic significance for the home-based wishes for world markets, wishes for world power. For the imperialist age promoted and surrounded the travel agencies continuously, at the same time, however, it most definitely deformed the foreign world. The latter was at best pushed back into areas off the beaten capitalist track, but mainly it became an immobile foreign article, until it became a different, colonial one. Everything declines, with the exception of the West. From this standpoint this is a valid proposition. The preoccupation with folk life, the expedition into what is not posed, this concrete perception of real curiosities is long since gone. Goethe's Italian journey, even Victor Hen's Italy book showed this objectivity, above all also as far as experienced folklore is concerned. The otherwise so precise Baedeker no longer shows folklore, or only slanders it when it does not fit into the standardized window with a view. And the dream of distance was most definitely only preserved at the cost of wishes for contrast flooding over the exotic, though admittedly also making the immobile foreign article into an article again, into one which simply bears the brand name, not home. As if foreign countries were solely the opposite of Krefeld or even Minneapolis or even Liverpool, as if they did not bring their own significances with them, those which are only comparable with themselves. Thus now to the mere wish for contrast peculiar things like southern Italian church festivals, for example, or the still preserved caravans, camel markets and bazaars of the Orient do not, as might be expected, stand in a disparate relationship with the home-based world, neither do these Middle Ages at the gates of Europe open up, as might be expected, features of its own past Middle Ages, but on the contrary, an exact counterpart to the homeland of the visitor was sought after, a contrast which after all has nothing whatsoever to do with what is being visited. Such wishes for contrast are of course older than the 19th century, though not much older than the 18th. In Winckelmann they acted as a guide in the search for noble simplicity, silent greatness. They were at work in Goethe, in so far as he did not pass judgment on the Italian people and landscape, but on specific Italian works of art, and made him blind, now he had had enough of German tobacco pipe columns, to the extremely prevalent, extremely predominant Baroque in Italy. Delacroix sought contrast in a different way in his Algerian and Moroccan pictures, this time in a romantic way. The glow of his predators, harem concubines, desert scenes, ferocite et verve, is not only Africa, but anti-Louis Philippe, anti-citizen kingdom. Out of pure anti-classicism, Delacroix had even preached that true antiquity was to be found among the Arabs. But from these earlier wishes for contrast those of the later 19th century are not merely distinguished by the sunken level of those who bore them, but above all also by that of the world which they sought to contrast with, even if in a negative way. Because Venice now simply had to provide the opposite to what Krefeld provided or to what was Liverpool-like, it could easily appear itself as an overdone non-Liverpool, in which the real Venice is in fact completely uninvolved. And the so-called Italian night is something quite different from the opposite of a Northern European industrial day, unless the night is posed for foreigners. But only in this way did the never heard of, never seen appear which going abroad was supposed to present subjectively, even objectively. A blissful dream of flight and distance, of contrast images in the midst of canalized decorativeness created its travel souvenirs, and sphinx-like mystery, which lies around everywhere, waited on better times. For the wonders of beautiful foreign lands reveal themselves only without transferred masked ball, only with the significant object, perhaps even full of premonition, in its own juice, in its proper place. Not least, after 1850 the four walls of home were themselves supposed to be made unrecognizable. This too with ornament fetched from afar, of a kind that their own arid time did not supply. People turned away from everything white, everything unshrouded, just as if they had become aware of a corpse in it. It mattered a perfidious great deal to the high capitalist century that every one of the things it prided itself on was masked. The Biedermeier period still loved to have its walls unwhitewashed or walls in simple green, its furniture was so honest clear, bright beautiful like little else before. Gathered net curtain let the light in doubly white. 378. It fell on the glass cabinet and the cherry wood cupboard, on the plain round table with slim legs or supported by a well-proportioned column, on modest rich lyre chairs, on the soft mighty settee. And even if they called this whole atmosphere Neo-Grecian at that time, it was nevertheless completely at home with itself, was always more being than appearing. With a fine scent of fairytale, punch, of the art of E.T.A. Hoffmann so closely related to these rooms. Then this stopped all of a sudden around the middle of the century, reproduced distance magic, machined bull's-eye pains began. A bourgeoisie that was becoming rich lay down in the bed of nobility, dreamed thereafter past styles, old German, French, Italian, Oriental, pure souvenir. A constantly astonishing desire emerged to transform even no being into appearing, to have their everyday apartment sailing under different colors. Travel substitute, indeed outdoing travel between their own four walls became the password, partly a historical, partly an exotic one. From here came the obsession with material draping in the Grunderjar *, the collection of bric-a-brac, nouveau riche swanky style, velvet and satin all mixed together. From here came the sideboards in the form of knights' castles, the halberds and the harem sumptuousness, the mosque lamps and the bullhorns, a quite mysterious montage. And it lay in dim light falling through many layers of material draped at the windows, through the most pseudo-oriental curtains possible to keep the street at bay, to protect the masquerade of the ensemble. And in this ensemble there chimed the salon pieces of the young ladies, those ornamented with little bows, little trumpets, amaretti, all the false rococo of the cascades, carillons and papillons, of the pensées fugitives and cloches du monastère, not forgetting the souvenirs de Varsovie. Furthermore, right into the room, they liked to hang a polished pole with a giant kilim, as if this were a mast and sail and the room were cruising in Arabian fashion on the sea of the world or lay in the harbor in front of an Indian city. Next to it the spinning wheel was not forgotten and the souvenir from Venice, the mother-of-pearl gondola in front of a sky-high Murano mirror. However, for all this wishful mask as decor, executed in all sorts of price ranges, as goes without saying, the studio of the Viennese painter Mockert ultimately provided the model. This was the original of historical exotic disguise. Every commercial counselor, advised by decorators, received the stimulus from here for homely foreign life, right down to the easel in the corner with the just completed oil painting. To depict the glossy utopia of the nouveau fiche which had never existed like this before, we would have to dip our brush into Mockert ourselves where he is thickest. The studio in Gushauskes, wrote a contemporary of Mockert's in 1886, acquired through the profligate splendor and love of art of its master more and more the character of an artistically arranged museum which provided Mockert's imagination with an apparatus of props and models for convenient use, in which his own existence and the brilliant conviviality with which he surrounded himself transformed itself for him into a work of art shimmering with color. Shimmering with color, Titian, Venice and above all of course Orient, this was the dream and flight password for this so deeply bourgeois conformist, bored and pessimistic age, for the coveting age, decoration age, mask age par excellence. Disguise no less governed the historical novel, Old German in Scheffel, Eckhard, Romano-Germanic in Felix Dahn, A Struggle for Rome, Egyptian in George Ebers, U.R. Semiramis, all in the light of the bull's-eye pane, even on the Tiber and the Nile. And this historical defamiliarization was necessary, because the exotic apartment was not entirely sufficient to fulfill the swanky dream of Knight's Castle, and because the shopping streets outside could certainly not be furnished with spinning wheels. Despite the trouble which even external architecture, if we can call it such, took with its costumes, with its Romanesque stations and Gothic post offices, with Indian bandstands and Moorish monkey houses. And since the raw mechanism of this age could still not be covered up by all this, it then also bought, so that it would likewise be decorated with a gigantic apartment decor as it were, a travel souvenir of an enormous kind, nature. The connoisseur of the 19th century saw in this the reproduction of an inherently dreary, but well-draped mechanical materialist prospect, a kind of imitation panorama of energy and material. These last two remained of course, as Ludwig Buchner * said, the raw materials out of which the whole universe builds itself with its wonders and beauties, whereas for holidays, which did not want to be deprived of their beauty, nature became the luxury addition. Here, even the most enlightened person used the words goddess and temple. This sort of thing shone like a diorama of Firn or alpine glow in the homely window. The goddess of truth lives in the temple of nature, says Haeckel's world riddle, which so colored and ennobled material and energy. She lives in the green forest, on the blue sea, on the snow-covered mountain tops. In fact, to the same extent that the world of Mockert diminished around the turn of the century towards Böcklin, and in a different way towards Klinger, the overcrowded apartment became more classical again, so to speak, and the Orient was exchanged for pure Mediterranean, though without the drapery disappearing. The room only put on the white gold mask as it were. The gaslight was joined by Kasarfletchland's Sun in the Heart. Carl Larsen's House in the Sun joined the architecture of the historical novel, in 1895, as a kind of cosmically, but no longer Bengal-lit form of life. This now resulted in an Art Nouveau eroticism next to that of the painted markets of female slaves in Cairo, a halcyon eroticism next to that of the palm tree in the drawing room and the German Renaissance in Turkish. The specific dream layer that was present only in the 19th century, in which the overcrowded kitsch and all the oddities mentioned above stood, decorating in a historical exotic utopian way, now stocked itself with more brightly conjured visions, but conjured visions nonetheless. A harem heaven had stood over almost all interior decor in the 19th century, now it becomes Oriental Cyprus in one's own home, in one's own nature temple exchanged for a secessionist ancient one, and yet it remains Cyprus as a genre piece, as exoticism of the century of illusion. This not least in the prospect which the Haecelian Wilhelm Bolsche painted of the nature temple like a drapery of noble nakedness, bright future world of a better Hellenism cleared of its dross, where decency and nakedness, pure consecration of art and hot scent of the spring of love can camp together on the common flowery meadow, without disturbing each other, while the white temple with its sacred curtain before the deepest mysteries of life and thought silently towered above them into the heavenly blue. When will we reach your Isle of the Blessed from the deep shadowy valley of our aberrations? As is evident, here too the curtain is not missing, a kind of antique portiere which is happily imagined in front of the entrance to the temple, like tantalizing underwear on a lover, or even like the hanging kilim in the earlier drawing room, only not thought of as a sail. Such ancient temples with curtains in flowery meadows did not exist, they are equally dreamed contrast images from travel pictures. They were to be found, more white oil paint than marble, at exhibitions of that time. Their prototype appears as a toy, sometimes in castle gardens of the late Rococo, even in classicistic 381 engravings. In all these cases, even around the turn of the 19th century, beautiful foreign lands still have a decorative effect, namely as the special kind of arranged, posed utopia. Above all, on the room and picture world of the Grunderzeit lay the real curse of the reproduction, produced by factories, the false blessing of a plush exoticism, of an arcade as apartment, of a panorama as decor. There is no gainsaying the rich, Corinthian column, but it especially must be the most genuine of all, for its place is not the swankiness of the petit bourgeois nouveau riche, not blocked lack of imagination, but its surplus. Aura of antique furniture, magic of ruins, museum collecting is a particularly complicated way of departing, has always been so. It draws together, keeps everything with it, borders on acquisitiveness and greed, to this extent it remains quite narrowly at home. On the other hand, it looks for its material in as wide a field as possible, roams high and low in search of old equipment, thinks nothing of ruining the person obsessed with it. To this extent it is sufficiently extrovert. That is contradictory, but united in the wish to surround itself with what is rare, to have temporally or spatially distant things as a capsule, as it were. Everything can be collected, buttons, wine labels, butterflies, very often stamps. Amongst the rest, the collecting of antique objects, of no longer available or exotic art is only the most noble form of hunting. The obsession with perfection is also to be found in the stamp collector, as much as it is in the collector of porcelain. The wish to have a set, and that to have a service complete is the same. And rarity determines the price in the former as well as the latter, whether it is a matter of a variation in perforation or of a Baroque commode which curves at the sides too, costing half as much again as one that only curves at the front, around the drawers. With all collectors' items the work of the dealer, as a finder of rarities, is productive, one of the few productive kinds in the business of distribution. With all of them the competition of the collectors regulates the price. Despite this, art collecting is essentially different from the other kinds, because in this field what is rare is at the same time the unreproducible, the irretrievable. Whereas stamps and similar things are more or less the same today as they were 100 years ago, old furniture, velvet, porcelain are characterized by a lost quality, a vanished handiwork, a sunken culture, and this qualifies them as rare. In contrast to the monotonous, increasingly 382 more monotonous machine-made goods, an unstandardized wealth opens up in the land of antiques, one which never ceases to be a fresh source of amazement. The simplest faience plates are already different if the places where they were made were 5 hours' walk apart. No one oriental carpet, with the exception of Bokhara and Afghan, is like another. There are as many differences between a Frankfurt and a Danzig cabinet, although they are both Baroque, as between a yard gate and the portal of a castle. All this is separated by locality, commission, convention, but everything is unrepeatably united in solid handiwork, specially made piece by piece, and everything was linked by a closed, slowly developed culture. Today's collecting of antiquities thus means a turning away from manufactured goods, a turning towards an image of the house that has become irretrievable, that was both the most cozy and the most imaginative. Neither is this collector eros weakened by the undeniable origins of its present form in the previous century, more precisely, in its decorative rooms. It is not weakened because pleasure in antiques would rather relate to anything other than swankily dressed up reproductions and so-called period furniture. Even fake antiques are seldom adapted to the needs and decorative wishes of a nouveau fiche swankiness. All genuine ones, however, are witnesses of a formal certainty destroyed by capitalism, surviving flotsam from a lost beauty. The embarkation for the land of antiques has nothing whatsoever to do with romantic reactionary anti-capitalism, but rather with the realization that late capitalism was the deadly enemy of art, particularly of that in household fittings. As a formerly beautifully wrought ensemble, these continue to form their delightful ensemble, stemming from the same ground, from the same imaginative fertility. All these good pieces complement each other too, join onto each other, even though still in a mixture, as, to take examples from architecture, from Würzburg, from Worms, a side portal of pure Rococo joined on seamlessly to a Romanesque cathedral. It of course remains true that the wish to depart also underlies the collection of genuine old things. This combines to some extent with the rotten distance magic of previous times. This was unknown to the really genuine inhabitant of a really genuine environment. But he did know the wish which today still forms an important part of the antiquarian sojourn, the wish to be present in several old periods, distant lands. It is the wish of the Chief Justice in Andersen's Lucky Galoshes to get to Gothic Copenhagen. The many tales of magic which transport the adept to ancient Troy or to the distant Ganges are of a similar kind. What a dream to 383. Be able to pass a day, only an hour in the porcelain century, let alone in ancient Athens, Rome, Byzantium, Memphis, Babylon. To be able to walk in the flesh through the old streets and houses, on a journey backwards in time, against death, behind our own birth. The visitor finds a reflection of this unnatural wishful image, braced against the course of things, in Pompeii. And there is certainly a bit of Pompeii in every old wine jug, alive in the sound of the Baroque cabinet door slamming in the mighty lock, in the remote gleam of the pewter plate. This backward journey with wishes is at its wildest, is most full of jumbled reflections in every good overcrowded antique shop. Balzac describes quite unforgettably a wishful series or mirror montage presented in this way in The Wild Ass's Skin. Here a young poet enters the storehouse, intoxicated with life and perhaps already by death, and as such a voyeur he grasps the cross-section montage, experiences the jumbled spell of the sojourn in the past, in distance, in the Hall of Mirrors. He had to see the skeletons of 20 worlds. Crocodiles, monkeys, giant stuffed snakes grinned at church windows, seemed to snap at busts, to want to seize hold of enameled caskets and to climb on chandeliers. A Sèvres vase, on which Madame Jacotto had painted Napoleon, stood next to a sphinx dedicated to Sesostris. Instruments of death, daggers, strange pistols, and secret weapons were mixed up in a motley array with the instruments of life, with porcelain soup dishes, Meissen plates, transparent Chinese cups, antique salt cellars and feudal sweet jars. An ivory ship under full sail floated on the back of an immobile turtle. An air pump poked in the eye of Caesar Augustus, who remained in motionless majesty. On this rubbish heap of the world nothing was missing, not the calumet of the Indians *, not the green golden slippers of the harem, not the Moorish yataghan, nor the idol of the Tartars. There was everything right down to the soldier's tobacco pouch, the priest's ciborium and the feather trimming of a throne. In addition, 1,000 capricious lights played over this confusion of images, full of a wild turmoil of nuances and of the most intense contrast of brightness and darkness. The ear seemed to hear strangled screams, reason fetched 1,000 uncompleted tragedies from chaos, and the eye imagined it could perceive barely shrouded illumination. The despair of the young poet which drove him into the storehouse is stilled, he is transformed into night's end. Bayadires * into faded wax, iron, sandalwood, round about him 100 times and spaces are compressed into a single perspective. Soon he became a pirate and surrounded himself with this man's lugubrious poetry, then he admired delicate miniatures, azure and golden ornaments which embellished the precious manuscript of a missal, and forgot the excitement of the sea again. Lulled with thoughts of peace, he once again espoused learning, lay in the depths of a cell and looked through its lancet window across the meadows, woods, and vineyards of his monastery. The fantasies described in this way clearly indulge continually in flotsam montage, not in the decorative rooms of the Second French, let alone German Empire. Balzac's consternation is not even romantic, but it is, in a new way, downright Baroque in its addiction to what is ruined. Balzac's antique shop is a showroom for the past and for distance, flotsam thus becomes allegoric. Which means that the things preserved as vanished seem as if they were only now releasing their final beauty. The weather-beaten aspect then appears, being simply a surface one, like melancholic cheerful clearing, like a clearing, thus, in a manneristic way, still discernible in Balzac, the cult of the ruin arose. Transitoriness, so bewailed in human body and happiness, acquired at that time, as a formed and also revealed transitoriness, a strange figurative value. Resplendent with pale corpses, this provided the end of the Baroque tragedy with its ornament. The ruins were honored no differently as such which stared out from antiquity. Cf. Benjamin, Ursprung der deutschen Trauerspiels, 1928, p. 176 f. The whole of Baroque mannerism reflected the twilight which arose out of the merging of the rising bourgeoisie and predominant, precarious mighty neo-feudalism, though admittedly transitoriness, as one interrupted in its fall, still definitely created form, and hence in no way descended into nihilism. The ruin thus had to hold the center course fairly precisely between decay and a line which was shining through, an only now integral line so to speak. This wavering center, held in the balance as it were, made it picturesque, in the Baroque sense. The ruin furthermore enabled Baroque Christianity to combine the glance into transitoriness with that of a world on the last day. This mixture of transitoriness and apotheosis made ancient ruins venerable, not only beautiful. Thus the ruin, more of a terror to unbroken ages than a wishful image, became the category in which antiquity became edifying for the first time. And more than that, a reflection of the many martyr scenes in the paintings of the Baroque also fell upon the ruins of past beauty. The Renaissance, when it depicted ruins of ancient temples, had still allowed these to consist of purely redeemed and as it were demonstrable models. But paintings and engravings of the two subsequent centuries of Baroque use the ruin precisely to transform the classical model, as one of proportion and symmetry, in a Baroque way. The ruins became new elements of a separate, decidedly unclassical emblem, of an allegory of transitoriness, on which eternity alights. Thus the remains of antiquity were over-beautified in disintegration by Baroque interpreters, rather than restored into intactness, this even in Piranesi, and all the more so in the sentimentalizers of antiquity as Sunset. Piranesi's Vedute di Roma are very precise, they want to give a view and were received in this way at the beginning of the Winckelmann century, but even here the torsos as such, in their elegiac ally desirable beauty, are thoroughly over-accentuated. Even the actual Baroque painters, those of melancholic drunken imagination, also set ruins antiquity where in reality it does not appear at all. Chisolfi's ruins of Carthage, Dresden, provide an excellent example of this genre around 1650. Bushes, broken walls, columns which have picturesquely been rolled down and scattered make the splendor of antiquity through transitoriness especially precious here. If painted architecture always expresses wishful dreams most freely, then here they are, to have Christian elegy in the hymn of antiquity. And the sentimentality of where the shutters of the pre-world fan round us was still a resonance of the Baroque, hence it is populated by artificial column stumps, not only on graves, also by artificial ruins in general, as it is in the castle garden at Schwetzingen. In addition, apart from ancient ruins, those of the medieval castles now also entered into view, especially suitable for ghosts, alongside antiquarian edification. Ruins have always been regarded as good lodgings for the departed, even in antiquity itself and in the Arabian Nights, thus the scenery, particularly when it shifted into native, Gothic moonshine, became the legitimate setting for the Gothic novel which began with the 18th century. How different these sentimentally contrived ruins seem from the horribly real ones which the American terror attacks have left behind. How different too, however, was the aura at that time, which mere transitoriness and its elegy bestowed, from the horror which lived without any aura whatsoever, unless it was that of senselessness, in the deserted gaping windows. How far away, however, the category of antiquity also was at that time, this category augmented by ruin magic, indeed ruin ciphers, from the restoration concepts of the 19th century, how different. 386. Is the devotion to the torso from the drive to its completion. Soon after 1820 when the Venus de Milo was ploughed up, and throughout the whole of the century, the missing arms were reproduced in more than 100 reconstructions ex ingenio, the Baroque would have had its edification precisely from the torso, that of transitoriness and of the final light on it. But of course in important respects the ruin vision remains even today, outside the transfigured facies Hippocratica, as in the pathos of patina, as in that of block unity. The wishful pathos of patina extends from iridescent glasses to the gold tone of pestum, from weathered roof tiles, monk and nun, to the noble green bronze. This pathos wants the time that has flown since then, wants it like old wine or like the evening of a life well spent. In a different way, however, quite unromantically, but also not ungrateful to destruction, love of block unity reveres the influence of time, namely in the sculptural Greek field. The armless Venus de Milo appears here as more strict form compared with the illusionistic form of the complete original. Thus precious flotsam can indicate meanings everywhere, which it raises above its original state and previous, in fact everyday context. This most powerfully in empty ages. It was no accident that the museum itself, developing from the princely treasury, first rose in the 19th century to its instructive, admired reminding splendor. Antiquity as a whole, it is largely of course something irretrievable, a Veneta under the waters of the past. But it is also, in the age of machine-made goods and formalistic Bauhaus impotence which so proudly superseded the decorative impotence of the 19th century, a utopian sign. A reminding utopian sign of what fullness, what ornament, what effectively encompassing imagination was, and not merely was, but unceasingly is. Even a real new creation will and must, as such, also have antiquity within it, working with and continuing to work beyond it, obviously, not copying it. The degree of newness makes a work important, but the degree of antiquity makes it precious, and in the work that claims as well as leaves a cultural inheritance both determinations go hand in hand. The machine created other conditions to the manually skilled conditions from which all antiques derive, but just as little as the capitalistically produced machine man of today will remain, just as little are machine-made goods, which only correspond to the general mechanical response and its lack of ideas, the last word. Surgical tongs for delivering babies must be smooth, but sugar tongs certainly must not. Geist der Utopie, 1918, p. 22, every true artist loves ornament, even if an epoch which has been so decimated by mechanical response and kitsch does not yet love the genuine ornament in return. The purification of the atrocities of the 19th century is presupposed, this certainly as conditio sine qua non, but beyond this purification a world of expression stands as a task, a world which continues the fullness of what has become antique, does not destroy it. An intense will towards color, form, and ornament, even though in no way already blessed or even freed from the epigonism of epigonism, pervades the world freed from the mechanical response. It demonstrates that the light which has shone throughout history until the intrusion of the machine-made commodity, and fills all our museums, has not been extinguished in the Bauhaus and similar hollow cheering. The more drastic the architectural pseudo-progress, namely into nothingness, the more antiques become in the old wishful image a new forget-me-not, a non-romantic one. The reality which is now in progress has enough pre-appearance, against all loans on the security of the 19th century, to be able to produce creations of as yet unknown human expression. It is the sign of something poorly built, therefore of most of the new gadgets and streets, that it cannot grow old, but only rots in the course of the years. And equally it is the sign of something innately precious that after an appropriate time it joins up with the great old inheritance and is worthy of it. Castle Garden and the buildings of Arcadia. It is now infinitely beautiful here. Yesterday evening, as we stole through the lakes, canals, and woods, I was very moved to see how the gods had allowed the prince to create a dream around himself. When one passes through it, it is like a fairy tale that is being read aloud, and has quite the character of the Elysian Fields. Goethe 1778 to Charlotte von Stein about the English park in Dessau. There is no cheerful house which does not stand in greenery or cannot look out onto it. The open air belongs to it, above all the open air shaped in accordance with our wishes, the garden. It collects and arranges the flowers, tames rock and water, provides walls which open by themselves. The garden belongs to the stroll and incorporates it, it belongs to a wife and to Cythera. It was no accident that the Arabian garden adjoined the 388 harem, a landscape of love, surprise, and peace. To this end it was enlivened by shade and nook, by playing waterspouts and kiosks, there was no lack of oddities. The park of the Baghdad caliphs contained brooks made of tin, a pond filled with mercury, all around hung golden cages with blinded nightingales which also sang in the daytime, Aeolian harps murmured in the trees. The walls of the love pavilion were perforated like ivory filigree, through them shone the turquoise, oriental sky. Mazes were popular, mirror effects which increased the pleasures of love, the most famous were in the castle gardens of Arabian Palermo, even Rome had already fetched such arts from the ancient Orient. And just as the beautiful woman is bedecked with silver bangles and chains, so too the Oriental garden with metal work, glass flowers, jade from China, a fine pleasure dream of nature itself, of nature as woman. The second blossoming of the garden then came in the Baroque. The interest of Western absolutism in Oriental despotism at the same time caused it to reach into the Arabian imagination. This above all in the castle gardens of the 17th and 18th century, despite the new element of representation which had become a pressing requirement. This new element then prevailed in the second heyday of all garden art, in its Baroque heyday, but it never completely prevailed. The Baroque park became the measured, geometrically measured out stage for ceremonial festivals, but also for a nature which overacts all over the place. It had to behave as a peripheral zone of the court, half mathematical entity, half tamed fantasy, it was panorama. Barbaric comic excesses revealed themselves here which corresponded to the Baroque wish to form emblems out of each and every thing, Adam and Eve in yew, St. George in boxwood, a dragon with a tail of creeping ivy, prominent poets in laurel. But equally the Baroque garden created the non plus ultra of what the society of that time wished and imagined from a nature sans la barbe limoneuse, although with full-bottomed wig. This was, however, imitation of the opera. It was moreover still illuminated nature, not only posed scenery, in the sense intended by a nobleman of the time who said he loved nature, because it was both a perfect and rational bafflement, great Vegeta, as a mixture of ancient circumstances and oriental moods, in short, as an ensemble of both convention and strangeness. The Rococo caused the representation at work in all this to vanish, it even removed the full-bottomed wig from nature, but the oriental mood remained even in Arcadian apparel. Marble wishful images were a new addition, whose allegory had been diffused to so-called dalliance, Cupid and the Graces, goat-footed Pans embracing nymphs, voluptuous rape of maidens. All in 389. Reduced form reminiscent of porcelain and childlikeness, under a leafy canopy, next to a dreamily trickling spring, inviting imitation, a Jardin Eden in amorous fashion, hidden in quiet bosquets. In reality here in fact, as in the Oriental garden, the harem came out into the open air, augmented by extraordinary refinement only attainable in a Catholic context. And in the Baroque park, sentimental Orient is recognizable even without its refinement, at least when this wishful world is once again concentrated, i.e. painted. Through the Baroque garden world of high antiquity, as which Claude Lorraine and the heroic Poussin portrayed the southern landscape, peeps a thoroughly Eastern ancient Mediterranean, it peeps through in the bright gold light behind shining bushes, it peeps through even in the colonnaded temples and ruins which all appear like Palmyra, not like Rome. Vegeta is also extremely prevalent in the Baroque garden, échappé de vue into the infinite, but also into nook and fullness. Nature appears as a pre-ordered adventure of representation and pleasure, with a magic castle in the middle. Thus houses were extended in the most delightful way by a green which did not grow anywhere in this form by itself. Even the apparent turning away from the artificial conception, which was an artistic one, did not do away with this kind of garden. The turning away from the French garden happened around 1750 on account of the ever more powerfully advancing bourgeois life, the English so-called natural style began. But even the English park tended its wilderness as a very cultivated one, and it kept man in the landscape for man. Of course the English park, even the one in the Rococo which is still often mixed with the French, appears to distance itself from the castle, also it is not supposed to have any more borders against wild nature. The middle mountain garden was once more preferred to the garden artificially laid out on the plain, Romanticism announced itself, the Heidelberg landscape began to be discovered, Lake Zurich, the garden nature supposedly for itself, apparently without human intervention. But what arose in this way was once again not given, but wishful nature throughout, that of Addison and Pope, then above all of Rousseau, that of an Arcadia that had become sentimental, and the English park was its prelude. It distanced itself from castle and house only in so far as it formed a new parterre in meadows and woods, in weeping willows, reedy lakes, and urns, namely one for the sensitive construction or romantic house of the whole world. That nature in its original, perfect state was a garden, this biblical idea now became the pagan one, it pervaded an Elysian dream. Even wilderness, the apparently most extreme antipole. 390. To the world of men and plants, was incorporated in Rousseauism in this way, even if only on the roundabout route of Romanticism. The garden, says Friedrich Schlegel in this vein, in this symbolic artistic sense is already an enhanced, beautified, and transfigured state. In wilderness, however, it is real nature itself whose feeling fills us with that deep sorrow which at the same time has something so wonderfully attractive about it, the attractive aspect of absorption, indeed isolation, which enjoys itself living to itself. Gradually even deserts and icy mountains had a place in it, already from the time of Haller's poem about the Alps * they were endowed with eeriness, they lay at the edges where nature falls down into ancient chaos, but also where it stretches over the inhabited borders into the solitary and sublime. The English garden as architectural creation could of course no longer indicate this kind of thing, but its layout loved such twilights or crumblings of habit, it even built follies, which it took over from Baroque, in solitude, remoteness. One garden in transition from Rococo to English layout gives us a particularly instructive and as it were encyclopedic impression here, The most beautiful, the castle garden at Schwetzingen. Alongside reedy lakes and urns, the attempt was made here to bring together what is worthy of memory in the world by using dummies and facades, a green showroom. But a showroom which once again only revealed expressed moods and wishful images, a natural treasure house of purely artificial and sentimental treasures. Green yew and white gods, voliera and secluded bathing hut, temple of Apollo and mosque, all these wishful constructions of the earliest montage are combined. There is a temple of Mercury, one of Minerva, with an underground chamber, as cult space of wisdom, an artificial ruin, a temple to botany and a Roman water castle, all transferred from the theatre of the Baroque or Rococo into the open park. This was the pleasure garden of great gentlemen, the space for courtly nature festivals and promenades, but equally a lingering air of a fantastic abduction and remoteness lies over it. Susanna's aria in The Marriage of Figaro lives precisely in this region. The nobility of Mozart's music resounds in such gardens close beside an extravagance which makes out of history, mythology, foreign zones its sentimental and curious panorama. Even Voltaire wrote in 1768 to Coligny about the most beautiful of these parks: "Before I die I want to fulfill one more duty and enjoy one more consolation, I want to see Schwetzingen again, this idea governs my entire soul." And under all the construction masks with which such gardens were provided, there was always one missing, that of the church. Precisely in place of this, Arcadia was to be dressed up or symbolized in sensory form, in the Baroque garden an Arcadia with curiosity, in the English garden one with zephyr, crescent moon, and nocturno. Wild weather, Apollo by night. There is also a way of defamiliarizing things when reading. And in fact into the very region where it blows and whispers and ominous things happen. This kind of thing admittedly lies a long way from the refined evening sensibility of the English garden, but still has the sensitive element, coarsened, now and then even deepened, within it. This has now become a completely bourgeois pleasure, it is absorbed through reading, so it can take place in the armchair, very easily in fact. Not only the previous century achieved considerable things in the reading enjoyment of shutters under the cozy lamp. The warm study made people doubly receptive to wild weather outside and to the events they read about to which this weather whistled. Rough winds served to abduct the reader into circumstances which curiously belong to the anti-fireside of total foreignness. This abduction usually occurs even at the beginning of such stories. The deserted house, spine-chilling twilight are desirable for this. At best, unfriendly world per se, November nights, screams, weird even ghostly events offer themselves, astonishingly, to the warmth of the outlook. Wishes land here, although possibly still at a much reduced price, which are not entirely dissimilar to those which once gave the impetus to the world of Ossian, to stormy wind, heath, fog, groaning carried away on the wind. Most effectively at work in the wishes here is the touch of shock and rough night, indeed anxiety wish, which we dealt with above, CFP 85, the countersense of primal words, which is always dialectical. Without this, without the mixed emotion, in fact mixed object which is at work in shuddering, the props for night horror would not be so full of veiled pleasure. Because the defamiliarization is also fulfilled by them which constitutes the totally sensational relish of horror, the Gothic novel. Its particular bad weather begins in the age of Ossian. It first announces itself in Horace Walpole's Castle of Otranto in 1764, extends to E.T.A. Hoffmann where it is always the witching hour. But also to Jean Paul whose Titan turns on flickering light and Hades as generously as it does. 392. Sun, Alps, and Rome. Edgar Allan Poe would certainly not have been thinkable without such sojourn in the last gleam of the evening light and in the night which has set in. Travel images of this kind live in a grotto, as it were in the sea grotto in which according to the Nordic saga salt is ground, not Attic but Gothic salt. Bitter water and night stream through the landscape, the scenery becomes furnished Nibelheim * dark corridor and staircase, night, cemetery, owls, clocks, uncertain light, mysterious noise, trapdoors, Gothic rooms, hiding place per se, Eerie portraits with all too lively eyes, this ensemble predominantly fills the Gothic novel, is its essence. And time and again the peculiar wishful happiness in horror remains essential to its spirit. It was indeed, a tempestuous yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew careering from all points against each other, without passing away into the distance. I say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this, yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning. But the under surfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion, the fall of the house of Usher. Thus acclimatized as never before, the atavisms of the spirit world also loom into the Gothic novel, with pale or sooty fire, with slurping and knocking, with cheap precious and in any case disparate magic. The strangest mirror is opened up here, but as always it phosphoresces, it shows something uncanny in experience too. Precisely this glance, at work in Hoffmann in the midst of the most precise description of his Biedermeier world, constitutes Hoffmann's peculiar realism. One which shows so incisively the distance between the average misery of existence and the images of hope, but which also, when it demonizes this misery and localizes the images of hope, reveals a dimension in the real world which causes the Gothic novel and the images of hope in it not only to be confined here as sociological realism with entertaining style all around it. Rather, forgotten border situations emerge in the dejected cleanliness, the hot punch. Of the Biedermeier situations, Hoffmann reports all the things that may still slip through from the abandoned sectors, infiltrate everyday life, exposing them with humor. Midnight is at any time of day for this Hoffmann, but at the same time men are neither hopelessly enslaved by the so-called gruesomeness of the spirit world, nor does its spell in fact retain the last word. But even the wildest goings-on awaken clever counterforces as in the fairytale, they turn remoteness into what is bright, into the ether which appears especially blue in its foil of night, into humanism. Thus the justiciary in the estate, a genuine horror story, casts departed Daniel back into the void again. Thus the Archivarius Lindhorst in The Golden Pot conquers the Hecate Applewife and carries defamiliarization forward into the light of a cloudless Atlantis. This is objective opposite direction to horror in the antique journey of the Gothic novel. 29 Wishful image in the dance, pantomime and film land. Nunc pedi libero pools endatellis * Horace. Hippolyta, but all the story of the night told over, and all their minds transfigured so together, more witnesseth than fancy's images, and grows to something of great constancy, but, howsoever, strange and admirable. Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Also what dances wants to become different and depart there. We are the vehicle ourselves, combined with our partner or with our group. The body moves to a beat which lightly intoxicates us and at the same time brings us into a measure. Wooing and fleeing above all, a movement which always gives a hint of sexual movement, this constitutes a basic feature of the social dance, and the more coarsened this is, the more evident it is. But it is not exhausted by this, another step or whirl is imitated too, brought into form, the dainty, the measured step, and in many preserved folk dances, particularly Russian ones, that of joy after work is done. But also in the sexual dance there is something lifted away which makes itself visibly felt, becomes feelingly. Odzai, 37, Now we must dance without restraint. 394. Visible. The dance allows us to move in a completely different way to the way we move in the day, at least in the everyday. It imitates something which the latter has lost or never even possessed. It paces out the wish for more beautifully moved being, fixes it in the eye, ear, the whole body, just as if it already existed now. Light, exhilarated or strict, in every case the body steps out differently here, into something different. And a drive remains to carry on going within it more and more strongly. New dance and old. Where everything is disintegrating though, the body also contorts itself effortlessly along with it. Nothing coarser, nastier, more stupid has ever been seen than the jazz dances since 1930. Jitterbug, boogie-woogie, this is imbecility gone wild, with a corresponding howling which provides the so to speak musical accompaniment. American movement of this kind is rocking the Western countries, not as dance, but as vomiting. Man is to be soiled and his brain emptied, he has even less idea amongst his exploiters where he stands, for whom he is grafting, what he is being sent off to die for. But turning to the real dance, out of the same disintegration which in wide circles brought up the American filth, a kind of movement of purification emerged in significantly narrower ones. It did not direct itself against jazz though, for the simple reason that it had already begun before the First World War. It directed itself, in conjunction with the simultaneous reform of arts and crafts, against the milder disintegration, against the uglifications of the 19th century to which jazz then added the final hideousness. The new schools of dance developing from Isadora Duncan, then from Dalcroze, attempted to demonstrate a more beautiful human image in the flesh, whereby they certainly began the building from a high roof, and consequently had to be extremely ideological. As one among many, let us remember the Lehland School, if only because it sought to be the natural school. It looked at the beautiful animals with their superbly fit stride well suspended within them. It was intent on breaking down from top to bottom the purposely concealed or frozen posture which the master-servant relationship brought with it. The limbs were encouraged, in courses which no longer wished to have anything in common with the learning of manners, not even with chivalrous attitudes, into 395. Unconstricted movement playing round the body's center. In the audience, women as well as men, particularly after the First World War and in Germany, looked delightedly into the mirror in front of which and in which such studied dancers moved. A new kind of bohemianism, a so to speak naturally stylish, slimly fencer-like one became the decorative fashion at that time. It did at least create a new type of woman and actor. Forms were adopted and performed through which people seemed trained in freedom. Though the best that was sought after so artificially in those days could have been found at any time in the only place where people moved naturally, in the folk dance. It alone really stands on the ground which the progressively degenerating bourgeois dance of recuperation has lost. And it does not need arts and crafts to remember the so-called center of the body, to be well suspended in the body. Peasant regions preserved this dance for a long time, even after the capitalist destruction of traditional costumes, the devastation of festival customs, a new socialist love of homeland animates it again and makes it true. The folk dance always has a national flavor and thus, if it remains genuine, cannot be transposed at all. Unless as witness and measure of every uncorrupted successful group expression of drive images and wishful images. Whether German Landler, Spanish Bolero, Polish Krakowiak or Russian Hopuk, the form is exact and comprehensible, the content it signifies is joy beyond the day of drudgery. The calmness and boisterousness both say, here I am human, here I am entitled to be asterisk and a human being with human beings in the group, a rhythmically moved form sequence in unison. Individual boys and girls may of course step forward at any time, whole dances can serve to represent selected saga heroes, like the Georgian one of the Mountain Eagle, but the group remains essential even then, absorbing, enclosing the movements again. Every folk dance is thus agreement, the time of the common field is still remembered in it, together with ancient pantomimic forms. The whole body always participates here, gives itself up to the flow. But even dance which was only posed in an artificial posture did not die out at the same time. It lives in the exact ballet, of courtly origin, originally highly remote from the folk dance, but also incompatible with the arts and crafts of the new dance which had prided itself so much on relaxed movement. What a contrast to the body playing around! Its center, in the Lehland School, and to everything similar which might billow as a kind of artificial nature. The ballet has no longing for this whatsoever, but rather a longing for the gracefully or illustriously controlled posture which once accorded with Rococo and even Empire style, chiefly with refined suffering and cool jubilation. The expression of both goes silently on tiptoe, in a cloud of gauze and powder. The classical ballet puts a truly spiritualized handiwork alongside, or better, against mere circling around the center of one's own body. Because it sketches out a human landscape where both the center of gravity of the body and also gravity are missing, even the ground is denied. It is curious here that the light exact element which distinguishes this completely artificial dance coincides with the mechanical. Kleist's essay on the puppet theater significantly borders on the ballet on this point. Admittedly, according to Kleist, the puppeteer puts himself completely into the center of gravity of his puppets and lets their curving movements play around it, and yet these puppets have the advantage of defying gravity. This succeeds even more perfectly here than in the elfin spirit way the ballet strives for when it denies the ground. The puppets only need the ground, like the elves, in order to brush it and to animate the swing of their limbs afresh through the momentary impediment. We need it in order to rest on it and to recover from the exertion of the dance, a moment which is obviously not a dance itself and with which nothing more can be done than to make it disappear as soon as possible. Kleist further grounds the superiority of the puppet in the fact that the consciousness which it lacks has caused much disorder in the natural grace of man. And with this he is in no way aiming at irrational prejudices, but in fact at the mechanical quality which the puppet possesses, and which lends it grace at the same time as exactness. And this perfect grace is only supposed to fall to man again on the other side of knowledge, after a complete traversing of consciousness and of knowledge. Now, even though ballet is far removed from this kind of traversing, its complete ratio shows what is to be represented, depicted here in fact with that grace which like the puppets seems to have abolished gravity. Elegant proof, that is not a mechanical but rather a mathematical concept, much more a point of honor. The cooled ratio of the ballet is therefore graceful and precise in one. Thus the dying swan of Pavlova, as far as the expressive essential element in the exact is concerned, conceived something white, pure, frail in appearance, and in Japanese ballet even a battle is expressed only by a few sparingly descriptive gestures with. 397. The fan. The ballet is the school of every thought-out dance. It is no coincidence that it is flourishing in the Soviet Union together with the folk dance, this other colorful peasant genuineness. And in such a way that, according to the practical theoretician Moiseev, without this folk dance the way the Soviet ballet expresses itself today would not be possible at all. The folk dance, with its pantomimic dramatic devices, and the always non-dramatic ballet can also be used in succession, in the same dance poem, according to the wishful emotions and the sequence of the action. The Soviet ballet, because the balletic aspect remains dominant even in the mixed form, thus shows no stylistic break. The gestural rich expression of the folk dance and the sparing precise expression of the ballet unite realistically in the action to be depicted. New dance as formerly expressionist dance, exoticism where everything is disintegrating, the path into foreignness is or was never missing. It was even weakly pursued in the Lehland school, towards the beautiful, well-suspended animals, with their superbly fit stride. But the playing around the center of the body and the like was not sufficient where the posture striven for by a large part of bourgeois youth began to run wild. Where a rebellion against the image of man presented by the bourgeois was no rebellion at all, not even where the apparent rebellion did not become its fascist opposite. There were here, in the reflex of the dance, curious formations, shallow and certainly also unclear irrational ones in which a rapport was sought with uncontrolled otherness, with uncivilized foreignness. This still seemed bourgeois conformist in Impekoven when she danced unrecognizably tart-up genre pictures. The same thing became banal and crazy in so-called Eurythmics, an anthroposophic dance school full of dervishes and dervishesses from the parlor, but very cosmic, as it was fashionable to say at the time. Here the so-called ethereal body was supposed to be developed in the dancers, in addition the solar plexus and interrelation with the so-called cosmic forces of becoming. To this end, in a more than literal way, poems were danced, in such a way that symbolic movement corresponded to each vowel, so to speak, an astrological exercise of the most insipid kind, yet in fact, together with the whole of anthroposophy, banally and irrationally effective. Foreignness in the geographical sense, but at the same time archaic foreignness was shown in the dance landscape which was offered by Saint Emeheza. This was 398. Ethnologically and above all arty crafty mythically decorated, fundamentally wrong, but fitted the wish for exoticism in Red Indian, Siamese, Indian copy dances. There remains merry Wigman or genuine expressionism in the dance picture, incomparable with the above, with irrational bourgeois conformity. Wigman most advanced the limits of expression of the dance. Much about this advanced dance and its imaginary scenes was merely evocative, but little was abstract, nothing was empty. The landscape which on the beat of the gong spreads out around the new dance seemed filled here with a characteristic merging of Niflheim and Baghdad, in which, we could say, a Hoffmann world moved seen through the eyes of Chagall. This world was even there when Wigman danced Bizet Arlésienne, and, highly improved Hoffmann, the genre picture of Saint-Saëns Danse Macabre. In addition, of course, Wigman, together with her school, with her mist-flame nature, also participated in the night side of expressionism, which it manifested, as banished as flown as banished, alongside its utopian glare or brightness. And the whole dimension of dance, in the original itself, not merely in its imitations, belonged to a Dionysian element in the ambiguous sense, just as this kind of new dance would never have come about without Nietzsche. Here is Dionysus, who called down to the dance of the murderers, and for whom in the end even Negro sculpture was only a roundabout route to the blonde beast. Here is the other Dionysus, who praised the dance against the spirit of gravity *, who in admittedly more vague dithyrambs praised the god of life, against the mechanical response of reduction and denaturing. My wise longing thus screamed and laughed out of me, which was born on the mountains, truly a wild wisdom. My great roaring winged longing. Even this kind of roaring of wings, at its very short end, partly carried not to distant seas, but into the local blood lake of fascism, for which this kind of roaring of wings was already foreseeable in its imperialist premises. Nevertheless, there is ambivalence in Dionysus, and thus also in expressionist, even exoticizing dance, which without the pathos of this god of life would not have gone into ecstasy either. Not into the decorative kind, and even less into genuine ecstasy, which equally wanted to portray oppressed life with creeping, panting, crouching, as it did liberated life with the roaring of wings. Thus the Wigman world, admittedly as the only and most genuine one from the expressionist dance age, was also free of blood on its night side, and was a figure formation which strove out of the darkness inflicted on it as well as out of its own, with rich imagination, into the brightness. From original dance creations of this type an inheritance may be claimed which sets them once again, differently on their feet, on those which know which way to go. Ritual dance, dervishes, blessed circles. The dance was always the first and most bodily form of setting out to another place than the regular one where we find ourselves irregular. And in fact the primitive dancer feels himself universally enchanted, bones and all. His dance begins orgiastically, but is also supposed to be an instrument which carries him a long way away. Because even if the possessed man gets beside himself, he is also hoping to transform himself into the powers which are lodged outside him, outside the tribe and its huts in the bush, in the desert, in the sky. With the mask depicting the demons he makes these demons visibly present, he becomes the tree spirit, spirit of the leopard, rain god. At the same time, however, by imagining he is inside these gods, the dancer also wants to draw their powers over to man. By the consecrated place on which the ritual dance proceeds, seed, harvest, war are supposed to be protected from their evil demons, surrounded by their favorable or favorably disposed ones. Drum beat, hand clapping, monotonously raving chant intensify the trance in which horror itself is supposed to help and is incorporated. And not only the mask is important, but in fact the dance which moves it, in whose leaps it shakes itself and makes procession. Nothing is arbitrary here, every step is schooled and prescribed, but no different from the way convulsions are not arbitrary, and the possessed man has no gesture free. Magic dance is schooling in these convulsions, it is thoroughly demonic and wants to be so. Its vehicles are without consciousness in a deliberate fashion and wild in regulated fashion. It always haunts the dance that it belongs to the night and began with it. The Greeks, of course, invented the measure, the raving aspect seems to lie not only beneath them but also behind them. But even in their case it returned in the horde of bacchantes who swarmed out almost mysteriously. 400. In the spring. Almost mysteriously in a culture whose visible and clandestine aspect, precisely in terms of movement, is constituted in a completely different way, in terms of the will towards measure in an exactly similar way to how Goethe sees or longs for it. When the Graces secretly come down from Olympus, to join the rows of nymphs, gathered in sacred moonlight, here the poet listens to them and hears the lovely songs, sees the mysterious movement of secret dances. The Maenades, however, at home far behind the nymphs, of all this showed only eerie, Dionysian movement of secret dances. The arms of the Maenades were wound round with snakes, and their tread invoked the underworld Bacchus with the double sex and the bull's head. But admittedly the depictive movement around the gods of night, fertility and the abyss vanished to the same extent that the Dionysian abyss was built over. And this not only in Greece, but also in the Near Eastern countries with their equally, in fact most blatantly orgiastic dance rites, night cults. The abyss was built over in two ways, matrilinearly and patrilinearly. This produced new and diverse magical dances, but they were united in their attempted turning away from the merely orgiastic. The Phrygian dances were constructed matrilinearly thonically around the tree of life, they even live on in the May dances which were spread across the whole earth. In these the couples held long colorful ribbons tied around the maypole, the ribbons wound and unwound in the movement of the dance, which was thus supposed to depict the interweaving of becoming, fading, new becoming. The couples participated with their ribbon dance in this chthonic weaving, which was considered to be happy or wished to be so. But the temple dances of Babylon were constructed patrilinearly uranically, they reflected an ascent onto the 7 planet levels of the heavens, and also a shedding of the 7 veils of these spheres, so that the soul can come pure to the highest God. A memory of this no longer chthonic, but cosmic pantomimicry has been preserved in Islam, in the dance of the dervishes. The trance is considered here as preparation, as the reclothing of the soul so to speak in order to be able to take part in the round dance of the Houris, in fact of the angels. The Houris were not only regarded as the heavenly maidens in this order however, but in fact as the star spirits who, in quite Babylonian, quite Chaldean fashion, direct human destinies. By penetrating depictively into the rotation of the Houris, the dervish is therefore attempting to conform to 401. The stars, to reflect in motor fashion their rotation in his own dance figures, he is attempting to absorb the effusion of the primamagons around which the stars themselves are circling. Ibn Tofel explained this in the 12th century by saying that the dervishes, whose order began around the same time, take the heavenly circling motions as a duty upon themselves. By doing this they believed they could ultimately draw down a reflection of divine movement upon themselves, no longer demonic, but sidereal, devoted to the external sky, to astrology. In all of this, matrilinearly as well as patrilinearly, earth mythically as well as astral mythically, the ancient orgiastic trance is so clearly tempted to overform. So visibly also in these cults outside Christianity, however, shamanistic elements still balanced out the law of the day. The dance found it more difficult to get going, though, when the body itself was no longer supposed to interrupt it. Christianity repressed in its intention not only the sensual but also the religious dance. Misgivings about it, at least as a trance-like dance, already begin with the Jews. Dance belongs to the priests of Baal. They froth, they leap around the altar, 1 Kings 18:26, they have their dervishes, and even the Jewish company of prophets at the time of Saul appeared as dervishes, beating tabrets and ecstatic, 1 Sam 10, 5, they were despised for this very reason. And for this very reason people asked in astonishment, is Saul also among the prophets? 1 Sam 10, 12, the latter were at that time still considered to be heathenly possessed. Even though alongside this or above it, with high honor, David's dance before the Ark of the Covenant is reported, not only Michal, his wife, felt this to be a degradation, but David himself admits his degradation to her, 2 Sam 6, 22, although with its sacred signs reversed, as trance before Yahweh. This sanctification, however, was absent in early Christianity and in the Church. The dance flourished in the Middle Ages as a courtly dance and as folk dance, but not as a liturgical one. It is permitted to nobody, a council of 680 decrees, to perform games and dances which, inspired by the devil, the heathens invented. The gestures of the body are no longer the place for the transcending spiritual motion to make its home. The prescribed steps of the Catholic priests before the altar did in fact perhaps contain a memory of Roman temple dances, but it is reduced to the most sparing symbolic hints, and the procession has a stiff stride. Ecstatic dance only breaks out irregularly, as in the case of the flagellants at the time of the Black Death, and is then convulsive. In the next world, however, there are blessed circles, as Fra Angelico painted them, as a wishful being of movement for which. 402. The earthly body is weighed and found too heavy. The movements of the blessed and of the angels were above all defined in such a way that they do not take place in space, but carry their moving space with them, in fact first form it. The place, says Thomas Aquinas with such highly remarkable utopia of motion, perfectio motus, is surrounded by the angel, not the angel by the place. The angels are extended in a virtual, not in a corporeal way. Hence the heavenly dance was thought of as one without steps and distances, as flight which does not need continually to measure its length, and which, being immaterial, no longer knows any effort and any separating space. But this kind of thing is not built for man. The only Christian dance was imagined as heavenly, not as earthly. The wishful image of a dance of this kind persisted, could not however, unlike the dances of the participation magic, evoke or become human movement. It still lived on in the Baroque, here in fact particularly vividly when it painted its jubilantly hovering angels on the dome, but this canonical hovering is hardly achievable in the dream for unwinged men walking in the flesh. It is no coincidence then that every more recent attempt at an art of dance has also been considered unchristian, or conversely, the gravity-free flying of those who are walking in the flesh takes on and takes up in the ballet affinities with something as wholly unspiritual as the puppet represents. Thus the continuing and definitely unclosed art of dance always acts as one which affirms the body transformed in a highly earthly way, whether it draws on folklore or on the tradition of courtly dances of which the ballet is the last. Though true new art of dance can only arise if a well-founded reason for joy is present, shared by the spectator, for nunc pede libero puls endatellis. The most substantiated joy arises with the storming of the Bastille and its consequences. Free people on free ground. It did not exist before this storming and will not exist without it. The deaf and dumb and the significant pantomime, the dance needs no words, it does not want to sing either. What it draws in the air, in the unknown region, lies beneath language or is remote from it. If it lies beneath language, then, wherever the dance is disposed towards communication, especially also in groups, the usual pantomime arises. It seems as if it is deaf and dumb, has been like this for a long time, as if. *cf. Daniel 5:27, thou art weighed in the balances, and art found wanting. Bloch is reversing the German idiom derived from this biblical passage, weighed and found too light. 403. The other limbs were slaving away only as substitute for the tongue. This begins even in such graceful figures as Pierrot and Colombine, but it culminates as soon as no gesture can say more than, I love you, or, I hate you, or at most, I am consumed by jealousy. In ancient mime, which was astonishingly elaborate and powerful, this gesture was significantly more expressive and meaningful, particularly in the East Asian kind. This did not derive from the fact that people were still closer to a supposedly more primitive gestural language here, which preceded spoken language. Spoken language, as the basis of thought, first developed with mental activity the ability to express itself also wordlessly and mimically. At least to be able to express itself so much more richly, variously, above all more in the mime of a situation than the speechless animals. Thus the reason for the outstanding mime of the Mediterranean peoples, compared with that of the North, lies in the preserved interaction here between spoken language and gestural language. And the gestural language, which is only developed in human mental terms after spoken language, could thus cultivate an expression outside language here, because in the South for one thing plastic embodiment is stronger and because for another the emotion expression, at least in the middle class, not to mention the lower class, was not cut back or stunted. Every spiritual excitation has by nature its mean and gesture, quendam vultum et gestum, says Cicero on this subject in very southern fashion in his book about the orator. And although the Greeks did not particularly foster the pantomime, the spiritual excitation was nevertheless so closely connected with corporeal performance for them that Aristotle characteristically dealt with the emotions not so much in his work on the soul as in that concerning rhetoric. Because, as still today in the Mediterranean peoples, it is the emotions which chiefly express themselves, in fact explain themselves in oratorical mimic expression. Even the Baroque did not eradicate gestural language from the standpoint of its predominantly Italian origin, but quite the contrary, it exaggerated it. Thus the Baroque launched pantomime in a big way. The Italians, but also the French at that time developed an entire so-called dictionary of nature concerning gestures and attitudes, though Batllux again, in his otherwise so rationalist theory of art, stressed that gestural language was readily comprehensible to uncivilized peoples, even to animals. The thus developed canon interacted with that of Baroque sculpture, which indeed equally excelled itself in expressive attitudes. Even the statues at that time stood as if on the stage, and the mime on the stage profited from the highly developed expressivo of the Baroque statue. Precisely here though it was demonstrated how much. 404. Every more complicated set of gestures, including Batlux's Naturel Dictionnaire de la Nature, presupposes developed language, although it leaves it out and laconizes it suo modo. The man who is furious about an injustice which he cannot change looks upwards, calling down the avenging bolt of lightning. This and similar attitudes were in no way comprehensible to uncivilized peoples, nor to animals. In fact they contain so little nature that they hardly appear outside of the Baroque idiom, Baroque Catholicism, and the lightning Zeus visualized by it. Nevertheless this kind of pantomimicry never appeared deaf and dumb, on the contrary, it seemed at that time more eloquent than any interjection or even tirade. Even in the 18th century a pantomime Medea and Jason, with richly substantial feeling and action, came onto the London stage and received European acclaim. Terpsichore, the muse of the dance, combined everywhere here with polyhymnia, the resonant muse of mimic expression. The scale of expression, especially of the pathetic kind, was evidently great. Since then it has become conspicuously much smaller, but has not completely lost its gradations. Even in its decline a trace of meaning was retained, at least of the peculiar approval which the play without words arouses. And after all, in any case, intelligible silence when there is movement present continually appears in the dream, in its otherwise so divergent forms, that of the nocturnal dream and that of the waking state. Even in the night dream far more forms, incidents, actions are seen than voices heard, and the incidents speak for themselves. Especially in the waking dream entire long series of games and wishes silently unfold, because in most people the optical imagination requires less effort than the acoustic. Mute images rise almost automatically out of the realm of the waking dream mood, whereas dialogue must usually first be invented. And the significant pantomime provides a mirror of this predominantly optical phenomenon, whether it is under the water of sleep or in the smoke of the waking dream. Indeed, the wordless reason which makes the pantomime speak also stretches beyond the dream into the terra firma of not always talkative life. Even coitus is not eloquent, even the bitter struggle, even the solemn reception, together with long stretches of every ceremonial, and the archetypal memory remains, original pantomime, long before the ancient mime, and outside it, was like the dance with which it coincided, wordless magic. It wanted to stimulate the equally wordless forces of nature. The Navajos dance round fire in the direction the sun moves, the image of the sun is raised aloft in silence. Among the Aztecs in the spring festival even the struggle of the old and new demons was portrayed pantomimically. 405. In Japan priestesses performed the Kagura dances, imitating the emergence of the sun with all mythically traditional details. In short, there is no cult in which pantomime is missing. It was to say to the community in the language of gesture what could not be expressed in the same way in words. And precisely the dream has preserved this soundless expressive game. The course and sequence of figures, the daydream consciously continues, in its animated picturing of desirable events, this silent procession, out of its own material. Hence therefore the formed and considered pantomime has never quite been forgotten either, hence it wanted and was able to be expressively renewed, after the all-time low in the last century, when the scale of silent expression had shrunk to a half-dozen vulgar or comic exaggerated conventions. Nothing provided more encouragement to this than the remarkable new form of pantomime in film. It came very soon, after the folded arms, the extended index fingers had disappeared from its screen. Because Asta Nielsen, the first great film actress, with a flicker of the eyelid, a raising of the shoulder, possessed the art of expressing more than 100 mediocre poets put together, silence had not yet become stupid. Likewise a renewal of pantomime was attempted by the expressionist dance, as in the significant rhythmic allegory which the poet Paul Claudel created in the 20s with the Swedish ballet. This pantomime bears the clear waking dream title, Man and His Longing. Memory and longing play around man here. He rouses himself from sleep, dances his own will and that of all creatures. Claudel explains this in the following manner: all animals, all noises of the infinite forest detach themselves, come around to look at him. Thus feverish people plagued with insomnia toss and turn through long nights, thus caged animals fling themselves over and over again against steel bars which cannot be broken out of. A woman appears, turns as if spellbound around a man, he grasps a corner of her veil, but she continues to turn it around him, unwinding the veil from herself until he is wrapped in it like the chrysalis of a butterfly, while she is almost naked. Cf. Blass, Das Wesen Neuen Tanzkunst, 1922, p. 77. Blass, in an excessively Georgian asterisk way, called this allegorical dance sequence a moving tapestry of life, that is literature, but he could also explain it from itself, as infinitely returning, not to be pacified human movement as it finally raises itself again incomplete out of all the artistic disguises and completions, and as these themselves. In reality this kind of thing did not produce insignificant pantomime, and one which, without bloch is again referring to the poet Stephen George. 406. The earlier mythological materials, concerns itself with human longing and its waking dream figures. All the more so if universal man and his still more universally tailed longing do not dance, but concreteness finally approaches, an aimed concreteness. This happens in a Saint-Ives ballet pantomime The Flame of Paris, concerning the storm on the Tuileries during a banquet for Louis XVI. In the contrast between the steps of the court dances and the caira* of the Revolution, a completely comprehensible plot arises, almost a drama without words. This all becomes possible as soon as the meaning of the story communicates itself in gestures of silence, in the characteristically open aura around wordless indicating and acting. Salter fabulam, this glory of the old mime has not become submerged or inaccessible to the pantomime. In fact, even half of the spoken play still takes place in gesture, and thus actually first creates the show play, show in the play. New mime through the camera. It is striking how the gesture was able to become so rich precisely in the context of the film. Because here to begin with it flickered especially feebly and crudely, seemed to remain kitsch. The suitor on his knees, the palpitating adored woman, they were the best the flicks could muster. But soon the film itself, developed to some extent, made an astonishing contribution to the degenerate pantomime. In general, through the good fortune that the film began as silent film, not as sound film, an incomparable mimic power was discovered, an until then unknown treasury of the clearest gestures. The sources of this power are in no way evident, no matter how indisputable its effect is compared with that of the usual pantomime, or even that of the theater gesture, in the silent play. Some things may immediately appear unaffected in the film, because the gesturing film people move without a frame, but also without an emphasized distance from us. The camera takes the eye with it, continuously changes the viewpoints of the spectator, which become those of the actors themselves, no longer those of the spectator in the stalls. Ever since Griffith cut the heads of people into the action for the first time, since this employment of the close-up, the play of the facial muscles has also appeared as revealed suffering, joy, hope. The spectator now learns from the close-up of a gigantically isolated head, much more visibly than from that of the speaking actor on the whole stage, what incarnate emotion itself looks like. But all this camera life would be nothing without exceptional actors who, in the still silent film, sharpened gestures to concentrated keenness or many-sidedness. The path here started out precisely from nuance, that is from a refinement particularly surprising in the earlier half-art of the film. Asta Nielsen, as we have seen, first brought that studio theater into gesture which so far removed the film from the pantomime which had become usual and terribly degenerate. Only with studio theater of this kind was it at all possible to enlarge, without coarsening, to put nuances or apparently incidental elements into the center of vision, to make transitions of a rapid or fleeting kind, like the passing of a spoon, the play of the eyebrow in the case of hopeless love and so on, essential, indeed into an ecce homo. The film is filled with sheer mirrored up and down of the movement of wishful dream or, beyond the dream factory which became more and more of a dizzy swindle, with desired real tendency movements of the age, but so that this can be brought home in a filmic way through figures and their actions, a micrologically developed intonation is necessary, not of the word, but of the gesture. Such intonation is natural in the spoken theater, and its effects are astonishing. "Give me the helmet" is the first line of the Maid of Orleans*. If the give is stressed, even lightly drawn out, not the me, then the whole court theater of the 19th century stops, and the shyly possessed maid stands there. Good films applied this new emphasis or process of making visible to the body and to movement, evidently instructed by the new dance, which might also solve the riddle of how the gesture was able to become so rich precisely in the context of film. There are thousands of examples of the micrology of the incidental, which is not such. Every good suspense film is already charged with mimic instances from the subconscious and from premonition, how much more so, completely without waxworks and dummy, the socially critical and revolutionary film. In fact, not only does the remarkable new mime extend to men, but even to things, which are naturally silent, but also, if the director can achieve it, unnaturally eloquent. The cooking pot swaying with the ship in Eisenstein's Potemkin belong here, and precisely here. A play by Schiller, 1801. 408. The great rough stamping boots, shown in isolation, on the steps in Odessa. The film 10 Days which shook the world does not show the wavering defenders in the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, it shows a giant chandelier whose crystals shake gently, then more and more violently, on account of the explosions, as is obvious, with over-meaning, as is particularly obvious. But even this pantomime of film things is first learned from that of film people. All arts of the camera would have had nothing of this kind to show if the flickering eyelash of Asta Nielsen or the handshake in close-up had not previously made their contribution. Above all, the objects of the 19th century express in the film their awkward ridiculousness or their uncanny hide-and-seek, as in René Clair's masterpiece Chapeau de Paille, 1927, as in the sound film Gaslight, 1943. And the sound film, as a form itself, only made it look, in its early days, when it was photographing theater substitute, as if the pantomime, which the silent film had renewed, was now going to die for the second time. However, even the sound film is still always pantomimic where the dialogue is silent. There is even an exceptional plus of a pantomimic kind which is only achieved through the sound film. Because through the fact that they are also recorded acoustically, things here acquire a quite separate additional layer of mimic expression. In fact, we can say, the sound film brought about the paradox of a so to speak audible pantomime, namely one relating to noises. The microphone makes a pair of scissors cutting through canvas audible, through wool, through silk, and the really different noise which is produced by this, drumming of raindrops on the window, a silver spoon dropped on a stone floor, creaking furniture reach into a micrological world of sensory perception and of expression. In general, the backdrop not only becomes mobile as in the silent film, but an acoustic backdrop, and its sound transforms itself into thing-like gestures. We can listen to what was previously unnoticed, even the softest whispering, so that it in fact still remains a whispering through the microphone, a secret, a treacherous whispering, one which is closely related to the gesture and the sign. In general, therefore, the film, in that it is capable through photography and microphone of incorporating the whole of real experience in a stream like mime, belongs to the most powerful mirror and distortion but also concentration images which are displayed to the wish for the fullness of life, as substitute and glossy deception, but also as information rich in imagery. Hollywood has become an incomparable falsification, whereas the realistic film in its anti-capitalist, no longer capitalist peak performances can, as critical, as stylizing film and as mirror of hope, certainly. 409. Portray the mime of the days which change the world. The pantomimic aspect of the film is ultimately that of society, both in the ways in which it expresses itself and above all in the deterring or inspiring, promising contents which are set out. Dream factory in the rotten and in the transparent sense. The more gray the everyday, the more colorful material we read. But a book means sitting around in our room, we cannot go out with it. Also, wishful life read in books only becomes vivid in so far as the reader already knows it from his environment, however much he interprets it. Everyone has love inside them, but not everybody is already given a noble soiree, i.e. this cannot quite be imagined by everybody. Far more deceptively than the stage, the film presents events like this, with the wandering camera as the eye of the guest spectator himself who can see through them. Most people certainly do need the screen to see desert and high mountains, Monte Carlo and Tibet, the casino from inside. In the 19th century there were strange optical establishments for such views into the distance, they were already very popular. There were the so-called Kaiser panoramas. The visitor sat in front of one of the stereoscopic pairs of opera glasses which were screwed into a rotunda, and behind the glass-colored photos from all corners of the earth drifted, at the ringing of a bell, jerkily past him. There were above all the great circular panoramas. The first was opened in Berlin in 1883, it represented the Battle of Sedan, or rather, it led the spectator directly into the battle, as if he were an eyewitness. Wax figures, genuine earth, genuine cannon, a painted circular horizon allowed the spectator to be present at a historic moment. The construction was worthy of its creator, the court and uniform painter Anton von Werner. At the time, though, there was argument as to whether on level grounds such compositions were really art, almost as people have argued today about the cinema, but the panoramic was discussed with the same very serious aesthetic expression as the filmic is today. Those who were contemptuous of it called Anton von Werner's construction too naturalistic, those who admired it pointed conversely to quite similar hybrid art in the Baroque, to the Baroque Christmas cribs, to the Stations of the Cross. The modern in the year 1883, in the wax, weapon and oil pantomime of Sedan, in this substitute for not having been there, was nevertheless a triumph of technology which those who had been there in 1870 had not yet experienced. 410. Since for the evenings the guide promised electric glowing light illumination as well as an electro fountain of arc light, C.F. Sternberger, Panorama, 1938, p. 21. The film no longer needs this, it is itself without doubt new technology, together with all the genuine aesthetic questions which arise out of new technology, new material, and its affiliation to art is decided by its affiliation to genuine pantomime. Nevertheless, even the cinema, precisely the cinema, has not developed with impunity in the age of substitute living, in a society which has to divert its employees or deceive them with ideological electro-fountains. Lenin called the film one of the most important forms of art, and in the Soviet Union it has at least developed as the most important method of politically educating the masses. In Hollywood, as we know, it is so far removed from such work of enlightenment that it almost exceeds the crudeness and mendacity of the magazine stories. Thanks to America, the film has become the most desecrated form of art. The Hollywood cinema does not only supply the old kitsch, the sloppy kiss romance, the nerve basher, where there is no longer a difference between enthusiasm and catastrophe, the happy end within a completely unchanged world. Without exception, it also uses this kitsch for ideological stupefaction and fascist incitement. And even social criticism, which formerly appeared once in a while in some American films, even then it was, as regards capitalism, little more than the refinement of a critical apology. It has completely disappeared since the fascization of liberty, with spines bristling only against truth. In the 20s, Ilya Ehrenberg called Hollywood a dream factory and was referring here to the mere diversion films with their rotten sparkle. Since then, however, the dream factory has become a poison factory, no longer only for the purpose of dispensing escapist utopia, there is a gold mine in the sky far away, but also white guard propaganda. The cinema panorama shows, in the imagination wishfully steered by fascism, Red Dawn as night and the Moloch as the children's friend, the people's friend. This is how far the capitalist cinema has degenerated, consigned to the technology of the war of aggression. A good dream factory, a camera of dreams which are critically inspiring, overhauling according to a humanistic plan, would have had, and undoubtedly has other possibilities, and this within reality itself. For it remains indicative that so much that is right emerges time and again in the film. Amidst so much futility, so much opium, such quick turnover, so little leisure. The technical reasons which rescue the film have been given above: no distance, no peep show, rather the spectator walking. 411. Alongside, chamber music pantomime, not entirely lost even in the mass-produced commodity, predominant in good films, opening up of the wide world, especially nearby, in the incidental, in pantomimic detail. In addition, there is the maneuverability of detail, of groupings which have become fixed themselves, made possible by the techniques of film and so closely related to the waking dream. Now, given this so good, if also thwarted technical how, as far as the what of the film is concerned, namely the subject materials specific to it, the period in which the development of film falls not only had a capitalistically devastating, but in a limited sense also, we may say, ironically usable effect. For as a period of bourgeois decay it is also a period of cracked surface, of the previous groupings and identities decaying. Consequently it is, as in painting, so in film, the time of a not only subjectively, but objectively possible montage. Because this became objectively possible, it is in no way necessarily arbitrary and completely unreal. With regard to the objective events, it is much rather in a position to correspond to changes in the external relation of appearance and essence itself. Here is the field of new hints and genuine authorities, the field of discovered real separations between objects which previously appeared to be closely adjoining, of discovered real attachment between apparently very remote ones in the bourgeois order of relations. Good films correspondingly made constant use of such maneuverability, which has become realistically possible even in terms of subject materials. Thus the Soviet director Pudovkin, Storm over Asia, 1928, went so far as to assert, film collects the elements of the real in order to show another reality with them. The dimensions of space and time which are fixed in the theater are completely changed in film. The magic is combined with that photographable transparency which the Soviet film has often shown, historic and modern, and which states that a different society, indeed world, is both hindered and circulating in the present one. This is the right thing and the best thing that emerges from the film, made easier not least by the completely new form in which the transitory can be shown here. The art of film illusion, although it is neither painting nor poetry, not even in its best examples, still gives an image which allows movement, and a narration which possibly demands the descriptive standstill of a close-up. The cinema does not thereby become a mixed creation, of the kind which, in so much higher regions, Lessing's Lacan defined narrative painting, descriptive poetry. In higher regions narrative painting, descriptive poetry may be fatuous. Lessing allocates to painting only actions through bodies, to poetry only bodies through actions. Whereas the technique of film shows 412 actions through quite different bodies to those of painting, namely through moved, not stationary bodies, so that the borders between descriptive space form, narrative time form disappear. A soi-disant painting, because film, by virtue of the fact that it is able to portray all objects, in contrast to the stage set, has at least become as broad as painting, and the image is always the primary thing even in the sound film. A soi-disant painting has now therefore itself become a succession of actions, a soi-disant poetry itself a juxtaposition of bodies, and the Lacan of the film, in contrast to that of the statue, screams. He can scream, without rigid grimace, because the film even in the standstill of the close-up shows this standstill only as a passing one, not as a rigid one. Every background turns towards the foreground here, and the wishful action or wishful landscape so essential to the film climbs, although only photographed, into the stalls. 30. The theater, regarded as paradigmatic institution, and the decision in it. Already they are seated, eyebrows raised, and calmly wait out there to be amazed. The theater manager in Faust. The curtain rises. For ages especially eager people have been coming together here. The impetus which has led them to the box office and into the windowless room varies. One section is bored and only wants to buy its way into an evening where they will be diverted after a fashion. A better active section, on the increase today, does not want to kill time, but to fill it. These visitors too want to be entertained in the performance, that is, to be released and become free, not automatically or simply free from something, but free to do something. There is, however, driving in all of them, what we may call mimic need. This need is more widespread than the poetic, it is connected positively with the not only submissive or hypocritical, but tempting desire to transform oneself. It shares this desire with the actor himself, seeks to satisfy it through him, that is, in all better cases, through what he respectively represents. Further, however, 413. Above all, the spectator does not want to see what the actor is representing mimically, but what he and the whole group of players give as a sensually colorful, eloquently moved representation of something. If the spectator is drawn into the life on the stage, then he is thus in no way simply drawn out of preceding everyday life like the friend of mere diversion. Not even when the stage dispenses so-called light fare, if this is distinguished from kitsch, which does not even divert, but stultifies instead. The curtain rises, the fourth wall is missing, in its place is the open proscenium, and behind this show-side things must happen, in a pleasant, entertaining way, significantly, that is, signifying something. From the life we have had the narrowness disappears into which it has so often led, remarkable and decisive people, a further scene, powerful fates now appear. The spectator is prepared in an equally expectant and involved way for the things which are now to come. Rehearsal on the model. But he does not merely remain prepared, the physically gripping actors incite to more. They require the spectator to decide, at least to decide about whether he likes the performance as such. And it is an objective play that is being performed, so the clapping or whistling in which the decision expresses itself must extend to the play which does after all give the actor his role in the first place. How much more so if the spectator, who is no teenager and no star cult, then perceives the mimer simply as the medium of the dramatic character inside a likewise dramatic action. The displeasure that is expressed here, the applause which is given, sometimes during the performance itself, these are very different from the silent or even enthusiastic response given to literature when we read. For not until the spectator really sees on the stage what he wishes to see or even what he does not wish to see is he usually drawn into a response which goes considerably beyond the decision of mere judgments of taste. Not least, it is also important for there to be a formal assembly of voters in every theater, whereas there is as a rule only a single reader confronting the book. Very interestingly, this decision is made into the central point in Brecht, and precisely by virtue of the fact that it substantially breaks away from the merely culinary judgment of taste. Also by virtue of the fact that it not only evaluates the people, encounters, actions represented, as they are, but also as they could be, that the theatrical construction of a person does not start out from him, but towards him. To this end in Brecht the decision is so sharply and so deliberately demonstrated, in direction and guidance. 414. Of the action, that it always has to extend beyond the evening in the theater. And of course in an activated instructed way, into life that can be better effected, i.e. really into the things which in the bolder sense of the word are to come. This firstly because the spectator no longer merely projects himself into the play. He remains with his senses alert and puts himself into the action and its actors while equally putting himself opposite it. The correct position is thus solely the attitude of smoking observation, notes to the threepenny opera, not that of the spellbound man who is self-indulgently working off his feelings, instead of forming ideas and learning them with pleasure and entertainment. There must be pleasure in the play, more than ever. Deadly seriousness is more out of place here than anywhere. Indeed, the theater must be able to remain something superficial. Brecht, Klein's Organon für das Theater, 3, but the enjoyment experienced must not melt the spectator, rather it instructs him and makes him active. Secondly, the actor himself must never completely fuse with the character and its action which he is imitating. He always remains merely the indicator, the one who is not involved himself. He stands next to the character of the play, even as its critic or praiser, and his gestures are not those of immediate emotion, but make the emotions of another evident in a mediated way. Through this more epic than dynamic theater the performance is supposed to receive, freed from all exhibition of the actors' souls or of so-called theatrical blood, not less, but more liveliness, warmth, vividness. Consequently Brecht stresses, precisely with regard to the effect of the epic mime style on the audience, it is not the case, although it has been proposed from time to time, that epic theater, which incidentally, as has also been proposed from time to time, is not just undramatic theater, lets out the battle cry reason on the one hand, on the other emotion, feeling. It in no way renounces emotions. Particularly not the sense of justice, urge towards freedom and righteous anger, it renounces them so little that it does not even rely on their existence, but seeks to intensify or to create them. The critical attitude into which it endeavors to bring its audience can never be too passionate for it. Brecht, Theaterarbeit, 1952, p. 254. To the objectivization of the actor, however, corresponds that artistic device of objectively raising out a scene in general, which Brecht calls estrangement. This means, particular events in the play should, through captions, backdrop of sound and music, and the acting styles of the actors, be raised, estranged, as self-enclosed scenes from the realm of the everyday, self-evident, expected. Brecht, Stuck 6, 1957, p. 221. The effect should then be that wonderment appears, i.e. that scientific amazement, philosophical astonishment with which the thoughtless acceptance of phenomena, even theatrical phenomena stops, and posing questions, inquiring behavior which wants to know begins. The advice of the actors, who are expert in the estrangement effect, is given thus in one of Brecht's didactic plays, with astonishment as the beginning of reflection. You've seen what's usual, what's always bound to happen. But we are asking you, what's not strange, find it surprising. What is ordinary, find it inexplicable. What's usual here should astonish you. What is as a rule, recognize as misuse, and when you have recognized misuse, take action against it. Epilogue to the exception and the rule. And in contrast to ineffective literature, estrangement makes an especially vehement appeal for thoughtfulness with anticipatory consequences. Since what has not changed for a long time easily appears as unchangeable, the estrangement of the life depicted in the theater ultimately happens in order to take away from events which can be socially influenced the stamp of the familiar which preserves them from intervention today. Klein's Organon für das Theater, 43. With this, thirdly and lastly, the major concern of this way of directing is now reached, namely theater as rehearsing on the model ** the attitudes and events should be thoroughly worked out, thoroughly experimented with in a play-like way, to see whether they are of use for changing the world or not. We can therefore say, the Brechtian theater intends to be a series of varying attempts to produce the correct way of behaving. Or, which comes to the same thing, to be a laboratory of correct theory practice on a small scale, in play form, as it were in the stage case which is experimentally submitted to the serious case. As experiment in re and yet anti-ram, that is, without the real mistaken consequences of an as it were unrehearsed conception, cf. the didactic play The Measure Taken, and with a pedagogic approach, to perform these mistaken consequences dramatically. Even possible alternatives are thus portrayed on a trial basis, with the end of each of these alternatives carried out on stage, cf. the contrasting didactic plays The Man Who Says Yes, The Man Who Says No. A similar characteristic style is revealed not least in Brecht's mature Galileo drama, where the question must be thoroughly enacted whether Galileo's retraction, for the sake of the major work still to be written, was the right way of going about things. All this strives to achieve parable drama, from hypothetically intensified, often also simplified examples and decisions. And the Brechtian, as far as the information that was to result is concerned, more and more wisely discarded abstractness. Nowhere is simplification to be found in that truly terrible form called schematism, because schematism has already learned the region that is accessible to it by heart with 5 or 6 formulas or hurrah conclusions, which is also why it hates the Brechtian. Brecht's theater seeks a mode of action in which there is only communist conclusiveness of conduct, i.e. conclusiveness that is to be freshly tested time and again and that leads to the goal of the viable production of the really useful and its reason. More on the rehearsal on the model to be sought. It is undoubtedly unusual that plays teach when they are themselves only learning. That their people and their actions are turned in a questioning, examining way and also turned round. Nevertheless, an open form already appears in all dramas when a person, a situation is shown precisely in its lasting contradiction. Only where a central figure, as character or as social function, acts in a one-track, inevitable way, then there are no such variabilities. Othello's jealousy does not waver and cannot be thought of in another way, in all its consequences and successive situations. Antigone's matrilinearly traditional and persevering piety, Creon's reasons of state which have become socially victorious, waver just as little. The conflicts are unavoidable here, the experiment of a being able to be different, being able to act differently, being able to end differently would be grotesque here even if merely hinted at in an interpretation and its direction. But are there not many-sided natures in a great series of dramas, and those with several possible paths before them? Is there not Hamlet or, in a so much smaller, more insignificant, cancelled alternative creation, the monologue of Fiesco ***, wavering between republic and monarchy? Were there not always dramas with several possible versions, evaluations of their course, their outcome? Goethe's Stella, Tasso compared to the original Tasso? Goethe ended Stella with reconciliation in 1776, tragically in 1805, Tasso showed in its original version the prosaic Antonio denied, the fanatical poet affirmed, in the second version this is almost reversed. Certainly there was no previous dramatic art, and the most greatly elaborated least of all, with a separate theory-practice relationship, let alone with the drama as a course of study which is always correcting itself, interrupting itself like a tableau. But even the unalterable dramas, if they were not rehearsals on the model to be sought, they were still models of a path taken to its end, a good or bad one, one to be sought or to be fled, with the recommended motto, exempla docent. This above all where the stage, with or without didactic thumping on it, has been endowed with a moral institution. Indeed, the unexpected thing occurs that Brecht wants to be far less moral and pedagogic than Schiller, for example. Precisely the author of didactic plays and school operas rejects, as a friendly materialist, a theatre which only moralizes and therefore would not be one. In no way could we raise it to a higher status by making it into a market for morals, for example. It would then rather have to see to it that it was not in fact humiliated, which would happen immediately if it did not make the moral pleasurable and indeed pleasurable to the senses, from which the moral can certainly only stand to gain. Klein's Organon, 3. But this rejection of the blurbs and leading articles, of visible advertising kitsch on the stage, does not hinder the old Brecht program of a theatre to shape consciousness and to school decision. Thus this program wants to move the theatre as close to the places of education and publication as possible. The theatre, as is obvious, as masterly place of entertainment, whose influence is exerted through poetry, not through leading articles and hurrah conformism. Precisely the latter would not need any kind of rehearsal on a model, because it already knows everything anyway and because it translates the word model as model pupil. What is meant instead of this is moral institution with happiness, where the depth of the enlightenments and impulses achieved are accustomed to being directly proportional to the depth of the enjoyment. Not without reason we could point to the sensually most pleasurable theatrical illusion here, that of the opera. Progressive masterpieces of opera like The Magic Flute, The Marriage of Figaro simultaneously provide in the noblest enjoyment the most activating humane wishful image. And like the means, so too the content of instruction mediated through the progressive theatre. 418. Medicine and teaching, is one of joy, as such it acts in the play as content that must be produced through struggle or content that shines ahead already produced. Thus the choice of standpoint is another major part of theatrical art, and it must be chosen outside the theatre. Like the remodeling of nature, so too the remodeling of society is an act of liberation, and it is the joys of liberation which the theatre of a scientific age should communicate. Klein's Organon, 56. So much for the theatre here, when it appears as the house of decisive actions, about which and between which it is decided. As soon as the rehearsal on the model is acted, the goal is clearly visible, but the stage as experimental stage, preview stage, goes on bullying the ways of behaving to reach it. Reading, spoken mime, and scene. We said above that all real plays are better to see than to read. Because in front of the stage decisions can be made far less in terms of taste, far more collectively than in front of a book. But in woeful cases it does nevertheless seem conceivable that performed plays are just as good, even better to read than to see. When, that is, the actors put themselves in front of their role, when for example we get to see and to hear the scheming villain Miller instead of Iago. It becomes even more unpleasant when a star uses works of literature as a pretext to embody his oh so personal physical presence and delivery once again. It also happens, even in less flashy performances, that due to so-called temperament or even due to lack of time actors speak much too quickly on stage as a rule, above all when there are verses to be disposed of or even elaborate periods. Much that is precious gets lost in this reeling off. How dismally what was a more and more richly unfolding landscape in leisurely reading becomes an obstacle race. But the theatre must always prove to be a plus compared to reading, no matter how lively the pleasure ear and eye have derived from reading. And it must be so much of a plus that even the best conceived reading drama stands in relation to the performed drama like the shades from the Odyssey straining for the blood in order to be really able to justify themselves. After all, whenever the work-true performance takes place, they are seldom good and never work-true dramas which are more beautiful unperformed. They are at best lyrical flights with speeches for and against which lack successive actions, thickening plots, entrance, exit, bad atmosphere, as it were the noble, not only Schillerian but also Shakespearean. 419. Colportage of what is bursting to get on stage. There is no world in the drama without the visible space for characters and alternating scenes which actors, above all directors, bring out on stage. And even great lyric poetry, in so far as it exists in action, i.e. in drama, is first projected in the scene onto the movement of the mood or of the reflection, in short, onto the drama in its introverted form, to which this poetry belongs. Precisely for this reason, and not, as is obvious here, inner world of reading verse, as escape from the theatre, Brecht's statement is so important and true. The Elizabethan wrote verses for us about the heath at evening, which no lighting crew ever matches nor the heath itself. And the statement is true, the lighting crew does not match the verses because the Elizabethan's heath at evening has been driven to its truest essence poetically, but inside the theatre, inside the Lear and Macbeth scenes for which Shakespeare wrote all these verses. The matching, surpassing, unlocking of the heath at evening by great poetry undoubtedly happens through the power of the keys asterisk of such poetry over nature, cfp 215, but the theatre in fact shows the poetic heath as the ground on which even its own play is ultimately played. Not least, such a perfect theatre also first realizes the important pause which in the drama may not lie so much between the lines as between the words and phrases and between the scenes. Listening, knocking, attention to distant cries, something expectant therefore is especially evident in such pauses, together with the observance or fall of the folds of significant customs. Even the wonderful trumpet movement in Verdi's Othello heralding the Doge's legation derives on this side or the other side of the opera from the form immanent in the Shakespearean pause. Thus the theatre, in contrast to the book, is the sensual experience reality in which unheard things are publicly heard, in which what is remote from experience reality becomes vividly public, in which the composed compressed, the fulfilled really appears, as if it were in the flesh. And it is always mime through which poetry projects itself onto the level of the theatre, it is spoken mime plus gestural mime plus the aura mime of the scenery created by the set designer. The proscenium becomes like a window here through which the world is changed to the point of recognition, sees and hears itself. Thus the theatre is the institution of a new, never again immediate experience reality, laid bare by the dramatic poetry that refers to it. Everything depends on the tone here with which a role is provided. Indeed, we can say, portrayed man is a sound figure, as this he is born for the stage. Hence at the beginning there is the speaking form, that is, the difficult art which modulates, models the intonation. The basic tone then to which this spoken mime is set, the excellent expression comes from Schleiermacher, preacher and philosopher into the bargain, is not for example given by the abstract outline of a figure, let alone by the cliché which has been formed from this outline. The true basic tone stems solely from the disposition, the ties and the goal image of the figure, therefore from the possibility of acting, of being, revealed by its character together with its circumstances. This does not mean a character in the static sense of what is engraved, but the character designates here the determination towards an action which is only now shaping itself. Only in this direction is a dramatic sound figure truthfully achieved, it is only varied from the perspective of its destination. As an example, the great director Stanislavski cites Hamlet, in such a way that we may discover in Hamlet the task, I want to avenge my father. We could, however, also discover a higher task, I want to discover the secrets of being. But we could even discover a still higher task, I want to save humanity, cf. Trept, Leben und Werk Stanislavski's, p. 78f. Stanislavski's direction developed the figure of Hamlet, together with all its impediments, in accordance with this last basic formula. The well-aimed characteristic style becomes more difficult of course in spoken mime, as soon as this is already traditionally fixed by a certain abstract, indeed untrue pathetic altitude. This is still the case with regard to Schiller, as the problem of being able to speak Schiller's verses both in a cool and completely unsonorous way. This is the case in the song mime and no less in that of the orchestra with regard to Wagner. The doggedly persistent court theater tone, its yearning or rolling pathos, is mysteriously difficult to break through even in the speaking of Wallenstein. With equally mysterious difficulty, although it seems it is being attempted at the new Bayreuth, not without success, can the plushy heroines and then the Victory Avenue Baroque be removed from the intonation of the Nibelungenring. These obsolescences certainly have part of their origin in the original Schiller and Wagner, an origin in a rhetoric at an altitude which is all too similar and therefore often only sustained by force. 421. But this is equally balanced out by Schiller's sharply logical power of language, by Wagner's sharply contrapuntal power of expression, and the restitutio of Schiller and Wagner means to portray, in the case of Schiller, the speakable piano of the reflective aspect in his work, in the case of Wagner, the singible bel canto of the endless melody in his work. In Richard Wagner, lying more originally, more as a result of his own time in excessive thunder, there is the more overdue case, as it were, of restitutio in inte grum, to be achieved firstly by considering the song mime and going on from here to grasp the whole construction. All the more important is the task of finally making the performance of Wagner, precisely from this perspective, commensurate with the blossoming, the sharp and powerful aspects and sudden depths of his work. The gestural mime and scenery, no longer torrid and rancid, no longer with thunderclap, clashing of swords and booming of waves, then follows unimpeded. Then gestural mime itself, it stages the dramatic action communicated through words in terms of the bodies of the actors, but also in terms of the body, so to speak, of the things placed on the set. This set can be bare, as in Brecht, as in Old English and Old Spanish theatre. It can be luxurious as in several good examples of the former meaning and the decor and costumes of Max Reinhardt. It can above all allow poetry itself to spread out and settle in an aura-like way in the stage set as in the art of Stanislavski, of whom it was rightly said, he possessed the keys to all doors and apartments. In fact, he knew how to preside with equal proprietorial power in the Ibsen room of Dr. Stockmann, in the night shelter cave, in the enormous chambers of Zoran Berendich. Thus, closely related to the gestural mime, the above-mentioned aura mime arose, of the scenery created by the set designer. The Calderone stage, especially the Shakespeare stage, did not practice this sort of thing of course, but in all their bareness, indicating a cave, a forest, a palatial room merely with a caption, the dagger or the rope ladder were by no means lacking as necessary props, and the allegorical stage set becomes the extension of these props, their impression and expression in space as it were. Somewhat exaggerated, but no less spread out in an aura-like way, Stanislavski's collaborator Nemirovich Danchenko expresses this gestural mime and scenery thus: a production can only be called good when one can let the performance continue running from any point whatever without words, and the spectator can nevertheless still understand what is happening on stage. In fact, even in Calderone the dagger in a drama of jealousy, in Shakespeare the rope ladder in a drama of love are mimic per esse. Indeed, the dagger in Calderone is jealousy itself in its external form, and the early light between nightingale and lark is no longer externality in Shakespeare, but the outwardness of Romeo and Juliet's love and their death. Even if it is forced, this kind of thing does not divert us from the action, but the thing aura which has become homogeneous directs us into the action, provided, as Shakespeare has his Hamlet say to the actors, in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. Obviously, spoken language remains the alpha and omega however successful gestural mime and its scenery. So that a pantomime does not become independent for example or merely thrust itself forward, but even the most successful pantomime device in Nemirovich Danchenko's sense serves the poetic work. But from the point of view of the mime, the theater is at its best the sculpture of poetry, and one in which even the most powerful movedness, one towards mimic expression, does not remove the sculpture. Illusion, sincere appearance, moral institution. The perennial question is, to what end does the stage really remove us? It works with makeup and usually also predominantly with techniques and lights which feign in a considered way. The stage is therefore more appearance than any other mode of art, and precisely because it allows its appearance to become experientially real, despite the separating proscenium. This gives the theater its both delightful and illusionistic power, of course, but underlines the appearance more heavily than any other single pure art. Indeed, stage appearance to an unfriendly eye, and it has often met with this, not only among bigots, can more closely resemble the highly ignoble appearance of a wax dummy than that of an image, shining through in a refined way, not in the least experientially real. In addition, there is the so to speak dissembling aspect of the theater hero or even the theater martyr, transferred to real hypocrisy. The concept of the play actor comes from here. But of course the difference between moral appearance and theatrical appearance was obvious even at the time when play acting was still not an honest trade. The play actor is hypocritical, whereas the Hamlet, 3, 2. 423. Actor transforms himself, or rather, physically indicates the role which he is playing. And because the stage, by virtue of the poetry acted out, equally presents itself in the actor as governor of something that is not experientially real, any connection with the wax dummy or even with so-called tableaus, let alone bedazzlement, is lacking once again. Nevertheless, the question remains, at the level which has become appropriate, is the theater, if not dazzle, still nevertheless nothing more than illusion? In bourgeois aesthetic use, this concept in fact carries no disparaging connotation. However, it refers even then to a something which is not externally real, which as pure, although as it were decent appearance, has nothing at all in common with any kind of pre-appearance. In this way illusion was extended to all, even to the so-called pure arts, always with an echo of theatrical appearance, of course. E.V. Hartmann, for example, cites in his 3/4 conformist trivial, 1/4 summarizing philosophy of the beautiful illusion as the character of art per se, and defines it as subjective correlate to objective aesthetic appearance. But then nothing at all seems real about this appearance, since Kant Schiller's definition of the beautiful, as freedom from real appearance *, this sort of thing has been agreed by almost all aesthetic eons who come from this tradition. Even if it is purposeful, appearance only becomes beautiful as soon as it is detached from the reality which gave rise to it, and thus also from the reality of purpose which this same reality serves, and is transfigured into pure aesthetic appearance. E.V. Hartmann, Philosophie des Canons, 1887, p. 174. But the surprise, of course, not in E.V. Hartmann, but rather in Schiller, who was the best Kantian in aesthetics, follows hard on the heels of this. Because, if freedom from the reality of purpose is really supposed to be the objective correlate to the subjective illusion, then not even theatrical appearance is an illusion, indeed this least of all, as will shortly be seen. And if even Schiller himself calls it a beneficent illusion, precisely the beneficent element emphasized here still decisively removes its illusion character once and for all. The theater, regarded as a moral institution, says in this vein, we are given back to ourselves, our sensibility awakens, salutary passions shake our slumbering nature and make the blood surge more freshly. Likewise, precisely the supposed mere illusion puts into reality, refreshes it and points itself to a stronger, deliverable one. This lapse by Schiller mentioned above brightens up his earlier work with the program, so little bound to illusion, of a theater which is precisely regarded as a moral, consequently in no way reality-free institution. But if and because the theater is such an institution, then all illusion character is incompatible with it, since no illusion activates the realizing will and the will towards reality. The theater as illusion also certainly had to correspond to a bourgeoisie which completely tore apart reality on the one hand, art and ideal on the other, way beyond Kant. But it is true, art as illusion would be and would remain lies all the way, taken in a moral and extra-moral sense. That is, both in the intention to deceive and in view of the impossibilities which such an art produces. Conversely, the existing appearance of the theater is never illusionary appearance, but sincere per se, it too along a line of extension from the become, in its formed and more commensurate expression, cfp 216. Its play does not quiesce, instead is able to influence precisely the will of this world, in its real possibilities, as paradigmatic institution. But in order for this institution to be effective, beautiful appearance must not be forgotten in it. The stage is of course not illusionary, but the raised index finger does not feature on its coat of arms either. Where this finger appeared, there was much bourgeois puritanical hatred of art at work, or at least suspicion towards art. Not infrequently, unfortunately, this suspicion was also instigated by socialists, just as if theatre were no pleasure, but a Sunday school, with nothing except villains and model pupils. Above we showed how Brecht himself recalled us from the idea of theatre as instruction, the same author who first praised the consciousness-shaping stage rather than the merely culinary one. But the theatre was not supposed to be an unadorned moral institution in Brecht, and at any rate not an obtrusive one. On the contrary, here too morality comes through pleasure, as the noblest function that we have found for theatre. But the Gottschedian schoolmasterishness in the German aspect of the moral institution does not die out so easily, which is why time and again tolerance for the light with happiness must be requested. Which is why Goethe, in his essay German Theatre, has the following declaration of belief in beautiful cheerful appearance to make: from raw and yet weak beginnings, almost puppet-like, the German theatre would perhaps have gradually worked its way through various epochs to what is powerful and right, if it had found a quiet progress and development in southern Germany where it was actually at home, except the first step, not to its betterment, but to its so-called improvement, was taken in northern Germany by feeble-minded men incapable of any production. And after Goethe has 425 so reservedly passed judgment on Gottsched's reform, after he has even had to examine the Hamburg dispute for and against a clergyman being allowed to visit the theatre, he continues, not entirely without a memory of the title of Schiller's youthful work: this dispute, which was conducted with much animation on both sides, unfortunately obliged the friends of the theatre to present this institution, which is actually only dedicated to higher sensuousness, as a moral one. The writers themselves, good, valiant men of the bourgeois estate, put up with this and worked with German uprightness and true reason towards this purpose, without noticing that they were thoroughly furthering the cause of Gottschedian mediocrity. In line with this sharp plea, Goethe also did not want the famous Aristotelian catharsis to be related to the audience and transferred to them, but rather to the characters of the drama. Undoubtedly in all this there was not so much an aristocratic reaction at work in Goethe against the public spiritedness of the German bourgeois Enlightenment, as aversion to the secularized servility which had attached itself even to the moral institution, to one ultimately minus, theatre. Likewise, Apollo without muses and Minerva without Epicurus suit materialism in art far worse than they suited its idealism. What Schiller meant by his moral institution, however, rather than Gottschedian homespun, was flourishing theatre, and only then moral purposefulness was seen, and only then tribunal. Only then, through the richness of the scene, can the theatre serve morality, as has so often happened in art, precisely the highest kind. The isolated perfection of this stands in the Hamlet scene where the play forces the royal murderer to reveal himself. The social revolutionary moral institution is to be found in Cabal and Love and William Tell * in Egmont. It is endowed with pure Brutus music in Fidelio. And this moral institution is not only a tribunal, for above the corrected, even above the triumphant and thus precisely horror-engendering image of vice on the stage, the paths of salvation appear, or at least the signs of their light. German classicism in general was the attempt to develop the whole, undismembered human being out of the society dismembered according to class. This attempt, built purely on the belief in aesthetic education, was naturally an abstract one, but it did also undoubtedly put remarkable guiding images on the stage. And among them are those which only today find their real mandate, entirely without abstraction or even gushing misery. Around them, the sincere appearance of the stage is therefore, like illusion, least detached from the reality of purpose. It is instead its promotion through festivity. False and genuine topicalization. Good plays come back performed again, but never as the same ones. For every new generation there must therefore be new productions, many of them. The change in presentation becomes extremely sharp when another class begins to take its place in the stalls. But even if the stage then does not remain unchanged, i.e. junk-like, it is still not a cloakroom on whose hooks new clothes can continually be hung. This means, the people and scenes of an old play cannot be totally and radically modernized. In any case, the costume of the period remains in which the play being performed is set. This is definitely not contradicted by the fact that the Baroque dressed up its ancient heroes a la mode and made them act accordingly. For the Baroque acted ancient heroes, but in fact no ancient dramas, rather ones it wrote itself, thus it did not distort any ancient dramas either when it transposed their material into its own bourgeois courtly figures and conflicts. For a far less creative, but even more well-considered reason, Cocteau's Orpheus and Eurydice, for example, written in the 20s of our century, wear sports shirts and horn-rimmed glasses, this equally without any difficulty. However, it is not easy to find a more fatuous piece of nonsense than the idea of playing Hamlet in a dinner jacket or, to use a more modest example, the idea of setting the first act of Tales of Hoffmann in a chrome nickel bar. Or even of putting Schiller's robbers in proletarian garb and giving Spiegelberg a Trotsky mask. All this is a snobbish, at least exaggerated backlash against historicizing theatricals which expired long ago in any case. Correct is only the obvious fact that every theater is that of its age and neither a faithful masked ball nor an outing for pedantic philologists. That is of course why, for its refreshment, the scene always needs a new perspective and one newly worked into it, but in such a way that the time aroma of the writing and its stage set never drifts away. For precisely the new partiality of the perspective needs the characters and actions at the place of their ideology given to them by the writing, if otherwise hatred and love, dross and model are to have the object shown by the writer. The stage set towards which the author has composed, instead of being rejected, must therefore be changed to the point of recognition. 427. To the recognition in fact of the class conflicts which take place in it and which have only now become ripe for expression. Only this is the theater not stylized in a topical way, but really topicalized, and this, as in the stage set, so much more precisely in the refreshed illumination, modeling of the stage text. Here, apart from the well-known cuts, there is even the adaptation of a play, provided it is dusty in several places or even exists in an immature and unfinished form, and provided, as conditio sine qua non, the new adapter or even completer is akin to and on a par with the author. Thus Karl Kraus not only rescued Offenbach texts, but the whole diamond of this music out of the rut into which it had fallen. Thus Brecht viewed the private tutor by Lenz as a human plant which continues to grow out of the feudal misery of the 18th century into the capitalist misery of the 20th. But the matter also becomes precarious here. Immediately cavalier directors, frustrated authors, or woeful epigones try to use old material as a crutch and as a substitute for production. The epigonal completers, model, finishing Schiller's Demetrius, are for literature what the dreadful castle and palace restorers of the previous century were for what was called architecture at that time. Like the latter they have become rarer, whereas brash directors are continually introducing an unspeakable topicalization into the text of the drama in order to give it a vulgar political interpretation. All for the purpose of making a tendency, however commendable it may be, visible outside the mirror of the work, instead of in it. We do not need to be reminded, when there is a highly uncommendable, namely pre-fascist tendency, of a William Tell in which, by damping and retouching the men of freedom, Gessler was moved into the center as the most interesting figure. Or even where the comedy The Merchant of Venice was forced to parade itself as shrill anti-Semitic propaganda. For even with the most correct tendency, vulgar political topicalization enters a field that is alien to the work, with the loss of the given drama. As for example when Maria Stuart is so wrongly staged and got out of all proportion that the play no longer provides any tragedy, but rather the acclaimed triumph of Elizabeth. Because she is in fact, by virtue of an unparalleled new dramaturgical structure, supposed to represent rising capitalism opposite French Catholic neo-feudal Mary. This is historically not incorrect of course, but for the given drama, final act, even worse, above all far more superfluous than a palace restoration in the taste of the 1880s. Only in the case of an ambiguous figure in literature itself, Hamlet being the prime example, can the exaggeration of one of its features, possibly overlooked until now, at best be 428. Justified, however, even these features must have been illuminated in Shakespeare, and the director only has to develop them. Only as this kind of development and after ripening does renovation take place in the theatre, and only to this end are masterpieces, however felicitous the destruction of their gallery tone, museum value, quoted on the boards. Even Richard III does not act as if he was Hitler, but he more clearly embodies today a part of the Hitlerian character the more he portrays his own skin and that of his time through Shakespeare. In the same play, at least as far as the allegoric aspect of rescue is concerned, a similar sort of thing is true of Richmond and the lovely day of tomorrow around him. This portrayal must be meaningful of course and not a historical waxworks with timeless material, with general human material in it. But meaningful material means here, the classical drama must be spoken and portrayed in such a way that the present is not forced onto the drama, but so that the drama also implies the present. And this on account of its temporally never exhausted conflicts, conflict contents, and solutions, or rather, every classically great drama shows in these conflicts and solutions within it and as it were overhauling concern overlapping the temporal. Indeed even plays written in the present only possess dramatically topical meaning, in the sense of instruction and elucidation, when they are expert at such overlapping concern. There is a social process, between individual and community, between contrasting forms of community themselves, which extends from the Greek beginnings of the drama into the future, right into the society of no longer antagonistic, but naturally not vanished contradictions. This process, dramatically concentrated between typical bearers, makes every great drama great precisely because it is capable of new topicality, and makes it topical precisely because it is transparent to the future task, optimistic tragedy. In Rameau's nephew Diderot lets it be said, there were many columns along the way, and the rising sun shone on them all, but only Memnon's column resounded. This column signifies genius in contrast to mediocrity, but in more purely factual terms it signifies the lasting resounding power and topicality of great dramas in the direction of daybreak. The topical production will thus best adapt if it directs itself in this direction. It is immanent in the truest dramas, from Prometheus Bound to Faust, it needs no added and inflicted visible advertising but in fact visualization. 429. Further genuine topicalization. Not fear and pity, but defiance and hope. The measure for this fresh aspect must however be freshly worked out time and again. It is gained most surely from the existence of important new plays and from understanding of them. It is gained not least from the great difference in which the wishful image in a socialist age is located as against the earlier one. This difference becomes tangible in what Schiller called the reason for pleasure in tragic objects. Even Schiller apparently cannot detach himself in the thus designated essay and more clearly in the subsequent one on the art of tragedy from the Aristotelian definition of tragedy. And moreover he does not intend to distinguish between tragic play and tragedy * because both had to move the spectator. And it is also emotion, from the perspective of which Aristotle reaches his famous purpose theory of tragedy, it must arouse the emotions of fear and pity. Schiller accentuates here only the pity, but tragedy, even in the Aristotelian original, shows us human beings, chiefly their heroes, in a condition of suffering. And the dramatically affected heightening of fear of suffering, of pity with it, is supposed, as is well known, to liberate the spectator from these emotions. That is, the emotions are supposed to be worked off again through the tragic intensification back to their normal height in life. This is the meaning of Aristotelian catharsis or purgation, as one which in fact always includes emotion through dramatically experienced suffering. Euripides was of course the first to introduce emotion into tragedy, which is indeed why Aristotle also ascribed to Euripides the strongest dramatic effect in the sense given above. Presupposed here, however, is not only the specific drama from which emotion emanates, but above all also a way of behaving which stresses less the revolt against fate as the, however steadfastly borne, suffering from it, the subjection to it. The whole of ancient slave-owning society did not perceive anything tragically rebellious in suffering, did not perceive Prometheus as a basic tragic hero, or at least did not fully admit he was one. This despite Aeschylus' Prometheus trilogy and despite the knowledge that the tragic heroes are better than the gods, even than fate. And now it is instructive precisely for the measure of the refreshment of the dramatic aspect how above all purgation of fear, then of pity, is the tragic effect which has become most alien to us. It must still be conceded that, as we have seen, Schiller was still fond of it, albeit with exclusive emphasis on pity, that previously Lessing defended or once again purged it in the Hamburg dramaturgy, albeit likewise with reduction of fear, which is supposed to be pity referred to ourselves. But even the entrepreneurial, dynamic bourgeois society understood the ancient reason for pleasure in tragic objects only with misconceptions, even for it a quite different wishful image of the theatre was topicalized by the tragic hero, even that of Greek tragedy, from the one which brings with it the merely passive emotions of fear and pity. The emotion of fear in any case disappeared with the tragedy of fate, and what of pity? This kind of emotion in the Aeschylean Prometheus and in what is connected with it is of a far lesser order than admiration. Indeed, something far more, something very different can be identified in the shifting of emotion which has occurred so strongly, in this most essential kind of topicalization. Because even if the tragically aroused reason is no longer fear and pity, it no longer remains only admiration either. It is instead, and now as such seen also in the tragic characters themselves, defiance and hope. These are the only two tragic emotions in the revolutionary relationship, and they do not capitulate before so-called fate. Defiance of course dwindles from and in the helping victorious characters, the heroes of socialist society and drama, corresponding to no longer antagonistic contradictions, substantial solidarity. It is all the more important, however, from and in the failing victorious characters, the heroes of classically traditional drama, who, in Hebel's phrase, have touched on the great sleep of the world. And specific hope, as one which always carried out its proper paradox in this failure and which forms the best reason for pleasure in tragic objects, comes home for the very first time without paradox in socialist theatre. So that here, however, in the sense of the last plays romances of Shakespeare, of Goethe's Faust, the tragic may be dissolved. Thus the theatre brightens in general in its moral, paradigmatic institution as a cheerful anticipating one. That is why it is cheerful even in tragedy, not only in critical comedy, not only in the comic play *. That is why the circular horizon of mourning spans precisely around the tragic heroes, in fact even around genuine emotion, namely around the noble downfalls of the tragic play. When German again makes a distinction between classical comedy Komödie and the Lustspiel, a light comic play. 431. Schiller says, "What has never ever come to pass, that alone will never age." This statement is doubtless, one would say, exaggerated, and yet there is a material core to it, beneath so much pessimistic and idealistic resignation. Only the statement must read, "What has never ever yet quite come to pass, but is imminent as a humanly worthy event and forms the task, precisely this will never age." The active portion of future thus provides the authentic measure for freshness, even in comedy, which criticizes the present, in the comic play which lets it end cozily, and all the more so in the sublimity of the tragic world. Because it becomes clear from the effect of its heroes, an effect rich in hope, that something is not quite right about their downfall, that the element of future raises in it 31 mocked and hated wishful images, voluntarily humorous ones. If the next thing that happened was that someone used a capital of 100 million to paint all Negroes with white oil paint or to make Africa square, it wouldn't surprise me. G. Freitag, The Journalists. The little word if. Much is laughed at in a crooked way which is not amusing. We are fond of smiling at a person who has bad luck, and if that person is clever he will laugh along with us. A particularly stale, but striking kind of joke finds room here. How funny that someone has lost their key and so arrives too late. We tell everybody that we cannot get rid of our cold and it is treated like a good joke. Laughing serves here to make the matter small, peripheral, and almost as if it did not exist. On the other hand, it is fun, it is also itself funny, to be able to rearrange for oneself, with a little, merely inner finger so to speak, the things which do not suit us or which we are used to in others which do not suit them. Nice, if things were like that, but that things are not like that also arouses laughter. Hence the proverb, if the little word if were not there, there would be many a millionaire. Or, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. This mocking is correct, nevertheless much about it remains curious, even more soon becomes dubious. For such a merry tone loves to spread itself to the place. 432. Where it simply grins and jeers. It spreads itself at the expense of anticipating in general, unusual anticipating. So may primitive man have laughed when a dreamer wanted to demonstrate to him that meat could and would one day be eaten roasted. It is the extremists, they always have the laughers against their side. The matter is wind and will become water like every wind. Not every wind does this of course, but the bourgeois conformist likes to hear it. None of these newfangled things are any good from this point of view. The new is most easily, even most heartily mocked. Its bringers disturb, because supposedly man gets used to everything, even to what is bad. Unusual things remain a treasure trove of fun and aversion for the petit bourgeois. This is connected with his insecure self-contentment. The comedians come out with it freely, the new ladies' hats are ghastly. According to this recipe, the jest of the future is now cooked up and served. But of course, it must be added that the joke of this kind also reveals roots in a quite different class and in very old times. From these it lives, the aversion of the bourgeois conformist lives, without knowing it, and only spitefulness is his own growth. The peasant too does not eat what he does not know, he had good reason not to as long as the new came to him from the squire and from the city which plundered the peasants. This has stuck with the peasant for a long time, as an acquired characteristic. It made him, from quite a different basis, join in with the petit bourgeois cry, none of these newfangled things are any good. And another reason lies even in a very old, almost archetypally effective fear of innovation, in superstition as the remaining traces from a long past magical age. When the first iron plows were introduced into Poland and bad harvests followed, the peasants put it down to the iron and went back to the wooden plow. That is, in the good old days, in the wood, stone, Bronze Age, iron did not exist, so the later material does not suit the customs which have been handed down here. Likewise, circumcision is performed, in all tribes which practice it as the final trace of primitive human sacrifice, with a wood or stone knife. The temples of the ancient earth gods could not be built or repaired with iron tools. Related to this, carried over from the old stone knife to the priestly caste, in Rome the plebeians finally attained the office of sacerdos which till then had been archaically reserved solely for the patricians. And of course the Roman Catholic God only. 433. Understands Latin, a German mass here would be what iron was for old Mother Earth among the old Polish peasants, challenge, abomination. Thus for superstition all innovations bear the sign, no good will come of it. A trace of the old fear is analogously also used by backward and by anachronistic classes against the future which does not suit them. Something unusual is here in every way a stranger to the country, so it is mocked with a conspicuous counterblow to the wish for surprise. Lenient. Another world. The joke gets more daring when it tries to demonstrate the new itself in a despicable way. When it even plays with the darkening in it and dissolves it into a tingling horror. The tingling element in it always designates the pleasure in the fact that there is now something odd, i.e. not usual, going on. Very early on the magic theater picked holes in magic, not so much to disenchant it, as to let a curious, a strange shadow fall for the public even over the wonders of technology. The wishful image of climbing over the old borders is thus, among other things, reduced to a sensational prank. A play actor can teach an inventor. Tricks with fire belong here, the art of walking on glowing coals, the fire eater, fire breather. Powell the fire eater fried a steak on his tongue in 1762 by putting a glowing coal under it. His tongue was coated with an unknown protective salve. The optical illusions belong here, above all the use of reflecting mirrors which have been documented since the 16th century. Benvenuto Cellini tells of phantoms which were projected on smoke during a performance in the Colosseum. The mirrors used for this were introduced into Rome from the court of the Tartar Khans. The trick has been retained from this of making living people vanish and appear again with mirrors. L'Enient on Montparnasse is a booth which even today spirits away people, even things which were standing on the stage a moment ago, and lets them come back from nothing into being here. In 1865 Tobin and Pepper constructed the Cabinet of Proteus, in which men and women reappeared transformed, naked in their bed of love or in a hair shirt at the stake. However, L'Enient on Montparnasse, does it not seem as if it already wished long before Sartre to devalue and to mock, all progress is progress into, nothing. There is certainly no lack of this where new things are exaggerated in images. For 100 years joke books have been drawing material from. 434. How man will look in 100 years. The mocking becomes all the stronger, the more peculiarly the mocker himself is affected by his grotesque cartoons painted in advance. Then of course the caricature can soar to heights which are necessarily missing in the joke book. A grotesque picture book is relevant here with text from the 19th century on a romantic technological knife edge. Granville's Another World, 1844, the author died 3 years later in a madhouse. A change of connection is made here from the old world to a new one, and the genre portrayal of the change is mixed with friendly genre scenes of hell. On the title page are promised, transformations, visions, incarnations, ascensions, locomotions. Metamorphoses, zoomorphoses, lithomorphoses, metempsychoses, apotheoses et autres. Not all of these promises are kept, nevertheless the curtain rolls up to reveal a complicated utopian variety. There are reconstructed men, double eaters, back and front they bear head biters and tuck in. Tools have long since made themselves independent, they are giant insects of iron, their limbs pincers or levers, their head a blacksmith's hammer which rivets as it nods. A concert à la vapeur hisses, rattles, jangles up, with no people yet precise, all the instruments are driven by steam, they have almost become steam engines themselves, an oscillating piston rod with a hand on it provides the conductor. Even the mystères de l'infini are technologized, Jupiter, Saturn, Earth, Mars are joined by an iron bridge, the bridge is shown illuminated by gas lamps, as big as a little moon. Baudelaire said of Granville and his drawings, he is a diseased literary brain, always obsessed with illegitimate hybrids. This man has with superhuman courage spent his life improving creation. But in fact the only correct version is that he was the talent to picture out technological gargantuas and to drive his horror with this foolery. Each of these pictures caricatures, excessively distorts the means of making people happy through technology. On the Palace of Justice of the future the axiom stands, les crimes sont abolis, ilny plus que de passions asterisk, a serious summit in the jumped-up mockery of utopian nonsense. So much for Granville and his oracle, a schizophrenic petit bourgeois, a significant horror of technological imagination has eaten too much of Proteus or even Prometheus here, it made him feel sick. And in any case, every oddity, as we have seen, brings a bit of wit with it, CFP 102, as its reverse side, which was also noticeable in many products of surrealism. Outside of surrealism this can best be demonstrated from the montages of Hell, the Paradisi Voluptatis of Hieronymus Bosch, whose mixed novelties were collected by the Spanish court solely for the sake of amusement. And not completely unrelated appears the peculiar witty horror even in the exaggerated prosthesis family of Granville, as one in which madness and joke break out together. Difficult to deal with this, cheerfulness rescues, itself frivolous, from that remoteness which is becoming demonic, to which man and later the machine can rearrange the world. Wit rescues from extreme artificiality or unhealthiness of abstract and yet portrayable mixed figures, from the realm of shadows of technological perversion, black utopia. At the same time, however, wit is objectively in it, as a beginning of the grotesque, which linguistically and factually stems from the grotto or underworld, as father or brother of a laughter which precisely must not be absent from hell. Some of this appears in the above-mentioned caricatures, the fear caricatures of technology and its prostheses. With spiteful or scornful anxiety dream, full of terror of the technological challenge and of what it is calling. Giant slit eyes open in a picture of Granvilles in the sky. The big bombers of the future and the atom bomb were not foreseen even by the most terrible scorn. The birds of Aristophanes and Cloud Cuckoo Land mockery of the new puffs itself up where there is a mandate. A mandate of the ruling class against spreading dissatisfactions and their images. Then eulogists of the old days are sought for, and long before they romantically blew the new away, they started to lay into it satirically. Inherently political satire is undoubtedly more natural to the oppressed class than to the owning class who feel comfortable in the old and who want to preserve themselves within it. Thus the mockery of Sicilian mime most certainly lived in the people, and even the old Attic comedians did not just listen to what the people said, but also looked into its heart when they made them laugh about the traditional rut. But the reaction during and after the unfortunate Peloponnesian War caused mockery to be increasingly turned against claiming to know better and definitely not against superannuated things. Whereby, with superior means, the hatred of the bourgeois conformist was also mobilized in the demos, in fact the hatred of unusual things and their way. The first political satire was correspondingly reactionary, was directed precisely against utopias. Its master, Aristophanes, created several of his best comedies at the expense of revolutionary hope. One of the comedies is called Ecclesiazousi. It mocks the plan for women's suffrage. 436. And Community of Property. Another is called Birds and mocks socialist utopia per se. Even the nickname Cloud Cuckoo Land, Nephalocochia, literally goes back to the birds, as do the majority of humorous genre pictures with which the so-called future state has subsequently been conceived. Two Athenians suggest to the birds that they should found a city in the clouds, not without intending to fly there themselves. One of them, Pystheteros, trusty friend, makes a rabble-rousing speech to finches, tits, and swallows. He teaches them that they once ruled the world instead of the gods and will rule it again. The other, Eualpides, Hopegood, believes with dumb loyalty in the founding of the city in the air, in Nephalocochia high above, between heaven and earth, controlling both. The city of the birds is supposed to become the realm of freedom. Decency and morals are banned there, nature rules. Quite in the spirit of the precedence of nature over statute which the sophist Enlightenment taught, the leader of the chorus turns to the audience. Those of you who wish to spend all your days that are to come living happily with us, the birds, please accept this invitation. All forbidden by your laws thought down there to be a sin is for us in our bird kingdom beautiful and virtuous. But how beautiful and virtuous this naturalness is emerges from the fact that Aristophanes introduces a comrade who defiles everything that gets in his way. And a law is considered, in the perfected malice, the inspired slander strategy of this comedy, according to which it brings glory to hang and bite your father. Thus the whole social wishful dream appears here as a mixture of crime and farce. Its nature itself has no floor except that of cloud vapor. It is just curious that the beautiful city in the clouds, this reflection of all distant isles of happiness, first appeared in literature through the medium of mockery. Merry outdoing. Lucian's Vera Historia. For ages the better life has been talked about as if it were already there somewhere. Even strange things can appear as something better because 437. They are at least different and unheard of. The form in which this kind of thing is reported is the travelogue, or conversely tales in the manner of Sinbad's. Even fairy tales of an ideal state have very often chosen this form. After all, the land of happiness typically lies a long way away. On a distant island, in a South Sea, the wonders reported of it are intentionally uncontrollable. The most cheerful mockery of this kind of lie is Lucian's Vera Historia. There is even a model for Munchausen in it. Gottfried Berger took several stories from here almost verbatim, and Thomas More, who translated Lucian's dialogues, also had no qualms about starting to spin his utopia with sailor's yarn. Even Rabelais' wonderful giant images, the world in Pantagruel's mouth consisting of 25 inhabited kingdoms, not counting the deserts and a broad stretch of sea, reaped great benefits from the Vera Historia, and Rabelais is the only one who surpassed Lucian in such grotesquerie, namely with Renaissance dimension. The mere mocker Lucian, in a declining, septically destructive society, definitely lacked greatness of utopian mockery, but his scepticism made him give himself over precisely to the dissolute element which was the only thing to make an impression in the wonder tidings. Not without the fabulous stories, as is very often the case with irony, being mocked so long that the mockery imitated and surpassed them. Thus Lucian gave a choice, fantastic vision of unavailable things, almost itself utopian, quite light, quite carefree, like an inhabitant of the happy islands themselves. He wanted, as the ambitious introduction says, to follow in the footsteps of the great liars, Odysseus at their head, but also poets, philosophers, historians, and above all legendary geography. He mocks in particular fabulist writing in the vein of Antonio's Diogenes, who had dealt with the wonders beyond Thule in no less than 24 books. Concerning these events Lucian says, I do not reproach them for their mendacity, but what surprises me is that they feared no discovery. By wishing to participate in the world of writers and liars, and not in a position to be able to report facts, because nothing of significance has happened to me, I will say the only true thing in advance, namely that I am going to tell lies. So I begin with what I neither saw nor heard, and what is more, I will write about things that never happened or could happen. Thus Lucian sails, still laughing off the possibility of his own lands of imagination, with 50 other liars beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The known world remains behind, as far as it is not reflected from time to time in the moon, a suspended earth mirror. And in the unknown world there is everything that Tantalus craves and Zeus withholds. Lucian used motifs from his Syrian homeland which are 438. To be found again later in the Arabian Nights, as in the stories of Sinbad the Sailor. There is a kind of bird-like rock, there is a giant fish which swallows Lucian's ship, and more sparkling horrors besides. There are also alcoholic motifs, Vinland motifs which only re-emerge in medieval travel legends, pictures of discovery. For on the island beyond the Pillars of Hercules the traveler sees giant footprints, those of Hercules and Dionysus. And following these he reaches a flowing river of wine, with fish which cause intoxication, with women on the river bank who have been partly turned into vines and thus make doubly drunk. On the other hand, Lucian allots liquid air as a drink to the inhabitants of the moon, 1,700 years before its production, while, so that nonsense is still proved right, colossal spiders cover the space between moon and morning star with a traversable web. But far more peculiar is this, the ship of lies on its voyage into the Atlantic is in fact underway in order to track down, literally, to track down where the limit of the ocean is and which men live on the opposite shore. This is clearer than the famous prophecy of Seneca that one day the girdle of the ocean would break apart, but the forecast of the opposite shore of the Atlantic is written in a work of mockery on lies and fantasy. Of course, if the truthful narrator then reaches a wonder city, he again portrays it as fatuous for its sheer magic, and the wonderland still only consists of impossibility. To this extent the Lucian approach even provides a very good, in fact funny antidote to the poets who lie, especially to the Munchausens who utopianize. However, it remains a different thing whether a Munchausen occasionally utopianizes too in order to enhance his hunting tales, or whether a utopian enlists the wonders of travel to color his happy island really boldly. The intentions in both are fundamentally different, just as the windbaggeries of Munchausen and the fairy tales of happiness of a Thomas More are different in their methods. Even the most abstract utopian had nothing impossible, just sheer possibilities in mind, even if their true story was still so cockeyed and still outstanding. There is no river flowing with wine, but an overflow for all, which likewise does not exist, immediately passes from the merry lie into the merriest task. Voluntary humorous wishful images. Finally, there are rash dreams which believe in new things and yet laugh over them. They do this voluntarily, need no mockers from outside, they are already born humorous. And precisely because available things shift. 439. In them in a baffling way, with future everywhere and not believed as true. In a particularly funny way, the formation of living creatures that have been swapped around presents itself for such games. Maurice Renard saw to this with the knife in his Gothic novel Dr. Learn, which dealt with the exchanging of brains. A doctor inserts calves' brains into lions' heads, monkeys' brains into human heads and vice versa. Thus he changes and mixes the species. His own nephew is raging in a bull into which he has inserted this nephew's brain. The criminal doctor has killed himself long before and implanted his brain into the head of his great teacher, in whose body and titles he now lives. If that is surgical wishful mockery, it becomes electric erotic in Villers de l'Isle Adam in his Edison novel The Future Eve, a kind of fairground booth with mechanical mermaids, but really alive. The creation, recreation, of a woman by Edison is related here, the American Wand Ehrman himself. The inventor creates for Lord Ewald a precious imitation of Alicia, the Lord's very beautiful mistress, made even more beautiful by the technologically added soul of a higher female being. Pure metal, perfumed flesh, the new mysteries of the microphone, phonograph, electric current, the future Eve appeared in 1886, combined to make the automate electro-humane. What the automaton artists of the Rococo, what Spallanzani in Tales of Hoffmann began, is completed here so to speak, for the new Olympia is not a doll anymore, but a factive ideal of woman. Despite Edison, the line is of course not modern, the plan itself, the Virgo Optimi Perfecta, is even found in antiquity. She is conceived of magically in the Pygmalion myth, and Aphrodite was gracious to the sculptor because she animated the immaculate statue untroubled by any organic frustration. And going further, again into the comic, in a preserved fragment of the Roman academic farce, in M. Terentius Varro's liberated Prometheus, the Titan opens a human factory after his liberation, from which Gold Shoe, a rich man, orders a girl made of milk and finest wax, like the Milchion bees collect. The joke is however the same as in the Edison novel, and its goal remains the old homunculus which is just cultivated immediately as a synthetic virgin. An authentic new line in the electric utopian field of humor, even field of paradox, was first entered upon by H. G. Wells with his Time Machine. This machine is also much more effective as a story than Wells' later lemonade-like liberal fairy tales of an ideal state. The Time Machine does not travel right or left, but only back and forth on the timeline, as a no longer imaginary axis of space. The inventor swings himself up onto the unheard-of vehicle in his laboratory, sets the lever to the future. It becomes night. 440. Around him, namely the coming one, becomes the day of tomorrow, becomes next week in an hour, becomes future winter and summer, which with an increasing number of revolutions of the machine only appear as a reflection of white and green. Decades are dashed through, centuries. Finally the traveler switches off the motor in the landscape which, in the same place in space as his room, will be in the year 802,701. There he meets completely harmless people who have stayed at the level of children, singing, dancing, twining flowers, under the ground. However, the Morlocks live, sticky blackish creatures of far higher intelligence. They are the proletarians of far higher intelligence. They are the proletarians of previous times, and the flower people are the rich who have grown stupid in idleness. They are now kept as cattle by the Morlocks, as living meat supplies. After many dangers, the time traveler returns from the year 802,701 to his present friends, with a flower in his hand which does not grow currently on the whole of the earth. He promises to divulge the secret of the machine as soon as he has tried out the other direction in time, the past one. But from this journey, Wells assures us, the traveler did not return, either because he settled in the Ice Age, or because, slipping back further into the past, he fell prey to an ichthyosaurus. So much for this interesting prank. It plays like a virtuoso on the popular conception of time. It plays less like a virtuoso on the popular bourgeois conformist conception according to which since man never changes there will still be classes even in hundreds of thousands of years. The class of the idlers up there, even though now edible, the workers down there, even though with the only remaining intelligence, that of canal creatures. The last, the total Morlock portrait that Aldous Huxley supplied beyond Wells, with the ironic Shakespeare title Brave New World, ends in a completely reactionary way. In this only reflex people inhabit the future, clean, without feelings, unsentimentally divided into the reflex groups of robots and leaders. Individuals are abolished, society functions as a switchboard, and the idiotic wishful image which Huxley makes out to be one belonging to the communists or to the fascists, all the same to him apparently, is screamingly funny so to speak. It is bursting so much with laughter that it does not even know how to distinguish monopoly capitalism from socialization of the means of production. Thus the liberal bourgeoisie has become incapable of utopian humor, its game ends in horror and stupidity. As the individual agitator Huxley shows, is only still capable of the murder of hope and anti-utopia. Instead of this, it is better to stick to the future Eve, particularly to the time machine as far as it remains technical, and to related. 441. Humorous stories. Precisely, socialism has room for voluntary humorous wishful images of a genuine, future kind. In fact, they will be able to form a separate amusing genre of writing within it, that of effervescing projects. When one day a little golden age starts to begin, it will still be possible to exaggerate many wishful images, but not to caricature any of them. 32 Happy End, seen through and yet still defended. I'd like to dance a can-can. As brazen as Pompadour. For we Parisian lasses can. Think only l'amour. Offenbach, Paris Life. The salesman also has hours when he leans on a sugar barrel and is lost in sweet daydreams. Then it's like a 25-pound load on his heart to think that he's been chained to the shop like a watchdog to its kennel ever since he was a boy. If your knowledge of the world's confined to what you've picked up from shoddy chapbooks with half their pages missing, if you only know the sunset from an attic window, and the evening glow merely from what customers tell you, then you feel an emptiness inside which all the oil kegs of the south and all the herring kegs of the north can't fill, a blandness which all the mace in India can't season. Nestroy, on the razzle. We know only too well men want to be deceived. But this not only because stupid people are in the majority, but because men, born to pleasure, have none, because they are crying out for pleasure. This at first even makes clever people one-track and simple at times. They are taken in by glitter, and it is not even necessary for the glitter to promise gold. Here it can be enough that it glitters. We learn by our mistakes, but soon the obsession is at work again and hopes that this time it will not be deceived. It keeps itself fresh for the emergency and does not want to miss it. Meanwhile, however, new children with unburnt fingers are always growing up, new deceivers are always hooking into a weakness which could also be a strength. For this obsession still has a weakness for happiness, for laughing ultimately. 442. And it is not of the beaten-up opinion that anything better could seldom follow. The exploiting of weakness need not come about through swindlers, on a small or large scale. Glossing over is sought after everywhere, bad books are full of it. But, characteristically, the sugar increases towards the end, it rises or rises up so to speak. Life is dubious, but on balance it should be worth it. Even the man who has otherwise learnt by experience is thus impressed by all's well that ends well. There is a lot to be said for condemning outright the illusion at the end. When we consider the disaster which it has sown and sows today, in increasing fashion, where work no longer gives any pleasure at all, art is forced to be good fun, merry swindle, tacked on happy end. This keeps hold of the listeners. At the end of the fascist national community or of the American way of life, everyone will get something, and indeed without the least thing having to be changed in existing reality. The cinemagoers and the readers of magazine stories catch sight of rosy red upward paths, as if they were the norm in present society, and only chance has blocked them for the chance viewer. Indeed, the happy end becomes all the more unavoidable in capitalist terms, the smaller the chances of moving upwards have become in the society that exists today, the less hope the latter can offer. In addition, there is the moral dosage of the good outcome, because not everyone becomes rich and happy. There is not enough sugar for this even in the magazine world. Rather, a bank account is only reserved for the virtuous, and misery for the wicked, and only for them. Thus one of the most brazen inversions of the real situation takes place. The rich man hotel is occupied everywhere by good people, but the many bad things, hunger, slums, prisons, which the ruling society cannot abolish and cannot even deny, are expediently allotted to the morally bad. These are the old Sunday sermons of crafty edification which have now become complete hypocrisy and part of the cosmetic industry too. If money, says Marx, comes into the world with natural bloodstains on one cheek, then capital does so from head to toe, bleeding and dripping with filth at every pore. Thus it needs, all the more, the longer it goes on, a mask for the outcome, happiness of honesty at the outcome. The happy end is, however, not only a lie, it has also become shallower than at any other time. It confines itself to the smile of the car and perfume advertisements. Well-groomed gentlemen and ladies show the high life of a declining society, without sweetness of life being compressed into this end as in the Rococo. The happiness of bourgeois wealth has itself become as crass as it is empty. Its happiness borders in reality more on the void than the dead themselves. Nevertheless, this lying, prescribed happy end deceives millions for whom it replaces the Church's empty promises of the other world, and it is prescribed only for the sake of deception. With imagination that is always newly warmed up, the poor devil who builds himself up in golden dreams is supposed to remain in the belief that these dreams are certainly fulfillable in capitalism, at least in capitalism plus patience and a little time to wait. But for the little man there is no stock market killing. Every rosy red ends for him as Black Friday. There are very sophisticated capitalist fireworks, not only in an optical respect, against which the socialist world can hardly compete. But after all the snakes of lightning and boxes of stars, deluxe Venetian bombs and the queen of the night, there follows the violent thunder flash bomb, and that is the highlight and the conclusion of the matter. Everything capitalism stages with happy end, business like never before, Greater Germany * America first, even keep smiling, leads into death. In the most uninspired way the beautiful in the world of the whitewashed graves becomes the beginning of the terrible. And yet this is only one side of illusion, which is itself false. An unmistakable drive is working in the direction of the good end. It is not only confined to gullibility. The fact that deceivers make use of this drive disproves it au fond almost as little as the socialist Hitler disproved socialism. The deceivability of the happy end drive merely says something against the state of its reason. This, however, is as teachable as it is improvable. The deception represents the good end as if it were attainable in an unchanged today of society or even the today itself. But just because knowledge destroys rotten optimism, it does not also destroy urgent hope for a good end. For this hope is too indestructibly grounded in the human drive for happiness, and it has always been too clearly a motor of history. It has been so as expectation and incitement of a positively visible goal, for which it is important to fight and which sends us forwards into barrenly continuing time. More than once the fiction of a happy end, when it seized the will, when the will had learned both through mistakes and in fact through hope as well, and when reality did not stand in too harsh contradiction to it, reformed a bit of the world, that is, an initial fiction was made real. *A National Socialist Concept. 444. Sometimes even, when there was great belief, a paradox succeeded, the victory of the urgent over the mighty enemy, of the cheerful over the nasty probable. If the will content of the goal is missing, then even the good probable is left undone. If the goal remains, however, then even the improbable can be done or at least made more probable for later. Not even the breaking of the chain at its weakest link succeeded and succeeds, if the breakers do not have the positivum, anti-chain wholly in mind. Men reduce themselves when their purpose is reduced, whereas when it is great and cheerful it makes itself unavoidable in a world which only still has the choice between swamp or energetic new construction before it. So it never befits the color red to be voluntarily timid. Every barrier, when it is felt as such, is at the same time crossed. For just coming up against it presupposes a movement which goes beyond it and contains this in embryo. This is the most simple dialectical at the same time in the objective factor, primarily when it completes and activates the consciousness of the barrier. Then consciousness reaches the other side in a mediated way, enters into the struggle for the happy end, which already senses itself, almost announces itself in the dissatisfaction with what is available. The discontented person then sees all at once how bad capitalist conditions are and how urgently the socialist beginnings need him, how good their consequence can and will be. This makes the barrier into a rung, assuming that the other side, the happiness of the goal, always remains present on the path. And the indispensable insight, unalterable, into the economic laws attests that these laws have, as recognized and used laws, the stuff in them to lead to a good end. Thus socialism does not need to borrow from other colors, customs, powers, as though its own color were not sufficient. It does not need to do this above all when these colors or frames lie so much on this side of the crossed barrier and have already supported such very different things that they cannot easily, nor unequivocally be refunctioned. Socialism, which possesses and keeps its path to the happy end as its own, is precisely also as a cultural inheritance a socialism through its own creative power, its own fullness goal, without plush, without intellectual timidity. The nouveau riche bourgeoisie of the second half of the previous century did not get by with its own material, so it cultivated finery and substitutes with bows, little covers, masked houses and pictures, uncomprehended ornaments, palatial facades, historicisms, and the substitutes really looked the part. This is all miles away from socialism, which never plows. 445. With a strange team, which unmasks and aesthetically condemns masquerade and swankiness with social criticism. Grunderseiten are foreign bodies here, particularly noticeable in socialism. It finds no path to the cultural inheritance which goes through the parlor either. Politically the revolutionary proletariat never borders on the petty bourgeoisie, how should it do so culturally? In reality this kind of thing is never practiced either, because a practice which has no realistic theory behind it and in its favor, would not be one, is impossible in socialism. Indeed, socialism does not incorporate the genuine cultural inheritance either in such a way that it begins with it and then continues to build on it as if it were a finished first floor so to speak. Instead, the drive to build is moral here for the first time in the history of civilization, is the building of a world without exploitation and its ideology. Furthermore, neither bareness nor epigonism characterize this work, but the matching colors red and gold, manifestly a splendidly bold match. However, already contained in the red is the gold that brings affinity to the best from tradition and forms its classical material, as growing substance, not as previous local form. Therefore, fresh air and great breadth belong to this outcome, as the one in which no plush happy end hangs any more and none from the laurel scheme of historicism. There are enough merry trading centers on the stream to the true happy end, for this flows solely through socialism. As observed above, every barrier, if it is felt as such, is already crossed. But equally, no barrier is actively crossed without the intended goal drifting ahead in genuine images and concepts and transposing us into such significant conditions. See the outcome of things as friendly, that is then not always foolish or stupid. The stupid drive to a good end can become a clever one, passive belief a knowledgeable and summoning one. To this extent we can proceed to the defense of the old merry farewell celebration, for it invites us, partly, to eat, not only to contemplate. And this wanting to eat has sometimes first made us sensitive to the block which, in the shape of the existing society, forces itself between the idea and the pleasure banquet. Whereas people who do not believe at all in a happy end impede changing the world almost as much as the sweet swindlers, the marriage swindlers, the charlatans of apotheosis. Unconditional pessimism therefore promotes the business of reaction not much less than artificially conditioned optimism. The latter is nevertheless not so stupid that it does not believe in anything at all. It does not immortalize the trudging of the little life, does not give humanity the face of a chloroformed gravestone. It does not give the world 446. The deathly sad background in front of which it is not worth doing anything at all. In contrast to a pessimism which itself belongs to rottenness and may serve it, a tested optimism, when the scales fall from its eyes, does not deny the goal belief in general. On the contrary, what matters now is to find the right one and to prove it. For this reason there is more possible pleasure in the idea of a converted Nazi than from all the cynics and nihilists. That is why the most dogged enemy of socialism is not only, as is understandable, great capital, but equally the load of indifference, hopelessness. Otherwise great capital would stand alone. Otherwise there would not in fact be, despite all mistakes in propaganda, the delays until socialism ignites in the massive majority whose interests belong to it, without it knowing. Thus pessimism is paralysis per se, whereas even the most rotten optimism can still be the stupefaction from which there is an awakening. Even the contentment with the minimum for existence so long as it is there, the short-sightedness in the daily struggle for bread and the miserable triumphs in this struggle ultimately stem from the disbelief in the goal. The first thing is therefore to break into this. It is no coincidence that capitalism has striven to spread, apart from the false happy end, its own genuine nihilism. Because this is the stronger danger and, in contrast to the happy end, cannot be corrected at all, except through its own demise. The truth is its demise, as expropriating and as liberating truth, towards a humanity which is finally socially possible. So truth then, sweeping clean, an instruction to build, is in no way grieving or ice. On the contrary, its attitude is, becomes, remains critical militant optimism, and this orientates itself in the become always towards the not yet become, towards viable possibilities of the light. It creates the readiness, which is uninterrupted and informed of tendency, to risk the intervention into what has not yet been achieved. As long as no absolute in vain, triumph of evil, has appeared, then the happy end of the right direction and path is not only our pleasure, but our duty. Where the dead bury their dead, grieving may rightly take place and failure may be the existential condition. Where snobs participated as traitors in the revolution until it broke out, all that is left to pray may in fact be, give us this day our daily illusion. Where the capitalist sum no longer works out anywhere, the bankrupt may in fact be forced to pour and spread a blot over the ledger of the whole of existence, so that the world in general looks coal black and no inspector will call the nightmaker to account. All this is an even worse deception than that of the radiant facades which can no longer be kept up. The work against this, with which history continues, indeed has been continuing. 447. For a long time, leads to the matter which could be good, not as abyss, but as mountain into the future. Mankind and the world carry enough good future, no plan is itself good without this fundamental belief within it.